Chapter 1 Emiyashi-era. Chapter 1 Emiyashi-era Konoha Village. In a dark underground secret room. In the center of this secret room stands a sealed crystal coffin. This crystal coffin is a bit strange. It has exquisite patterns painted on it, but there is only half a corpse inside. If you observe through the crystal coffin, you can even clearly see the human organs of the half-dead body inside, making it look like a human specimen for medical study. This scene made the secret room look particularly strange. The silver-haired man standing in the secret room had long been accustomed to this strange environment. His eyes were fixed on the crystal coffin in front of him, and his red pupils revealed cold decisiveness. Tobirama-sama. A masked ANBU ninja walked in, dragging a tied-up ninja in his hand, and reported in a low voice, "In the past few days, many enemy ninjas have sneaked into the village to spy on the news. We searched the cells and found that the Sand Village ninja who sneaked into the village last night has the strongest chakra in the entire prison." Brother's situation. When Tobirama Senju was halfway through his speech, he realized that he was talking to his subordinates and changed his address. "How is Lord Hokage doing now? Still receiving treatment?" The Anbu ninja said with some concern, "We have never seen Hokage-sama get injured so badly." Mito-sama said that his life may be in danger. Senju Tobirama's expression suddenly turned ugly. He was silent for a while before he spoke again and asked, "Is there any unusual movement from the Uchiha clan?" "Nothing now." The Anbu ninja shook his head slightly and continued, "Since the news that Uchiha Madara was killed by the Hokage came out yesterday, the people of the Uchiha clan have not found any other abnormalities except that they are a little scared. Continue to monitor closely." After giving the order, Tobirama Senju looked down at the tied-up sand ninja and said in a deep voice, "Ask the other Anbu teams to strengthen patrols in the village, and assign a team to guard outside. No one is allowed to approach this forbidden technique room." "Yes, Tobirama-sama." The ANBU ninja retreated hastily. "Ahoy!" The sand ninja, who had been tied up tightly, whimpered and looked up at the silver-haired man, his face eager to say something. "I know what you want to say. But I'm not interested in hearing your explanation." Senju Tobirama looked at him with disdain, as if he was looking at a dead person. "You sneaked in just to spy on the big brother, or you just want to know the news that he and Madara died together? Humph! I'd better leave this kind of thing in my dreams." Tobirama Senju raised his head and looked at the crystal coffin in front of him, as if he wanted to use this crystal coffin to prove something to those villains in the ninja world who wanted to challenge Konoha. This crystal coffin is the origin of medical ninjutsu for the entire ninja world. Emiyashi-era. You should have heard of this name. The Sand Village ninja looked at the crystal coffin with some surprise. Emiyashi-era. This name is truly well known. The entire ninja world knows about this saint who lived thousands of years ago. This saint created the concept of medical ninjutsu and even standardized the system of medical ninjas. It is said that he never cared about the patient's identity when saving people. It is said that no matter how serious the disease was, he could cure it. It is said that he had saved more people than the entire country. The most respected thing is, the moment when Emiyashi-era died was also great. In order to pass down the medical ninjutsu of the ninja world, to make it easier for more people to learn medical skills, and to help the ninja world break down its prejudice against surgical dissection, Emiyashi-era had his body split into 2 crystal coffins before his death and left them to the ninja world. Even during the turbulent Warring States period thousands of years ago, when ninjas fought and destroyed each other, everyone tacitly agreed not to destroy Emiyashi-era's 2 crystal coffins. Even most people in the ninja world have never seen it. The Sand Village ninja looked at the half-dead body in the crystal coffin, feeling a little surprised and respectful at one moment, and a little uneasy at another moment. People in the past. What does it have to do with the present? A medical ninja who has been dead for 1,000 years, no matter how skilled he is, can't possibly be resurrected to help treat the first Hokage? Could it be that the crystal coffin contains the secret of medical ninjutsu? Our Senju clan has always been known for its expertise in chakra control, and we are the ninjas in the ninja world who are most suitable for practicing medical ninjutsu. It is said that this crystal coffin containing the human specimen of Emi Yashiera was left to the ancestors of the Senju clan by his own words before his death. Even though most people in the tribe would not practice medical ninjutsu for the sake of fighting, they still regard this crystal coffin as the glory of the tribe. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, his fingers stroked the exquisite patterns on the crystal coffin, and his voice gradually lowered. I never thought that one day I would destroy it with my own hands. The sand ninja showed a look of horror. But for my brother, everything is expendable. Senju Tobirama stared at the crystal coffin in front of him. A ray of chakra light appeared on his palm, and he slapped the crystal coffin heavily. Wow! The crystal coffin suddenly shattered, the half-body that had been lying inside fell out. The sand village ninja sitting on the ground stared at the half-corpse that fell to the ground. This scene was so horrifying that his eyes were instantly filled with fear. Only my eldest brother can guarantee the peace of Konoha. Senju Tobirama quickly formed a hand seal, his voice was as calm as an ancient well. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, even if it blasphemes the souls of the dead, we must do this. When he finished speaking, Senju Tobirama slammed his palm heavily on the ground, and his voice suddenly became cold. Ninja technique, the art of reincarnation in the dirty earth. A pitch-black spell appeared under the palm of Senju Tobirama. A series of spells quickly moved on the ground, forming two different barriers around the sand village ninja and Emi Yashiera's half-body. Under the horrified gaze of the sand village ninja, half of Emi Yashiera's body turned into dust and ashes and floated up, slowly attaching to the body of this living person. The sand ninja felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. The despair of being on the verge of death slowly filled his eyes with fear, and dust and ashes gradually covered his eyes. Till the end. The body of this sand ninja was completely shrouded. Senju Tobirama stared at the figure that slowly emerged from the ashes, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. At least it seemed that his technique was successful. The art of reincarnation from dirty soil. This is a forbidden spiritual art. This technique can summon the souls of the dead from the underworld to the human world by using the life of a living person and the bodies of a sufficient number of dead people as materials for the technique. Under normal circumstances, there is no way that Tobirama Senju will have the chance to resurrect the dead from 1,000 years ago. Because no corpse could be preserved for more than 1,000 years, especially during the chaotic warring states period, many corpses eventually became wandering ghosts in mass graves. However, Emi Yashiera, the founder of medical ninjutsu, is an exception. Because his body became a medical human specimen and was well preserved, Senju Tobirama got the opportunity to resurrect him through spiritualism. The dust in the secret room was flying. The filthy body is slowly changing its appearance. The summoned soul of the dead will transform the body into its original appearance when alive. A strange smile appeared at the corner of the mouth of the filthy earth body, and then quickly disappeared into thin air, like the distortion of his filthy earth body before it was completed. Finally, this filthy earth body is completely complete. This deceased man who returned from the underworld looked quite young, with a compassion on his face that was inconsistent with his age, which was very consistent with the impression people had of him. The deceased slowly opened his eyes, looked at his body, and his face gradually became confused, as if he didn't quite understand why he was still alive, and why he appeared here. This procedure was successful. The resurrected dead are still conscious. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was the first time that he used the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, and he was betting on a 1 in 10,000 chance for his elder brother. As a result, this forbidden technique was successful. Mr. Emi Yashiera. Senju Tobirama looked solemn and serious, and introduced himself in a deep voice. I am Senju Tobirama, the spellcaster who summoned you back to the world from the underworld. I'm sorry to disturb your peace. But we need you to treat someone who is very important to the ninja world, so I have no choice but to desecrate your soul. I hope you won't blame me for the offense. Is your last name Senju? Emi Yashiera seemed to relax after hearing that. If it was done to save lives, it is not unforgivable. This medical ninja, who was known for his noble character, was not dissatisfied with the disturbance of his spiritual peace, and habitually began to pay attention to the patient's condition. Where is the patient? In the village. Let me lead the way. Senju Tobirama's mood gradually relaxed, and he secretly retracted his fingers that wanted to control the other party's actions. If Lord Emi Yashiera seems to be a good person as the rumors have said for thousands of years, there is no need to bother negotiating with him. Of course. Senju Tobirama did not look at another point. Since Senju Tobirama did not control the other party's actions, nor did he feel the other party's emotions, Emi Yashiera's eyes were limited by the dead silence of the impure world body. When his eyes mentioned the patient, there was actually no special concern. Perhaps saving too many people has become a habit. Perhaps it doesn't matter where the patient is. For him, what is more important is whether his strength is still there. Ninja System Reconnecting. Welcome to Reconnect, Ninja Emi Yashiera. There are still unfinished tasks and I cannot leave this world. Unfulfilled Ninja Commissions, 2/3. SSSSS Level Commission, defeat the ultimate villain of this world, the immortal Chakra ancestor Kagaya Otsutsuki. SSSSS Level Commission, the final protagonist who defeated this world, Uzumaki Naruto, 6 Paths Mode, and Uchiha Sasuke, Rain Sharingan. The system is still there. The power once gained still exists. A red light flashed in Emi Yashiera's eyes. This layout that spanned time finally luckily came to this era. New author, new book, please collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 The Origin of the Hand and Whirlpool Clan. Chapter 2 The origin of the Senju and Uzumaki clan. Konoha village is not prosperous. At least the Konoha village in this era is not prosperous enough. Many of the buildings are built in a sloppy style, and it seems that they were built temporarily because the villagers were busy with their work. Shiera Emiya didn't care about the simplicity of the village. He just looked at the scenery of Konoha village with some curiosity. He was very interested in the scenery he saw after his resurrection. This is the village where we live. While signaling the Anbu to put them on alert, Tobirama Senju chatted with Shiera Emiya about the stories of this era. It should be more than 1,000 years since the time of Lord Emiya. 1,000 years. Shiera Emiya felt a little lost, and sighed softly. No wonder the style of the house is so different from what I saw before. After talking about the buildings in Konoha, Emi Yashiera seemed to realize something and suddenly became happy. 1,000 years have passed, so medical ninjutsu must be very advanced now. At least in our time, there was no technique to resurrect the dead. The wisdom of later generations is really amazing. Senju Tobirama's expression suddenly became subtle. I feel a little ashamed. Senju Tobirama sighed, hoping that the other party would not be too disappointed with the medical level of this era. The forbidden technique that resurrected Lord Emiya was used for combat. Even I was lucky to have allowed Lord Emiya to retain his sanity. The medical ninjutsu and medical technology of this era are still the same as when Lord Emiya founded it. Is that so? Emi Yashiera's face visibly darkened, as if his ideals had been shattered. Have humans finally used the power of chakra to fight? For a medical ninja, war is undoubtedly the most annoying thing. Since the Senju clan has always preserved Emi Yashiera's crystal coffin, Senju Tobirama has heard many stories about Emi Yashiera since he was a child. He can guess Emi Yashiera's ideals, but he has to hope that this predecessor will face reality. It's all about survival. In order to survive the cruel warring states period, we can only continue to use chakra to improve our combat abilities. Senju Tobirama did not hide anything and told a story about the chaotic warring states period. He also praised his brother in front of Emi Yashiera, hoping that the other party could understand how important his brother was in this era. Fortunately, the war is finally over. My elder brother, Senju Hashirama, used his great power to completely put an end to the chaos since the Warring States period and established a peaceful system between the country and the ninja village. We invited other ninja clans to found Konoha, so that the ninjas who once fought each other put aside their hatred for each other and became companions who relied on each other in one village. In the future, Senju Tobirama paused and took the opportunity to paint a rosy picture for the founder of medical ninjutsu 1,000 years ago. As long as Big Brother's injury can be healed and will not affect his lifespan, his prestige will surely allow the ninja world to maintain peace, and medical ninjutsu will surely make greater progress in the future. Emi Yashiera's eyes also became subtle. However, Emi Yashiera did not expose the hollow pie of Senju Tobirama directly. He sighed faintly and said, "Don't worry, I will never let my patients down. Besides, your last name is Senju." There was no embarrassment on Senju Tobirama's face. In fact, the assistant Hokage of Konoha village has never cared about his own face. If he can achieve his goal, he doesn't care what impact this matter will have on himself. But this saint who was deified thousands of years ago seems to have a story. Senju Tobirama remembered the relief that Emi Yashiera showed when he mentioned the Senju clan, and couldn't help wanting to get some information. Sir Emiya should have some connection with our Senju clan, because the children of our clan have all grown up listening to your stories since childhood. It's somewhat related. If you are the descendants of Azura. Azura. Good. Emi Yashiera followed Senju Tobirama and casually mentioned the history he had experienced. I had a friend named Ashura. He couldn't use the surname left by his father, so I gave him 2 surnames as a backup for his descendants. One of the last names is Senju. One last name is Uzumaki. Emi Yashiera looked at Senju Tobirama and sighed. It seems that Ashura's descendants still chose the surname Senju. Senju Tobirama's pupils suddenly widened. Senju Tobirama never thought that his clan's surname actually came from this. This is not fake, because these 2 surnames do exist. The ninja clan developed from these 2 surnames has continued to this day. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan happen to be distant relatives with the same ancestor. Actually, both the Senju and the Uzumaki were used. The Uzumaki clan of another surname are our distant relatives. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "It is really unexpected that the surnames of the Senju of the forest and the Uzumaki clan actually come from Lord Emiya. I guess my brother will nag me a little when he wakes up." He used the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation to resurrect a senior who was highly respected by the world, especially since this senior seemed to have a very close relationship with their ancestor. Time flies, and the world changes. Emi Yashiera's tone was full of vicissitudes and nostalgia, as if he was missing his old friend. "I never thought that after so long, Ashura's descendants still exist." Senju Tobirama remained silent. Because Senju Tobirama could hear that Lord Emiya and his ancestor named Ashura must be very good friends. This is a good thing. At least he knew that the other party would be mostly friendly. Although Senju Tobirama believes that the reputation of someone like Emi Yashiera that has stood the test of history and time is strong enough, Senju Tobirama is very cautious when facing his elder brother's problems. This character makes it impossible for him to maintain complete trust in a force that he cannot control. Such as the Uchiha clan in the village. Even though the Uchiha clan is also a member of Konoha village, Senju Tobirama cannot fully trust this clan whose abilities are out of control. Especially a few days ago, the previous Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Madara, who had left Konoha for many years, suddenly controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, and even caused the eldest brother to be seriously injured. It is for this reason Senju Tobirama ordered the Anbu to strengthen surveillance of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Madara was finally killed by his elder brother, these Uchiha clan members may be innocent, but Senju Tobirama cannot guarantee whether there will be a dangerous person like Uchiha Madara in the future among these Uchiha clan members. After all, the appearance of the eldest brother in the Senju clan is a special case. It is not impossible for Uchiha Madara to be born in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan possesses the bloodline limit Sharingan created by evil chakra, which can evolve in unpredictable situations. Perhaps sooner or later, another dangerous and evil person like Uchiha Madara will be born again. This is a hidden danger. Do not know either. Are Indra's descendants still around? At this time, Emi Yashiera suddenly mentioned an unfamiliar name, as if he was worried that Senju Tobirama would not understand, and began to tell the story about Indra. Indra and Asura are brothers. Indra and our philosophy were not in line at first. Asura and I believe that chakra should be a force that allows people to understand and save the world, while Indra believes that chakra is a force used to rule the world. Finally, we went our separate ways. I don't know what the surname of Indra's descendants is. When Emi Yashiera said this, he seemed to know nothing about Indra's descendants, and he carefully introduced the characteristics of Indra's descendants. However, his descendants should have inherited a magical and powerful bloodline limit, which can generate unique chakra in the eyes, and even after evolution, they can use some powerful and strange eye techniques. That eye technique is called the Sharingan. Senju Tobirama took the initiative to add the name of this bloodline limit. The eyes of the Hokage assistant of Konoha village darkened. It was unexpected that Indra and Asura were brothers, and that the annoying clan also had a connection with the Senju clan. But it turns out that he is an Uchiha who is born evil. The ancestor of the Uchiha clan was so evil, compared to the righteous ancestor of the Senju clan, Asura. The ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Indra, actually had the evil idea of using chakra to rule the world. Even a medical ninja with noble character like Emi Yashiera is unwilling to associate with the evil ancestor of their Uchiha clan. New author, new book, please collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 The Power of Emi Yashiera. Chapter 3 The Power of Emi Yashiera. Now, their last name is Uchiha. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have been fighting for generations. As if he had found a soulmate, Tobirama Senju spoke of his dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan. My elder brother defeated the Uchiha clan and persuaded them to join Konoha, but there are still evil people among them like their ancestors. Senju Tobirama did not notice a problem. The assistant Hokage of Konoha village has been listening to the stories told by Emi Yashiera, and his trust in Emi Yashiera is increasing rapidly. He likes to listen to these stories very much. However, it was impossible for Senju Tobirama to doubt a person who lived thousands of years ago. He only knew that he had found a strong evidence of monitoring the Uchiha clan from Emi Yashiera's mouth. Brother. Senju Tobirama's eyes were gloomy, and he mentioned a person he hated. He was also injured by an evil Uchiha. That guy is called Uchiha Madara. When Senju Tobirama mentioned this name, he did not hide his hatred and disdain. My elder brother invited him to help end the chaos, but that guy betrayed my elder brother's trust. It would have been fine if he had left Konoha, but when he came back, he even tried to destroy Konoha and kill my elder brother, causing the ninja world to fall back into the flames of the Warring States period. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara finally died. Finally, my brother no longer has to be bound by that guy. Shiera Emiya sighed, as if feeling a little sad. It sounds like the man you mentioned, Uchiha Madara, is as warlike as his ancestor. At first, Asura wants everyone to understand. But Indra wants to rule the ninja world. They were brothers, but they started fighting for different ideals, and the fight lasted until their death. Humph! This must be the evil inherited in our blood. Senju Tobirama's expression was very ugly, and he criticized the Uchiha clan strongly, just like the evil bloodline limit Sharingan that the Uchiha clan has inherited from generation to generation. The power of the Sharingan. Shiera Emiya talked about the history of the Sharingan. At the beginning, I discovered that the power of the Sharingan would slowly make Indra become extreme. Good. I have also studied the power of the Sharingan. This kind of bloodline limit will definitely be controlled by emotions. Senju Tobirama knew a lot about the Sharingan, and he told him everything sincerely as if he had met a soulmate, because the evolution of the Sharingan is affected by the chakra born from extreme emotions. This also means, the more powerful the Uchiha, the more likely they are to go to extremes. The more extreme the Uchiha, the easier it is to become powerful. This is an unsolvable problem. If an Uchiha's emotions cannot be guided in the right direction and his life refuses to settle down, he will eventually become extremely dangerous. Must be monitored. Must be strictly monitored. We must monitor it strictly. Senju Tobirama secretly decided to implement his plan. Konoha did not have enough manpower to monitor every Uchiha, so they had to concentrate on surveillance. These Uchiha are still companions for now. I need to set up a new department for them. This department is managed exclusively by the Uchiha clan, who divide the Uchiha's residences together and have people secretly sent by the Anbu to monitor them closely. Konoha Hospital. The defenses here are extremely strict. Because the battle between the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara was too loud, the aftermath of their battle changed the terrain of the ninja world and formed a canyon at the place of the battle. This battle cannot be hidden from other ninja villages. Ninja villages in other countries sent people to infiltrate Konoha to find out the news about the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Because the safety of the first Hokage was related to the peace of the ninja world, Konoha could only strictly seal up the information about the first Hokage. Suzuki. Senju Tobirama suddenly called out loudly. The corner of Emi Yashiera's eye twitched. No. Isn't this wrong? How come Suzuki suddenly appeared? This era shouldn't be just a few years after Konoha was founded, right? According to his memories of his previous life, this time should have been the time when the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End had just passed. How come Suzuki suddenly appeared? Tobirama-sama. A young ninja strode forward. The young ninja looked at Emi Yashiera beside Senju Tobirama, with a hint of confusion in his eyes and a hint of vigilance in his voice. Master Tobirama, this is Lord Emi Yashiera. Senju Tobirama had great trust in this young ninja, and said in a deep voice, Suzuki, everyone should be able to rest assured now, and there is no need to worry about the situation in the village. I used forbidden techniques to revive Lord Emiya and asked him to heal Big Brother's injuries. You should have heard of his name. Big Brother's injuries will no longer be a problem. Is it the greatest medical ninja, Lord Emiya? A look of amazement flashed across the young ninja's face, and he looked at Emi Yashiera in front of him with disbelief. I grew up hearing the name of Lord Emiya, but I never thought that one day I would be able to see him in person. This is Sarutobi Suzuki, the leader of our Konoha's Jonin squad. Senju Tobirama introduced the young ninja to Emi Yashiera, and then instructed Sarutobi Suzuki, Suzuki, keep the matter of Lord Emiya strictly confidential from the people in the village. Although Tobirama Senju held power in Konoha as the Hokage's assistant, he did not practice complete dictatorship. During the time when Konoha was in trouble because of Hashirama Senju's injury, other ninjas in the village were also feeling uneasy and had some knowledge of the situation. If something unexpected happens, Konoha will definitely face hostility from other ninja villages. At this point in time, Senju Tobirama must unite the ninja clans in the village so that Konoha will not collapse due to his eldest brother's problems shortly after its establishment. The Sarutobi clan is one of the larger ninja clans in Konoha. The three Inoshikacho clans, which consist of the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan and the Yamanaka clan in Konoha village, were headed by the Sarutobi clan during the Warring States period. Sarutobi Suzuki has been helping to stabilize other ninja clans, so that everyone in the village will not panic. Introducing Emi Yashiera himself is also a reassurance to Sarutobi Suzuki. Senju Tobirama asked Sarutobi Suzuki to be responsible for protecting his eldest brother, also to let them know that he trusted these ninja clans enough. At least compared with the independent Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan was indeed trustworthy. I'll take Emi-ya-kun to the ward first. Senju Tobirama patted Sarutobi Suzuki on the shoulder, took the initiative to step forward to lead the way, and praised Emi-ya-shiera. Sarutobi Suzuki is a ninja with a tough temperament. He is also the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan. In many cases, even I can't compare to him. Speaking of which, his child Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a very good student. At this age, he has already mastered the summoning technique of their clan. When Senju Tobirama said this, he looked at Emi-ya-shiera with a somewhat obscure look, as if he hoped that Emi-ya-shiera could bring up some stories about the ancestors of the Sarutobi clan. Emi-ya-shiera looked at Senju Tobirama with some surprise. Do you want me to tell you something about the past of the Sarutobi clan? I don't know the past of the Sarutobi clan, I only know its future. Emi-ya-shiera met Senju Tobirama's gaze and shook his head gently. In my time, there was no name for the Sarutobi clan. In the era when the ninja clan was first established, the Sage of Six Paths is the only one in the ninja clan who has his own surname. Ninjutsu. Six Paths Immortal. Senju Tobirama paused, stared at Emi-ya-shiera, and asked subconsciously, could it be that Lord Emiya has actually seen the legendary god? God. Emi-ya-shiera was a little surprised and looked at Senju Tobirama curiously. The Senju clan, don't they have any records about the Six Paths Sage? Senju Tobirama shook his head, then nodded. For our time, the Six Paths Sage is the creator god in mythology. He quelled the disaster of the ninja world with the Amenyama spear, spread chakra in the ninja world, and founded the ancient ninja section. Well enough. Shiera Emiya was a little noncommittal about the Six Paths Sage, and casually said, I thought the Senju clan should have a record, because the Six Paths Sage is the father of Ashura, the ancestor of your clan, and Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama's heart couldn't stop beating. Such a secret! He had never heard of it. The ancestors of the Senju and Uzumaki clans are actually the Six Paths Sages. One can imagine what this news about the ancestor would mean once it leaked out. It's a pity that this news came too late. Of course. It would be even better if the other party was not the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is already unruly. Now that they know that their ancestor is the Six Paths Sage, they will probably become even more arrogant in the village, right? Six Paths Sage is a good man. Emi-ya-shiera ignored Senju Tobirama's concerns and continued, I proposed the concept of medical ninja in this world. The Sage of Six Paths was the first person to donate his body for human experimentation and medical research after his death. Of course. There is another truth that Emi-ya-shiera did not mention. The remains of the Six Paths Sage were not donated voluntarily. Because the ninja system refreshed a task commission to recover the remains of the Six Paths Sage, he had to use an ally to complete this task commission. I got the remains of the Six Paths Sage, and only then did I truly gain enough strength to survive in this world since I traveled through time. Unfortunately, the Six Paths Sage's remains did not contain the ability to live forever, otherwise I wouldn't have to cross death and come this far. Name, Emi-ya-shiera, Emi-ya-shiera. Sex, male. Occupation, ninja. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Chakra energy, A. Chakra is the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy in the human body. It can improve the physical strength of the human body and can also affect the lifespan of the human body. The host's chakra energy level was SSSS and when he was alive. Currently, he is in the infinite chakra state of the impure world reincarnation. The maximum chakra energy that can be output and used is limited to A by the impure world body, which is approximately equal to 1 card, a unit of chakra measurement. Bloodline ability. Would release, S, is a reward from a commission to recover the remains of the sacred tree. It is a special bloodline limit that uses chakra as the source of life. The technique performed can absorb the enemy's chakra to make it more powerful. The current power of wood release is limited by the impure world body. The innate samsara I.S. is a reward from the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. It possesses the bloodline network that communicates yin and yang and controls life and death. It is more powerful than the ordinary samsara I and can use many mysterious I techniques. It can also use Susanoo, which is more powerful than the eternal Manjaki Sharingan and comparable to a god. The current ability is limited by the impure world body and cannot use the ultimate I technique of the samsara I, Kana. The eternal Manjaki Sharingan, S, is a reward for the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. It has a strong visual observation ability, is naturally endowed with a strong illusion ability, and is pregnant with the magical power of the pupil technique. It can activate the ultimate pupil technique, Susanoo. Battle mode. Curse seal mode. Use the characteristics of the remains of the sacred tree to absorb natural energy to cultivate yourself, and can be used to generate curse seals containing natural energy. When the chakra energy in the host's body is exhausted, the curse seals on the body will continuously provide chakra through natural energy conversion, and can even be transformed into curse seal mode for combat. Sage mode. Based on self-cultivation in the curse seal mode, the sage mode is generated by perfectly balancing physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy to generate sage chakra. In sage mode, the ninja's perception and combat capabilities will be even stronger. Six paths mode, a reward from the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. This is a perfect combat mode that masters the power of yin and yang. It can strengthen all the power in the body and can use the seeking truth jade to fight. Currently using the six paths mode will immediately unlock the impure world reincarnation and return to the underworld or the gap between the underworld and the living world. Skill. Swordsmanship, S. Self-cultivation. Physical skills, S. Self-cultivation. Medical ninjutsu, S. Self-cultivation, can use the chakra in the body to treat patients, master the power of yang and even cure any disease. Currently cannot use the power of yang due to the limitation of the impure world body. Wood release, S, is a reward from the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. You can cast the wood release technique without making hand seals. Fire escape, S, is a reward from the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. You can cast the fire escape technique without making hand seals. Wind escape, S, is a reward from the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. You can cast the wind escape technique without making hand seals. Water escape technique, S, is a reward from the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. You can cast a water escape technique without making a seal. Earth escape, S, is a reward from the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. You can perform the earth escape technique without making hand seals. Lightning release, S, is a reward from the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. You can cast the lightning release technique without making hand seals. Yin yang escape, S, is a reward from the commission to recover the remains of the six paths sage. You can use yin yang escape techniques. Mastering the power of yin and yang can greatly increase the power of all techniques. Currently, due to the restrictions of the impure world body, the power of yin and yang cannot be used. Spiritual summoning technique, S, self-cultivation. The spiritual blood contract is the slug of the wet bone forest, and can remotely summon the spiritual beast to fight together. Currently, due to the limitation of the dirty earth body, the spiritual beast that signed the blood contract cannot be summoned. Shin power, S, is derived from the space-time pupil technique of the Manjaki Sharingan, which can create a unique Shin power space, allowing the caster's body to instantly enter the Shin power space to avoid any attack, and can also quickly absorb objects from a distance to launch an attack. Currently, due to the limitations of the impure world body and chakra level, the maximum power of Shin power cannot be exerted. Kana, S, is derived from the ultimate pupil technique of the Rin-Egan, which can generate a hidden defensive mirror around the body. The mirror absorbs all the information of the spells encountered by the host and the host will know it. It will rebound all the spell attacks. The spell consumption must not exceed the host's chakra energy limit. Currently cannot be used due to the restrictions of the impure world body. On the surface, Emiya Shiera's strength is not weak. In reality, Shiera Emiya is indeed very strong. Just by using any technique without the need for hand seals, he can gain an unparalleled advantage in battle, not to mention the ultimate bloodline limits such as the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the Rin-Egan, and even the Six Paths mode that surpasses ordinary ninjas. But the dirty world state still cannot bring out its true power. It's a bit of a pity. I resurrected a little too early. Emiya Shiera looked at Senju Tobirama who was walking in front of him. This guy, Tobirama Senju. He is a person who is not easily deceived. This guy is used to wanting to control everything. Emiya Shiera noticed it the moment he was resurrected. Senju Tobirama tried to control himself, but because he was a kind person, he temporarily gave up the idea. What a shame! If a person with an evil disposition uses the impure world reincarnation technique to revive himself, he can deceive the other party and use the samsara eye that he left in this world to truly revive himself. A day to remember Orochimaru. Today is 7,000 words. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, You Think I End number 039, Am an Old Antique? Chapter 4, You Think I'm an Old Antique, in front of the ward of Konoha Hospital. Senju Tobirama sincerely hoped that Emiya Shiera would not reveal the secrets of the ancient times to others, especially his elder brother Senju Hashirama. Because he knew what kind of person his elder brother was. Once the eldest brother knows that the ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha are brothers, and even descendants of the Six Paths Sage, he will be more tolerant towards the Uchiha clan. This would hinder his future plans to suppress the Uchiha clan. In fact, if possible, Senju Tobirama would rather Emiya Shiera only make the evil Uchiha ancestor Indra public, so that it would be easier for him to suppress the Uchiha clan. However, Senju Tobirama knew that Shiuan Emiya was an upright gentleman, and he must have known that these words were just aimed at suppressing the Uchiha clan, so he was unlikely to agree to do so. And so, Senju Tobirama's words were very cautious. Mr. Emiya. The situation in Konoha is very unstable right now. Senju Tobirama's voice was somewhat heavy, and he began to lie without hesitation. If these secrets from the ancient times were leaked out, it would definitely cause people to talk about it. Although Uchiha Madara wants to destroy Konoha, we still want to regard the Uchiha clan who joined Konoha as our companions. Once the people in the village know the story of Indra, they will definitely suspect that the Uchiha clan is born evil, and they will definitely reject the Uchiha clan even more. Emiya Shiera looked a little strange. What's going on? You're bullying me because I'm an old-fashioned guy, right? I'm just dead, not old. The second Hokage of Konoha village, Tobirama Senju, hopes that the village will not exclude Uchiha. Why does this sound like a joke, moreover? Aren't you the one who took the lead in ostracizing the Uchiha? However, Senju Tobirama is very good at making excuses for himself. The statement made by the Hokage's assistant was truly impeccable. In order to integrate the Uchiha into Konoha, my eldest brother has always been very kind to the Uchiha clan. Once he knew that the ancestors of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were brothers, and that he had to kill his former friend Uchiha Madara in order to protect the village, he would definitely treat the Uchiha clan more closely if he felt that he owed his friend. In this case, the other ninjas in the village will think it's unfair. If the people in the village knew that our ancestors Ashura and Indra were brothers, they would definitely start to question the eldest brother's unfairness. My eldest brother is the first Hokage of Konoha. The relationship between the various ninja clans in Konoha is extremely fragile now. Some people question whether the Hokage's attitude is fair enough, which can easily cause the peace that has been achieved with great difficulty to collapse. Senju Tobirama went around in circles in his words and came back to his original starting point. Mr. Emiya, for the sake of peace in Konoha and the ninja world, I can only ask you to keep these ancient ninja clans secret and seal them up. Emi Yashiera really couldn't find a reason to refuse the other party. After all, Tobirama Senju speaks nicely and his words are on the moral high ground. His words are simply questioning Emi Yashiera. As a good man from ancient times, he certainly doesn't want to see the ninja world fall into a chaotic war again, right, these days. It's so hard to be a good person. If you want to be a good person, you must be prepared to be morally blackmailed. Fortunately, Shiera Emiya is better at morally blackmailing others. I can only try not to say the wrong thing. Shiera Emiya shook his head and explained hesitantly, because in our time, people often use chakra to communicate during spiritual practice. People tend not to hide their thoughts, nor lie to their companions. I'm so sorry. I can only do my best. A hint of apology appeared on Emi Yashiera's face, hoping that Senju Tobirama could understand his noble character. After all, I'm not very good at hiding my true thoughts. I'm the one who should say sorry. Senju Tobirama was not dissatisfied with Emi Yashiera. He let out a long sigh and felt a sense of yearning for the ancient times that Emiya mentioned. I have also heard some legends about the Six-Path Sage. It is said that when he founded the ninja sect, people respected and understood each other. Did not expect. These legends are actually true. It's not absolute. Shiera Emiya rubbed his brows a little embarrassedly, and seemed to explain casually, for example, the people of the ninja clan could not understand the thoughts of Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha, so he later chose to leave the ninja clan and wanted to use the power of the Sharingan to destroy the ninja clan's village. In the end, Ashura combined with everyone's chakra to defeat him. What? Senju Tobirama heard this somewhat familiar style of painting and subconsciously denounced Indra, that Uchiha ancestor who was born evil. This kind of behavior. It's exactly the same as Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara left Konoha, the leaf he founded, and wanted to destroy it, but was eventually killed by his elder brother, who thwarted his evil plot. Uchiha Madara and his ancestors are not good people. Speaking of which, Emi Yashiera changed the subject and praised Senju Tobirama. You have a very good relationship with your brother. Such a harmonious relationship between brothers is really rare. It's as it should be. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but feel a little emotional, remembering how eagerly his elder brother protected him when he was a child. After all, my elder brother has been taking care of me since I was a child. Emi Yashiera. This good man is really nice. At least Senju Tobirama thought he had a very pleasant chat with the other party. According to Shiera Emiya, it can be inferred that the ninjas in ancient times were all good people, and that era should have been a true paradise on earth. Okay. Except for the Uchiha ancestor who was born evil. Let's go in. Senju Tobirama pushed open the door of the ward, and his attitude towards Emi Yashiera became more humble. Brother's injury, we are powerless to treat him, so we can only entrust you, Lord Emiya. It doesn't have to be this way. Emi Yashiera waved his hand, turned and walked into the ward. His back became serious. Don't worry, I'm a medical ninja, I won't let my patients down. There was a faint floral scent in the ward. Emi Yashiera's gaze fell on the person lying on the hospital bed. The man had long black hair and was wrapped tightly in bandages. He lay motionless on the bed with his eyes closed, but his breathing seemed very even. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Without a doubt the most powerful ninja of this era. Brother has never been so weak. Senju Tobirama stood beside Emi Yashiera, his face looking particularly grim. The battle with Uchiha Madara a few days ago almost exhausted his chakra. Let me see. Emi Yashiera placed his fingers on the patient's wrist. Would release ninja. Emi Yashiera seemed a little surprised and fell into deep thought. In theory, the source of wood release is the power of the sacred tree. Ashura awakened wood release with the chakra bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths. This power is unlikely to be inherited by future generations. My eldest brother awakened wood release after he became an adult. Senju Tobirama immediately took note of the secret mentioned by Emi Yashiera, and took the initiative to remind Emi Yashiera to pay attention to the patient. Sir Emi Ya, how is his condition? Don't worry. Emi Yashiera looked at Senju Tobirama and took the initiative to comfort him. The patient's self-healing ability is very strong, but because his chakra is almost exhausted, his injuries have not recovered yet. As long as the chakra recovers, there will be no problem. Senju Tobirama thought the other party was talking nonsense. Because even I can see my brother's situation. But Emi Yashiera paused and talked about the problem that concerned Senju Tobirama. The patient overused his self-healing ability, causing cells to divide and regenerate faster, which has damaged his lifespan. In addition, he used too much of his life energy to increase the power of wood release. This situation is quite troublesome. Is it troublesome? Instead of being nervous, Tobirama Senju's face relaxed a little. In other words, can Lord Emi Ya solve it? In ancient times, this was a minor problem. As long as I use the power of Yang to heal it, it will be fine. Emi Yashiera narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with some regret, however, in this state, I am no different from a dead person. There is no way for me to use the power of Yang. It would be enough if I could truly and perfectly resurrect myself. Book by an old author. A Naruto fan work from the big boss Jizubuhuang. Ninja school teacher, I can become stronger by teaching. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 How could you have such an extravagant idea? Chapter 5 How could you have such an extravagant idea? Sometimes, you can't be too blunt. Emi Yashiera didn't feel comfortable telling Senju Tobirama directly that as long as he could truly resurrect himself, he could cure his elder brother. Senju Tobirama is a suspicious person by nature. Once he makes it clear, the other party will definitely suspect that his resurrection is a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy though. But because this is a conspiracy, it needs to be carefully designed and nurtured slowly, otherwise the conspiracy will be easily discovered. However, Senju Tobirama was a little bit naive and didn't care at all whether Emi Yashiera could be truly resurrected. He was only concerned about what the Yang power was that could save his elder brother's life. Mr. Emi Ya, what is the power of Yang? Senju Tobirama frowned and analyzed by himself. This power seems to be related to Yang attribute chakra. I remember that Yang attribute chakra can indeed create many magical secret techniques. The use of medical ninjutsu is also related to Yang attribute chakra. For example, the Akimichi clan in Konoha village. Senju Tobirama knew that the people of the Akimichi clan were good at using the secret technique developed using the Yang attribute chakra, the multiplication technique, which could make the human body and strength become extremely huge in a short period of time. Good. The power of Yang is the ultimate Yang attribute chakra. Emi Yashiera had no choice but to explain the concept of Yang power, trying to tempt Senju Tobirama as much as possible. Yang power can create life out of thin air, regenerate the patient's severed limbs, and quickly restore the patient's damaged organs. When Emi Yashiera said this, he looked at Hashirama Senju on the bed with regret. Of course, it can also give new life to patients whose vitality has been exhausted, so that they can continue to live. That. Senju Tobirama was a little curious and asked this key question: how can a ninja reach the extreme of Yang attribute chakra and possess Yang power? It's not easy. Emi Yashiera's eyes flashed, and he sighed softly. The simplest way is for someone with Yang power in his body to share his Yang power with another person. Your brother. You are the most suitable person for me to share the power of Yang. A hint of emerald green chakra appeared on Shiera Emi Ya's palm, which slowly dissipated. He said with some regret, it's a pity that the yang power in my body disappeared without a trace during this resurrection. I don't know what happened. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath. Feel sorry. It's my mistake. Senju Tobirama took the initiative to apologize and explained in a deep voice, there was a mistake in my impure world reincarnation technique, because this is the first time I use this technique. No problem. Emi Yashiera did not blame Senju Tobirama, and comforted him, maybe it's because this body is not my body when I was alive, or maybe it disappeared in the underworld. Senju Tobirama frowned and nodded. Emi Yashiera had a question mark in his mind about Senju Tobirama. No. Do you really think it's my problem? If it's not you who has the problem, could it be that there's something wrong with me, your ancestor from the ancient times? In order to make the impure world reincarnation technique successful, his soul deliberately stayed in the underworld, and even came here on its own when the technique was used to summon the soul. If you don't actively cooperate, it would be strange if this crude technique could succeed. What a headache! At this point, Emi Yashiera could only continue. At least find an excuse to stay in this world. Even if he was active in the ninja world with an impure body, there would be other opportunities in the future. After all, he had left a backup plan back then. Never mind. Emi Yashiera looked at Hashirama Senju lying on the bed, sighed and said, now I will try some other medical methods. First, limit the chakra in his body and prevent his self-healing and regeneration ability from dividing the cells in his body too quickly. This is not easy. Senju Tobirama agreed with Emi Yashiera's method, but he didn't quite believe in Emi Yashiera's methods. Big Brother's chakra is very strong, it's difficult to limit his chakra. It's really strong. Emi Yashiera raised his finger, a hint of black appeared on the tip of his finger, and he praised, he is not much inferior to your clan's ancestor Ashura. This is. Senju Tobirama's gaze was somewhat solemn. Curse seal. Shiera Emiya looked at the curse seal energy on his fingertips and introduced, this is a curse seal condensed from natural energy. It can prevent people from using the chakra in their bodies. Once the chakra is used rashly, it will restrict the opponent's actions. I don't know if it will work for him. Emi Yashiera looked a little cautious, as if he was not sure whether his method would work, because the patient has traces of practicing sage mode in his body may be very easy to adapt to the energy of the curse seal, and it may not be possible to seal his power. Natural energy, can I feel it? Senju Tobirama looked at Emi Yashiera and took the initiative to suggest, I have some knowledge of some techniques, maybe I can try to improve them and help a little. It couldn't be better. This ancient medical ninja was just tangled up to the right degree. Because Senju Tobirama was also a little conflicted, he trusted Emi Yashiera enough and was a little embarrassed to doubt the power of the curse seal on Emi Yashiera's fingers. Even though Senju Tobirama knew that the other party had no ill intentions, he was just unwilling to trust others when it came to his elder brother's affairs, and he could only feel at ease if he did the job himself. I'm just a little worried. A hint of uneasiness appeared on Emi Yashiera's face. Is there a problem? Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows. This is not a common medical procedure. Shiera Emiya was indeed somewhat dissatisfied, and expressed his concerns sincerely. Although the curse seal will temporarily block a person's chakra, once the person who has been cursed has completely mastered the seal, it will also allow the person to fuse the seal and gain even more powerful chakra. I'm a little worried. Spread the power of the curse to the world. It will also be used in battles by future generations just like chakra. Shiera Emiya sighed about his past. When the Six-Path Sage and the Ninja clan spread chakra, many people were worried that chakra would be used by the world to fight. Ashura and I believed that the world would use chakra to save the world from suffering just like us. Now it seems our thinking was wrong. Chakra is ultimately used by ninjas to fight each other. Mr. Emiya, this is not your fault. Senju Tobirama understood Emi Yashiera's concerns and comforted him, what is wrong in this world is never power, but the greedy human heart that refuses to stop. Do not worry. I won't reveal the curse. Senju Tobirama raised his palm, looked at Emi Yashiera coldly and swore, moreover, if I use the power of the curse seal to fight, my soul will not rest in peace in the underworld after I die. There is no need to do this. The corner of Emi Yashiera's eye couldn't help but twitch. No. This guy, Tobirama Senju. Don't you really have any idea? A person who has figured out the art of impure world reincarnation disturbs the peace of other people's souls, yet he still thinks his own soul can rest in peace? How can you be so extravagant? But now that Tobirama Senju has sworn a poisonous oath, he had no choice but to go with the flow and cast the curse on Senju Tobirama. If Tobirama Senju discovers any problems in the future and wants to cancel his impure world reincarnation, the curse seal can be used by him to counter the other party's actions. Please continue to read the new book. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Ban Ban Ban, I knew it was Ban Ban. Chapter 6, Ban Ban Ban, I knew it was Ban Ban. Feel it. Emi Yashiera easily left a pitch-black curse seal on the arm of Senju Tobirama, and even made it into the whirlpool mark of the Konoha ninja. Chakra. It really can't be activated. When Senju Tobirama raised his fingers and wanted to use his chakra, the curse seal on his arm flowed slowly through his body like warm water, sealing his chakra and even making his body stiff. But Tobirama Senju is definitely a genius in the study of ninjutsu. The assistant Hokage of Konoha village immediately realized that he could not fight against the energy of the curse seal, and took the initiative to guide the power of the curse seal to fuse with his own chakra. This power. A hint of surprise flashed across Senju Tobirama's face. The fusion of this seal containing natural energy and chakra does indeed greatly enhance the strength of the ninja. Senju Tobirama had to admit that Emi Yashiera's worry about the spread of the curse leading to new conflicts in the ninja world was justified. If an ordinary ninja obtains the power of the curse seal, he can even gain chakra comparable to that of a jonin under the amplification of the curse seal, and then train the opponent. He will be a force that can play an important role on the battlefield. The only trouble is, the power of the curse is not so easy to control. Tobirama Senju was very aware of his knowledge of the principles of ninjutsu, which was why he was able to learn to guide the curse seal so quickly, but even so he was unable to achieve perfect control. Unfortunately, I promised Lord Emiya that I would not use the curse seal in a fight. Senju Tobirama can only hope that Konoha can always maintain peace, and that he will not have to use this power when he encounters desperate situations in the future. Let me help you break the curse. Emi Yashiera wanted to help Senju Tobirama remove the curse, and it seemed that he just wanted Senju Tobirama to experience the power of the curse, and he didn't seem to have any intention of using the curse to restrict his actions. While slowly forming hand seals, Emi Yashiera explained, this kind of crude use of natural energy is too easy to be mastered. I just hope that this power will not bring new wars to this world. Mr. Emiya. Senju Tobirama reached out and grabbed Emi Yashiera's wrist, and said in a deep voice, there is no need to be so anxious to remove the curse seal. I need to judge how long this energy can seal my brother's chakra based on the changes in the energy of the curse seal that Lord Emiya has placed on me. This medical ninja from ancient times was a little too naive. Perhaps it is because the other party was born in the ancient times when strong people emerged in large numbers, and believes that the ninja world of this era is also full of geniuses like that era? Natural energy. How can it be so easy to master? It's not that Tobirama Senju has never been exposed to natural energy. Senju Tobirama has a very good relationship with his brother Senju Hashirama. He witnessed with his own eyes how Hashirama mastered natural energy and cultivated a powerful sage mode. He was also curious about natural energy, but he was unable to accurately sense the energy of nature. Senju Tobirama was well aware of how precious this seal containing natural energy was, and there was a fleeting sense of shame in his heart. The curse is a kind of power. For ninjas like Senju Tobirama who lived through the Warring States period, strength means the ability to live longer. Strength. It means that you can have more complete control over the situation. Whether it was the turbulent public opinion within Konoha after his eldest brother was injured, or the hostile ninja villages outside Konoha that were spying on them like a pack of wolves, Senju Tobirama was unwilling to give up the power that could make him stronger. Senju Tobirama could only silently promise in his heart to Emi Yashiera, whom he had deceived, that he would only use this power at the most critical moment of his life. Of course, this kind of statement must not be told to the other party. What Senju Tobirama said was true. He really needed to judge how long the seal could seal his elder brother's chakra based on the energy of the seal in his own body. You have a really good relationship with your brother. Emi Yashiera shook his head. Perhaps because he had seen the brothers' fights in ancient times, he still didn't quite understand Senju Tobirama's actions. He could only helplessly remind him, if you don't remove the curse, your actions during this period may. No need to worry. Senju Tobirama raised his arm, and the energy of the curse seal on his arm flowed slowly like water, but it still did not hinder his movements. If nothing else, I will be able to completely control the curse today. I already know how it works. Senju Tobirama looked at his brother on the hospital bed and quickly planned to skip this topic. Let's put the curse seal on my eldest brother first. He has mastered the sage mode that can make more perfect use of the curse seal. Maybe he will soon absorb the curse seal for his own use. I'm worried about that, too. Emi Yashiera shook his head and sighed, then stretched out his fingers and placed them on Hashirama Senju's arm, and a pitch-black curse seal fell. Not surprisingly, the curse disappeared quickly. The natural energy in the seal is instantly absorbed by the human body. Senju Hashirama's body is very sensitive to natural energy, and when it encounters natural energy, it will quickly transform into Senjutsu Chakra, allowing him to quickly enter the state of sage mode. On the hospital bed, a hint of gleam appeared on Hashirama Senju's face. The first-generation Hokage lying on the bed seemed to feel the changes in his body. A trace of pain appeared on his face, and he murmured his first words in a coma. Bana. Senju Tobirama's face darkened. When did this happen? Why is Big Brother still talking about Uchiha Madara? Even when he was unconscious, he was still muttering about Uchiha Madara. That bastard controlled the Nine Tails and wanted to destroy Konoha, and even injured you and shortened your life. Why are you still talking about that bastard? If nothing else happens, the patient will be awake soon. Shiera Emiya breathed a sigh of relief and explained, although my curse seal did not achieve the expected result, his body automatically absorbed natural energy and entered the sage mode. His sage chakra recovery ability is also amazing, which may continue to damage his lifespan. But it doesn't matter. As long as the patient does not use the chakra in his body during this period after waking up and controls his body's self-healing ability, he can avoid further damage. After saying this, Shiera Emiya spoke up, intentionally or unintentionally, as for the damage to his lifespan, I have to think of a way to make up for it. Because I got the power of Yang in that era, I am used to using it to treat patients, and my research on medical skills has lagged behind. Thank you very much. The worry in Senju Tobirama's eyes gradually faded away. It really worked. Emi Yashiera revived his elder brother. Senju Tobirama recalled that when he led the Anbu to the battlefield, he brought back Uchiha Madara's body and his elder brother who was seriously injured. His elder brother fell into a coma when he returned to the village. The best medical ninja in the village was helpless against the eldest brother's injuries, and couldn't even accurately predict when he would wake up. No matter what, this kindness is worth remembering. Senju Tobirama was indeed very grateful in his heart. Moreover, Emi Yashiera did not mind disturbing his peace of soul, and was even willing to take the initiative to help find a way to make up for the loss of his elder brother's lifespan. I can't thank you enough. Senju Tobirama looked very serious and thanked Shiera Emiya again, and took the initiative to praise Shiera Emiya's contribution. Sir Emiya, you should not belittle yourself. If it weren't for you, there would be no medical ninjas willing to cure diseases and save lives in this world. After finishing speaking, Senju Tobirama did not wait for Emiya Shiera to be humble, and immediately revealed his true purpose. My brother's life is tied to the peace of Konoha and the expectations of everyone in Konoha for the future. The future all depends on you, Lord Emiya. This is the selfishness of Senju Tobirama. In fact, Tobirama Senju was also unwilling to release the impure world reincarnation. After all, he resurrected Emiya Shiera and found out a lot of secrets from the ancient times, and even obtained a curse seal that can utilize natural energy. Emiya Shiera. It's really a treasure. If Shiera Emiya has no way to deal with the damage to his elder brother's lifespan, Tobirama Senju can only try to delay it and try to find out more information before unlocking the impure world reincarnation and letting Shiera Emiya's soul return to the underworld. But this medical ninja from ancient times is really as great as the stories that have been passed down for thousands of years, and he wants to solve the big brother's problems so selflessly. This is really... It made Senju Tobirama feel like they hit it off. Senju Tobirama carefully thought about how to deal with Shiera Emiya so that he would not let the other party feel that he was treating this respected senior with disrespect, and also let Shiera Emiya's identity remain a secret in the village, so as not to cause other people to speculate. Emiya Shiera also felt that they hit it off. However, Emiya Shiera still had to maintain his demeanor as a medical ninja. He looked at the first Hokage lying on the hospital bed with some concern and gently reminded Senju Tobirama. The patient is waking up. Everything was just as Emiya Shiera said. Hashirama Senju, who was lying on the hospital bed, frowned, and the sage eyes on his face quickly faded. The first-generation Hokage suddenly sat up from his lying position, as if he had had a terrible nightmare, and shouted the name of his best friend with fear on his face, Spot. 5,000 words today. Please read, collect, and vote for me. Thank you all for your rewards, and thank you all for your monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 My Allies and Number 039, Pawns are my pawns. Chapter 7 My allies' pawns are my pawns. Spotted, what's so good about that evil Uchiha Madara, brother? Why are you still thinking about Uchiha Madara at this time? Senju Tobirama secretly belittled his brother in his heart, but he just wanted to maintain his brother's face in front of Emiya Shiera, an outsider. Big brother. Senju Tobirama reached out and held his brother's shoulder, persuading him to wake up from the remaining panic after the nightmare. Calm down a little. Who? Senju Hashirama raised his head subconsciously. So it's Tobirama. When Hashirama Senju saw his brother, the panic on his face gradually turned into calm, and he recalled with some fear the nightmare he had just experienced. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama looked at his hands, as if he couldn't believe that these hands were stained with the blood of his old friend in his dream. I dreamed that I killed Madara. Big brother. Senju Tobirama's expression changed. Do not. That wasn't a dream. Senju Hashirama's body suddenly seemed to collapse, his hands hung down weakly, and his expression was obviously filled with unspeakable pain and discomfort. Tobirama. I seem. Senju Hashirama spoke slowly, and with effort. He raised his hands. He supported his forehead with his palms, and 2 lines of hot tears slowly flowed from his eyes. He really killed Madara. Senju Tobirama was silent for a while. Although Senju Tobirama was very satisfied with his elder brother's decision to kill Uchiha Madara, he also knew that his elder brother would definitely be sad about Uchiha Madara's death. Senju Tobirama witnessed with his own eyes the friendship that was forged between his eldest brother and that evil guy amid the feud between the 2 clans. It was a bond that his eldest brother was willing to protect at the cost of his life. Pity. The bond between them was finally severed. It was even the case that Hashirama Senju killed Uchiha Madara with his own hands, thus severing the bond that had lasted from the Warring States period. Big brother. Senju Tobirama patted his eldest brother on the shoulder and persuaded him in a deep voice, "Don't forget, Madara wanted to use the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha. You chose to kill him in order to protect the village that everyone built together. To protect the village." Senju Hashirama's eyes became a little dull. To protect the village. This is the idea that I came up with. This prompted him to make up his mind to kill his best friend in battle. The village of Konoha was founded by him and Uchiha Madara together, and even the name Konoha was chosen by Uchiha Madara himself. And in this battle, Madara did not have the conviction to kill him. Uchiha Madara still didn't care about anything as before, thinking that he could just act like a child and make me submit by the end of a battle, forcing me to choose to obey his ideas and destroy the Konoha they built. But Senju Hashirama knew it very well. The importance he attached to Konoha had surpassed his friendship with Madara, and he had already made up his mind to kill anyone to protect Konoha. This determination led him to eventually kill Madara. However, this is exactly what made Hashirama Senju even more sad. In order to protect Konoha, he killed his friends with his own hands and abandoned the friendship he had worked hard to build over many years. It's so painful. This kind of pain in life is unbearable. Senju Hashirama's hands weakly grasped the quilt. He sat on the bed in a daze, tears streaming down his face, recalling his past with Uchiha Madara in his mind. Let the patient rest for a while. Emi Yashiera stood up and took the initiative to speak. The patient is restless now, it would be better to let him stay here alone for a while. Besides, don't let him use his chakra to recover from his injuries for the time being, to prevent his cells from dividing too quickly, which is bad for his body. It is good. Senju Tobirama helped his eldest brother lie down again. Senju Hashirama lay back on the hospital bed in a daze, not even noticing Emi Yashiera beside him. Tears were still slowly falling from his eyes. Big brother. Rest for a while. Senju Tobirama reached out to help him cover the quilt, and continued to instruct, don't use chakra during this period, control your body's self-healing ability. And many more. Senju Hashirama suddenly grabbed his brother and asked, Tobirama, has Madara's body been brought back to the village? The body has been processed and buried. Senju Tobirama's eyes flickered slightly. This was a lie that Senju Tobirama told his elder brother. Senju Tobirama hid Uchiha Madara's body in the mountains in advance. After all, Uchiha Madara is the strongest of the Uchiha clan, and possesses the highest level Manjiki Sharingan among the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit Sharingan. No matter from which aspect, Uchiha Madara's body has a very high research value. Senju Tobirama wants to dissect Uchiha Madara's body to study how to solve the Uchiha clan's Sharingan problem, so he naturally does not want to waste this opportunity. And Senju Tobirama hated Uchiha Madara since he was a child, so naturally he didn't care whether this research would desecrate Uchiha Madara's body. But this kind of thing must be kept secret from my eldest brother. However, this fact did not escape Emi Yashiera. Emi Yashiera had been observing the communication between the Senju brothers and noticed that there was something strange in Senju Tobirama's eyes. He remembered something very interesting. As a time traveler, Emi Yashiera had seen this period of Konoha's history in his memories of his previous life, and he also knew the ending in which Senju Tobirama hid Uchiha Madara's body. The corners of Emi Yashiera's mouth curled up. If nothing unexpected happens, perhaps he knows where his allies from thousands of years ago are. My chess piece? No, it's my ally. The pawns in the hands of my allies are also my pawns. I hope my ally Mr. Black Zetsu can forgive me for my betrayal. In this era, I will repent. Deep in the mountains of Konoha, in a secret cave room, a pitch-black creature quietly emerged from the ground. This strange-looking black creature is none other than the ally Black Zetsu mentioned by Emi Yashiera. Its life essence is extremely special, allowing it to survive for thousands of years. Black Zetsu stood in the secret room, staring blankly at the coffin in front of him, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Why did Uchiha Madara die? What are you doing? How come Uchiha Madara was killed? This is the most suitable chess piece I have discovered in thousands of years. The last most suitable chess piece was Emiyashi era 1,000 years ago. Even his genius wisdom and great dreams made him more suitable than Indra. As a result, that chess piece was too naive, and finally believed Ashura's lies. He actually thought that the ninja world would eventually become a paradise on earth where everyone is happy under the concepts of the ninja clan and medical ninjas. So naive. I actually believe that chakra is the power that brings happiness. Human beings are still too short-sighted and do not understand their nature of fighting each other for resources. Any kind of powerful force will inevitably become an increasingly efficient killing weapon. What a pity. Emiyashi era is so smart. How come such a kind-hearted person was convinced by the bright future described by Ashura? Heiju couldn't help but miss his once favorite chess piece more and more. In those crude ancient times, Emiyashi era had his summoning beast, the slug, help perform human experiments on his body in the wet bone forest, thereby obtaining part of the power of the divine tree and the sage of 6 paths. Almost. They will succeed, even. They could have defeated the 6 paths sage. What a shame. Emiyashi era was too obsessed with his naive dream. Of course. If Emiyashi era hadn't been too obsessed with that self-proclaimed great dream, he wouldn't have been used by the mastermind behind the scenes. Unfortunately, it was because of that self-proclaimed great dream that he was persuaded by the idiot Ashura and betrayed, even. Emiyashi era also entrusted his dream to Ashura. Snort. If he were still alive. You will definitely regret believing that idiot Ashura, it's really a pity. That Emiyashi era who had amazing wisdom in human medical technology, that Emiyashi era who was innocent and kind to the point of being a little foolish, that was his favorite chess piece in the past 1,000 years. In comparison, Uchiha Madara is a chess piece that is a little too arrogant. Before he even saw the slightest hope of his plan succeeding, he found that his plan seemed to be aborted with the death of Uchiha Madara. Banara is dead. Should I continue to wait? No, why not take off Madara's eyes first? At least it will be a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Just when Black Zetsu was feeling that the future was bleak, he suddenly noticed movement in the sealed coffin. Frightened, he quickly dived back underground. Black Zetsu's abilities are very unique. Because its body enters the ground just like entering water. However, it did not leave immediately, and even hid in a secret place in the secret room again, carefully observing the movements inside the tightly sealed coffin. Keep asking for collections and monthly tickets. To explain, in the first chapter, the 5 commissions that Wei Yuan had to complete included Naruto and Sasuke, so he could only bet on the world 1,000 years later. He could not live forever because his lifespan was limited. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Black Zetsu seems to have seen a friend who died a year ago. Chapter 8 Black Zetsu, it seems like I saw a friend who has been dead for 1,000 years. Click. The coffin in the secret room was slowly opened from the inside. A strong man climbed out of the coffin. The man had disheveled long hair. He opened his mouth and spat out a piece of flesh and blood into the palm of his right hand before he felt the taste of life again. It was Uchiha Madara. No one would have thought that Uchiha Madara was still alive. The entire ninja world may already know that Uchiha Madara was killed by Hashirama Senju himself, and would never have thought that this man could come back to life. The time is just right. It seems my guess was right. Uchiha Madara raised his head and looked around the secret room deep in the mountains, scornfully mocking the guy he hated the most. Even if I died in the battle with Hashirama, that sinister and despicable villain Senju Tobirama would not immediately dispose of my body. Uchiha Madara stretched out his left hand and subconsciously touched his eyes. One of his eyes was grayish-white, indicating that he was blind. Obviously. This blind eye was the price of his resurrection. I set up Izanagi's technique and the time to activate it in advance, and delayed the effect by transferring the seal left in the Sharingan. This method was successful. This is the secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Izanagi is the ultimate secret technique of the Uchiha clan, which can transform all adverse effects suffered by oneself in a short period of time into dreams. Even death. The transcription seal is the secret technique of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. One can prepare a certain technique in advance and seal it in the Sharingan, and at the same time set the time or special conditions for the technique to be activated, so that the technique will be activated at a certain time or under certain circumstances. It remains effective even after the person who set the transcription seal dies. Before the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he had already prepared for his defeat and escaped death by using Izanagi and the transcription seal. Uchiha Madara felt a little sorry for his blind eye, and reached out to touch his eye socket. "It's a pity that Izuna left me this eye." These are the eyes left for him by his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. However, when Uchiha Madara thought about his purpose of taking the initiative to provoke a fight with Senju Hashirama, his mood quickly cheered up again. Hashirama's flesh and blood. Uchiha Madara looked at the flesh and blood in his hand with burning eyes. It was what he bit off from Hashirama Senju's body during the battle, and it was also the trophy of this battle. This is the most important thing. Even more important than winning or losing this battle. This is also the result that Uchiha Madara wanted to achieve when he provoked the battle, a result that can only be achieved through a desperate battle. Hashirama. My plan succeeded this time. As long as I transplant this piece of flesh and blood onto my wound, I can get Hashirama's cells, and I should also be able to get his chakra. Uchiha Madara held the flesh and blood of Hashirama Senju tightly. He could feel the vitality of this piece of flesh and blood. He imagined the result after transplanting his own flesh and blood. The interaction between positive and negative forces creates a myriad of phenomena. The implication should be that by fusing the chakras of the fighting Senju and Uchiha clans, we can gain the power to save the world. Hope. I won't be disappointed. Before leaving the secret room, Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of something and suddenly raised his finger. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Bang! A shadow clone appeared beside him. Uchiha Madara looked at his shadow clone lying in the coffin pretending to be a corpse, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Humph! I'll just leave a shadow clone behind. If something happens to my shadow clone here, it can also report all the information it encounters to me when it disappears. This way I can also find out that when that sinister and despicable villain, Tobirama Senju, failed to study my corpse, he realized that I was still alive. At that time, it would be better to prepare early. As a ninja who had experienced brutal fighting and bloody conspiracies during the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara did not think that he could completely escape by faking his death. He just wanted to delay for as long as possible so that he could gain the so-called power of all things during this time. The shadow clone technique is very useful for strong people like them. The shadow clone that remains behind is a safety valve to ensure that the fake death will not be detected, because the characteristic of the shadow clone technique is that it will feed back information to the original body before death. Uchiha Madara thought he had prepared everything in advance, so he quietly left the secret room. He needed to find a quiet place to transplant Hashirama's flesh and blood. But before that, Uchiha Madara wanted to take another look at Hashirama. This battle was the most intense one the two of them had ever fought. Although Uchiha Madara knew that he had lost to Senju Hashirama in this battle, he also knew that he must have caused his former best friend to suffer unprecedented serious injuries. Perhaps that guy Hashirama is seriously injured and on the verge of death, right? Although that idiot has a strong self-healing ability, I have caused him severe damage. He shouldn't be able to wake up in such a short time, right? The last visit. Consider it a farewell to your past self. Uchiha Madara has already made up his mind. When he obtains the power of all things in the future and fights with Senju Hashirama again, he will definitely be determined to kill him. Hashirama. I also learned from you. Uchiha Madara recalled the last communication between the two of them, and recalled the pain when he was stabbed from behind by Hashirama's wielding ninja sword. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to prove that he had completely strengthened his will. I will become like you. Whether it's your own brother, my own friends, my own children. In order to realize one's own beliefs, they can all be killed. Hashirama. You taught me that. This dark will. I accepted it. Uchiha Madara's mood slowly relaxed. Because when you make a choice, everything seems easier. Uchiha Madara's expression gradually returned to normal, and he slowly walked into the darkness of Konoha village. Although the Konoha village was heavily guarded, it was useless to Uchiha Madara. To him, these guards were like children playing house. The entire Konoha. Only Hashirama Senju could cause him trouble. However, Uchiha Madara never expected this. Just when he left, Black Zetsu, who stayed in the secret room to observe, followed Uchiha Madara and watched all his actions. Same. It didn't arouse any alarm on his part. Ho 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 ho. This guy is really smart. Black Zetsu was somewhat surprised at Uchiha Madara's secret plan, which almost fooled him. A sinister and complacent smile finally appeared on his face. I didn't expect to see hope for the success of my plan in Madara. It's really... what a twist! Black Zetsu couldn't be happier. Black Zetsu noticed that Uchiha Madara left shadow clones in the secret room, and he also knew very well that Uchiha Madara must want to conceal the fact that he faked his death. Let me help you. While Black Zetsu was hiding underground and following Uchiha Madara's footsteps, he was secretly thinking about how to help Uchiha Madara conceal the fact that he faked his death. That guy Senju Tobirama collected Madara's body. He must want to study the secrets of Madara. Let me find a way to cause some trouble for that guy Senju Tobirama so that he has no time to pay attention to Madara's body. As long as no one notices Madara's fake death. Black Zetsu thought his plan was going smoothly, and the smile on his face could not be stopped. In this way, after Madara transplants the flesh and blood of Hashirama Senju, he can wait for the awakening of the Rinnegan, the all-powerful power of the universe. Black Zetsu thought about the bright prospect of his plan being successfully implemented, and the smile on his face became more sinister and terrifying. When Madara awakens the power of the Sage of Six Paths, it will be my turn to truly make an appearance. Okay. Just as Black Zetsu was happily continuing to follow Uchiha Madara, thinking about how to provide Uchiha Madara with a safe environment to awaken the Rinnegan, it discovered that Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped and for some reason suddenly hid himself quietly. Okay. Black Zetsu became suspicious for some unknown reason. Am I exposed? Heiju didn't quite believe that his hidden ability had been exposed, and even found his own evidence. At the beginning, I was observing Indra. This hiding ability came from my mother, but even the Six-Path Sage couldn't detect it. Soon, Black Zetsu realized why Uchiha Madara stopped. Because Black Zetsu also discovered two people walking on the streets of Konoha. These two people had been discussing the condition of Hashirama Senju. One of them happened to be Tobirama Senju, who Black Zetsu intended to secretly help cause trouble for. As for the other person, Black Zetsu originally thought that the other party was just an ordinary ninja of Konoha. To Black Zetsu, except for Hashirama Senju, everyone else is just an ordinary ninja. Then, Heiju glanced at the other person inadvertently. This one glance caused its mind to go blank for a moment, and it began to suspect that something was wrong with its life. Is this 1,000 years later? Why do I seem to see Emi Yashiera? Another 5,000 words today. Please read it. Please collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Emi Yashiera? Uchiha Madara? Chapter 9 Emi Yashiera? Uchiha Madara. Where is this? Black Zetsu was a little confused about the location. When is this? Black Zetsu is a little confused about time. Am I in the ninja world 1,000 years from now? Black Zetsu began to suspect that something was wrong with his life. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. This should have been something to be happy about. However, meeting someone who is absolutely unlikely to appear at the wrong time often makes people not feel happy, but start to doubt their own life. For example, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was thinking about the problems in his life. What the hell is going on here? I have truly lived for thousands of years. During this long period of time, I have been diligently provoking wars and spreading the concept of medical ninjas. There is definitely no problem with time. Am I living in confusion? Why do I see Emi Yashiera here? Wasn't this guy Emi Yashiera a person from more than 1,000 years ago? How could he appear in this ninja world 1,000 years later? Is it because I have lived too long and become a little schizophrenic? Black Zetsu hid in the shadows and stared at Emi Yashiera in confusion, suspecting that there was something wrong with his mind. No matter from which perspective, it is impossible for Emi Yashiera to appear in front of it, but this person appeared so suddenly. He even seems to be living quite happily in this era. Let's divert the patient's attention during this time. It seemed that Emi Yashiera had not noticed Uchiha Madara hiding in the darkness, nor did he seem to guess that Black Zetsu must be hiding near Uchiha Madara. As a medical ninja, Emi Yashiera is still very dedicated and responsible in this era, and he is extremely concerned about the psychological condition of his patients. It pained him to kill his friend. As a family member, it is best for the patient to find new support as soon as possible. As Emi Yashiera spoke, he observed Senju Tobirama, trying to test whether the other party could sense Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu who were lurking nearby. However, there was nothing unusual about Tobirama Senju. Although Senju Tobirama's perception ability is extremely outstanding, he does not need to use any powerful perception techniques in the heavily guarded Konoha. In addition, Tobirama Senju has not completely mastered the curse seal given to him by Emi Yashiera, so he cannot use the chakra in his body at will during this period. Let me think. Senju Tobirama was unable to detect anyone lurking nearby. He just lowered his head and thought about how to divert his elder brother's attention. Compared to that evil guy Madara, my elder brother must care more about the people in the village. Senju Tobirama knew his elder brother very well and quickly thought of a suitable solution, then let the elder brother spend more time with the children in the village during this period of time. Those children are the future he really wants to protect. Fair enough. Emi Yashiera strongly agreed with Senju Tobirama's idea and took the initiative to express his attitude. I will try my best to find a way to prolong his life during this period. Thank you. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. Although Senju Tobirama couldn't think of Emi Yashiera's solution, he still hoped that the other party could really find a possible solution to his elder brother's illness. But prepare for the worst in everything. I was just in the hospital, so it's not convenient for me to ask. Senju Tobirama's expression became cautious, and he wanted to ask the question that concerned him the most. Sir Emi, now I want to know the answer to a question. If Your Excellency has not found a solution. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked the question slowly but firmly, Brother, how much time do you have left? The night wind was somewhat quiet. The air on this street seemed to have calmed down. Whether it was Senju Tobirama standing in front of Emi Yashiera, or Uchiha Madara hiding in the dark, they all seemed to hold their breath at this moment. For Uchiha Madara, his friend Hashirama Senju should be alive, because he still wants to prove to his old friend Hashirama Senju that he is right after obtaining the power of the universe. He hopes to let Hashirama Senju see the path he has found. For Tobirama Senju, the eldest brother Hashirama Senju must survive, because Konoha and the Fire Country have reached a system of ninja village and country, and it was with the military force of Hashirama Senju that they occupied so much fertile land and united the many ninja clans of Konoha. Once Hashirama Senju dies, the situation in the entire ninja world is bound to change dramatically. Senju Tobirama was used to keeping future changes within a controllable range. Emotionally, he could not accept the death of his elder brother, but rationally he had to make preparations in advance so that Konoha could maintain stability after the death of Senju Hashirama. 10 years. Emi Yashiera gave a precise number. If I don't find any solution, even if he doesn't use any force in these years, it is unlikely that he will live more than 10 years. 10 years. Senju Tobirama's mood became a little heavy. 10 years. This time seems long. However, it was too cruel for a man like Hashirama Senju who was still in his prime, and it was too short for a young and new ninja village like Konoha. Senju Tobirama is always used to preparing for the worst. As the true ruler of Konoha, Tobirama Senju did not want to see Konoha, which everyone had built together, fall apart after the death of his eldest brother. I must do it before my eldest brother dies. Find a way for Konoha to truly survive. Even though many ninja clans in Konoha village obey the name of Senju, most of them only do so because of the prestige and military power of the eldest brother. Once the eldest brother dies, there is no guarantee that these ninja clans will not leave Konoha. These ninja clans are still independent within Konoha, and many ninjas are still proud of their surnames. They have not truly recognized from the bottom of their hearts that they are Konoha's ninjas. It seems I must find a feasible plan as soon as possible. A look of determination flashed in Senju Tobirama's eyes. He seldom showed his inner thoughts to anyone other than his eldest brother. He just nodded at Emi Yashiera, as if he didn't care that his eldest brother only had 10 years left to live. I see. Senju Tobirama quietly quickened his pace and walked towards the Hokage building, while mentioning his resettlement plan for Emi Yashiera. During this period, if Lord Emiya stays in Konoha as a guest, there may be some inconveniences. I will arrange for Suzuki and the Anbu ninjas in the village to accompany you tomorrow. If you have any requests, you can just tell them. It doesn't matter. Emi Yashiera's attitude was very friendly, and he seemed to express his thoughts very casually. If it's convenient, I would also like to see more of this era. Hope. Emi Yashiera's face was somewhat pious and sacred. I am so happy to meet someone in this era who can be entrusted with the future of medical ninja. Most definitely. Senju Tobirama nodded secretly. Is this ancient medical ninja looking for a disciple? This is really good news for Konoha. Even though the medical ninjas in Konoha village are not bad, they are still several levels worse than Emi Yashiera. Based on the contact that Tobirama Senju had with Emi Yashiera in this period of time, the other party must have mastered many medical secrets, which should have been selflessly passed down by this great medical ninja. Unfortunately, they were all completely lost in the Warring States period. The footsteps of Senju Tobirama and Emi Yashiera gradually faded away. After the two men walked away, Uchiha Madara quietly walked out from the dark corner and looked at the backs of the two men leaving from afar. 10 years. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, and his figure walked into the darkness again, secretly heading towards the direction of Konoha Hospital. However, Black Zetsu did not follow Uchiha Madara. This pitch-black creature crawled out, glanced at Uchiha Madara who was walking away, then turned back to look in the direction where Senju Tobirama and Emi Yashiera left. Talk about the timeline, it's basically the same Naruto timeline that I used before. Basically, the anime setting is the main one, supplemented by the comics setting. At present, no matter whether it is the mastermind or the workers, there seems to be no problem with the timeline. Judging from the plot, Tsunade won the bet against the first generation, so the first generation died. He must have lived for a long time after the war. For example, after catching the 9-tailed beast and bringing it back, he caught other tailed beasts and distributed them to others. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Black Zetsu met a very amazing chess piece when he was young and lonely. Chapter 10, Black Zetsu met a very amazing chess piece when he was young and lonely. It's really him. Black Zetsu was a little confused. Black Zetsu felt a little happy and a little uneasy. Although Emi Yashiera's appearance in this era was an accident, and he even eventually betrayed Black Zetsu in ancient times, Black Zetsu still misses the time when he and Emi Yashiera cooperated. This wonderful feeling. It's like not being able to meet anyone too amazing when you're at your lowest point in life. Whenever Black Zetsu thinks of Emi Yashiera, he begins to recall his first meeting with Emi Yashiera. That time. Shiera Emiya is trying to kill Indra. That time. Indra still has the 3 Magadama Sharingan. That time. Black Zetsu thought that this small character was looking for death. Result. This battle almost scared Black Zetsu to death. Because Black Zetsu did not expect that this small character obtained the remains of the sacred tree, mastered the power of wood release and natural energy, had strong physical and swordsmanship, and had a little slug by his side, who directly beat Indra with 3 Megatamas so hard that he couldn't even lift his head. Because he had been secretly following Indra and wanted to help Indra, he attracted the attention of Shiera Emiya, who made him give up the assassination attempt on Indra. Later. I couldn't escape. This is how I got to know Emi Yashiera. He also knew what Emi Yashiera was thinking. He wanted to destroy the ninja clan founded by the Six-Path Sage. When the Six-Path Sage was old and frail, the ideas of the ninja sect gradually spread, and some disciples left the ninja sect and returned to their hometowns. Some ninja disciples used chakra to benefit others, while some ninja disciples became greedy and began to use chakra to gain benefits. Emi Yashiera was one of the victims. In order to steal a few bottles of good wine, a disciple of the ninja sect used the power of chakra to kill all the people in a village. They were spared because Emi Yashiera left the village in advance. In order to take revenge on the disciples of the ninja clan, Emi Yashiera prayed to the remains of the sacred tree, and eventually obtained the power of wood release from the remains of the sacred tree. The power of wood release is indeed very strong. However, wanting to challenge the Six-Path Sage with this is simply a pipe dream. Black Zetsu doesn't think that Emi Yashiera can be of any use as a chess piece. Black Zetsu basically didn't pay much attention to Emi Yashiera. All he knew was that he was saving people all over the ninja world and spreading the belief of medical ninja to the world. That time. Black Zetsu is in high spirits. Because Black Zetsu's first plan was successful, he took the initiative to provoke Indra to challenge Ashura, hoping that Indra could take away Ashura's power and awaken the Rinnegan. As a result, Indra was defeated miserably by the Asuras. The first attempt failed quickly. Black Zetsu, who was originally in high spirits, became dormant in disappointment. When it was lost, Shiera Emiya was still saving people everywhere, claiming that chakra was the power to relieve the world's pain, and not a weapon used by ninja disciples to make the world suffer. In that era, Emi Yashiera truly possesses prestige that surpasses that of the Six-Path Sage. Because people of that era had always believed in the sacred tree, but the Six-Path Sage destroyed mankind's faith. In comparison, Shiera Emiya, who has been saving people all the time, is worthy of respect, especially since Shiera Emiya also believes in the sacred tree like everyone else. Shiera Emiya always has a small slug like a slug hanging on his shoulder. He travels around to save people from diseases. Even the Six-Path Sage and Ashura and his son admire his belief. Emi Yashiera created the belief of medical ninja. Enduring pain that the world cannot endure, yet still working hard to save people who cannot escape from pain. This kind of belief. Naturally, this would impress the villain, the Six-Path Sage, who pretends to be morally noble. Even if it's Black Zetsu. I also discovered that Emi Yashiera is truly a kind and good person. Of course. Adhering to the principle that bad guys also like good guys. Black Zetsu really likes good people like Emi Yashiera who can be used. During the lonely years when the plan failed, Black Zetsu seemed to have found his soulmate. He tirelessly spoke ill of the six-path sage in Emi Yashiera's ear. Together, they criticized the ninja disciples who abused chakra and caused destruction everywhere. Naturally, a lot of secrets were also revealed. For example, the sage of six paths is the source of the spread of chakra. This kind of thing was not a secret in that era. You could basically find out the information by catching a ninja disciple. However, it aroused Shiera Emiya's curiosity about the sage of six paths. After the sage of six paths died, Shiera Emiya wanted to dissect his body because he wanted to know the source of chakra, so that he could find a way to recover the chakra from the ninja disciples that brought pain to the world. Black Zetsu knew he wasn't doing it for power. As a medical ninja, you need to study some human organs. Emi Yashiera was also the first person to dissect corpses in order to improve his medical skills. Emi Yashiera had mentioned to Black Zetsu more than once that he wanted to break the world's prejudice against surgery. He wanted to make his body into a human specimen after his death so that future generations could learn medical skills based on his body specimen. He even did so in the future. Black Zetsu informed him of the information about the six-path sage's corpse. Due to the six-path sage's immense power, Black Zetsu did not dare to approach his corpse, fearing that the sage would still have power after his death and that he could still sense his existence. Emi Yashiera had no scruples. This guy stole the body of the six-path sage with ease. In order to study the corpse of the sage of six paths, Shiera Emiya took the corpse to a place with abundant natural energy, and began a long retreat. That place is called the Wet Bone Forest. The Wet Bone Forest is filled with deadly acid. Although Emi Yashiera invited Black Zetsu to come along, Black Zetsu did not dare to get close to the deadly Wet Bone Forest. When Shiera Emiya appeared in this world again, he was followed by a huge slug. He already possessed some of the power of the six-path sage and had successfully transplanted the six-path sage's Rinnegan. Black Zetsu never thought humans have achieved such results through human body research. That time, before Black Zetsu had the chance to guide Emi Yashiera on how to collect chakra, Emi Yashiera had already taken the initiative. Emi Yashiera took action and defeated the entire ninja clan in one fell swoop. Emi Yashiera killed countless disciples of the shinobi sect and turned the shinobi village into ruins. He was only one step away from destroying the shinobi sect founded by the six-path sage. That was the closest Black Zetsu's plan came to success. That was also the most satisfying time that Black Zetsu took revenge on the six-path sage. Not only can it physically destroy the six-path sage's ninja sect, but it can also spiritually destroy the ninja sect. Result: Emi Yashiera lost to Ashura. Because Emi Yashiera once met Ashura. When Shiera Emiya was secretly collecting and processing the remains of the sacred tree, he met Ashura, who was helping the villagers dig a well in a village that was severely affected by the remains of the sacred tree. He also thought that Ashura was a good person. In the end, after Ashura's hard persuasion, Emi Yashiera chose to believe Ashura's promise, believing that with Ashura's leadership they would have more power to save the suffering people in the world. This man determined to give his dream to Ashura. In order to atone his sins, Emi Yashiera even used the reincarnation technique contained in the Rinnegan to communicate between yin and yang and resurrect those who died in the battle. Due to the powerful force of the six paths, Emi Yashiera did not die on the spot after performing the spell of reincarnation, but returned to the Wet Bone Forest to prepare for his funeral. When Emi Yashiera appeared again, only a crystal coffin with half a corpse was left. The slug entrusted the crystal coffin to Ashura. What a naive person! I actually believed Ashura's promise. However, Emi Yashiera's success also allowed Black Zetsu to discover another possibility. During this 1,000 years, the long time that Black Zetsu was alive, it tried hard to provoke a fight between the descendants of Indra and Ashura, while also trying to spread the greatness of medical ninjas, hoping that someone would be able to master human experiments like Emi Yashiera. Speaking of which, this is also the confusion that Black Zetsu often appears in. Because it is a murderer who creates wars, but it is also a holy messenger who strives to spread the concept of curing diseases and saving lives. The fact that Emi Yashiera's story can continue to be passed down in this era and the story of the Six-Path Sage has become a legend is inevitably due to Black Zetsu. Pity. No matter whether it was his own method or Emi Yashiera's method, Black Zetsu never saw any hope of success again. That's exactly it. This made Black Zetsu miss Emi Yashiera even more. Because among the countless plans it had executed, Shijin Emiya was the one that came infinitely close to success. It's really a pity. If only Emi Yashiera hadn't believed in Ashura during that time. Ho 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 ho. There was a mocking smile on Black Zetsu's face. It imagined that if it met Emi Yashiera, the other party would be filled with regret and shame for past betrayal. Now that you've seen the ninjas fighting each other, do you regret believing Ashura's stupid words? This is Black Zetsu's memory. These are not Emi Yashiera's memories. Mr. Black Zetsu's White Moonlight. Actually, this chapter is not written deeply enough. This book has a timeline that begins in the Ninja Clan era. I will revise it when I have time and publish it when the Naruto arc is finished. Hopefully past memories won't get in the way of reading. Please read, collect, and vote for me. We can test the waters next week. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. It seems there is only one way left. Chapter 11. It seems that there is only one way left. Emi Yashiera. Will you regret your naivety and stupidity? In this world, Black Zetsu rarely communicates with others, and the person he communicates with the most is Emi Yashiera. Laughing at Emi Yashiera. This thought has been in Hei Zetsu's mind. Black Zetsu had always regarded Emi Yashiera as his chess piece, but he was betrayed and abandoned by Emi Yashiera on the eve of his plan making great progress. This feeling was a bit unpleasant. Hei Zetsu has seen the crystal coffin collected by the Senju clan more than once. The last time was 2 years ago, when Black Zetsu sneaked into the secret room of Tobirama Senju and arrogantly mocked Emi Yashiera's naivety and stupidity in front of the crystal coffin collected by the Senju clan. Just now, Emi Yashiera is truly resurrected. I really have the opportunity to laugh at him. It is even an opportunity to reactivate this chess piece, which is the only chess piece that can make his plan successful. However, Black Zetsu did not dare to seek temporary satisfaction at this time. He needed to carefully consider his choice. Because it has a new chess piece. Uchiha Madara. This is a brand new chess piece. This chess piece moves step by step according to its own plan. Although Uchiha Madara has just taken the first step as a chess piece and the prospects are still unclear, he already has a mature plan on how to use Uchiha Madara. As for Emi Yashiera, Emi Yashiera is a typical example of maturity. I didn't need to do anything back then, I didn't even provide good guidance. Emi Yashiera took care of everything on his own in order to destroy the ninja clan. Certainly, exceptions in this era are not ruled out. I don't know what state the resurrected Emi Yashiera is in. In this era, there is no body of the Six-Path Sage left for him to study. Only the chakra reincarnation of Ashura and the chakra reincarnation of Indra remain. This isn't a big deal either. Emi Yashiera's real strength is not strength. Emi Yashiera's real strength lies in his genius mind and the human experimentation technology he developed in order to study the progress of human medicine. Having witnessed with his own eyes the miracles that Emi Yashiera created using the corpse of the Six-Path Sage, Black Zetsu really couldn't imagine that a genius like Emi Yashiera, with his own theories, could not solve the experimental problem of the birth of the Rin-Egan. The only trouble is, I have lived for thousands of years, will Emi Yashiera still believe me? A monster who has lived for thousands of years must be someone extraordinary. Probably so. Just make up a good excuse. For example, I am the will of the sacred tree. This statement seems to be not much different from Kagaya's will. To be honest, it doesn't seem to matter, because Emi Yashiera knew about Kagaya's existence. Most people of that era knew about Kagaya's existence, and they worshipped her as the goddess of the rabbit who served the sacred tree. When I deceived Emi Yashiera, I was deceiving Emi Yashiera that chakra was not a power that ordinary people could master, and it must fall into the hands of the right person to avoid bringing disaster to the world. Who is the right person? Of course it is the goddess of the rabbit, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who is worshipped by mankind. Only the goddess of the rabbit can decide the ownership of the chakra. No. Have you said all these things yourself? Black Zetsu tried hard to think about every detail of his communication with Shiera Emiya. It seemed that he had really mentioned to Shiera Emiya the idea of reviving the goddess Kagaya of the rabbit, because Shiera Emiya gained power from the remains of the sacred tree, and he also believed in the sacred tree and the goddess Kagaya who served the sacred tree. It seems I said too much at the beginning. Black Zetsu could only recall the secrets he had not revealed to Emiya Shiera. It seemed that only his true identity and the method of resurrecting Kagaya were left. Because in order to truly resurrect Kagaya, someone must sacrifice themselves to serve as the resurrection vessel, and this secret cannot be leaked in any way. Fine. I kept this secret to myself. However, it was because he kept this secret and didn't even tell Emi Yashiera every step that the plan that was almost successful went in the wrong direction and failed. But he had already revealed his intention to resurrect Kagaya. Black Zetsu felt like sweating. This is not the reaction a creature like it should have. I was too young and naive 1,000 years ago, and I actually revealed so many thoughts in front of Emi Yashiera. Fortunately, Emi Yashiera also believed in the sacred tree and simply believed in me. It's really. At that time, I was young, ignorant, and frivolous. How could I be so naive at that time? He actually revealed so much to his own chess pieces. After experiencing many years, Black Zetsu has somewhat experienced the awkward situation of human adulthood, feeling embarrassed and regretful for his behavior when he was young. At this time, do I have any choice? No matter what Shiera Emiya thinks, no matter how confused Shiera Emiya is about his identity. It seems like he has to be chosen. Black Zetsu suddenly realized the dilemma he was facing. Since Emi Yashiera knew too many secrets, he could only choose Emi Yashiera as his chess piece. If the resurrected Emi Yashiera leaks the secrets of the ancient times, or even reveals his own existence, Uchiha Madara will probably be useless as a chess piece. Unless hide yourself forever. However, Emi Yashiera will definitely reveal the secrets of the ancient times to this era, and he doesn't know how long he will stop hiding them. Actually, Emi Yashiera is also fine. After all, Emi Yashiera is a very powerful chess piece. When he was feeling depressed and thought that his plan to resurrect his mother would never see the light of day, Emi Yashiera suddenly appeared and illuminated Black Zetsu's life, which he thought would be forever dark. And many more. Maybe it's my illusion. Let's go see Emi Yashiera's crystal coffin first. Black Zetsu's figure quietly sneaked into the underground and went silently to the secret room of Senju Tobirama's collection, because it happened to know this location. Soon, Black Zetsu rushed to the secret room. When Black Zetsu saw the broken crystals all over the floor in the secret room, it seemed that these crystals had been shattered not long ago and had not been cleaned up yet. The gaps between the broken crystals were so new that they were not even stained by dust. Half a body in a crystal coffin. Naturally, it disappeared without a trace. Black Zetsu immediately concluded that the Emi Yashiera he saw was truly resurrected, and even knew that his resurrection must be related to Senju Tobirama. That guy, Tobirama Senju. He really used half of his body to revive Shiera Emiya. That guy wanted to use Emi Yashiera to heal the seriously injured Senju Hashirama. Black Zetsu thought of the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and Senju Hashirama's serious injuries and coma. It had already guessed Senju Tobirama's purpose. That rascal! I really found the right person. In this war, Senju Hashirama was seriously injured. If there was anyone in the entire ninja world's 1,000-year history who could have saved Senju Hashirama, in addition to the 6 paths sage. I guess the only one is Emi Yashiera. Wrong. Something seems to be wrong. After Emi Yashiera was resurrected, he helped rescue Senju Hashirama. Black Zetsu subconsciously paid attention to Emi Yashiera's situation. He remembered that he had overheard the conversation between Emi Yashiera and Senju Tobirama. Suddenly, a thought came to Black Zetsu, which made him extremely frightened. This thought kept extending in his mind. Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. Hashirama Senju quelled the war and settled the warring states period that lasted for 1,000 years. At least he recreated a ninja world that seemed very peaceful on the surface. This guy Emi Yashiera. He can definitely feel that Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. He is willing to help treat Senju Hashirama. No. Emi Yashiera, you idiot. You're not still believing Ashura's stupid words at this point, are you? This terrified thought emerged in Black Zetsu's mind, and he could not stay still any longer, and his figure sneaked quickly under the ground. This moment, Black Zetsu was extremely anxious. If Emi Yashiera still believes in that idiot Ashura, how many secrets will he reveal to the ninjas of this era? I must find him as soon as possible. I must know his thoughts as soon as possible. If Emi Yashiera hasn't revealed the secret yet, he must find a way to convince him to return to their original plan. As for killing Emi Yashiera and keeping it secret, this thought flashed through Black Zetsu's mind. Black Zetsu suspected that if he had a chance to secretly frame Emi Yashiera and provoke a fight between Emi Yashiera and the ninjas of this era. Speaking of which, how much power does the resurrected Emi Yashiera have left? Although Shiera Emiya looks like he doesn't have the Rinnegan, his own strength is also quite strong. What if he is completely unaware of the conspiracy and unscrupulously leaks out his secrets, and Black Zetsu really doesn't want to? Compared to Uchiha Madara, the new chess piece that may become troublesome in the future, Emi Yashiera, the chess piece that almost succeeded, is too useful. This is the easiest way. After seeing Emi Yashiera resurrected, no matter how many thoughts Black Zetsu had in his mind, in the end, his thoughts would be reduced to only one thought, either passively or actively. Convince Emi Yashiera to stand on its side. Wei Yuan, a big character who is about to graduate from the maximum level, knows a lot of dungeon strategies and may ruin the game at any time. Uchiha Madara, a newly created novice trumpet, with no novice equipment yet. This is Black Zetsu's option. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Please, Emi Yashiera, Dawn End number 039, T be fooled again. Chapter 12 Please, Emi Yashiera, don't be fooled again. Silent night. A cool breeze blew in from the window. Shiera Emiya did not feel a bit of coldness, because his filthy body made his perception no different from that of a dead person, although he still closed the window as if he were a living person. Perhaps. Is this the only way to feel alive? This house was arranged with the help of Senju Tobirama. Although Emi Yashiera did not need a room to rest, he needed a quiet environment. He told Senju Tobirama that he needed to see the medical ninjutsu of this era. Of course. There was an ANBU around this house. This ANBU ninja was not here to monitor Emi Yashiera, but to protect and wait for Emi Yashiera's request to Konoha. In fact, Tobirama Senju believes that he can control Shiera Emiya's body with just a thought, but he needs to maintain his respect for Shiera Emiya in hopes that Shiera Emiya will not think that the impure world reincarnation technique is a manipulation of him. Don't stay up late at night, go to bed early. When Emi Yashiera closed the window, he said to the Anbu ninja hiding under the windowsill, "Just bring me a map of the ninja world tomorrow morning." The ANBU ninja hesitated for a moment. However, thinking of the order given to him by Tobirama Senju, the Anbu ninja retreated instantly. He wanted to go to the Hokage building to report Emi Yashiera's request. Emi Yashiera's mood calmed down. "I clearly only left it one way." Emi Yashiera picked up the wick out of boredom, muttering to Black Zetsu absent-mindedly in his mind, "Why haven't my allies come to see me yet? Black Jew! Why don't you come to find me?" If Black Zetsu's mind had been tempered for thousands of years, he would definitely realize that his former ally was his only choice. It won't always be. Is Black Zetsu still as naive and gullible as he was more than 1,000 years ago? Candlelight. A dark shadow appeared on the wall. A dark creature quietly emerged from the ground. Just when Shiera Emiya was a little worried that Black Zetsu's mind had not improved over the years, Black Zetsu's figure appeared silently behind him. "Long time no see. Lord Wei Iwan." The sinister voice of Black Zetsu appeared in Emiya Shiera's ears. "Lord Wei Iwan. This is a particularly intimate and respectful name. Normally, this name is only used by the slug that Emiya Shiera raised since childhood, but Black Zetsu considers himself to be very close to him and occasionally uses this name. Although Black Zetsu always believed that Shi Emiya was his chess piece, he only dared to think so in his heart and did not dare to expose it to his face. After all, there is a huge gap in strength between them. Black Zetsu could only deceive and use Emiya Shiera. They used to be partners working together, not a superior-subordinate relationship. Calling him Lord Emiya Shiera was just a respectful term of endearment. This voice. Emiya Shiera froze in disbelief. He seemed unable to believe what he heard, so much so that his fingers that were fiddling with the wick suddenly stopped. "It's me." Black Zetsu's voice was somewhat erratic, and its figure once again dived into the ground. "If you still remember me, the person who shared the same dream with you but was ultimately abandoned by Lord Wei Iwan. Feel sorry." A trace of guilt appeared on Emiya Shiera's face. When Wei Yuan couldn't help but bow his head to express his apology, he saw Black Zetsu crawling out from the ground in front of him and standing in front of him. "You didn't expect that, did you? Lord Wei Yuan?" Black Zetsu looked at Emiya Shiera, whose face showed a bit of shame and shock, and his mood gradually became less nervous and he revealed a satisfied smile. "I never thought that after living alone for such a long time, I would have the opportunity to meet Lord Wei Yuan who lived more than 1,000 years ago." "Indeed." Emiya Shiera stared at Black Zetsu standing in front of him. The Black Zetsu of today is not the same as it was 1,000 years ago. Black Zetsu is taller than that era, and his figure looks more like an adult. "You've grown taller too. Black Zetsu." A gentle smile suddenly appeared on Emiya Shiera's face, just like the countless times he had praised Black Zetsu and the slug many years ago. The smile on Black Zetsu's face froze. After hearing Emiya Shiera's praise, Black Zetsu, who was originally about to question Emiya Shiera, froze in his attitude, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. "This guy. Why is he still like this?" Black Zetsu was ready to use his most vicious words to turn into his strongest fist and hit Emiya Shiera hard to wake him up. However, his fist hit cotton before he even threw it. However, before Black Zetsu could hurt Emiya Shiera's kind heart, Emiya Shiera seemed to have been injured on his own initiative, and a trace of sadness appeared on the face of the impure world body. His hand began to fiddle with the wick on the table again, and he extended his fingers, ignoring the way the flame stirred the candle light. "So good. It's been more than 1,000 years. I actually had the opportunity to meet my former companions. The ninja clan of this era. No, now they call themselves ninja." Although Emiya Shiera sounded happy, his face showed indescribable sadness, which made Black Zetsu feel that he was suppressing his sadness and pain. "Black Jew. The ninjas of this era are truly geniuses. You can actually use the body specimens I left for future generations to revive me, a person who died more than 1,000 years ago. Is Lord Wei Iwan angry?" Black Zetsu sneered and followed Emiya Shiera in mocking the ninja world more than 1,000 years later without hesitation. "Is this the worst era? Is it?" Emiya Shiera raised his head and said with some self-mockery, "The ninjas of this era told me that this is the best era for them in 1,000 years. Not bad. For the descendants of the vile ones. This is the best time in 1,000 years. Black Zetsu's face turned grim, mocking the ancestors of the ninjas of this era. Those despicable people who got the chakra used the power of the chakra to start wars one after another in order to fight for benefits, creating the warring states period that lasted for 1,000 years. Even though I have been spreading the story of Lord Weiwen for thousands of years, letting the ninjas know that there was a great ideal in ancient times, and the power of chakra was used to save the suffering people in the world, the ninjas still use the power of chakra to fight endlessly. Of course. Black Zetsu concealed the fact that he started the war. Lord Weiwen. A strange smile appeared on Black Zetsu's lips. He felt that the atmosphere was right, and at this moment he decided to ask the question he had wanted to ask for more than 1,000 years. I saw the endless fighting among the ninjas. I heard about the warring states period where ninjas were in chaos for 1,000 years. As Black Zetsu looked at Wei Yuan's increasingly ugly face, he gradually felt relieved and decided to deliver his fatal blow. Now, Lord Weiwen, do you regret believing Ashura's stupid words? Emi Yashiera remained silent under Black Zetsu's questioning. This kind of silence was speechless in Black Zetsu's eyes. The smile on his lips became happier and he even wanted to say a few more words to keep going. Perhaps. Emi Yashiera suddenly spoke. It's still unknown. Emi Yashiera's voice was somewhat vague and hollow, as if he couldn't find his target, and he talked about the past. I remember Ashura promised me that he would calm the fights caused by chakra, he would protect the weak from being oppressed by the strong, and he would make chakra a force to save the world from suffering, even if his life died. Originally, I already thought that this world was so absurd that there was no cure. But today I met the carrier of this generation of Ashura Chakra reincarnation. This generation of Ashura Chakra reincarnation is called Senju Hashirama, who happens to be a descendant of Ashura. I vaguely remember the surname Senju. It was one of the surnames I gave to Ashura when I first met him. It was one of the surnames I helped him choose for his descendants. The 1,000 hands symbolizes people coming together to extend their hands. The power of the 1,000 hands can calm all future disasters that will bring pain to the world. Emi Yashiera mentioned the story of Senju Hashirama that he had heard, and seemed to admire him very much. I heard about Senju Hashirama. He united many people around him, calmed down the war that lasted for 1,000 years, and ended the chaotic warring states period. The sinister smile on Black Zetsu's face froze. No. Do you still believe in Ashura? How can you still be so naive and stupid? No. I've been fooled once before, how can you still believe in Ashura and his descendants? No. Don't be fooled by them, they are all lying to you, could you please just be honest and fall for my trick? Is there a problem with the name of the protagonist? Usually it's Emiya or Emiya, these are the only two ways to address the protagonist. If you find it a bit confusing, I will change it into a name later. No. Why do I still see people calling him a dog? End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Sorry, Black Zetsu, your expectations have not been met. Chapter 13. Sorry, Black Zetsu, your expectations have not been met. It's really sad. Black Zetsu couldn't help feeling melancholy. It would be fine if Emi Yashiera believed in Ashura in ancient times, but why did he recognize Senju Hashirama in this era? Yes, Senju Hashirama did indeed pacify the warring states period, but a new war will definitely break out after the death of Hashirama Senju. Lord Weiwen, you are the smartest person in the history of the ninja world. Even if I have been following your footsteps for thousands of years, I cannot see a silhouette that looks like you. Black Zetsu's voice was hoarse and gloomy, and he sighed quietly. You should obviously understand that the peace that Hashirama Senju brought to this era is only temporary. As long as there are ninjas in this world. As long as there is greed in the heart of a ninja. As long as there is no power above the heads of ninjas that can suppress their greed, a power that can suppress every ninja's greed. The fight between ninjas will never end. It's useless no matter how many times Ashura's chakra is reincarnated. When Hashirama Senju dies, the ninjas of this world will start new wars for their own interests, repeating the cycle again and again. They will have to endure a painful and tragic fate from the day they were born. Master Wei Yuan, have you forgotten your beliefs? You endure the pain that the world cannot endure, and work hard to save the world that cannot escape pain. Do you want to watch the world continue to cycle through painful lives? Black Zetsu thought about how hard it was for him to spread the story of Emi Yashiera in the ninja world, and questioned Emi Yashiera like a bitter believer. Master Emi Yashiera once wanted the medical ninjas of the future to carry out his will, but you forgot it. But Emi Yashiera frowned, thinking about how he should defend himself amid Black Zetsu's exhortation and questioning, and subconsciously tried to find someone to take the blame. Ashura once mentioned to me. Ashura is a cocky idiot. Black Zetsu quickly stopped Emi Yashiera from recalling Ashura's words and continued to persuade him, if Lord Shiera had not believed his words, but had chosen to kill Ashura and completely destroy the ninja clan, and take back all the chakra emitted by the Six-Path Sage, there would not have been a war that lasted for 1,000 years in this world. The one who brought war to this world. They are all descendants of the Six-Path Sage and those despicable people of the ninja clan. Emi Yashiera was a little silent. Black Zetsu has grown a lot in his more than 1,000 years of life. Just by looking at Black Zetsu's righteous posture, Emi Yashiera was a little dazed. It seemed that Black Zetsu was the one on the side of justice. This is outrageous. How did the situation become like this? He. Why don't you answer me? When Black Zetsu saw that Emi Yashiera remained silent, a sinister smile appeared on his face again, as if he thought that this would stimulate Emi Yashiera to awaken again, because Lord Emi Yashiera realized that he was still heading down the wrong path. Emi Yashiera remained silent. Heizetsu suddenly felt a little uneasy. Did I say too much? Would what I said push Emi Yashiera too far? Black Zetsu. Emi Yashiera slowly lowered his head, as if he had completely lost faith in life, and his voice was filled with infinite loss and regret. It can't be successful. Black Zetsu immediately wanted to open his mouth to refute. Hear me out. Shiera Emiya interrupted Black Zetsu's thoughts and calmly and seriously explained his past. When I first obtained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, I immediately wanted to take back the chakra emitted by the Sage of Six Paths. But I studied the corpse of the Sage of Six Paths. But no method has been developed to completely retract the chakra. Emi Yashiera's voice was still calm, but it was so calm that it seemed a little disheartened. Whether it was the wood release that was bestowed upon me by the remains of the sacred tree, or the power of the Six-Path Sage's samsara eye, it was impossible to completely take back the chakra from those ninja sect disciples, so I had to kill them without distinguishing between their good and evil when I destroyed the ninja sect. Black Zetsu's expression became a little strange. Because this is all its fault. It's all its fault for not teaching Emi Yashiera the correct method in advance. After all, taking back the chakra emitted by the Six-Path Sage is part of resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki, and it doesn't think that Shiera Emiya can go that far. Black Zetsu immediately wanted to explain. Just listen to me quietly. Emi Yashiera interrupted Black Zetsu again, his voice still as calm as if he was dead. Do you still remember the goddess of the rabbit, Kagaya Otsutsuki, whom we believe in? Black Zetsu nodded quickly. After all, the goddess of the rabbit, Kagaya Otsutsuki, is its mother, and its birth was precisely to resurrect its mother who was sealed by the disobedient son of the Six-Path Sage. I think the goddess of the rabbit should be able to take back the chakra. Emi Yashiera's voice was calm as he continued to make up his thoughts from the past. I heard a piece of forbidden news from a disciple of the ninja clan, and I don't know whether it is true or not. The goddess of the rabbit is the mother of the Six-Path Sage, and the grandmother of those two guys, Ashura and Indra. To be honest, although I am a little worried, but I can only place my hope on the goddess of Mao. I can only hope that the goddess of the moon we believe in can distribute and take back chakra in accordance with the principle of fairness, so that chakra can become the power to save the world from suffering, rather than the power for those ninja disciples to wantonly bully the weak. So when I got the power of the six-path sage and went to the ninja clan, I actually had another important purpose, which was to ask Ashura about the news of the resurrection of the goddess of the rabbit. But when I was fighting Ashura, I was persuaded by that guy and gave up asking for information about the resurrection of the goddess of the rabbit. What happened next? You should know all of this, too. Black Zetsu was a little overwhelmed. Because it didn't expect that Emi Yashiera would want to do so much, to be honest. Emi Yashiera is already good enough. Hey, Zetsu's heart was even slightly touched. Black Zetsu never thought that Emi Yashiera would make so much effort to resurrect Kagaya, and even really wanted Kagaya to rule the world. He also wanted to find out the news of resurrecting Kagaya from Ashura, Emi Yashiera. This guy is really strong. If it was Emi Yashiera who knew the correct steps to revive Kagaya, maybe they could have resurrected Kagaya in ancient times, actually. Black Zetsu was feeling a little excited. Black Zetsu, listen to me. Emi Yashiera interrupted Black Zetsu for the third time and continued to make up his idea of being resurrected in this era. Now, I am resurrected in this era. I also know that this world has gone through a painful 1000-year war. I understand that I was too excited at the time and believed Ashura's promise to me, so I let those people from the ninja clan go and gave up the most likely hope of changing the world. But what's the point of me thinking about this? Emi Yashiera's voice became completely depressed, as if he no longer had any hope for the future. The sage of six paths died a long time ago. Ashura and Indra have also been dead for thousands of years. They are the only family in this world that knows how to revive the goddess of the rabbit. There is not even any historical record of this era. The ninjas of this era regard the six-path sage, who bestowed chakra, as the god of creation, and regard the stories of ancient times as legends. Black Zetsu. Our road is cut off. We have no way to recover the chakra of these ninjas of this era, nor can we find any information about the resurrection of the goddess of the rabbit. I can't kill all the ninjas of this era. Besides continuing to believe in Ashura's promise, I don't know what else I can do. After saying this, Emi Yashiera smiled bitterly, somewhat lost in thought. Black Zetsu, I am just a lucky guy who was once favored by the sacred tree. I am not someone who can do everything and change the world. Feel sorry. Your expectations have been dashed. Jiaotong University recruits scammers to save your life. Get out of here. Please give me some monthly tickets so that I can continue reading. Pia new book by a big guy called Dreaming for 10,000 Years, also known as Infinite Dreaming, starting from the Crescent Moon Scimitar. End of this chapter. Chapter 14. Black Zetsu, I was just lying to you. Why did you reveal your past? Chapter 14. Black Zetsu, I was just lying to you. Why did you reveal your past? Actually, Black should never show emotions. Because Black Zetsu is the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki to resurrect herself, its birth is to allow Kagaya Otsutsuki to come back to this world. However, right now, Black Zetsu felt a little extra complicated. Black Zetsu felt a little sad and a little happy. If we use the words great sorrow and great joy to describe Black Zetsu's emotional changes at this time, it might even seem a bit of an understatement. Although Black Zetsu knew that he had been deceiving Shiera Emiya all along, he was still moved by him, and even apologized to his companion after he failed. Perhaps. Is this what it feels like to be seen as a companion? Although Black Zetsu has always treated Emi Yashiera as his pawn and has been deceiving him, he knows that Emi Yashiera must sincerely regard him as his companion. The road to resurrecting Kagaya Tsutsuki is so lonely and long that even Black Zetsu can't find anyone to go with him. His deception only brought him the sincere Emi Yashiera. Emi Yashiera, an ancient man who once believed in the sacred tree and the goddess Kagaya in ancient times, is so precious in this era when the sacred tree and Kagaya have been forgotten, precious. Like a spark. In this 1000 years of long, cold, and dark night, This is the only fire that has made Black Zetsu feel warm, and the momentary flickering of the flame will touch his heart. What a great genius Emi Yashiera is! But at this moment he has become so depressed because he has lost the hope of reviving Kagaya, this decadence. It really shouldn't have happened to him. In ancient times, Emi Yashiera was so powerful that he seemed to be omnipotent. With his mortal body, he could be on par with gods. This genius almost changed the world and destroyed everything left by the six-path sage with his own strength. Result: this genius who should be proud. But at this moment he looked distraught. Even though he was heartbroken, he still had to apologize to his companion Black Zetsu. Because he thought he couldn't resurrect Kagaya, that he couldn't change the world, and that he had failed Black Zetsu's expectations. If her mother Kagaya knew about Emi Yashiera's experience, the sentimental mother might also shed tears for this innocent and pure person. Of course. Heizetsu was also very happy. Because the things that make Shiera Emiya most desperate happen to be trivial matters to it, it can easily solve the problems that Shiera Emiya encounters. Don't despair over these little problems. Black Zetsu couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face, and he spoke in a hoarse voice to comfort Emi Yashiera, telling him that he could solve these problems. The answer you are looking for is: I've always been by your side. When I finished saying this, Heizetsu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wrong. What the hell am I talking about? What on earth am I doing here? I should have come here to let the resurrected Emi Yashiera keep secrets in this era, but why did I reveal more secrets to Emi Yashiera instead? Although Emi Yashiera is indeed trustworthy, his identity should always be the most important secret. How could he say it out in such a state of excitement? Emi Yashiera didn't give Black Zetsu any chance to react. Upon hearing this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Black Zetsu with shock on his face. He looked at this companion from more than 1,000 years ago in disbelief. Black Zetsu, are you? Black Zetsu didn't have time to think too much. It couldn't even figure out who it should impersonate. Black Zetsu cursed himself in his heart for leaking the secret, but at the same time he comforted himself that Shigenori Emiya could be trusted. In this dilemma, he revealed his true identity. Good. I am the will of Kagaya, the goddess of the rabbit. After Black Zetsu revealed his true identity, his mood became as completely despairing as Emi Yashiera's just now. It can only choose to trust Emi Yashiera. Just as Emi Yashiera had no choice but to trust Ashura out of despair. Even if I regret, it's too late. Black Zetsu could only keep comforting himself in his heart. He had already revealed too many secrets to Emi Yashiera, and even revealed his idea of resurrecting Kagaya. My true identity. Maybe Shiera Emiya will be able to guess it one day. Perhaps Shiera Emiya was unable to guess due to the limitations of human thinking. However, the idea of wanting to resurrect Kagaya that he had revealed to Emi Yashiera was not much different from revealing his true identity. It doesn't matter if you say it. Shiuan Emiya can be trusted. Emi Yashiera is definitely trustworthy. Black Zetsu regretted his impulsiveness and continued to comfort himself. Emi Yashiera was too sincere. He really didn't need to hide his identity anymore. No, this. Shiera Emiya looked at Black Zetsu in disbelief after he directly revealed his identity. The expression on his face was as if he had seen something that could never happen in this world. No. What are you doing? I just want to cheat your trust. How come you revealed all your secrets? Black Zetsu has lived in this world for more than 1,000 years and has lived a dog's life. Why does it seem that he has not made any progress, just like he did more than 1,000 years ago? Isn't this too easy to deceive? Emi Yashiera recalled that in ancient times, he had been shouting that he wanted to destroy the ninja clan, but later on, Black Zetsu also insisted that the ninja clan must be destroyed, and in the end, the ninja clan was actually destroyed by him. I just wanted to take advantage of Black Zetsu's intention to take revenge on the Six-Path Sage, and shouted slogans to gain Black Zetsu's trust. As a result, Black Zetsu was really misled and believed. He lied that he believed in the sacred tree and used the matter of the goddess of the rabbit to lure Black Zetsu, but Black Zetsu also revealed his idea of reviving Kaguya and said that the chakra should have belonged to Kaguya. What now? I made up a few words from my heart. Black Zetsu revealed its true identity again. It's been more than 1,000 years, how come Black Zetsu is still so easily deceived? While Shiera Emiya was secretly criticizing Black Zetsu, he was also somewhat suspicious whether he had tricked too many secrets out of Black Zetsu in the beginning, and that he had finally tricked out the last secret of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is too sincere. I feel a little embarrassed. Emiya Shiera even dared not to imagine what Black Zetsu would be like after knowing his true identity. Future. Maybe I'm not in a good mood. Just now. Black Zetsu is still apologizing proactively. I'm so sorry. Heike was completely clueless about what was going on in Shiera Emiya's mind, and even explained to him why he had concealed his identity. I have been hiding my true identity all this time. Yes. Black Zetsu still needs to explain clearly. Black Zetsu even needs to make up a story. After all, it was impossible for it to directly tell the whole truth about the falling out between Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths. It could only try to make up some stories that were favorable to Kaguya Otsutsuki, because Shiera Emiya was a very kind person. No, wait. Shiera Emiya found it hard to bear Black Zetsu's apology. Shiera Emiya was worried that accepting Black Zetsu's apology at this time might seem a little too much, and might cause some excessive and strange changes in Black Zetsu's mentality in the future. However, Emiya Shiera realized another not-so-good problem. In ancient times, I was always sincere to others, so I certainly couldn't forgive Black Zetsu for hiding his true identity from me, even though Black Zetsu's identity was the will of the goddess of the rabbit whom I believed in. Forgive Black Zetsu directly. Directly accept the identity of Black Zetsu. This seems like it would easily arouse Black Zetsu's suspicion. I feel like I should be confused and struggle for a while. At least he pretended to be unable to bear the shock of Black Zetsu's true identity, and waited for Black Zetsu to beg him to forgive him. Only in this way, Black Zetsu will trust himself more. Because people will believe what they have worked hard for, and will not choose to believe what others give them directly. It is really difficult to communicate with others. Sometimes it is not easy to handle interpersonal relationships well. Wait a minute. Emiya Shiera waved his hands weakly at Black Zetsu, as if his heart had suffered a great shock. Black Jew. A look of hurt and dejection appeared on Emiya Shiera's face, as if he could not accept that his former companion had deceived him and concealed such a shocking identity from him. I'm a little unexpected. Anyway, let me think for a while. Play a show. A little bit of acting. In ancient times, Black Zetsu was almost exposed in front of Wei Yuan, and he revealed his idea of reviving Kaguya. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please read on. Please collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Kaguya and number 039, S story. Chapter 15, Kaguya's story, black out of print, at this time. How can I let Emiya Shiera think quietly? How could Heiju, who had practiced martial arts for thousands of years, not know what to do? When someone is exposed to an unacceptable information shock, it is very easy for him or her to have wild thoughts, and even think of some conspiracy to destroy the world. That time. No matter what corroborating information this person receives in the future, this conspiracy to destroy the world is likely to linger in his mind. Black Zetsu knows very well. I really have a conspiracy to destroy the world. Especially since Shijin Emiya was born in ancient times and knows a lot of things. If we let him let his imagination run wild, he might guess the truth behind Kaguya Otsutsuki's disappearance. It must take this opportunity to instill its own ideas into Emiya Shiera. Let Emiya Shiera calmly accept its own identity, completely accept the so-called truth it told him, and let Emiya Shiera be completely brainwashed by the truth it instilled. Hear me out. Black Zetsu felt that what he said was a little familiar. It does look a bit familiar. Because Emi Yashiera seemed to have just said this. Black Zetsu felt that this was truly fate and reincarnation, so it had no choice but to follow Emi Yashiera's example and tell a slightly fabricated story of its own. In our time, you must have heard the story about the sacred tree. In ancient times, the sacred tree appeared in this world and became the faith of mankind. Kaguya, who came along with the sacred tree, also became the goddess of the rabbit that mankind believed in. But what you don't know is, humans of that era were also constantly fighting. Black Zetsu tried his best to activate his brain and try to make his mother appear more positive. The suffering humans of that era prayed to Kaguya to quell the war. Kaguya heard their prayers and used the power of the sacred tree to quell the war of that era. However, this is not the end. Even if Kaguya possesses godlike power. Even though Kaguya's power is as strong as your wisdom in human body research, she finally encountered a helpless dilemma. Black Zetsu did not waste his time, he also learned some skills to communicate with humans, such as pulling Emi Yashiera in when making up stories, so that his words could arouse Emi Yashiera's empathy. Could it be? Emi Yashiera frowned and thought about it. Good. There are too many humans in the world. Black Zetsu didn't even wait for Emi Yashiera to give an answer, and immediately made up another story. Kaguya hopes to disperse her own power, that is, the chakra in her body, to find some people with noble character like you, so that they can help save the suffering people in the world. Emi Yashiera shook his head, refusing to accept Black Zetsu's flattery. I don't have such a noble character. I am a lucky person who got the power of the remains of the sacred tree by chance. I just don't want to live up to this power, so I want to save the suffering people in the world like the goddess of Mao. Don't be modest. Black Zetsu was determined not to let Emi Yashiera refuse and continued to praise him. I have walked through this world for 1,000 years and have never seen a trace of you. In this world, people like you are so rare. Black Zetsu sighed and continued the story along this topic. However, Kaguya knew that the influence of chakra was too strong. She believed that the power of chakra should not be given to the world casually, so as to avoid being used by the world for evil. Of course, people of noble character are always rare. So Kaguya's plans have not been going smoothly. But this is no big deal for Kaguya. Because Kaguya has a long lifespan, she can live in this world for endless years. She has enough time to find someone to entrust her chakra to. We should be cautious indeed. Shiera Emiya nodded, and seemed to agree with Kaguya in Black Zetsu's story, if chakra is distributed randomly. Yes. Black Zetsu sighed and continued to make up the story seriously, but Kaguya's two sons don't think so. 2 sons. Emi Yashiera seemed to hear a completely new version. Not bad. Black Zetsu's voice became eerie. In addition to the six-path sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo we know, Kaguya also has a son, Otsutsuki Hamura. Because Kaguya's 2 sons have had chakra in their bodies since birth, they do not think that chakra is a precious power. They think that their mother should take the initiative to distribute chakra to the world, and then guide the world to decide their destiny. Black Zetsu was very obscure. Black Zetsu didn't say too many bad things about the six-path sage. Because the six-path sage and Emi Yashiera lived in the same era. However, Black Zetsu knew that what he said was enough to arouse Emi Yashiera's dissatisfaction with the six-path sage. This. Emi Yashiera frowned again, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied with the approach proposed by Kaguya's 2 sons. It is a bit naive to rashly distribute power that can harm the world. Yes. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement and said quietly, now we have also seen the result of distributing chakra to the world. Such a naive idea. Naturally, I was rejected by Kaguya. Kaguya is more powerful than anyone else in the world, and has lived longer than anyone else in the world. Her superior insight and broad vision are enough to allow her to foresee the results we see today earlier than her 2 sons. The goddess of Mao? Outstanding insights and broad horizons. Is this guy Black Zetsu serious? Shiera Emiya was a little suspicious that Black Zetsu had too many hidden agendas. However, Shiera Emiya would definitely not spoil the show at this time, and even acted as if he admired the goddess Kaguya very much. No wonder people of our time never forgot the sacred tree and the goddess of the rabbit who served the sacred tree. Black Zetsu was a little embarrassed to join in the conversation, so he could only go along with the story. It's a pity that the naive son couldn't understand the greatness of his mother. Kaguya, who has always been believed by the world, seldom communicated with others, and didn't understand how to make her two sons obedient. In particular, her excessive doting on her two sons made her lose a lot of maternal dignity. The naive sons thought they knew how to save the suffering people better than their mothers, and used the power given to them by their mothers to start a war against their mothers. The catastrophe that nearly destroyed the world. Emiya Shiera's expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. In ancient times, people experienced a great disaster. Until the time when Emiya Shiera traveled to this world, he could still hear people's fear of the disaster that destroyed the world. Good. It was a war that nearly destroyed the world. Black Zetsu nodded, and threw the blame on the Otsutsuki brothers. The two grown-up brothers used the power in their bodies for the first time. They never realized how terrifying the power of chakra is when it really explodes. They can kill countless humans with just one strike. It was a real disaster. This is exactly why Kaguya doesn't want the power of chakra to spread out. Once humans obtain chakra, they will definitely use the power of chakra to fight for their own interests, which will only cause more suffering to the world. Kaguya didn't want to use her power to defeat her son, but she saw that this world was almost destroyed by the battle, and that those who believed in her died in the aftermath of the battle. This is a painful thing for Kaguya. The people whose homes were destroyed, the innocent people who died in the aftermath of the battle, and the two sons she loved the most who opposed her. The goddess of Mao finally softened her heart. As a mother, she finally chose to give in during the war. Black Zetsu paused, looked at Emiya Shiera who was immersed in the story, nodded contentedly, and then continued to tell the ending of the story. Finally, the war is over. Kaguya, who was originally more powerful, was sealed away by her own son. When Black Zetsu said this, he found an excuse for the two six-path sage brothers and took the opportunity to put another blame on them. Because their brothers have a limited lifespan, they are worried that their mother will recapture the chakra that they have emitted after their death. From now on, the goddess of the rabbit has disappeared. Asking for monthly tickets on Monday. In the animated version, Black Zetsu often calls Kaguya by her name. When Black Zetsu tells stories to Naruto and Sasuke, he often calls Kaguya by her name. Basically, when Black Zetsu is communicating with Kaguya, he calls her mother. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 How dare you call Wei Yuan? Chapter 16 How dare you call Wei Yuan? Asking for monthly tickets, have to say. Black Zetsu is a bit of a storyteller. In the story told by Black Zetsu, Kaguya transforms into a goddess of the sun who has compassion on the world, and becomes a victim who is hurt by those close to her. Even though her fate was so tragic, the great Kaguya still chooses the overall situation for the sake of human lives. This story really tells the image of the goddess of the Uno that humans want to believe in, especially people like Emiya Shiera who have always believed in the sacred tree and Kaguya. Shiera Emiya was a little dazed. Is this the ninja world? Is this the real ninja world? If the storyteller was not Black Zetsu, Emiya Shiera would almost want to believe this tragic story, because logically there was only a tiny flaw left. Because this flaw is Black Zetsu. In ancient times, Black Zetsu always wanted to take revenge on the six-path sage. Black Zetsu is the wool that Kaguya left behind in this world. She was a kind-hearted mother who loved her son very much, a mother who even took the initiative to give in the conflict that destroyed the world. The wool that remained behind actually wanted to take revenge on her son? Apparently. Heiju doesn't understand human emotions very well. As a kind-hearted person, Emi Yashiera would definitely take the initiative to help Black Zetsu fill this flaw, and at the same time reduce his original guilt towards Black Zetsu. It's really a god that people worship. I can't even imagine. Shiera Emiya sighed deeply, revealing a bit of sympathy. Such a great god, who was clearly on the right path, was betrayed and sealed by her beloved child. How much pain must she have suppressed in her heart? There was a sudden pause on Heizetsu's face. It didn't expect. My own story works so well, Emi Yashiera's respect for Kagaya is growing. This guy. I even thought of the pain Kagaya felt when she was sealed, although Kagaya felt more than just pain when she was sealed by the Six-Path Sage brothers, she also felt resentment and anger towards her two sons for betraying her. However, Emi Yashiera's words immediately gave Black Zetsu a new idea in his mind, and he immediately found the source of his appearance. Yes. This pain is unbearable. Even the goddess of the rabbit can't bear it. This pain is also the reason why I was born in this world. Black Zetsu's voice slowly became gloomy, and he took the blame. Before the Great Mother was sealed, she was unwilling to hate her own son. Kagaya stripped her pain from her body, and since then I was born into this world. So, I have been hiding it. Black Zetsu seemed to have some inferiority complex and made up stories about himself. Because I am the painful will born by my mother, I dare not reveal my true identity. Emi Yashiera looked at Black Zetsu in a daze. Black Jew. Emi Yashiera seemed to be feeling compassion. It seemed that at this moment, the man had completely accepted Black Zetsu's identity, forgave Black Zetsu for deceiving him, and even felt a little sympathy for Black Zetsu's life. You are the will of the goddess of the rabbit. This should be something to be proud of. Emi Yashiera comforted Black Zetsu, even a little sadly. God is always saving the suffering people in the world, there must be someone to save the gods from suffering. Emi Yashiera gently soothed Black Zetsu's heart, as the painful will left by the goddess of the rabbit, you are also complaining about her experience. Master Wei Iwan. Heizetsu felt a little touched. From today, Emi Yashiera is the chess piece that he truly controls perfectly. Don't think like this at this time. Should say. Emi Yashiera is his true companion in resurrecting Kagaya. Although Black Zetsu feels that if Emi Yashiera resurrects Kagaya one day and truly sees Kagaya's true face, he will probably become furious. But, in order to prevent Emi Yashiera from getting too angry, Kuriko had no intention of letting Shiera Emiya see Kagaya's resurrection. Because Shiera Emiya was the sacrificial vessel that Black Zetsu intended to keep to resurrect Kagaya. After all, Shiera Emiya was the only chess piece that Black Zetsu trusted the most. As for Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu had completely forgotten about this useless chess piece. Black Zetsu is imagining that his future plan will be successful and he will one day pierce Emi Yashiera's heart to resurrect Kagaya. Should he be complacent? Or should put on a sad and helpless expression? No. It's a bit of both. I can talk about my helplessness with sadness, and proudly talk about the deception I have worked hard to plan for these years. This state seems a bit schizophrenic. Although Black Zetsu felt a little sorry for Emi Yashiera's trust, he also believed that he was Kagaya's will and all his goals were to resurrect Kagaya. Okay. That time. At worst, I can just say a few more words. Praise Emi Yashiera. Tell me how much you like this chess piece of his. How happy it was when he was really used as a chess piece. Before death. Eventually, Emi Yashiera must know the truth. This would be worthy of their friendship over the years. Black Zetsu secretly made plans for his future in his heart, and even felt a little guilty when he thought about it. He subconsciously became warm and friendly towards Emi Yashiera. Wei Yuan. Hearing Black Zetsu's name, Emi Yashiera felt a little weird. This guy Black Zetsu. Thinking that I am Kagaya's will. I thought my status had improved. Are you even unwilling to call him Lord Wei Yuan? The name Wei Yuan. Only true friends can shout that. They are the kind of friends who can truly entrust each other with their final affairs. The name Wei Yuan was something that he asked the slug to call him when they wanted to make communication easier, but the little fool slug insisted on adding a respectful title of adult at the end. This guy Black Zetsu. It would be fine if I could just call him Lord Wei Yuan. Now she even refuses to add a respectful title at the end. Does she really think that it is Kagaya's will and can look down on her arrogantly? Although I am a broad-minded person and don't intend to argue with Black Zetsu about these trivial matters, Black Zetsu's behavior is really a bit arrogant. Once in power. Not even in power yet, Black Zetsu has already acted as if he is representing God's will. Although I am a generous person and don't mind a small title, Black Zetsu's attitude is really a bit too much. Has this guy forgotten the important matter? Now it still needs help from others. Wei Yuan. Black Zetsu really likes this intimate name. Black Zetsu actually thinks that his relationship with Emi Yashiera has become closer. He believes that Emi Yashiera has completely accepted his identity and even forgiven him for concealing his identity. The time has come. It's time to get down to business. It's not easy to revive Kagaya. Back then, Mom was sealed away thousands of years ago. It was relatively easy to revive her then, but Mom's chakra had already dissipated over the millennium. Black Zetsu paused when he said this, and then made up another sentence. Now only her thoughts are left of her mother, still protecting the world she once loved so much. It's really great. Emi Yashiera couldn't help but admire her, and then he seemed to suddenly realize something, frowning, looking a little uneasy. If Kagaya-sama is left with only residual thoughts, this is a realm of God that I have never touched before. I may need a long time to try to figure it out, but I am a little worried that I may not be able to do it. Black Zetsu smiled. Black Zetsu doesn't care about Emi Yashiera's helplessness. Black Zetsu was very satisfied with Emi Yashiera's attitude, and even felt a little overjoyed, because Emi Yashiera's words brought back the familiar feeling. As expected of Emi Yashiera, as expected, he is my favorite chess piece. When encountering a problem, Shiera Emiya will subconsciously look for solutions to the problem. But this time, Emi Yashiera is definitely not going to make it. Because the way Kagaya was resurrected is definitely something that Emi Yashiera could not imagine. I think, Emiya was originally planning to continue chatting and see what tricks Black Zetsu could come up with to deceive him, but he sensed someone approaching him quickly. Black Zetsu's perception ability was also very strong. He also noticed that someone was approaching rapidly. He was a little annoyed that he was interrupted when he was having a happy chat with Emi Yashiera. Somebody is coming. And many more. Black Zetsu sensed the newcomer with some surprise, as if he couldn't believe the other party's identity. Why is he here? I'm here to ask everyone to continue reading and vote for me. Please read it on Monday and vote for it monthly to get on the new book list. I have to ask for it again tomorrow, Tuesday, because it is important to test the waters and follow the data. I will try my best to write it better, and I'll leave the rest to you all. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Uchihamadara. Chapter 17 Uchihamadara. Uchihamadara. This was someone Black Zetsu could never have imagined coming. Compared to Emi Yashiera, Uchihamadara was the chess piece that Black Zetsu intended to give up. It did not expect that this chess piece would find here at this time. This is a bit inappropriate. Since it is impossible for Uchihamadara to know himself, nor is it possible for him to know Emi Yashiera, why did he come to him at this time, theoretically? Uchihamadara really shouldn't have come here. In fact, Uchihamadara had his own reasons for coming here. Because when Uchihamadara secretly went to Konoha Hospital to visit Senju Hashirama, he secretly overheard a conversation in Konoha Hospital. Hashirama Senju, who was resting alone, was sitting on the hospital bed, and Hashirama Senju's wife Mito Uzumaki was sitting beside the bed. The relationship between the couple was very harmonious. This couple. There is some sense of mutual respect. After all, it was impossible to hide the fact that Hashirama Senju had woken up from his wife. Senju Tobirama also respected his elder sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito very much. As soon as Senju Hashirama woke up, he immediately ordered someone to notify Uzumaki Mito, who was guarding the Nine Tails in the back mountain of Konoha, so that Uzumaki Mito would no longer have to worry about her elder brother's illness. Uzumaki Mito knew about her husband's condition and speculated that he would wake up later. She was afraid that something might happen to Hashirama Senju, who woke up early, so she hurried to the Konoha hospital to find out about her husband's condition before going back to guard the Nine Tails. At this time, no problem. Uzumaki Mito has always respected and understood her husband Hashirama Senju. She knows that her husband Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara have a brotherly friendship. When Uzumaki Mito arrived at the Konoha hospital, she noticed that Hashirama Senju was suffering from the fact that he had killed Uchiha Madara with his own hands, and hoped to persuade her husband to let go of his knot. Actually, before Uchiha Madara wanted to destroy Konoha, Uzumaki Mito has always had a good impression of Uchiha Madara. As the wife of Hashirama Senju, Uzumaki Mito has never hated her husband's friend Uchiha Madara, and has always respected her husband's friends. She has also always been well aware of the deep friendship between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. Naturally, the couple talked about Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama is a straightforward person and does not hide his thoughts. The man faced his wife and talked about the determination that was born during the life and death battle between him and Uchiha Madara, and told his wife of his determination to kill Uchiha Madara in order to protect Konoha. That moment, I know I have to kill Madara. I must protect Konoha at all costs. Even if it's my friend, even if it's my brother, even if it's my child, this is the determination to protect the village. Compared to the will to protect Konoha, my friendship with Madara is no longer important, and he will never understand my determination to protect the village. Uchiha Madara, who was eavesdropping outside the room, had a cold expression on his face. Uzumaki Mito, who was listening in the room, frowned. Because she had been in charge of guarding the Nine Tails that was brought back by Hashirama Senju, Uzumaki Mito's chakra was consumed greatly and her spirit was also slightly tired. Other than that, my husband has been seriously injured and in a coma. All these made Uzumaki Mito feel a little exhausted. However, even so, Uzumaki Mito, who has always been tough, still forced herself to hold on to her exhausted spirit and tried hard to think about whether her husband's idea was appropriate. Are you willing to sacrifice everything to protect the village? There was a hint of uneasiness on Uzumaki Mito's face. She knew that her husband had regretted his friendship with Uchiha Madara countless times when Uchiha Madara left Konoha. Exactly. Uzumaki Mito was a little worried about his condition. In order to protect the village, can everything be given up? Whether they are Hashirama Senju's friends, Hashirama Senju's brothers, or Hashirama Senju's children, these people are the ones that Hashirama Senju tried desperately to protect. To protect Uchiha Madara, Hashirama Senju had countless arguments with his brother Tobirama Senju, but because of their childhood friendship, he was never willing to kill Uchiha Madara during the Warring States period. In order to protect Tobirama Senju, Hashirama Senju once nearly committed suicide in front of Uchiha Madara. Just now, to protect Konoha, to protect the village, her husband chose to sacrifice the person he once tried so hard to protect. However, wasn't the purpose of everyone building the village of Konoha to better protect these people from suffering from war? Senju Hashirama's thoughts. Uzumaki Mito felt something was not right. However, Uzumaki Mito had consumed too much chakra recently, and she was too tired to judge the right and wrong in the words for a while. Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito frowned, thinking in confusion. She thought of a terrible question: if we protect the village at all costs, then when the cost becomes so painful that we cannot accept it one day, How can we deal with it? Senju Hashirama hesitated for only a moment. However, Hashirama Senju remembered that he had killed his best friend Uchiha Madara with his own hands in order to protect Konoha. This was a choice that made him feel more painful than sacrificing his own life. A painful price. Senju Hashirama lowered his head and gave a painful but resolute answer, if it is to protect Konoha, there is no price that is unacceptable, right? Uzumaki Mito suddenly realized the horror. This idea. It seems a little too scary. If Hashirama Senju's will is passed down one day, what will happen to Konoha in the future that Hashirama Senju cannot see? The price of human imagination, the first thought is one's own life. Some people sacrificed their lives for the so-called protection of Konoha. Such a person will definitely become a hero admired by everyone in Konoha. And then, the costs will continue to increase. Because there are really more painful prices in the world than sacrificing one's own life. A companion in life and death. Someone killed his friend in the so-called protection of Konoha. This kind of person does seem to have protected the village, but after killing his friend, can he wash the blood of his friend off his hands? This kind of thing won't happen. Under normal circumstances this wouldn't happen. Senju Hashirama killed his friend Uchiha Madara because Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails and wanted to destroy Konoha and kill the people in the village. This cruel act of Uchiha Madara is unforgivable for Uzumaki Mito. What else is the cost? For example, family members who live together day and night. Someone killed his own family in order to so-called protect Konoha. There's no way this could happen. The future of Konoha couldn't possibly be this bad. Even in the turbulent warring states period, the purpose of ninjas fighting was not only for profit but also to protect their loved ones. No one could harm their loved ones. Mito Uzumaki's moral outlook remained fairly simple, and her imagination quickly came to a screeching halt, thinking that maybe she'd been thinking a little too much lately. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Uzumaki Mito sighed and stopped talking about this topic. It must be too hard. Senju Hashirama saw the tiredness on his wife's face and asked softly about the Nine Tails. I was worried that the Nine Tails would cause trouble, so I brought it back to the village. Is it still obedient? Fine. Uzumaki Mito thought of the big fox who loved to make trouble. Uzumaki Mito knew that Konoha could not seal the Nine Tails in the back mountain of the village forever, because the Nine Tails' power was too strong, and they would have to solve this troublesome problem sooner or later. If you insist on sealing the Nine Tails, it is not safe to keep it sealed in the back mountain of Konoha. It may break free from the seal every day. Uzumaki Mito supports her husband and is willing to sacrifice herself for his ideals. The only safe way is to seal the Nine Tails in my body as soon as possible, and use the unique chakra of our Uzumaki clan to completely seal it. In this case, Kyuubi might become more aggressive, right? If there is any mistake in the seal, the nine-tailed fox will wreak havoc in the village. After saying this, Senju Hashirama said with some guilt, in this case, you who have the nine tails in your body may be regarded as an unsafe factor by the people in the village. I will. Uzumaki Mito's voice lowered a little. Try not to show up in the village. Feel sorry. It does not matter. The couple in the ward seemed to be still harmonious. Outside the ward, Uchiha Madara had been single for a long time, so he felt that the conversation between Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki was a bit boring, and he was planning to leave secretly. However, this sentence caught Uchiha Madara's attention. Speaking of which, the Dr. Tobirama found is really strange. The other party's identity is so mysterious that even I have to hide it, but his medical skills are really excellent, so I don't have to worry too much. Uchiha Madara's figure quietly left. This couldn't be a bigger coincidence. Now Uchiha Madara thinks that he also needs a doctor to help him perform the flesh and blood transplant surgery of Hashirama Senju. Exactly. This also kills two birds with one stone. If this mysterious doctor who knew about Hashirama Senju's illness disappeared, it would definitely cause panic in the entire Konoha, because Hashirama Senju's illness was a top secret in Konoha. This top secret. This will inevitably distract Senju Tobirama's attention. As long as this mysterious doctor cannot be found one day, he will be like a sharp sword hanging in the air, because he may leak to the ninja world that Hashirama Senju only has 10 years left to live. It is impossible for Senju Tobirama to be in the mood to study the corpse he left in the secret room. He will definitely mobilize the Konoha ninja to search for the whereabouts of the doctor, and at the same time concentrate the remaining energy on resolving Konoha's internal problems within 10 years. As for the time after arresting this doctor, the fact that my old friend Hashirama Senju only has 10 years left to live. Uchiha Madara stood outside Emi Yashiera's house, looking at the swaying candlelight by the window. A mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph! Hashirama. Compared to what I want, our friendship is actually not that important. Hashirama. I have made up my mind. I killed you to achieve my goal. Jiraiya appeared at the age of 50, and Tsunade appeared at the age of 50 to 51. According to the original plot time point of Konoha 60 years, Tsunade was born to the daughter or son of Senju Hashirama about 10 years after the establishment of Konoha. Uzumaki Mito must have married Senju Hashirama in the Warring States period, so there is a granddaughter named Tsunade. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Susanoo, the Boiling Konoha. Chapter 18, Susanoo, the Boiling Konoha. Please read. Please vote for me, Uchiha Madara. This is an uninvited guest. Shiera Emiya knew some information about Uchiha Madara. However, Shiera Emiya could not show it in front of Black Zetsu. He even looked at Black Zetsu in surprise, hoping that Black Zetsu could help provide information about the uninvited guest. Black Jew. Do you know him? Black Zetsu didn't know how to answer. After all, Uchiha Madara was the new chess piece it found to resurrect Kaguya, and it even prepared a perfect plan in advance for Uchiha Madara to fall into its trap. However, after it met Emi Yashiera, it planned to throw away Uchiha Madara as a chess piece immediately. Of course. This kind of thing must not be said out loud. No. Black Zetsu nodded. However, Black Zetsu did not have time to communicate so much with Emi Yashiera before Uchiha Madara arrived, so he could only ask a key question. Wei Yuan. When you obtained the power of the 6 paths. Black Zetsu looked at Emi Yashiera. At Emi Yashiera's ordinary eyes, are the Rinnegan you transplanted still in this world? Samsara I. It has always been the most critical issue. The Rinnegan is the starting point for Black Zetsu to resurrect Kaguya. Those eyes of Samsara. I remember letting the slugs destroy me. Emi Yashiera rubbed his brows, as if he had encountered a difficult problem that gave him a headache, because I wanted to make my body into a medical specimen and leave it to future generations. I was worried that the pair of Samsara eyes would be obtained by future generations and use the power inside to harm the ninja world. After returning to the wet bone forest, I took off the pair of Samsara eyes and transplanted my own eyes. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment. Actually, it also guessed this. The eyes of the 6 path sage are destroyed, and that's it. Black Zetsu was also worried that leaving the 6 path sage's eyes behind would cause trouble. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Black Zetsu quickly waved his hands and took the initiative to comfort Emi Yashiera. Although the birth of the Rinnegan is very troublesome, it is not unsolvable. And the person who came is the right person. A person who can truly awaken the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu could sense that Uchiha Madara was getting closer and closer, and his figure quietly hid, and he only had time to remind him with one sentence, Wei Yuan, don't reveal our secrets, and don't hurt him. Find out his intentions first. The corner of Emi Yashiera's eye twitched. This is a challenge, because he is a good person who is not good at deceiving and concealing in front of Black Zetsu. He can't lie to Uchiha Madara without any scruples. Can't communicate. Because this will reduce Black Zetsu's trust, even if it means putting Uchihamadara, the uninvited guest, in danger. We cannot deceive him without scruples. If you are too unfamiliar with lying, Uchihamadara will think there is something wrong. If you are too skilled at lying, Black Zetsu will think there is something wrong, and this guy Uchihamadara is obviously not a good guy, due to the limitations of his impure world reincarnation body. Emi Yashiera cannot use his own power at will. In addition, under Black Zetsu's surveillance, he cannot use the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the Samsara Eye. If he encounters Uchihamadara looking for trouble, it will be difficult to fight him. At this time, there's a high probability that Uchihamadara came here to cause trouble. Maybe Uchihamadara just wanted to kill himself. Unless Uchihamadara doesn't observe anything and arrogantly uses the Sharingan's illusion on him. Squeak! The window was quietly pushed open. Emi Yashiera looked back subconsciously. A scarlet eye appeared in front of him. This scarlet eye, like a full moon, shone into Emi Yashiera's pupil. The 3 pitch-black megatama dotted in it looked particularly strange. Humph! Let yourself be enchanted by the Sharingan's illusion. There was a hint of cold mockery on Uchihamadara's lips. This man with a proud face stood by the window with his fingers together, and directly used his Sharingan illusion to try to control Emi Yashiera. This is the easiest way to fight. This is the most effective way to fight. This is the safest way to fight. Uchihamadara didn't want to cause any noise. He wanted to kidnap Emi Yashiera silently. Because he is fully capable of doing so. Uchihamadara possesses the highest level eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Even if one of his eyes was blinded in order to cast Izanagi, the illusion he cast with the other eye is enough to easily control the tailed beasts. Except Hashirama. Uchihamadara had a look of contempt on his face, and was very confident in his own illusion. No one in this world can escape this level of illusion. Emi Yashiera was instantly caught in the Sharingan's illusion. However, the battle of illusions often involves spiritual energy. When Uchihamadara's spiritual will appeared in Emi Yashiera's mind and wanted to implant a mark of illusion control in the other's mind, he vaguely realized that something seemed to be wrong. Because Uchihamadara saw a calf. Under normal circumstances, when the Uchiha clan cast illusions, they would often transform into a terrifying figure or eye in the opponent's spiritual will like an invincible god. That kind of spiritual energy that is as majestic as that of a god is innate to the Uchiha clan. It can completely overwhelm the opponent's mental will, and make people's brains only produce the power of fear, so that they can be directly controlled by their Sharingan. But, as the strongest of the Uchiha clan, Uchihamadara realized that the illusion he was casting was in trouble. Uchihamadara raised his head in the spiritual realm. He looked upwards along the calf and saw a tall figure that was several times taller than him. The other party's spiritual energy was stronger. This person's body. What a powerful soul! The Scarlet Sharingan was filled with shock. Good evening. In the spiritual realm, accompanied by a thunderous voice like Emi Yashiera, his palm stretched out from the void and lightly pressed on the spiritual energy shoulder of Uchihamadara, instantly shattering his will. How can it be? Uchihamadara covered his eyes in pain. What a joke! How could there be anyone in this world other than Hashirama Senju who could resist his illusions, or even break his illusions easily? The spiritual collapse. The backlash of the illusion's failure is stronger than ever. Before Uchihamadara could even react, Emi Yashiera had already approached him, and a pitch-black curse seal appeared on his fingertips and pointed at his arm. A curse seal! Uchihamadara quickly dodged. Too late, there is not much chakra in my body. Emi Yashiera pointed his finger at Uchihamadara's arm. A pitch-black curse seal quickly appeared on Uchihamadara's arm. It's just a curse. Uchihamadara forcibly suppressed the mental pain that made him feel a splitting headache, and wanted to raise his fingers to release the curse, but in a moment he realized that the energy of this curse was extraordinary. This is natural energy. Uchihamadara is not completely ignorant of natural energy, because Senju Hashirama has boasted more than once about the sage mode he achieved by using natural energy. This guy. Who is it? Where on earth did Senju Tobirama find this doctor? Uchihamadara couldn't imagine that there was such a powerful person in the ninja world. He could only vaguely remember that Senju Tobirama once called him Sir Emiya. Sloppy. My actions were too hasty. I originally thought that the honorific Mr. Emiya was a sign of respect for the doctor's status, but I didn't expect that it might also be a sign of respect for his power. Not good. My own plan. Uchihamadara was very aware of his own weakness. Due to the battle with Hashirama Senju, he did use Izanagi to escape death, but the chakra in his body was almost exhausted, and his eye power was far from recovered. This little eye power could only release a third-stage Susanoo at most. This time, I was really too careless. The most important is, his plan to kidnap the other party quietly had failed. If he made any more noise, it would definitely alert Konoha. No, it would definitely alert Konoha, and he might even be in big trouble. This is the worst. I wanted to hide the fact that I faked my death. As a result, he was exposed because he underestimated the other party. Uchihamadara didn't care about his pain and jumped up. He knew he couldn't stay here any longer. Want to escape? Emi Yashiera raised his finger. With Emi Yashiera's control, pitch-black seals appeared on Uchihamadara's body. The seals of natural energy made it impossible for him to use chakra, even. No movement at all, unless you use Susanoo. Once Susanoo is activated, the fact that I faked my death would definitely be exposed. However, if he continued to fight like this, he would most likely be defeated, and it would only be a matter of time before he was trapped here. Uchihamadara was very aware of Hashirama Senju's terrifying recovery ability. He knew that once the other party learned of his news, he would definitely rush over, and his recovery ability would definitely be faster than his own. Add to that the despicable man like Senju Tobirama and the power used by other ninja clans in Konoha. This guy. Uchihamadara gritted his teeth and clenched his fists with anger on his face. The little bit of pupil power that had just recovered was suddenly activated. His emotions greatly affected the power of the Sharingan. Only Susanoo can rely on the power of the pupil. Only then can you directly break the seal that blocks the body. Boom! The tall blue Susanoo suddenly appeared. Even though this tall Susanoo was not wearing armor, it barely had a complete human form, and even some of its head was not filled in. But this Susanoo is so familiar. So many people have seen this blue Susanoo, the entire Konoha was boiling in an instant. That is it Uchihamadara's Susanoo? Today's update is 6,000 words. Please give me a monthly ticket. Celebrating the success of stamp collecting, Pi has reached Chang Shenzang Push. Let them show their loyalty. Traveling to a catastrophic world full of disorder and strange objects, Chu-Tu found that he had slept with the lover of an important person. Now that it has been discovered, let it be. Enhance your strength, cultivate your power, and tap into beautiful and powerful subordinates, and step by step toward the pinnacle of this world. Catastrophic abilities and strange items include, ornament stone that can erase the impression of oneself in other people's minds, a mirror that allows one to freely adjust one's appearance and copy other people's appearance and voice by standing in front of it, a beast head that can summon a storm after kissing it, a piggy bank that can store emotions, a flip potion that can increase favorability by hitting someone, etc. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Seeing You reminded me of the first Sharingan user I fought against. Chapter 19, Seeing You reminds me of the first Sharingan user I fought against. Konoha was a little noisy. The 10-meter-high Susanoo looks so eye-catching, it's so serious that the Konoha ninjas can't even ignore its existence. During the Warring States period, which most people in Konoha village have experienced, too many people have seen this familiar colored Susanoo on the battlefield. How can it be? How could Uchihamadara's Susanoo appear? Uchihamadara, who was killed by the first Hokage, is still alive. Uchihamadara is here again. All the ninjas in Konoha were shouting loudly, and most of them had a look of fear on their faces. Although they don't know why Uchihamadara is still alive, they also know how powerful Uchihamadara's Susanoo is. Warring States period. According to legend, if anyone is hostile to the Uchiha clan on the battlefield and sees Uchihamadara's Susanoo appear, he will surely die. The terrifying blue god of war active on the battlefield, this is people's impression of Uchihamadara's Susanoo. Of course, this statement is definitely an exaggeration. Many ninjas in Konoha village have seen Uchihamadara's Susanoo, and some of them even survived, but that doesn't mean they dare to relax. Because they know their survivor bias. They know that more people have died at the power of Susanoo. This moment, people once again recalled the horror of being slaughtered by the power of Susanoo. In particular, the Susanoo that appeared in Konoha village was just the ordinary state of Uchihamadara when he performed Susanoo, and it was not even far from the limit of that terrifying man. Even so, it is not a force that ordinary ninjas can resist. Go tell the Hokage. This is the first thought in the minds of most Konoha ninjas. Go and report to Lord Tobirama. This is the thought of the few rational Anbu ninjas in Konoha. In fact, this no longer requires any notification. Inside the Hokage building, Senju Tobirama knew the threat posed by Uchihamadara better than anyone else. When he was handling affairs on behalf of his elder brother in the Hokage building, he heard the noise, and saw Uchihamadara's Susanoo by the window, and even saw the state of Susanoo. It's Madara indeed. That bastard isn't dead yet. Senju Tobirama recognized it at a glance and looked at the direction where Susanoo appeared with gritted teeth. Although he didn't know why Uchihamadara, who should have been killed by his eldest brother, did not die, Senju Tobirama rushed over to deal with it as soon as possible. He wanted to teleport there immediately, but was restricted by the black curse seal on his arm. Not good. He had not yet fully mastered this power and was unable to use chakra at will. He actually neglected his responsibility to protect Konoha and made such a big mistake. Just give him one more day. As long as he is given one more day of free time, he will be able to understand the power contained in the curse. He has been too careless in his desire for the secret power of ancient times. We must find Emi Yashiera. Only you can break this curse. Only then can you use the chakra in your body at will. However, Senju Tobirama remembered the place where he placed Emi Yashiera, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, because that was the area where Konoha accommodated foreign guests. Same. This is also the area where Uchihamadara appeared. What is this guy Uchihamadara doing there? Senju Tobirama hurriedly rushed over with the Anbu ninjas, observing the damaged state of Uchihamadara's third stage Susanoo. I have seen this form of Susanoo before, but he can't even maintain this form. It seems this evil bastard escaped death. After all, his strength was almost exhausted in that battle. Banara showed up again. Senju Hashirama didn't have time to think too much. There was not even time to say anything more to Uzumaki Mito. The couple also quickly rushed towards the direction where Uchihamadara appeared. Senju Hashirama didn't care about his injuries, and Uzumaki Mito didn't care about his fatigue. In the tall Susanoo, Uchihamadara stood in the head with gritted teeth. His eyes slightly swept across Konoha, and he saw countless figures running towards him, this group of ant-like ninjas. At this moment it is also a threat to his escape, of course. The most difficult one. There is no doubt that it is the mysterious man in front of him. Uchihamadara saw Emi Yashiera standing below through the broken head of Susanoo, which made him extremely hate and angry about his exposure today. Susanoo. I didn't expect to see such amazing power in this era. Emi Yashiera looked up at Uchihamadara's Susanoo and asked sincerely and humbly, although I don't like fighting, but isn't it a bit too much to underestimate your opponent with only the third stage of Susanoo? The corners of Uchihamadara's eyes tightened slightly. This guy. He actually knows so much about Susanoo. He doesn't even care about the threat of the third stage Susanoo. However, Uchiha Madara no longer thought so much. The purpose of him releasing Susanoo in a hurry was just to release the curse in his body. His real purpose was to use the power of Susanoo to escape. You guy! Who is it? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and estimated in his mind the time it would take for Senju Hashirama to arrive. He just wanted to know who the person in front of him was who had caused him such a great loss. No doubt. The opponent is an extremely powerful and terrifying person. At least Uchiha Madara had never seen anyone who could break his illusions as easily as the man in front of him, and he could even rely on his powerful mental strength to crush him instantly. Even if he used illusions in his prime, he could not be the opponent of the other party, especially. This guy's identity is so mysterious, even Hashirama Senju didn't know his identity. As a person who had fought in the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara never thought that there were stronger people in this world besides him and Senju Hashirama. I always thought that the only one who could compete with me was Hashirama. I never thought that there would be someone like you in such a small ninja world. Uchiha Madara stared at Emi Yashiera with his only remaining Sharingan, observing his situation vigilantly while continuing to question in a deep voice, "A person as powerful as you should not be an unknown person." This sentence sounds familiar to me. Emi Yashiera frowned and thought for a second before he suddenly raised his head and said, "It reminds me of the first Sharingan ninja who was defeated by me." Okay. Uchiha Madara suddenly became curious. Could it be that anyone in their tribe has fought with this person? Indra. Shiera Emiya looked up at Uchiha Madara and introduced Indra's identity. "If there is any record in your clan, Indra is the ancestor of your Sharingan clan. When I beat him..." Emi Yashiera spoke the truth very frankly and did not deceive Uchiha Madara on this point. "He just happened to say the same thing to you. This is the real truth." When Emi Yashiera tried to assassinate Indra for the first time, Indra said in disbelief that there were people like Emi Yashiera in the ninja world. Just like now, he claimed that a powerful person like Emi Yashiera should not be unknown. This kind of thing. Of course Uchiha Madara didn't believe it. "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" Uchiha Madara's face was full of anger. He clenched his fist and tried to control Susanoo to punch Emi Yashiera. "This bastard! How dare you use such words to tease him?" Although Uchiha Madara didn't know what his ancestor's name was, he knew that there was no way he would believe such nonsense. "I'm Emi Yashiera." Emi Yashiera shook his head, seemingly not caring about Uchiha Madara's rage, and calmly raised his finger and sighed, "I never like to lie." Click! A huge stone arm suddenly appeared on the ground. The stone arm clenched its fist and forced it to collide with Susanoo's fist. What? Uchiha Madara's heart was suddenly filled with shock like a storm. He was not surprised that his attack was easily blocked, he was just surprised at the name he heard. The name Emi Yashiera. I have heard it too many times. A new day. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Dance Here to Your Heart and number 039, S content, 9-tail. Chapter 20, Dance Here to Your Heart's content, 9-tailed fox, Emi Yashiera. The greatest medical ninja in the ninja world. In fact, Uchiha Madara doesn't like to be a medical ninja. However, when Uchiha Madara met his friend Hashirama Senju when he was a child, he heard this name from his friend Hashirama Senju countless times, and scenes of past memories resurfaced from the depths of his mind. Spot. Have you heard the story of Emi Yashiera? The story of Lord Emi Yashiera has long been passed down in our clan. Have you also heard his stories since childhood? Endure the pain that the world cannot endure, and save the world that endures the pain. This is the ninja way that Lord Emi Yashiera left for this world. Spot. I secretly saw it today. Don't tell anyone. I have a crystal coffin left by Lord Emi Yashiera at home. Spot. Dad won't allow me to become a medical ninja. Besides, My brother Itama is dead. Learning medical skills won't help me protect the people I want to protect. Medical ninjas can't change this turbulent era. These memories are blown away by the wind. Uchiha Madara was almost forgetting these memories. He was almost forgetting that Senju Hashirama had given up important things long ago. Emiyashi era. This is a saint from ancient times. Legend has it that he is the most skilled medical ninja in Chinese medicine. Uchiha Madara understood why Konoha kept Emiyashi era's identity secret, because the Senju Tobirama, who always liked to study despicable ninjutsu, must have developed a shameful forbidden technique and resurrected Emiyashi era, the saint of ancient times. Indeed. Only Emiyashi era. Only then will it be possible to cure that guy Hashirama. I see. A look of realization flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. Since the opponent is a ninja from ancient times, it is not surprising that he has some unique methods. It is not shameful to suffer a great loss at his hands. Moreover, knowing that the other party was the famous saint from ancient times, it didn't seem to be a disadvantage to expose his identity. But it's time for me to leave Konoha. Spot. A figure wearing red plate armor fell down. You are still alive. Senju Hashirama appeared in front of them almost fully armed, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Madara who was in the Susanoo in front of him. His eyes were slightly complicated. This close friend whom I killed with my own hands. He was resurrected and appeared in front of him again, in order to stop Uchiha Madara's Susanoo from wreaking havoc. Senju Hashirama didn't care that his injuries had not yet healed and rushed over first. You came so quickly, Hashirama. When Hashirama Senju appeared, Uchiha Madara's attention was subconsciously drawn to the red plate armor figure that appeared below. Ah, you are. Hashirama Senju subconsciously glanced at Emiyashi era beside him and felt that the other's profile looked familiar. Was he the doctor who treated him today, still? Where did you meet this nice guy? As the Hokage of the village. He had memorized every ninja and even children in the village. Not from Konoha. Nor are they enemies in the village. It seems that he should be called a guest of the village, but why is he still a little dead? He seems to be in a strange state. Although Hashirama Senju did not see clearly what Emiyashi era looked like in the Konoha hospital, he knew that he was an outsider found by Tobirama Senju, otherwise he would not have been arranged to live in the residence prepared by the village for foreign guests. Emiyashi era stepped forward and wanted to introduce himself. Go to shelter. Leave this to me. After giving the order nonchalantly, Hashirama Senju turned his attention back to Uchiha Madara. He saw that one of Uchiha Madara's eyes was a strange grayish-white color. That eye. It's still okay during battle. How come it has turned into a blind gray now? Banara, your eyes. Senju Hashirama looked into Uchiha Madara's eyes with some surprise. No need to be curious. It's just the price of avoiding being killed by you. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, his expression suddenly became fierce and indifferent, his palms suddenly opened and clenched again, trying to squeeze out his pupil power. I was planning to say a few words and leave, but now it seems a bit troublesome. It is indeed troublesome. Senju Hashirama is really a trouble that cannot be shaken off. Boom. The damaged Susanoo is being repaired quickly. The third form of Susanoo stands in Konoha like a blue giant. Would release. Hashirama Senju's palms suddenly closed together, vines rose from the ground and wrapped around Susanoo's arms. It's that trick again. Uchiha Madara suddenly clenched his palm with an unhappy look on his face. A giant curved sword with blue light emerged from Susanoo's hand, and it swung the sword to cut off the vines one by one. Just like. The battle between the two of them starts again here. This is the aftermath of the previous life and death battle. The seriously injured Senju Hashirama and the resurrected Uchiha Madara seem to want to start a fight here again. Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito looked at her husband with some worry in her eyes. Now that you are injured, you must restrain the use of chakra, otherwise. No. Senju Hashirama didn't care about his own body and responded in a deep voice, "You leave here first. Although I am somewhat fortunate that Madara is still alive, I must kill Madara here and for all this time. Are you saying you can kill me again?" Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in the air. The moment he noticed Uzumaki Mito, a strange and fierce look flashed across his face. "Spot! There's no way I'll let you go." A look of determination flashed across Hashirama Senju's face. "Even if you escape death. But he wants to destroy our village." Senju Hashirama's palms suddenly closed, and huge vines emerged from the empty spaces around him like giant trees. Without exception, these vines continued to extend. "No matter what, I can't let Uchiha Madara leave anymore." Even at this time he was willing to risk his own life to keep Uchiha Madara, because he was worried that Uchiha Madara would make a comeback and try to destroy Konoha again. "Then I'll wait and see." Uchiha Madara stretched out his finger and cut it, drawing a little blood. His palm was still slowly making hand seals, and his voice seemed to become a little leisurely. "This situation. There's something vaguely weird and frightening about it." "Okay." Senju Hashirama frowned as he thought about the possible situation. He could sense that Uchiha Madara was in the same state of exhaustion as himself. Even Madara's eye power could not add armor to his Susanoo. His own recovery ability was stronger than his. Could he have any other means? And also, the Konoha ninjas are coming in droves. Although Senju Hashirama hoped that everyone would not get close, he knew that in the ninja battles of the Warring States period, a little help could be of great help. For example, his younger brother, Tobirama Senju. Senju Hashirama didn't need their help, he just couldn't think of any chance for Uchiha Madara to turn the tables, so he was more suspicious of Uchiha Madara's methods. "Hashirama. In our fight, even the slightest mistake could be fatal. Even a small help can cost the enemy's life." The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, and his palms finally completed the hand seal. He looked at Uzumaki Mito, who was standing not far behind Senju Hashirama, with a sneer. "What if it's the most evil helper in the world?" The minds of Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki tensed at the same time. Not good. The couple had already guessed something. "But I have no interest in continuing a repetitive battle." Uchiha Madara stood in the Susanoo and gave Emi Yashiera a ferocious smile that he thought was kind. "I have gained a lot today. I still have many questions that may be answered. If there is a chance, come and visit me again." Spot! Senju Hashirama watched with some uneasiness as Uchiha Madara completed the hand seal and his hand fell. "You want to communicate with the spirit? Ninjutsu, psychic technique?" Uchiha Madara's voice and eyes were equally cold. He slapped his palm heavily on his Susanoo, and a cloud of smoke and air swept over. "This wave of air is so strong." Many Konoha ninjas who rushed over were knocked to the ground on the way. The entire Konoha building was shrouded in the smoke wrapped in the air wave. "Stay here and dance as much as you want. Kuwabai." Uchiha Madara's fierce voice echoed in the smoke. Uchiha Madara's figure disappeared in front of everyone under the cover of smoke, leaving only a huge monster with 9 tails at the scene, the most ferocious tailed beast in the world. After I finished writing it, I felt familiar. This. Like the first and fourth generations. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, New Mission Commission, Quell the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Chapter 21, New Mission Commission, Quell the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion, Kuwabai. The most vicious-tailed beast in the world. Its vicious reputation often comes from its power. As the tailed beast with the most massive chakra in the ninja world, coupled with its powerful abilities, the Nine Tails possesses nearly invincible power. Compared to Uchiha Madara, who just left Konoha in the thick fog, the Nine Tails became the #1 threat to Konoha, especially since the Nine Tails was brought back by Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara used the power of the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, which triggered a life and death battle between him and Hashirama Senju. He used the power of the Nine Tails to severely injure Hashirama Senju. After the battle, Hashirama Senju brought the Nine Tails back to Konoha and temporarily sealed it in the back mountain of Konoha. Uzumaki Mito stayed there to guard it, so no accidents should have occurred. However, Uzumaki Mito appeared here, and the Nine Tails naturally met with an accident. It was summoned by Uchiha Madara, who wanted to take the opportunity to leave Konoha, and became a tool to cover him up and get rid of the entanglement of Senju Hashirama. Just now, the vicious beast has broken free. Do not. It is still controlled. Because there are 3 pitch-black megatama in its blood-red pupils, which is a sign that it is under Uchiha Madara's control again. Roar! The nine-tailed fox roared towards the sky to vent its anger. This huge-tailed beast crushed a building in an instant, and its 9 orange tails swung wildly behind it. For it, these past few days have been a disgrace. Whether he was forced by Uchiha Madara to sign a summoning contract with the Sharingan and was controlled to participate in a war, or he was subdued by Senju Hashirama in a battle, or he was suppressed by Uzumaki Mito in a sealed cage in the back mountain. Various experiences. It's all a shame for it. This rage was further amplified by the Sharingan. When the nine-tailed fox roared towards the sky, its eyes immediately fell down and saw Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki standing in front of it. One who conquered it by force. One that relies on a seal to suppress it. This couple deserves death, it wants to tear them to pieces. Madara actually signed a summoning contract with the Nine Tails. Senju Hashirama didn't really care about the threat posed by the Nine Tails. Although the Nine Tails is a terrifying beast that cannot be defeated by most ninjas, it is a tailed beast that can be subdued with some effort for him. He is confident that he can subdue the Nine Tails. Even so, Hashirama Senju had to face the threat of the Nine Tails to Konoha. He had no time to chase after Uchiha Madara and had to deal with the trouble of the Nine Tails first. Let me do it. Uzumaki Mito quickly took a step forward. For Uzumaki Mito, the nine-tailed fox was not a problem that could not be dealt with. Although Uzumaki Mito was a little weak and tired, she thought that she was more suitable to deal with the Nine Tails than Senju Hashirama, and that her husband's injury was more important than dealing with the Nine Tails. Just at this moment, a Vajraruyi stick fell from the sky. This Vajraruyi staff split into dozens of shadow clones, forming a huge fence wall, which tightly separated the tyrannical Nine Tails and the Senju Hashirama couple. Sarutobi Sasuke controlled the Vajraruyi staff to temporarily stop the Nine Tails, and leaped in front of the Senju Hashirama and his wife. Hokage-sama, Mito-sama. As a guard ninja, Sarutobi Sasuke felt that he had failed in his duty. He slowed down a little and hurried over with his guards. This scene is a bit weird. Emi Yashiera stood behind the couple and felt that this scene was a bit strange. There seemed to be too many strange elements. The Nine Tails was controlled by the Uchiha and caused chaos. The Hokage hero who came to deal with the Nine Tails. The Hokage was accompanied by his wife. This wife is a member of the Uzumaki clan and is good at sealing the tailed beasts. However, for some reason, her body is a little weak and is not in her prime. Exactly. There was also a ninja named Sarutobi who tried to stop the Nine Tails from causing trouble. It would be fine if Shiera Emiya found it strange, but perhaps his ninja system also sensed some overly strange elements and refreshed a commission task at this time. SSS level commission, quell the Nine Tails rebellion in Konoha. No. The taste is wrong. No. This time is not right. Do I need to calm down the Nine Tails rebellion at this time? Just one person from Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito can make the Nine Tails behave. No. This is not the point at all. Emi Yashiera realized that he seemed to have caught something. This nine-tailed fox rebellion has never appeared in my memory of my previous life. Because of his treatment of Hashirama Senju, he attracted Uchiha Madara and took the initiative to expose Uchiha Madara's existence, forcing Uchiha Madara to summon the Nine Tails, which gave him the opportunity to leave Konoha. This nine-tailed rebellion. It can even be said that it was caused by one's own hands. Emi Yashiera's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he understood some mechanism triggered by certain task commissions, as if he had found the triggering mechanism of certain task commissions, even though his power was so strong that the only thing missing was a perfect resurrection, he was still not completely sure. It just so happened that there were still some quite magical techniques in this era, and perhaps there were some that could make his chakra have more possibilities to be enhanced. Who would complain about having enough power? Who would object to becoming even stronger? And this task is not troublesome. Speaking of which, I think I have had some experience with the tailed beasts. The only problem is that Kyuubi is not sober now, and may not recognize his old friend. Certainly. Even when awake, it should have been forgotten long ago. After all, that happened more than 1,000 years ago. Unfulfilled ninja commissions, 3/3. Let me handle it. Shiera Emiya accepted the commission to quell the Nine Tails rebellion, stepped forward to the crowd, and said softly, "It is better for the patient not to use chakra at will, it will be bad for your body, you can leave this to me temporarily." Your Excellency is... Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito turned around at the same time. Sarutobi Suzuki showed a hint of surprise on his face, but also said with some worry, "You are a guest of Konoha, how dare we let you take risks?" But they didn't have time to communicate. The nine-tailed fox unscrupulously releases the chakra in its body. When this chakra completely erupted, it overwhelmed everything like a gust of wind, and the eyes of this tailed beast were filled with almost uncontrollable anger and murderous intent. Roar! The nine-tailed fox swung its sharp claws and grabbed it, in a split second. A fence made up of a row of Vajra-Ruyi sticks was turned into smoke by it. Although Sarutobi Sasuke's Vajra-Ruyi stick is very hard, there is only one real body after all, and the others are just clones of the Vajra-Ruyi stick. Emi Yashiera suddenly jumped up, kicked the nine-tails claws away, and used the momentum to jump into the air. A faint light of chakra appeared on his feet. Next moment, a huge force hit the back of the nine-tailed fox's neck. Boom! The huge monster was knocked to the ground by this kick. For Shiera Emiya, the maximum chakra he can use is not much, but it is barely enough to perform super physical skills. All the Konoha ninjas were shocked by this attack. No one has ever seen the strongest beast in the ninja world being knocked down by a single blow. Roar! However, this attack also aroused the nine-tailed fox's even greater ferocity. It roared and climbed up to grab Emi Yashiera, but was kicked in the chest by Emi Yashiera again and fell out. This is the strange power of our clan. Senju Hashirama looked at the strange power displayed by the other party in surprise. Perhaps the strange power was not developed by our clan. The voice of Senju Tobirama appeared in their ears. When he heard what his eldest brother said, he subconsciously helped Emi Yashiera to defend himself. Extraordinary strength. Mainly chakra control. Through the subtle chakra control ability, the chakra in the body can be precisely controlled and concentrated in one part of the body for release. Generally speaking, in the ninja world, only medical ninjas have this extremely subtle chakra control ability. This strange power. In fact, it is more like a specialization of medical ninja. This Emi Yashiera who displays supernatural powers happens to be the first medical ninja in the entire ninja world. According to the relationship between Emi Yashiera and the ancestors of their Senju clan, it is possible that this strange power was invented by the other party and left to their Senju clan. After all, the surname of their clan all comes from Emi Yashiera. Due to too many factors. My first reaction was that the nine-tailed rebellion had broken out. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Nine Lama, it seems that you have not had a good life these years. Chapter 22 Ju Lama, it seems that you haven't had a good life these years. In fact, Senju Tobirama arrived a little late. Senju Tobirama originally wanted to rush here as soon as possible, but he noticed that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was in an extremely weak state, and when he saw his elder brother appear here, he immediately knew what he should do. Beware of Uchiha Madara escaping from Konoha. In order to block the possibility of Uchiha Madara's escape, Senju Tobirama took some time to arrange for the Anbu ninjas in the village to rush to various areas to cut off their retreat routes in advance. After Tobirama Senju arranged all this, he hurried here, wanting Emi Yashiera to remove his curse. As long as he recovers, he will quickly go after Uchiha Madara, who is also in a weak state. This is the best chance to kill Uchiha Madara again. Result: it seems like I'm a step late. It was Emi Yashiera who helped stop the Nine Tails from wreaking havoc here. However, when Tobirama Senju stood here, he realized that this might be the most advantageous choice for Konoha, because Konoha was not particularly powerful at the moment. His elder brother, Hashirama Senju, has not yet fully recovered. His elder sister-in-law, Mito Uzumaki, has been suppressing the Nine Tails and is a little weak, and he, the speediest ninja, has his chakra temporarily blocked by the energy of the curse seal. It would be most appropriate if Shiera Emiya was willing to help. Suzuki. Senju Tobirama watched the battle between the Nine Tails and Emi Yashiera, and was no longer worried about dealing with the Nine Tails. He gave a loud order: "You immediately take your men to assist the Anbu teams in searching for the whereabouts of that guy Madara. We will rush over after we deal with the Nine Tails." "Yes." Sarutobi Suzuki quickly agreed. Tobirama. This person looks so familiar. Senju Hashirama looked at Shiera Emiya, who was fighting fiercely with the Nine Tails. His eyes noticed Shiera Emiya's profile and asked in a low voice, "Although his condition is a little strange, I always feel like I have seen him when I was a child. Is it really not my illusion?" Senju Tobirama fell silent. "Brother, how dare you ask such a question? Brother, have you forgotten your childhood when you always sneaked in front of Emi Yashiera's crystal coffin and received a profound education from your father?" "Big brother." Senju Tobirama wanted to skip the matter about Emi Yashiera, and rarely took the initiative to mention the man he hated the most. "What's the matter with that guy Madara? That rascal? How on earth did he escape death, or was this a conspiracy?" After Senju Tobirama suspected that Uchiha Madara had faked his death, he had been secretly observing Konoha, otherwise Uchiha Madara would not have been able to find here. Senju Tobirama even guessed why Uchiha Madara came to where Emi Yashiera lived. He also guessed that Uchiha Madara must have had a conflict with Emi Yashiera. Maybe Uchiha Madara wanted to kill or take Emi Yashiera away. That time, Konoha will definitely be in big trouble. After all, only Emi Yashiera knows the condition of his elder brother, and even the hope of curing his elder brother lies only in Emi Yashiera. The news about the eldest brother must not be leaked out, otherwise other ninja villages that are eyeing him will definitely make some small moves. Once Uchiha Madara really does this, an unprecedented war may break out in the future, involving all the ninjas. This time it was Hashirama Senju's turn to remain silent. Senju Hashirama was silent for a while before he turned his gaze back to the Nine Tails. "Let's deal with the Nine Tails first. After the Nine Tails incident today is over, I want to leave the village for a while to track down Madara's whereabouts and find out what he wants to do. If he still wants to hurt Konoha, I will kill him at all costs." The other side of the battlefield. The battle between Emi Yashiera and the Nine Tails is coming to an end. Roar! The nine-tailed fox's roar was shrill. It didn't even have the chance to release the tailed beast ball. "Be quiet for a moment." Emi Yashiera's body suddenly fell to the ground. He raised his left hand and clasped his 5 fingers towards the Nine Tails that was close at hand. To done. Countless pieces of soil and rocks poured out from the ground. These pieces of soil and stones quickly gathered together and wrapped around the body of the nine-tailed fox. Roar! The nine-tailed fox struggled to break free from its restraints. This ferocious-tailed beast waved its claws and tried to grab Emi Yashiera. However, Emi Yashiera ignored the sharp claws of the nine-tailed fox that could arrive at any time. His 5 fingers were still clenched tightly, and the dirt and rocks underground were still pouring out continuously. A pitch-black curse seal emerged from under Emi Yashiera's feet like a barrier, and the seal energy wrapped around the dirt and stones like flowing water, making the surging dirt and stones mixed with a strange black color. Die! The nine-tailed fox's claws grabbed down fiercely. Just one hit. I can tear Emi Yashiera into pieces by myself. However, the nine-tailed fox's sharp claws could not be swung down after all. The dirt and rocks on the ground turned into a hill, trapping its body completely inside. A series of pitch-black curse marks appeared on the hill. This curse turned into an unbreakable seal, completely restraining the nine-tailed fox's movements and making its body unable to move anymore. The nine-tailed fox's head was exposed, glaring at Emi Yashiera with bared teeth. One of its sharp claws was only 1 foot away from Emi Yashiera's head. What a familiar feeling! Emi Yashiera looked at the fierce-looking nine tails, and a trace of nostalgia flashed across his face. It still feels the same as when I was a kid, always falling short at the critical moment. Too strong. Senju Hashirama praised nonchalantly. Although considering his strength, this statement doesn't sound like a compliment, but more like a bit of sarcasm. Indeed. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but exclaim in praise, although given her ability, it sounded a bit sarcastic. No need to seal. To be able to release such a powerful earth escape ninjutsu. When Senju Tobirama took the initiative to praise him, he also talked about his opponent's strength. Even when performing the earth escape ninjutsu, he still had the energy to integrate the sealed curse energy into it. Ninja of ancient times. It's a bit too powerful. Just a medical ninja has such powerful power. The opponent even performed it under the restrictions of the impure world reincarnation state, but it's not finished yet. Emi Yashiera walked step by step to the front of the nine tails. Emi Yashiera raised his finger and pointed it at the nine tails' head, directly breaking the Sharingan illusion on the nine tails, allowing its eyes to regain clarity. Untie! Roar! However, the nine tails, which had been freed from the control of the Sharingan, was still extremely angry. It seemed to be controlled by its own emotions, and it roared with all its might, trying to struggle out of the seal. Nine tails. Whenever it encounters humans, they just want to kill people out of anger, because the chakra in its body is already a collection of hatred and pain. Blah blah blah. A ringing finger appeared next to Kyubai's ear. The sound of the finger snap was a bit abrupt, but it immediately aroused Nine-Tailed Fox's vigilance. The most ferocious-tailed beast in the world regained its sanity from its anger in an instant, and memories from ancient times gradually revived in its mind. Kurama, are you awake? Emi Yashiera's voice sounded familiar to Kyubai's ears. As this familiar feeling appeared, Kyubai also felt a sense of weak sleepiness, just like when he was extremely sleepy during a journey in ancient times and was forcibly woken up from his deep sleep by a human and forced to pull a cart to continue his journey. Let me sleep some more. Kyubai wanted to snort out of habit. Next moment, Kyubai suddenly reacted, this is not the ancient times at all. In my memory, how could the human being who had died long ago appear more than 1,000 years later? Even the old man of the six paths cannot achieve immortality. That tiny, fragile human being had died long ago. Emi Yashiera. The Kyubai's pupils began to move, and its eyes finally came into focus. The nine-tailed fox looked at the figure standing in front of it. It saw the familiar face, the once small and fragile human being, and its heart sank. It's really you. How come you appear in this era? Do you still remember me? A hint of surprise appeared on Shiera Emiya's face. I almost forgot that we are old friends. SSS Level Mission Commission, quell the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha. The commission has been completed. The reward is Nine Tails Chakra, SSS Level Chakra, and Tailed Beast Ball. It is currently restricted by the state of impure world reincarnation and cannot be used. This is a power that has never been obtained in ancient times. In other words, it was a reward that was readily available in ancient times, but no one chose to obtain it. Emi-Yashi-Era almost became the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the ninja world, but he chose to give up for some reason. Did you forget, you bastard? Kyubai's eyes suddenly became fierce. This tailed beast seemed to have its reverse scale touched, and it stared at Emi-Yashi-Era in front of it, as if as long as the other party said something wrong, it would immediately jump out of the seal and tear the person in front of it into pieces. You've even learned to curse. Emi-Yashi-Era looked at the Kyuubi in surprise. You, guy. The Nine-Tails looked at Emi-Yashi-Era with a ferocious expression. You think I dare not kill you? Chakra has become violent. The emotions affected by the chakra also become extreme. Amid the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Shiera Emiya stretched out his hand and symbolically scratched the Nine-Tails' chin. It seems that you haven't had a good time in the past 1,000 years. Please continue reading and give me your monthly vote. Follow-up reading seems to be related to the coefficient of the new book list. There seemed to be no horses in the ninja world. The only thing that existed was the ox-drawn carts that the daimyo nobles rode during the Chunin exams. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 The Story of the Nine-Tails and Emi-Yashi-Era. Chapter 23 The Story of the Nine-Tail and Emi-Yashi-Era. Emi-Yashi-Era didn't spend much time with the Kyuubi. Once upon a time in ancient times, when Shiera Emiya stopped in a small village to treat illnesses and save lives during his journey, he happened to see a young Nine-Tails that was quite curious about humans but did not dare to approach. That time. The nine-tailed fox is very cute when it is young. Although the nine-tailed fox is also very large in its juvenile stage, it looks a little silly and cute, and will occasionally throw a few tantrums like a child. When it was young, the nine-tailed fox was very curious about the respected Emi-Yashi-Era and liked to follow him secretly, foolishly thinking that he could hide his huge body. Shiera Emiya had no intention of doing anything to the young nine-tails. He just wanted to chat with the nine-tails as he pleased and talked about his journey of curing illnesses and saving lives. Result: the young Kyuubi wanted to follow him. He even insisted on helping him pull the cart like a little fool. That time, the young nine-tail was very happy. Because it knows it will never feel lonely again. The young nine-tailed fox, Emi-Yashi-Era, and the slug also had a very happy trip. They walked through many villages and saw many beautiful scenery together. They saved many patients along the way. Even though the nine-tails was very large in its infancy, many humans were afraid of it, so it once wanted to make Emi-Yashi-Era its Jinchuriki and was willing to seal itself in Emi-Yashi-Era's body, which would also enhance Emi-Yashi-Era's chakra. But Emi-Yashi-Era chose to refuse. What a pity! This brief friendship soon ended. Emi-Yashi-Era did not hide the fact that he wanted to destroy the ninja clan and fight against the Sage of Six Paths. In the end, after the Nine-Tails seriously struggled for a while and tried hard to persuade Emi-Yashi-Era to give up but failed, it chose to secretly leave him late at night. After all, it was created by the Sage of Six Paths. It chose to follow Emi-Yashi-Era because it believed what the Six Path Sage said, that these tailed beasts would one day meet companions with whom they could establish bonds. Although the young nine-tailed fox enjoyed traveling with Emi-Yashi-Era very much, it still did not want to be used by Emi-Yashi-Era to fight against the Six Path Sage. At first, Kyuubi was sad when he left. Later, the Nine-Tails overheard the conflict between Emi-Yashi-Era and the ninja clan, and also learned that Emi-Yashi-Era died after his failed attack on the ninja clan, which made it sad for a long time. And later, the nine-tailed fox thought that it could make friends with Shiera Emiya, and that it could also make friends with other humans, but it discovered that humans were not as good as it had imagined. The nine-tailed fox's abilities are very special. As the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts in the ninja world, it has a very smart brain and the ability to sense the good and evil of most humans. Unfortunately, the gap between people is too big. Humans are terrified of its existence, but at the same time they try to use its power, and even want to deceive or even use force to obtain its chakra. these humans still want to get its chakra, even his only friend, Emi Yashiera, has never gotten it. These experiences made the nine-tailed fox, which was able to sense good and evil, extremely angry. It easily killed those humans who attempted to use its power to establish its rule. The nine-tailed fox grew up slowly. More and more people are being killed. Even it is becoming increasingly hostile towards humans. It never met another friend in this world. At last, human word of mouth. The most vicious-tailed beast in the world was born. 9 llamas. Shiera Emiya looked at the 9 tails who had grown up to be particularly ferocious, and shook his head with some regret. It doesn't look as cute as it was when it was a child. You. Kuabai bared his teeth angrily and wanted to bite him. This is the first friend in its life. Maybe this friend will also be the only friend. It was because of the appearance of Emi Yashiera that it had the idea of getting along with humans and making friends, but this idea brought tragic consequences. When the 9-tailed fox really starts to conflict with humans and kills them wantonly, it will inevitably be affected by emotions, and negative emotional chakras such as anger, pain, and hatred will slowly appear in its body. Never mind. Emi Yashiera, let me go first. The 9 tails looked at the Senju Hashirama couple standing behind Emi Yashiera, then turned back to look at Emi Yashiera in front of him. I'm going to kill them. 9 llamas. Fighting only brings pain and hatred. Shiera Emiya repeated what Kuabai had said to him, and reminded it again, this is what you told me before you left me. You. Kuabai almost choked with anger. Kuabai never imagined that more than 1,000 years later, he would still be stabbed by the boomerang he had thrown when he was young and ignorant. At that time. How could I be so naive? A group of Konoha ninjas looked at this scene in amazement, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They never thought that the ferocious beast 9-tailed fox could get along so friendly with humans. At least, the 9-tailed fox is really a lot kinder than before. It can even communicate with Emi Yashiera on an equal footing. Compared to the kindness of the 9-tailed fox. What is most shocking is Emi Yashiera's identity. Emi Yashiera. I just heard, right? Senju Hashirama remembered the ninja he admired most in his childhood, and realized why he always felt that Emi Yashiera's profile looked familiar. Because when he was a child, he always liked to secretly look at the half-dead body in the crystal coffin. This is also why he felt a little familiar when he saw her face from the front, and felt very familiar when he saw her profile, and even thought they had met before. Is this true, Lord Emiya? Senju Hashirama realized the problem and suddenly remembered that his brother had mentioned a technique that he had long ago ordered to be banned. Wait, Tobirama, I remember that I asked you to seal up the impure world reincarnation technique a long time ago. This brother. Just ignore his orders. It must have also damaged the sacred crystal coffin passed down from generation to generation in the Senju clan, disturbing the peace of the deceased Emi Yashiera and sacrificing a living life. Big brother. This is the only solution. Senju Tobirama hugged his arms. He knew that his elder brother would definitely object, but he also had a way to deal with his elder brother. Now you should not focus on Lord Emiya, we should focus on that guy Madara. Mr. Emiya. Senju Tobirama was a smart man. He saw the friendly relationship between Emi Yashiera and the 9 tails in the past, and took the initiative to suggest, let us handle the next matter. Konoha will find a way to protect the 9 tails to prevent it from being controlled by Madara using the Sharingan. It's a real problem. Senju Tobirama said with reason, the 9-tailed fox wants to stop being controlled by Madara, so we may have to take some troublesome measures to restrict its freedom. Bara has escaped. Brother, it will take quite some time to track down Madara. We have all seen that Madara and the 9 tails have signed a summoning contract. He can find the 9 tails at any time, and his Sharingan can also control the 9 tails at any time to cause chaos in the ninja world. We have to make a choice quickly. In fact, Tobirama Senju didn't care about Shiera Emiya's opinion at all. He could have announced in a tough manner that Konoha would decide the fate of the Nine Tails, but he needed to use Shiera Emiya to treat his elder brother, so he was willing to speak more tactfully. This is a multiple-choice question with no answer. It made Shi Emiya choose whether the Nine Tails would be protected by Konoha, or whether the Nine Tails would continue to be controlled by Uchiha Madara in the future. These words come out. Even Emiya Shiera couldn't find any fault with it. Shiera Emiya looked at the Nine Tails behind him and let it decide his fate. What do you think, Kurama? I want to kill them. Kuwabai squeezed out a hint of murderous intent from between his teeth. Next time if that bastard Madara dares to summon my spirit, I will kill that bastard with my own hands. Emiya Shiera held his forehead. No. Why are you still blowing? How can you feel comfortable being controlled by someone just by looking at them? How do you plan to protect the Kuwabai? Emiya Shiera looked at Senju Tobirama beside him. Mr. Emiya. Uzumaki Mito took the initiative to step forward. She raised her arms vaguely and spoke the truth softly. Konoha originally planned to seal the Nine Tails in my body and make me the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Strictly speaking, this is not protection, but just to avoid. Humph. The Nine Tails snorted in dissatisfaction. It was not very satisfied with Uzumaki Mito. It remembered an idea of its past. The last person who wanted to become a Jinchuriki was this guy Emiya Shiera. Good. It's me who wants to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Emiya Shiera rubbed his brows, thinking that there was something wrong with the fox's memory, and said regretfully, it's a pity that I'm already dead, and it's impossible for me to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I don't have this idea anymore, and I don't have this ability anymore. 9 Llamas. Emiya Shiera looked up at the Nine Tails. His attitude was more honest than ever before. You should go find your true companions, friends who can truly accompany you. The juvenile Nine-Tail is quite cute. It's a pity that it was spoiled by the Six Paths in its childhood, and it is impossible for it to betray the Six Paths sage. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Konoha, why do you think you are worthy of Emiya Shiera and number 039's special attention? Chapter 24, Konoha, why do you think you are worthy of Emiya Shiera's special attention? Konoha Back Mountain. The nine-tailed fox was in a depressed mood and chose Uzumaki Mito. After all, it really doesn't want to be used by Uchiha Madara. At least Uzumaki Mito seems to respect Emiya Shiera very much. If nothing else. As long as Uzumaki Mito is willing to respect Emiya Shiera, it at least means that this woman doesn't seem that bad. Uzumaki Mito thus became the first Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Mito will seal the Nine Tails in her own body to prevent it from being summoned by Uchiha Madara and to prevent it from killing and harming others in the ninja world. She will also work hard to dissolve the negative energy of the Nine Tails. Humph. Kuwabai didn't hold any major grudges. Because it also knows that this is the best option at the moment. The woman Uzumaki Mito also treated it very gently, and she didn't want to control and utilize its power like Uchiha Madara. Right. This woman's husband is Hashirama Senju. This bastard Hashirama Senju is extremely powerful. Pity. Kuwabai still felt a little regretful. The nine-tailed fox stood proudly in the ceiling barrier, its chakra continuously merging into Uzumaki Mito's body, but its eyes looked arrogantly at Emiya Shiera beside it. Emiya Shiera. You're going to regret this. When you see the true power of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, you will definitely regret not agreeing to let me become your Jinchuriki more than 1,000 years ago. Senju Hashirama looked at Emiya Shiera curiously and asked in surprise, didn't you say that Lord Emiya wanted to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? What does this mean? Asshole. The Nine Tails glanced at Senju Hashirama with some annoyance. Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito quickly diverted her attention and called out to her husband. Brother. Senju Tobirama frowned and quickly pulled his elder brother aside. hoping that he would stop talking and affect the result of the seal. Seeing that his elder brother wanted to ask Emi Yashiera, Senju Tobirama hurriedly whispered the real answer to his elder brother. "It's already this time? Don't you understand what Kyuubi means? The nine-tailed beast must have some shameful dark history. At the beginning, it must have actively wanted to be sealed in the body of Shiera Emiya, but was rejected by Shiera Emiya. This legendary saint. Even the tailed beasts are willing to take the initiative to become his companions. It is even the most vicious and powerful nine-tailed fox in the world." Shiera Emiya watched as the nine-tails figure gradually disappeared into the sealing barrier, and turned into an orange rainbow light and merged into Uzumaki Mito's body. Emi Yashiera has too many secrets. Many of the Jinchuriki's secrets cannot be hidden from the tailed beasts. Even in this era, the nine-tails' ideas and his ideas will sooner or later diverge, and it really cannot understand Emi Yashiera's thoughts. These tailed beasts created by the Six-Path Sage are born with a deep bond with the Six-Path Sage. Ancient times. The nine-tailed fox had left before. Kyuubi's departure was originally a choice. Emi Yashiera misses the slug a little in his heart. Perhaps only the slug he raised since childhood would unconditionally support any decision he makes even if he knows his true identity. Nine-tailed fox. I will always prefer the Sage of Six Paths. Emi Yashiera would not feel any regret about this, because he knew that his old friend the Nine-Tails was created by the Six-Path Sage after all, and the deep bond between the two was something he would never be able to achieve in his true form. A cool breeze blows on my face. A golden light suddenly appeared on Uzumaki Mito's body. This red-haired woman from the Uzumaki clan seemed to be covered in gold. Her hair and even her clothes were covered in golden chakra. Two fox ear horns like golden ribbons grew on Uzumaki Mito's head, and 6 pitch-black megatama appeared at the collar of her golden clothes. This golden chakra is so abundant, it even lifted Uzumaki Mito's tired spirit. As the first nine-tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito's chakra looks particularly eye-catching, and even her aura is constantly rising. She has received a gift from the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Only the Jinchuriki can truly unleash the power of the tailed beasts. The Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito can clearly feel the terrifying increase in his physical strength under the Nine-Tails chakra. This is... A look of surprise appeared on Senju Hashirama's face. He looked at the chakra leaking out of his wife in disbelief. This chakra is almost catching up with me. Can you actually use Kurama's chakra directly? Shiera Emiya looked at the golden light emanating from Uzumaki Mito and praised softly, "It's willing to let you use chakra. It seems that you and Kurama are getting along well." Kyuubi is indeed easy to get along with. Uzumaki Mito's eyebrows drooped slightly. The nine-tailed fox is actually quite arrogant. However, Uzumaki Mito could only speak well of the Nine-Tails. Because the Nine-Tails is Emi Yashiera's friend, she really doesn't dare to imprison and seal the Nine-Tails completely. Fortunately, the Nine-Tails is not very averse to contact with her. The only problem is, the Nine-Tails is shouting in the sealed space inside her body, asking her to use this chakra quickly to kill her husband, Hashirama Senju, and then challenge Emi Yashiera or something. But this is not the end for the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts. Uzumaki Mito could clearly feel that her use of the Nine-Tails chakra was still not completely smooth, and she and the Nine-Tails did not truly trust each other completely. This simple and crude Nine-Tails chakra mode was just because the Nine-Tails was willing to let her use its chakra for Emi Yashiera's sake. Jinchuriki. The road has just begun. She still has a long way to go in the future. Compared to her ability to use the Nine-Tails chakra, Uzumaki Mito was more concerned about another issue. She made a disturbing discovery. Uzumaki Mito comes from the Uzumaki clan and possesses a huge amount of chakra. She has always had strong perception abilities and can even sense the good and evil of humans. The Nine-Tails chakra mode can also sense the good and evil of humans. The combination of these two abilities makes her perception even stronger. That's why Uzumaki Mito felt a little uneasy. All the people present can be distinguished as good, evil, or hostile. However, the chakra in Uzumaki Mito's body had already recovered with the help of the Nine Tails. Combined with the Nine Tails chakra mode, he still could not sense any emotions from Emi Yashiera. Only occasionally when Emi Yashiera talked about the Nine Tails could he sense a little kindness. Uzumaki Mito's brows furrowed slightly. What would this ancient medical ninja think of the people of later generations? Why is it impossible to sense his kindness or malice? You seem to be probing me. Emi Yashiera revealed the truth with one sentence, and asked curiously, is there something wrong with me? As a ninja with high vigilance and perception, Emi Yashiera pays more attention to this aspect of training than anyone else. Because he knew the troubles in the ninja world. In ancient times, Shiera Emiya was worried that he was always being monitored by Black Zetsu. Uzumaki Mito was silent for a while. The woman thought of Emi Yashiera's reputation and his help in helping her become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and she admitted her bizarre thoughts. We, the Uzumaki clan, have a strong sense of perception. I can sense the good and evil of human beings, and the Nine Tails chakra can also sense the good and evil of human beings. But we don't notice. Uzumaki Mito frowned, staring at Emi Yashiera in front of him, revealing his hidden worries. Lord Emiya has emotions. In the air, the atmosphere became slightly weird. Only the nine-tailed fox had lived with Emi Yashiera in ancient times. The nine-tailed fox has been able to sense the good and evil of humans since it was a child, and it was also surprised that it could not sense Emi Yashiera's emotions. That time, Kuwabai is still naive and ignorant. Therefore, Kuwabai took the initiative to ask this question. The young nine-tailed fox got an answer from Emi Yashiera, an answer that made it a little unhappy. At this time, the Nine Tails realized that his own Jinchuriki had also asked this stupid question, and couldn't help but sneer at him mockingly. Hey! Are you thinking too much, woman? In ancient times, Emi Yashiera was healing and saving people every day. He has saved more patients in his lifetime than you have ever seen. In his eyes, there is no difference between patients. For us, Uchiha Madara is a bastard who must be executed. In the eyes of you high-ranking people, the common people who never care about you are also a bunch of worthless trash. But to Emi Yashiera, whether he encountered the seriously injured Uchiha Madara or an ordinary person with a serious illness on the roadside, he would choose to save people, because he is a doctor who can heal and save people. Even the old man Liudeo, whom you humans worship as a god, is no different from an ordinary human in his eyes. Who do you think you are? You woman. Why do you think you guys deserve Emi Yashiera to look at you differently? That's a bit too greedy. Please give me a monthly ticket and continue reading. Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra Mode. This is the ability to sense good and evil, and enemies and friends in human beings. Kairin's Kagura Heart's Eye. This ability is the ability to judge whether the other person is lying. Above the Nine Tails Chakra Mode is the Kurama Mode, in which Uzumaki Naruto and the Nine Tails understand each other and can trust each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. I hate this era. Isn't it the fault of your era? Chapter 25. I hate this era. Isn't it the fault of your era? Uzumaki Mito's heart was shocked. How piercing was the Kuwabai's answer inside her, however, how true is this answer? Why should Konoha expect goodwill from a sage who doesn't care about the Six Paths sage? Mr. Emiya. After listening to Kuwabai's explanation, Uzumaki Mito realized his arrogance and wanted to come forward to explain with some shame. I'm really sorry. My question was a bit too abrupt. Uzumaki Mito felt a little sorry for her abruptness. In fact, because of Kuwabai's explanation to her, she felt even more guilty and regretted asking that question subconsciously. The result is now good. Kuwabai gave a self-deprecating answer. Uzumaki Mito felt that she and the people of this era could not hold their heads up in front of Emi Yashiera. Mito's perception must be wrong. Senju Hashirama hurriedly stopped his wife. He still had some impression of his childhood role model and explained loudly, "The first time you use the Nine Tails chakra, you must. No mistakes." Emi Yashiera laughed generously. He seemed to be unaware that Uzumaki Mito could get the answer from the Nine Tails. He waved his hand nonchalantly, "The question you want to ask is somewhat familiar. I remember someone asked me this a long time ago." Uzumaki Mito felt a little embarrassed. Because this question had indeed been asked by Kyuubi, and she even already knew the answer and was thinking about how to smooth things over. However, what Uzumaki Mito could never have imagined was this question and answer. This was one of the reasons why Emi Yashiera and the Nine Tails first came into contact. Because the Nine Tails chakra mode can sense the good, evil and hostility of human beings, Emi Yashiera was aware of this potential hidden danger and tried to avoid future troubles in advance. However, Emi Yashiera had not expected this. This question, which should have been delayed for decades, was asked to him at this moment. Perhaps this was the result of his friendship with the nine-tailed fox. "Your attitude is not abrupt. I even think your attitude is a little too gentle." Shiera Emiya tried to calm Mito Uzumaki's emotions, and his voice gradually became cold. "I don't know what your perception ability is. Maybe you should be able to sense that I not only have good intentions towards you, but may even feel a little disgusted." Everyone present was shocked at the same time. "I don't hate you for destroying my body and breaking the crystal coffin I left for future medical ninjas. I don't hate you for disturbing the peace of my soul. I am even somewhat glad that I have returned to the world." Emi Yashiera expressed his thoughts very frankly, stretching his arms slightly and looking at his hands. "It would have been better if I hadn't discovered during the battle that this forbidden technique used to return me from the underworld to the living world required the sacrifice of a living life." Tobirama. Senju Hashirama looked at his brother again. "It's my fault." Senju Tobirama didn't care about his mistake and explained nonchalantly, "There is a clear gap between the ninjas of our time and the era of Lord Emiya. We will be very harsh in dealing with our enemies and don't care how to use their lives. This kind of thing. Is it worth making a fuss about? This is the difference in concepts between the two eras. Maybe I'm just a little too sensitive." Emi Yashiera seemed to believe what Senju Tobirama said, and said calmly, "However, someone used living people as sacrifices to create a forbidden technique, which means that the other party does not respect life itself and only treats human life as a tool." There was a hint of uneasiness on Senju Tobirama's face. "No. This crime. Isn't it a bit too big? I'm a little sorry. Actually, I kind of hate this era. As a medical ninja, saving a person's life is a difficult task. But for the ninjas of your era, killing is like breathing. Killing is a normal thing for you that I cannot understand or agree with." Emi Yashiera looked at the somewhat ashamed Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki, then looked at Tobirama Senju with an ugly expression, and said what he wanted to express most today. "If you think I have no good intentions towards you, or even feel disgusted by your behavior, please don't be surprised." After saying this, Emi Yashiera bowed slightly towards Uzumaki Mito to express his apology, hoping that the other party would forgive his honesty. "From now on, I believe no one will doubt him anymore. The only consequence is that when the truth is revealed in the future, some people other than Black Zetsu may be in a bad mood." Uzumaki Mito quickly took small steps back. After all, she knew it wasn't Emi Yashiera's fault. This is not Emi Yasama's problem. Senju Hashirama sighed, with a bit of shame on his face. "It is the mistake of our era, and we are the ones who should be most ashamed of it." "Even so." Senju Tobirama frowned, but he didn't make any excuses in the end. He just sighed and said, "Now is the best time in 1,000 years. Humph. Just listen to what he has to say. Anyway, he always cares about the sick and the weak." The Nine Tails was lying in the sealed space of Uzumaki Mito, and relying on the fact that Shiera Emiya couldn't hear it, it mocked Shiera Emiya nonchalantly, we should still do what we should do. That guy is naive. There are already many people in this world who deserve to die, but Emiya Shiera always likes to hold on to that stupid idea of respecting life. How naive and stupid. In the ancient times, he saved a lot of people who shouldn't have been saved. It was the slug who secretly followed and killed those guys with bad intentions. But Uzumaki Mito frowned, and couldn't help but defend Emiya Shiera in the sealed space. It's not Lord Emiya's fault to respect life. Humph. He is too soft-hearted. The Nine-Tails grinned and revealed a malicious smile. Just now I wanted him to become a Jinkraki, because I hope this guy can learn to kill people. You know. A good man like him. It will definitely be exploited by bad guys. After the Nine-Tails finished speaking, he immediately used the example of Senju Tobirama. Now his soul can't even rest in the underworld. Isn't it because you Konoha people are using him? Uzumaki Mito felt even more ashamed. Tobirama. Unlock the impure world reincarnation of Lord Emiya. Senju Hashirama's voice calmed down a little. People of our time should no longer disturb the peace of Lord Emiya's soul. Letting his soul appear in our time is a defilement to his soul. Generally speaking, the calmer Hashirama Senju was, the more resolute his attitude was. Hashirama. Mito Uzumaki looked at her husband with some concern. Big brother. Senju Tobirama wanted to persuade his elder brother to calm down, and quickly took the initiative to find an excuse. The situation inside the village is still unstable, and other ninja villages have been eyeing the land of fire where our Konoha is located. Senju Hashirama's attitude was particularly firm, and his expression became particularly grim. If I cannot change the ninja world before I die, it will be my fault. And there's the threat of Madara. Senju Tobirama brought up the threat of Uchiha Madara again. I will solve Madara's troubles before I die. Hashirama Senju was extremely determined. Emiya Shiera was a little silent. Seems like a bit of overexertion? It is good. Senju Tobirama slowly put his hands together to form a seal. While glancing at Emiya Shiera, he said casually, even if my brother's life dies one day, Madara will destroy Konoha, and the ninja world will fall into the Warring States period again. I will risk my life. It doesn't have to be like this. Emiya Shiera quickly stopped Senju Tobirama. Fortunately, Senju Tobirama took the initiative to offer a step. Even if Senju Tobirama didn't offer him a way out, Emiya Shiera was going to persuade him, but it would be smoother if someone gave him a way out. Perhaps people who like to play tricks have a tacit understanding. Emiya Shiera felt that he and Senju Tobirama were sometimes quite compatible, and his eyes drooped slightly. The first Hokage of Konoha, I learned your story from your brother. He was right. Your life is tied to the peace of this era. I also want to stay a little longer. See if I still have the ability to change this era. Shiera Emiya reminded everyone present not to care about his ill will towards them. I hope that when we get along, you will not mind that I may not like your behavior. The ability to sense good and evil is really a bug. This must be resolved. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Hiruzen. That child is an excellent ninja. Chapter 26, Hiruzen, that kid is an excellent ninja. The trouble is finally solved. This was the thought that popped up in the minds of Tobirama Senju and Shiera Emiya at the same time, although the problems they were solving were different. When Emiya Shiera tried to persuade him, Senju Tobirama had already stopped his fake move of releasing the impure world reincarnation. Because the de facto ruler of Konoha had already anticipated Emiya Shiera's temperament, he knew that Emiya Shiera would definitely not have the heart to let the ninja world fall into war. Emiya Shiera is really easy to deceive. Senju Tobirama knows how to take advantage of other people's kindness. But still need to be careful. Senju Tobirama suspected that Emiya Shiera's kindness might be exploited by others, and since it was inconvenient for him to restrict his actions, he might encounter people from other ninja villages. This kind of thing. Have to be careful. After all, Emi Yashiera will stay in this era for a long time. Senju Tobirama secretly thought in his heart that he might be able to arrange for Emi Yashiera to see the dark side of the world so that he would not be so easily deceived in the future. This is a new era that is more cruel than the ancient times. Killing, cheating. The ninjas have long been accustomed to this kind of life. For example, it is possible that Uchiha Madara deceived and used Emi Yashiera, otherwise why would he hide at Emi Yashiera's place in the middle of the night after faking his death? Speaking of which, Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to bring up the topic, that Guy Madara faked his death during the battle with Big Brother and escaped, but he also sneaked into the place where Lord Emiya lived. There must be some conspiracy. Bara is blind in one eye. Senju Hashirama's thoughts were relatively simple. He just expressed his own opinion, this is the price he paid for escaping death. Perhaps he wanted to heal his eyes. Is that so? Shiera Emiya frowned, expressing his confusion about Uchiha Madara's behavior. Then why did he want to use the Sharingan's illusion to control me? If he wants to treat the disease, shouldn't he tell the doctor directly? Mr. Emiya's thoughts are too kind. Senju Tobirama began his teaching, and cursed Uchiha Madara by the way. Madara is evil by nature, and has always believed that everyone in the ninja world should submit to his force. He thought he could control Lord Emiya with the power of illusion. But please be careful, Lord Emiya. Senju Tobirama hopes that Emi Yashiera will not be fooled. This time, Madara's evil plan did not succeed. In the future, he may use other means to sneak into Konoha and use some lies to deceive you into helping him heal his blind eye. The hearts of people in this era are not pure. Senju Tobirama took the opportunity to teach Emi Yashiera, there are always some people in the world who use their carefully constructed lies to deceive others in order to achieve their own goals. Emi Yashiera just frowned and said nothing. At this time, Emi Yashiera still seemed a little uncomfortable with the behavior of the ninjas of this era, and was also wondering whether Senju Tobirama was hinting at him. Speaking of which, where did this guy Black Zetsu go? Could it still be busy at this time? In fact, Black Zetsu is really busy. It was a little worried about Uchiha Madara's safety. There is hope that Uchiha Madara will awaken a new pair of Rinnegan. Before Emi Yashiera actually creates a new Rinnegan, he does not want to see the weak Uchiha Madara being left behind by the ninjas of Konoha. Outside Konoha village. The Konoha village is still dealing with the Nine Tails problem. Outside the Konoha village, the weak Uchiha Madara was still avoiding the pursuit of the Konoha Anbu. He didn't care about these Konoha ninjas, but was worried about being caught up by the Senju Hashirama brothers. Humph! That sinister little man Tobirama always thinks so carefully. Uchiha Madara glanced vigilantly at the Anbu ninjas who were blocking his way. He knew that these people must have been sent by Senju Tobirama before he left Konoha. That rascal! I had already thought that I would escape from Konoha again. However, Uchiha Madara knew that he could not stay here any longer. Even if he could avoid the perception of these ninjas, he could not escape the ninjas that Konoha sent out to chase and search for his whereabouts, inside Konoha village. There is also a special ninja clan. That is the Hyuga clan who possesses the Byakugan bloodline limit. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan can use the perspective of their Byakugan to observe everything. Their eyes are perfect for searching for enemies, but they will be exposed sooner or later. Kill out! Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly appeared. The four Anbu ninjas who were in charge of patrolling the area hurriedly drew out their ninja swords, shouted loudly, and tried to block Uchiha Madara's way. Uchiha Madara is here. Don't try to escape from us. Humph! Uchiha Madara snorted contemptuously. It was only a moment. Four Anbu ninjas were dealt with by him. The moment they saw Uchiha Madara rushing towards them, the four of them didn't have time to launch an effective counterattack before they were directly defeated by Uchiha Madara. Not only in terms of strength, It's an incomparable gap in talent and experience. But this is enough, because another more troublesome ninja team found his trail. As the most trusted bodyguard ninja by the first and second Hokage, Sarutobi Suzuki personally led a team of Ino, Shika, and Joe towards Uchiha Madara. "Stop him!" Sarutobi Suzuki shouted to his teammates to take action. He put his fingers together to form a hand seal and urged them urgently, "As long as we stop him from leaving here, Hokage-sama and Tobirama-sama will be able to catch up with us after they deal with the Nine Tails." Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A long ball of flame spurted out of Suzuki Sarutobi's mouth towards Uchiha Madara, and flew over like a dancing fire dragon. Sarutobi Suzuki. Uchiha Madara's eyebrows twitched, and the corners of his mouth actually laughed mockingly. He narrowed his eyes and dodged the flying flames. "Hey, I thought the ninja praised by Hashirama would be so excellent, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid as to want to use fire escape technique against Uchiha." Shadow Mimicry. A man with pigtails clasped his hands on the ground. The shadow under his feet grew like a long line and connected with the shadow under Uchiha Madara's feet. He reminded his teammates in a nervous voice, "You better go faster. The gap between him and me is too big. The shadow can't control him for too long. Let me add. Ninja technique, heart-turning technique." A blonde man raised his finger, and his spirit suddenly entered Uchiha Madara's body, trying to control Uchiha Madara's body. "Don't underestimate us, Madara." Multiplication technique. A fat and strong figure appeared behind Uchiha Madara. His body suddenly became as tall as a mountain, and he swung his huge fist and smashed towards Uchiha Madara. Once this punch hits, Uchiha Madara might turn into a pile of meat paste. This combination fights. No ninja dares to be careless. Plus Sarutobi Suzuki, a powerful ninja. However, Uchiha Madara resolved his crisis in an instant. Uchiha Madara faced the blonde ninja who wanted to seize control of his body, and instantly used illusion to control the other party. Under the control of Uchiha Madara's illusion, the blonde ninja directly used the mind transformation technique to invade his mind into the pigtailed man who was controlling the shadow to fight. The blonde ninja controlled the man with pigtails and used the shadow imitation technique to manipulate the shadow of the fat and muscular man behind Uchiha Madara. Boom! The fat and strong man rolled his body involuntarily, knocking the blonde ninja and the man with pigtails away, and the Ino-Shikacho combination was defeated directly. The defeat was too embarrassing. Do not. Even to describe them as embarrassed would be a bit too proud of them, because Uchiha Madara just took a look. Should say. Uchiha Madara didn't even really take a look. This terrifying man simply used the spirit that the blonde ninja had invaded into his body to easily and efficiently deal with the Ino-Shikacho combination in a short time that was even measured in seconds. A few seconds. Sarutobi Suzuki was the only one left in the pursuit team. The chakra has also recovered a little. Uchiha Madara's eyes were still fixed on Sarutobi Suzuki, who was beginning to sweat. His fingers slowly formed a hand seal. "It seems that a ninja like you can't get rid of it easily, so I'll try to be serious and show you some real fire escape." Sarutobi Sasuke's eyes suddenly tightened. Half a minute later, the pig, deer, and butterfly combination rushed back to the battlefield. The target that the team was tracking, Uchiha Madara, had already left. They were somewhat horrified to see that their captain Sarutobi Suzuki had been severely burned all over his body and had completely passed out. Even his breathing had become weak. "We can't possibly catch up with Madara again." The fat and strong man carried the seriously injured and dying Sarutobi Suzuki on his back and quickly returned to the direction of Konoha. "We must send the captain to the hospital first." "Captain, things look bad." The blonde ninja had already woken up from the illusion because of the serious injuries he had been hit by. He asked his teammates nervously, "Should we tell the captain's family about this? It's definitely impossible to hide it." The man with pigtails rubbed his brows. "I have seen the captain's son. Hiruzen is an excellent ninja. He will not be afraid because of his father's misfortune. Hope. Is there anyone in the village who can save the captain? Please support me by voting for me monthly and reading this book. The test recommendation is over. I passed the first round. The Nara clan seems to also work as Chinese medicine practitioners. The Sarutobi clan is good at fire escape. No matter how good Sarutobi Suzuki is, he can never beat Uchiha Madara. Hashirama and Madara have always been the ones who are ahead by a gap. It's probably the kind of situation where a gifted academic genius crushes a gifted academic bully. The gifted student is Tobirama Senju, and Sarutobi Suzuki is the hard-working student. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Was anesthesia administered during the operation? Chapter 27, Was anesthesia administered during the operation? Konoha Hospital. Emi Yashiera is here. He is like a doctor now. This is what Shiera Emiya must do in Konoha, to be a doctor who treats and saves lives in Konoha Hospital, because he is a real medical ninja. Not many people in Konoha recognized his face, and he did not intend to hide his identity. However, some people in Konoha Hospital found him familiar. Because there are many medical ninjas in the Senju clan, most of them have sneaked in front of Emi Yashiera's crystal coffin like Senju Hashirama when they were young. Tell him to watch his diet. Emi Yashiera's fingertips glowed with a hint of emerald green chakra as he quietly disappeared. He did not even bother to look at the patient he had cured. He simply instructed the assistant who had been sent over, tell his family to come to the ward and clean up. He can be discharged today. Chakra. It is indeed a magical power. Because chakra can heal wounds quickly. If combined with some superb medical skills and sufficient medical experience, the healing ability of chakra can minimize the risks even if difficult and complicated operations are required. Master Emiya is so amazing. We don't even dare to operate on this patient. This is normal. During the operation, his vital signs must be maintained. It is also easy for the patient to die from excessive bleeding due to the large wound. The length of the operation is related to his life. In addition, the rapid healing ability of the medical ninjutsu after the operation cannot heal the wound. Shiera Emiya took the medical record, wrote and drew on it for a while, and handed it to the assistant who was sent over. I am only more skilled because I have performed so many surgeries. Your conservative treatment plan for him has also had some effect. At least it has saved his life. This is... The assistant was curious. This is a possible medication that could be used in treatment. Shiera Emiya spoke of his method nonchalantly, saying casually, I have seen many patients, so I know a little more. The last patient liked this ate herbs near his home to relieve his pain. When I met other patients, I used this herb and it was very effective, and it did not cause other diseases in the patients. Correct. After Emi Yashiuan finished speaking, he suddenly said, after you find this herb, don't use it on patients first. Wait until I study it. The situation may be different. This is knowledge from ancient times. There will be at least 1,000 years left, and the human body will have evolved, so Shiera Emiya is not sure about the effectiveness of the medicine. Outside the operating room, Emi Yashiera had just opened the door. Lord Emiya. Senju Hashirama knelt in front of Emi Yashiera. The first Hokage knelt in front of Shiera Emiya's door, kowtowed to him, and begged Shiera Emiya to save his subordinate Sarutobi Suzuki. Please save my comrade Suzuki. Senju Hashirama didn't care about his reputation as Hokage at all, and even couldn't hold back his tears and started crying, as long as I can save Sasuke's life, I can do anything. I see. Emi Yashiera watched as the corner of his eye twitched. This person. Why does it look like you are here to cause trouble? And saving Suzuki sounds weird coming from him. Although Emi Yashiera already knew that Hashirama Senju was talking about Sarutobi Suzuki, he still couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable occasionally. The assistant behind Emi Yashiera covered his face. Many people in Konoha know the first Hokage. Although he possesses great power, he is always easily moved to tears and kneels down when encountering things. Sasuke went after Madara. Senju Hashirama explained to Emi Yashiera why Sarutobi Sasuke was injured. He was severely injured by Madara's fire escape ninjutsu. The only one left in the village is. A few hours left. Shiera Emiya checked Sarutobi Sasuke's injuries. A look of horror flashed across everyone's face. It seems that we have to save him first. If only he could hold on for a few days. Shiera Emiya asked people to carry Sarutobi Sasuke into the operating room and sighed. Fortunately, the next patient who needs surgery can still hold on for a few more years. Everyone present had sweat on their foreheads. No. Is this really a proper medical ninja? It sounds like if Sarutobi Sasuke could hold on for a few more days, would they still have to queue here? Click. The door of the operating room was closed. A group of guarding ninjas quickly pulled their Hokage to sit down. Just as they were waiting for the results of the operation in fear, a young man wearing a Konoha ninja forehead protector hurried over, looking a little uneasy and nervous. Monkey. Senju Hashirama quickly called the young man to come to his side. This young man was none other than Sasuke Sarutobi's son, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was only 14 or 15 years old this year, and was very worried about his father's serious injury. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen's family summoning beast is a monkey, and his last name is Sarutobi, and he occasionally jumps around and behaves in an impatient manner like a little monkey, the elders in Konoha who watched him grow up gave him the nickname Monkey. Hokage-sama, my father. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen nervously wanted to ask something. Don't be afraid, monkey. Senju Hashirama rubbed his head comfortingly and spoke gently to calm his emotions. The person who is treating your father now is the greatest medical ninja in the history of the ninja world. Hiruzen. Hiruzen. A group of young boys and girls ran over from the end of the corridor. When they saw Hashirama Senju, they hurriedly bowed and looked at their friends anxiously. Hiruzen, we heard that your father. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. When he saw his friends were nervous and anxious, his face slowly became calm. Thank you, I'm really sorry for worrying you. The Hokage just told me that my father will recover soon. Correct. A huge smile spread across Hashirama Senju's face, and he raised his palm and said, I swear in the name of the Hokage, he will be healed soon. Lord Hokage. A group of guarding ninjas were so scared that they quickly tried to cover his mouth. No. You can't say such things casually, at least when Sarutobi Sasuke was sent here, he was already in a seriously injured and dying state. No one expected that the Sarutobi clan leader who was good at fire style would be injured so badly by fire style ninjutsu, certainly. If you think about his opponents, it is not easy to be sent to the hospital alive. Where's Danzo? A young girl suddenly felt that there was someone missing among them. Danzo seems to be still training hard in the training ground. A boy wearing glasses also noticed it and quickly explained, it should be that we all came here when we heard the news, and we didn't have time to tell him that Hiruzen's father was injured. Don't tell Danzo today. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen acted like a little adult in front of this group of panicked and worried friends. He explained calmly, I will find a chance to tell Danzo when my father's condition stabilizes, so that Danzo won't have to worry today. A group of young men nodded quickly. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen has a high prestige among his companions. He occasionally makes everyone laugh, but he always looks very reliable when a tense atmosphere arises. Of course. These little guys didn't expect this at all. Rescue operations at such critical moments often take a long time, so they can only stay here patiently waiting for the operation to rescue Sasuke Sarutobi to be completed. Operating room. Shiera Emiya performed the surgery calmly. For him, this burn surgery that required superficial treatment was nothing special because he had just undergone more difficult internal surgery. For the assistant, this scene seemed a little scary. A chakra scalpel floated in Emi Yashiera's left hand, and he slowly cut out the burned skin and muscles on Sarutobi Sasuke's body in a minimally invasive way. Blood immediately oozed out of the wound. Emi Yashiera's right hand was floating with emerald green yang attribute chakra, which quickly stopped the bleeding from the wound and allowed the muscle epidermal cell tissue at the wound to regenerate rapidly. Do not be afraid. The patient is in very good health. While using his chakra to heal Sarutobi Sasuke's wound, Emi Yashiera was able to take some time to comfort his assistant. Compared to the complex organ surgeries inside the human body, this kind of surgery is already very simple. Luckily, he was burned instantly by the fire escape technique. The patient was very smart, he did not have any inhalation burns inside his body. If the patient suffers from inhalation burns, the danger level is much higher. I once saved a patient who survived a fire. When I met him, his respiratory tract and lungs had horrible burns. What's the result? The assistants around him looked at Emi Yashiera with a little fear as he chatted while performing the operation. Shiera Emiya looked at his assistant in confusion, then spoke as if it was a matter of course. At that time, my condition was stronger than it is now. I easily cut open the patient's throat and lungs and saved the patient. The assistant was already feeling a little dizzy. As expected of you, Lord Emiya. Sarutobi Sasuke regained consciousness in the pain. He felt severe pain all over his body and struggled to give a compliment. You're awake. Emi Yashiera thought for a second, and suddenly asked a question that terrified his assistant. By the way, do you remember that I gave him anesthesia before resuscitating him? Danzo. My group. By the way, actually they should call Sarutobi Sasuke Sasuke-senpai, but I try to avoid the use of Sasuke-senpai which may cause confusion in reading. Besides, after all, everyone knows it. I've always been a fan of Sasuke. Welcome to read the Sasuke extra chapter at the end of starting as a part-time worker from Naruto. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Hiruzen, you will regret it. Chapter 28 Hiruzen, you will regret it. At dusk, the door of the operating room slowly opened. Emi Yashiera walked out somewhat ashamed, and the assistant with a frightened face followed behind Emi Yashiera, too scared to speak. Judging from their expressions, it seemed that they would not bring any good news, so much so that Hashirama Senju and others stood up with heavy movements. Senior. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to stand up, looked at the strange medical ninja, and took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the son of Sasuke Sarutobi. Senior, how is my father? Emi Yashiera's eyebrows twitched. Senior. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Emi Yashiera and suddenly felt a little scared, fearing that the other party would tell him some bad news. Fine. Something went wrong during the operation. Emi Yashiera waved his hand at him and said nonchalantly, but I survived this time after all. Situation. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. What's happening? Ninjas always encounter problems when they are on a mission. Many ninjas may become disabled for life, or even have to spend the rest of their lives lying on a sickbed. Could it be that my father has? Just wait a moment. Emi Yashiera motioned for him to wait here for a while, and then said, he is getting dressed by himself now, you will be able to see him in a while. Thank you, senior. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen could only thank Emi Yashiera first. A look of confusion appeared on his face, and he didn't quite understand the meaning of the words. Wear clothes. No. What does this mean? What do you mean he puts on his clothes inside by himself? Wasn't his father seriously injured and dying? Does my father still have the strength to dress himself at this time? Wow! The door of the operating room was pushed open. Sarutobi Sasuke was startled when he walked out because he didn't notice a group of little ones gathered in front of the operating room door, even his own son was there. Compared to Sarutobi Sasuke who was frightened by these little guys, the people who were really shocked were the group of Konoha ninjas who carried Sarutobi Suzuki over for help. Everyone present looked at Sarutobi Suzuki in disbelief. Are you joking? In that situation, can he be saved? Wrong. Even if he can be saved, he shouldn't be cured to this extent, right? This medical technique. This is a bit too exaggerated. Even the Konoha ninjas who came to ask for help could not imagine that a patient who was severely injured by the fire release ninjutsu and was on the verge of death could regain his mobility like this. How can it be? There is absolutely no visible sign of injury. Sarutobi Suzuki didn't even have any bandages wrapped around his body, and there wasn't the slightest sign of burns. His skin was still as tender as a newborn's, as if the fact that he was sent here for help in the morning was just an illusion. This situation. Is it true that everyone is under an illusion? Even though Hashirama Senju was very confident in Emi Yashiera's medical skills, he was still shocked at this moment and even doubted his own eyes. Senju Hashirama rubbed his eyes hard. Although Hashirama Senju was very confident in Emi Yashiera's medical skills, he still couldn't believe that it was so easy to cure the seriously injured Sarutobi Suzuki. During the Warring States period, when the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were fighting, Senju Hashirama often saw his clansmen die tragically under the fire-style ninjutsu. This kind of injury is not difficult to heal. There was no trace of complacency on Emi Yashiera's face. The operation was not complicated. The most complicated part is the surgical process. The current Konoha medical ninjas do not have the courage and experience to perform such an operation, nor do they have enough chakra. If any other medical ninja came, the chakra consumption in his body would not be able to sustain it. Only Shiera Emiya, who had an impure world body and infinite chakra, could hold on. He also happened to have performed more difficult internal organ surgeries than this one. Thank you for saving my life. Sarutobi Suzuki thanked Emi Yashiera with a sincere look on his face. Thank you, senior. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly followed his father and thanked him again. I can't call you senior. Sarutobi Suzuki quickly corrected his son, and even tried to teach him the correct way to address him. It would be too rude to just call him senpai, and don't be rude to call him sir, you must call him your excellency. Different names have different identities. Some people would call Emi Yashiera sir, thinking that this is respectful enough. Some people would call Emi Yashiera your excellency, thinking that this is respectful enough. Theoretically, in this era, your excellency is generally used as an honorific title for daimyo. However, in the ancient times when Emi Yashiera lived, there probably wasn't even a daimyo. At that time, his reputation was already higher than that of the daimyo's ancestors. Don't worry about it so much. Shiera Emiya shook his head, not caring about the mere name. For me, the name is secondary. Hey, what's your nickname, senior? When the young Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that his father was safe and sound, he felt completely relaxed. The boy, about 14 or 15 years old, was a bit lively and outgoing, and while talking to Emi Yashiera, he reverted to his old ways and deliberately stuck out his tongue and made faces at his healthy father. He thought this strange senior was quite easy to get along with. Hiruzen. Sarutobi Suzuki quickly held down his son. Maybe, yes. Emi Yashiera didn't care about the boy's insolence and answered his question. There must be many people in the world who think I am a stupid and naive person behind my back. They must have given me some nicknames, but I don't know it. How can it be? Sarutobi Suzuki quickly comforted Emi Yashiera, patted his son's head, and took the initiative to say, whoever dares to disrespect you, we will never let him go. Not just a life-saving grace. There is even a sense of gratitude for the inheritance of medical skills of this era. Sarutobi Suzuki was lying on the operating table and heard Emi Yashiera teaching them the medical ninja of Konoha, sharing his experience generously. This is a man who is truly worthy of respect. Not bad. Hashirama Senju's face was also full of determination. However, the first Hokage was also very lively. He immediately touched his chin and thought, but we also need to give Lord Emiya a nickname that is easy to remember and can reflect Lord Emiya's characteristics. Hey, Hokage-sama! The two Anbu quickly stopped Senju Hashirama. All right. Emiya Shiera didn't seem to care about these things, and specifically reminded Sarutobi Suzuki, when I was rescuing you, I accelerated the division and regeneration of some of your cell tissues during the operation, which may also cause your body to age faster. I'm lucky to be alive. Sarutobi Suzuki showed a sincere gratitude on his face, and even chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter, our family looks old. I can survive. This is really a very lucky thing." Whether it was surviving from Uchiha Madara's hands, or being seriously injured and on the verge of death by Uchiha Madara but being saved by a great figure like Emiya Shiera. This experience. It makes his life feel a bit eventful. We will always remember this kindness. After Sarutobi Suzuki finished speaking, he sincerely thanked the first Hokage and his group, and even took the time to knock on the head of the young Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't be disrespectful to Lord Emiya. I don't know his name yet. I think his last name is Emiya? Could he be a descendant of the legendary Saint Emiya Shiera? The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about the pain. He just looked at the strange and unfamiliar medical ninja with curiosity. This person. I have never seen it in the village. It happened to be sunset. A young man rushed in as the sunset fell through the window into the hospital corridor. There was a hint of anxiety on his face because he received the news too late. Hey, Hiruzen! When the boy saw his friend Sarutobi Hiruzen, he shouted, "I just heard that your father was seriously injured." However, before the young man could finish his words, he saw Sarutobi Suzuki, who was walking behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group of young men with a doting look on his face. Looks like. He doesn't look like he's seriously injured or dying at all. This situation is so different from the news the boy just received. The boy's face suddenly changed, he felt as if he had been cheated again. Hiruzen! Is this really another prank of yours? Hey, Danzo, listen to me. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stepped forward and tried to stop his friend, hoping that he would not misunderstand. You still want to deceive me? The boy ran out again with an angry face, and his suppressed anger echoed in the corridor. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Please read and vote for me. Finally I have written about my favorite Danzo-sama. Young Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite cheerful. Based on this, it is speculated that when he was young, Sarutobi Hiruzen should be similar to Naruto and Jiraiya. Because before the Senju Tobirama covered their escape, when Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to die calmly, his tone of voice was similar to that of Jiraiya when he was young. Of course. 55 years later, the old Sarutobi Hiruzen has become very stable. I think it's a bit strange to write him as being too steady at this point in time. He should be the type who can be steady enough to convince people around him when faced with big things, but loses his composure when faced with small things. As for the last person to appear, I know. His appearance is always in a familiar style. He can be regarded as a pure bloodline. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Peeping from the Hokage Building. Chapter 29, Peeping from the Hokage Building, asking for monthly tickets on Monday. Bang, the door of Konoha Hospital was shut heavily. Everyone present saw the young man running out. They looked at Sarutobi Suzuki who had recovered from his serious injuries and near death, and then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was scolded by the young man. Then they understood the story behind this pair of friends. A teenager who had just learned that his friend's father was seriously injured and dying hurried to the hospital to check on his good friend. As a result, the teenager found that his friend's father did not look like he was sick at all, and he must have been annoyed by his friend's prank on him. Cheating on friends' feelings. This sounds too bad. Danzo. Listen to my explanation. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly chased after him to explain that his father Sarutobi Suzuki was really seriously injured and was only saved by a strange medical ninja. Are you telling the truth? The young boy Danzo didn't quite believe his explanation. Of course it's true. As a person who had witnessed the birth of a miracle with his own eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was as lively and curious as a monkey, and he repeated his guess in detail. The identity of that medical ninja is very mysterious. Everyone calls him Lord Emiya. He has a very high status and is a very skilled doctor. He is probably related to the greatest medical ninja. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his chin and thought as he spoke, but he is really a bit strange. He doesn't look happy even though he saved the patient. He looks like he has a coffin face. What does this have to do with us? The young boy still frowned. Compared to his cheerful friend, the young boy Danzo is much more cold-tempered, and he rarely smiles. If his identity is mysterious, it may be an important secret of the village, and it is not something we genin should inquire about. At this time, the young boy Tuanzang seemed to have a concept of hierarchy. Young Danzo is somewhat in awe of the power of Konoha's high-ranking officials, because he believes that he will become a high-ranking official in the future, and he will strictly forbid those below him from touching the secrets of their superiors. But the young Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a little curious about Emi Yashiera. If it's really a secret, it's definitely impossible to let them see it casually, right? However, neither the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, nor his father, Sarutobi Suzuki, stopped himself, a genin, from coming into contact with the other party. While the young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen was discussing with his friends, he also noticed two figures walking out of the Konoha hospital, which made him feel even more strange. At sunset, the work at Konoha hospital is almost over. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision, he saw the first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who had the highest prestige and status in Konoha, walking side by side with the medical ninja. Even Hashirama Senju treated the other party with great respect, as if the first Hokage was accompanying some important person. Those are the new generation of kids in our village. While leading Emi Yashiera to visit Konoha, Senju Hashirama casually introduced the group of teenagers. Tobirama founded a ninja school in the village, and those little guys are the first batch of students. The monkey that Lord Emiya just saw is the most outstanding one among these little guys. This is not a lie. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed very talented. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen had already mastered the Sarutobi clan's unique summoning beast, the Sarutobi clan. Even at this age, he had already refined 5 types of chakra and was also learning the 5 attribute ninjutsu from Senju Tobirama. Other than that, the temperament of the young Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very likable. At least these elders who watched Sarutobi Hiruzen grow up discovered that this young man had another advantage that was more precious than his talent. Leadership. This is something that cannot be ignored in any way. Although the young Sarutobi Hiruzen usually looks mischievous, he is very calm when facing serious matters. He can even suppress his inner panic and comfort his companions without any panic. For example, his father was seriously injured today. The ninjas present all saw the young Sarutobi Hiruzen coming to the hospital alone, his face full of worry and anxiety, and he was very nervous about his father's condition. However, when his companions came over with anxious faces, the young man was still able to hold on and took the initiative to step forward and calm his companions' emotions. The little guy next to the monkey is called Shimura Danzo. Senju Hashirama has seen the friendship between the young Sarutobi Hiruzen and the young Danzo, and a hint of nostalgia appeared on his face. I heard that when Monkey and Danzo were in the ninja school, they were rivals who refused to give in. Now that they have grown up, they are companions who recognize each other. It seems like they have a good relationship. Emi Yashiera nodded with a confused expression. If nothing unexpected happens. Senju Hashirama admired the young Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group very much, and said with emotion, "The future of Konoha will rest on the shoulders of these little guys." Is that so? Upon hearing this, Emi Yashiera seemed to be interested in this group of young people and sighed, humans always want to entrust their will to the hope of the future. Even the six-path sage is no exception, let alone ordinary people like us. The assistant beside him quietly recorded Emi Yashiera's words and actions. Because he was sent by Senju Tobirama to assist Emi Yashiera, mainly to secretly collect some information that Emi Yashiera casually revealed. For this era, there are too many treasures on Emi Yashiera. Senju Tobirama dare not miss any opportunity, and even asks his assistant to secretly record and save everything about the other party. Inside the Hokage building, Senju Tobirama's work is quite busy. Since Uchiha Madara was not killed and escaped the pursuit, Senju Tobirama had to send more people to continue to suppress and monitor the Uchiha clan to avoid any situation inside Konoha at this time. Other than that, Senju Tobirama also has to prepare for another big event. With his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, only having 10 years left to live, he decided to use Emi Yashiera's stories about Ashura and the ninja clan in ancient times to split up the major ninja clans in Konoha village and reshape their sense of identity with Konoha. Now it is not far from the Warring States period, and the villagers of Konoha are still more willing to believe in the patriarchs of their respective clans. They must be liberated from the ideological constraints of their clan and choose to believe in and jointly protect their home, Konoha. Only if Konoha, which has come to where it is today thanks to the prestige and power of Hashirama Senju, can only continue to exist when Hashirama Senju dies. Looks like only if the Senju clan takes the lead in doing this. Tobirama Senju is very familiar with the situation in Konoha. The Senju clan, the most powerful clan in the village, must set an example before other ninja clans can agree with his approach. First, disband the Senju clan. They even asked the Senju clan members to leave their already designated settlements, and for each household to live in separate areas of the village as much as possible. Only the Senju clan takes the lead. Only then will other ninja clans believe that the Senju clan does not want to annex them. At this time, the next step of the plan can begin. Senju Tobirama could use this as an excuse to slowly guide the ninjas from the major ninja clans to disperse, and from then on everyone would put aside their prejudices based on their clan names and integrate into Konoha together. As long as this plan succeeds, everyone will only recognize their identity as Konoha ninjas in the future. They will no longer be ninjas from any particular clan. In the future, they will only act in the name of Konoha, and the children who grow up in the village will only continue to identify with Konoha. But the Uchiha clan cannot be broken up. We must gather their clan together so that we can monitor them more easily and prevent the emergence of dangerous beings like that bastard Uchiha Madara. The Hyuga clan is also troublesome. In order to protect the Byakugan from leaking out, their clan has been leaving a caged bird control seal on the foreheads of the branch ninjas. Even if the Hyuga clan ninjas are required to live separately in different places, the Hyuga clan leader is able to control the branch ninjas with this tradition. It can't be changed in a moment. And protecting the Byakugan from being lost in the wild is also very beneficial to Konoha. If the Hyuga clan is willing to respect the Konoha high-level officials in the future, perhaps we can only wait for the internal branch family to rebel against the main family before we can find an opportunity to intervene. As for the other ninja clans, basically, there are no special circumstances. Senju Tobirama was very familiar with the situation of the various ninja clans in Konoha. He immediately made up his mind and planned to find an opportunity to discuss this decision with his elder brother. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. The assistant beside Emi Yashiera delivered today's information. Tobirama-sama. This is information about Lord Emiya. Most of them are about medical surgery skills and experience, as well as some treatments for diseases. However, he said that after finding the herbs, he must verify them first. I see. After reading it, Tobirama Senju nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Lord Emiya treated many patients in the hospital today. Yes. What a pity. Senju Tobirama felt a little regretful that this information did not contain any content that could be used to improve the strength of ninjas, and his gaze slowly stopped at the last point. Only Konoha. This is the future you can trust. For Konoha, it's okay to use some means. Please read and vote monthly. Kishimoto mentioned about the design of Team 7 that Haruno Sakura might have been originally designed to be a descendant of Senju, and even a family emblem appeared on the wall behind her, but it was abandoned because of her popularity. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Uchiha Madara suddenly realized. Chapter 30 Uchiha Madara suddenly realized, asking for monthly votes on Monday. How many patients are there in Konoha Hospital? Senju Tobirama knocked on the table intentionally or unintentionally. There are still dozens of critically ill patients in the hospital. The assistant who was hiding beside Shiera Emiya was impressed by Shiera Emiya's medical skills in just one day, and couldn't help but sigh, with Lord Emiya's medical skills, these patients will soon be able to get rid of the pain of the disease. In this case, Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes and seemed to be talking to himself. If there were no patients in the hospital in our village, he would not stay in Konoha forever with his personality. He would probably go around treating patients and saving lives like in ancient times. And he must be eager to see this era, too. The sound of Senju Tobirama's fingers tapping on the table was somewhat heart-shaking. He thought about the situation in the ninja world and the troubles facing Konoha, if he leaves Konoha. What Tobirama-sama means is... The assistant didn't quite understand what Senju Tobirama meant, so he tried to persuade him, if Lord Tobirama wants to imprison Lord Emiya, I don't recommend it. Where did you think you were? Senju Tobirama waved his hand to signal his subordinate to relax, and said coldly, Konoha will never do such a thing. I am just thinking about the safety of Lord Emiya. Not everyone in the ninja world will respect him as much as our village does. Such as Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama supported his chin with his palm and revealed an extremely dangerous look. He was thinking of a plan that could completely utilize Emiya Shiera. Tomorrow morning. Let the monkeys gather at the training ground. Senju Tobirama gave an order and said in a deep voice, starting tomorrow, I will give them special training, and will select suitable candidates from their special training results to perform a special mission. Besides, gather the Anbu ninjas. I also need to select a group of suitable candidates. Senju Tobirama was thinking very seriously about his plan against Emiya Shiera, and was even afraid that there would be any mistakes. I must find time to meet my brother. If nothing else happens. When Emiya Shiera left Konoha, that guy Uchiha Madara will definitely choose to take action. Senju Tobirama thought he knew Uchiha Madara quite well, and he believed that Uchiha Madara would definitely want to use Emiya Shiera's medical skills to heal the Sharingan that had become blind in order to escape death. Those are the eyes of his younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama recalled the man he had killed in the past, thinking with cold eyes, only those eyes are left in this world with traces of Uchiha Izuna, and the power of the Uchiha clan also depends on their Sharingan. It is reasonable and logical. Uchiha Madara will definitely find a way to restore the sight of that eye. There is no doubt that once Emiya Shiera leaves Konoha, that will be the best opportunity Madara will ever have. It will also be our best chance to kill Madara again. In fact, Senju Tobirama's guess was indeed correct. This man understood Uchiha Madara's thinking quite well. The only thing that made Senju Tobirama guess wrong was that Uchiha Madara did not want to heal his blind eyes. Because Uchiha Madara did not think that Emiya Shiera's medical skills could cure his blindness, Uchiha Madara just wanted to meet Emiya Shiera to ask about some ancient secrets. Fire Nation. An underground base of the Uchiha clan. After escaping from the pursuit of the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Madara stayed in this stronghold for a short time to rest, because only he, the former clan leader, knew about this stronghold. Since he had no medical ninja, Uchiha Madara could only try to transplant Hashirama's flesh and blood onto his own wounds. He wanted to gain the power of Senju Hashirama in this way. Fortunately, this crude transplant was successful. The process was a little dangerous. Hashirama Senju's flesh and blood grew rapidly on his body, but fortunately it was quickly controlled by the chakra in his body. Succeeded. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes in satisfaction. This man clearly felt the chakra surging in his body. His chakra and body recovery ability were greatly improved after the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Let me see. Uchiha Madara's fingers cut his arm. After the wound on Uchiha Madara's arm started bleeding, it healed quickly under the stimulation of the chakra in his body. This self-healing ability is unique to Hashirama Senju. Now he also has this terrifying self-healing ability. What was most unexpected for Uchiha Madara was that a vine grew on his arm. This was the wood-release bloodline limit unique to Hashirama Senju. There's something strange in my chest. Uchiha Madara stood in front of a smooth glass. Uchiha Madara saw a white mask growing out of his chest. The face shape of this mask looked somewhat like his good friend Senju Hashirama. This is the price I paid for obtaining the power of Hashirama Senju. Transplanting Hashirama's cells will leave permanent marks on my body. But it's so far from what I really want. Uchiha Madara casually put on a piece of clothing to cover the mask on his chest. His brows were furrowed with some dissatisfaction. According to the information on the stone tablet left by our Uchiha clan in ancient times, the interaction between positive and negative forces should result in the power of the universe. The difference is too big, even though my strength has been greatly improved. For Uchiha Madara, this increase in strength is completely incomparable to the price he paid. He paid the price of losing the sight of an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Those were the eyes entrusted to him by his younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. Did you guess wrong? The power of the universe. What exactly is the power of the universe? Uchiha Madara fell into his own thoughts again. He thought that his understanding was unlikely to be wrong. He reached out and touched his eye sockets. After obtaining the power of Hashirama, I can feel that the pupil power consumed when I want to use the Mangeki Sharingan pupil technique has also decreased. But this improvement is not a qualitative change. There are some messages on our clan's stone tablet, which I have not been able to read even after transplanting Izuna's eyes. If my guess is correct, the final content should be that after our clan obtains the power of the universe, we will use the power of the universe to save the world. Humph. But it's not that troublesome now. Uchiha Madara thought of the man who exposed the secret of his fake death, and the medical ninja from ancient times, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I remember correctly, Hashirama once told me the story of Emi Yashiera when he was a kid. He was the first medical ninja in the ninja world. Maybe he knows something. It seems that I have to find a way to find an opportunity to meet that man from ancient times. Maybe I can get the hidden message on the stone tablet from him. Uchiha Madara has a very active mind. No longer completely bound by the contents of the Uchiha clan's stele. Since Emi Yashiera, a figure from ancient times, has appeared in this era, why not find a chance to ask him directly? Perhaps all my confusion can be resolved, perhaps. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and grabbed a short sword, planning to lurk near Konoha and look for an opportunity to meet Emi Yashiera again. That man knows how to open the power of the universe, maybe there will be greater gains. The basement of this stronghold. Black Zetsu's figure lurked quietly in the darkness. Compared to Uchiha Madara's confidence, Black Zetsu's thoughts were more complicated. He originally thought that Uchiha Madara would be able to quickly open the Rinnegan from the eternal Mangeki Sharingan after obtaining Hashirama Senju's chakra, but the situation did not seem to be what he imagined. I have to go see Wei Yuan too. We must find a way to help Wei Yuan and Uchiha Madara meet again. Black Zetsu hid underground and followed Uchiha Madara towards Konoha. It was also thinking seriously about one thing: only Wei Yuan can find out where the problem lies and make Uchiha Madara truly awaken the Samsara Eye. But Let's teach Wei Yuan how to deceive first. Uchiha Madara is a rebellious guy. He has seen the stone tablet left by the Sage of the Six Paths. We must find a way to prevent him from meeting with Masayoshi and then finding out the deception on the stone tablet from Masayoshi. It's such a headache. How can I make Wei Yuan learn to lie? How can I make Wei Yuan accept that sometimes hiding things and deceiving others is not such a bad thing? Asking for monthly tickets on Monday. Today it's still nearly 6,000 words. Because I have to continue climbing the new book list on Monday. There will definitely be a burst of updates when it is released. After it is released, it will basically be 10,000 per day. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Black Zetsu, Can You Lie? Chapter 31 Black Zetsu, Can You Lie? Inside Konoha village. Emi Yashiera didn't care about anyone's prying eyes. Emi Yashiera had long anticipated Senju Tobirama's secret spying. Given the kind of person Senju Tobirama was, he would never miss any opportunity to make Konoha stronger. However, thousands of years ago, Emi Yashiera put himself in a very clever position, making everyone believe that his existence was truly harmless, and forcing Senju Tobirama to use some roundabout ways to make Konoha find a way to gain his favor. There is only one thing anyone can believe. Emi Yashiera wants to give this world a better future. Even though Black Zetsu always wants to subvert the ninja world, he is not worried that Emi Yashiera will want to hurt him. He is only worried that Emi Yashiera will ignore him. Same. This is also the most difficult part of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu really hopes that Emi Yashiera can learn to be a little bad, no longer have so-called noble morals, and devote himself wholeheartedly to the dark cause of resurrecting Kaguya together with him. Unfortunately, when Black Zetsu quietly arrived in Konoha, he saw Emi Yashiera summarizing and reviewing the medical records of his treatment and rescue in Konoha Hospital, which gave it even more of a headache. Those ordinary people died and died. Why should Emi Yashiera waste his energy to save them? Are you back? When Emi Yashiera saw Black Zetsu showing up, he didn't stop writing, and said, "Black Zetsu, wait a moment, I'll finish writing this first." Black Zetsu could only wait helplessly. It was not until it saw Shiera Emiya put down his pen that it could persuade him, "Shiera, we are going to do a greater cause. It's not a conflict." Shiera Emiya rolled up the scroll carefully and explained earnestly, "Anyway, these little things won't waste my time, and I will continue to do them in the future. Speaking of which, how's that Uchiha Madara guy doing?" Emi Yashiera already knew that Black Zetsu would definitely talk about Uchiha Madara, so he just pointed it out directly, "I heard some news about him in the village of Konoha. This person has a bad reputation in the village, and many people are afraid of him. Uchiha Madara is just like his ancestor Indra." Black Zetsu immediately took over the topic and introduced their future pawns. Uchiha Madara has always believed that strength can bring rule and stability. Such people who like to use force are naturally not very popular in the eyes of the weak, and often arouse fear. Correct. After Black Zetsu introduced Uchiha Madara, he continued, "Now Uchiha Madara wants to see you because he wants to get some information from you." "What news? How can I awaken the Samsara Eye?" When Black Zetsu said this, his voice became a little grim. The Six-Path Sage left a stone tablet for the descendants of his eldest son Indra. Black Zetsu cursed the Six-Path Sage silently in his heart, and at the same time, he used the Six-Path Sage's name to continue deceiving Emi Yashiera. The Six-Path Sage predicted that the path of the shinobi clan might not be entirely correct. He wrote on the stone tablet a path for Indra's descendants to awaken the Samsara Eye. He probably hoped that Indra's descendants would be able to use their power to rebuild the ninja order after the collapse of the shinobi clan's order. Certainly. There was a hint of hatred in Black Zetsu's words, and he almost gritted his teeth as he said, "In the end, at the end of the stone tablet, he left a way to revive his mother Kaguya." Perhaps the Sage of Six Paths believes that the paths of Ashura and Indra cannot bring peace to the ninja world, and that the world still needs the existence of the goddess of the rabbit, Kaguya. Of course. This is Black Zetsu's lie. The stone tablet left behind by the Six-Path Sage was never meant to resurrect Kaguya. Instead, it was to warn the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra who worship power, to be careful of Kaguya's resurrection, that bastard. I want to completely prevent Kaguya from resurrecting. In order to resurrect Kaguya, the blood of the Uchiha clan must be used, and Black Zetsu had to use his own abilities to modify the contents on the stone tablet. Because the content on the stone tablet had been modified, Black Zetsu had to find a way to deceive Emi Yashiera again with lies. Is that so? Emi Yashiera nodded thoughtfully. Emi Yashiera seemed to trust Black Zetsu's words completely. He would definitely not speak for the Six-Path Sage, so he just sighed. What does that mean? After a child grew up and crossed time, he finally understood the greatness of his mother. When he spread his chakra and caused the world to become devastated and unable to clean up the mess, he remembered the omnipotent mother he had relied on since he was a child. Black Zetsu felt a little sad when he heard this. If her mother Kaguya had heard what Emi Yashiera said, if the last message on the stone tablet left by the Six-Path Sage was to revive Kaguya, perhaps Kaguya, a mother with a fragile heart, would have forgiven her son who disobeyed her. Ugh! This guy Emi Yashiera. Even the warmest words can pierce the heart. That's all. Emi Yashiera's casual remark aroused Black Zetsu's emotions, and he stopped dwelling on the matter of the Six-Path Sage and Kaguya Otsutsuki. Since the Six-Path Sage left behind a method to revive the goddess of the rabbit, it looks like we don't have to go through so much trouble. But Uchiha Madara doesn't know all this. Black Zetsu finally got to the point, and his voice gradually became serious, as if he was afraid that Emi Yashiera would discover a flaw. Because the Six-Path Sage hid the news of Kaguya's resurrection on the stone tablet, I have some guesses that he might be. The Sage of Six Paths really understands his children. Emi Yashiera interrupted Black Zetsu's words, as if he was addicted to the lies Black Zetsu had made up, and sighed, I have met Indra and Uchiha Madara, and they have an arrogance that ordinary people cannot match. Emi Yashiera sighed and took the initiative to help Black Zetsu patch up the situation. If these proud children really knew that they would need their ancestors to clean up the situation in the end, they would never want to do so unless they really reached the end of the world's destruction. Black Zetsu is such a good liar. I also want to ask myself, the deceived person, to help supplement. Emi Yashiera had already figured out Black Zetsu's intention. He definitely wanted him to deceive Uchiha Madara and hide the fact of Kaguya's resurrection from him. No. This little trick. Don't come and teach me how to cheat Uchiha Madara, okay? Shiera Emiya sighed and said softly, if we want Uchiha Madara to help revive the goddess of the rabbit, we must hide the truth from him. Not bad. Black Zetsu nodded in surprise, and quickly persuaded Shiera Emiya to stop having any moral obsessions. Shiera Emiya, sometimes hiding the truth and telling white lies to people in need is not a bad thing. It's really strange. Shiera Emiya looked a little melancholy, as if he didn't understand this era. The ninjas of this era are also teaching me to cheat and conceal. It seems that in this era full of lies, being honest is also a sin. Black Zetsu felt a little guilty. This is the absurdity of the world. Black Zetsu quickly comforted Shiera Emiya, and carefully guided Shiera Emiya into the abyss of evil. Shiera Emiya, this has never been your fault. Everything we do is to put the world on the right track. When Kaguya is truly resurrected in this world, you no longer have to hide yourself. That time, you never have to deal with lies and deception again. Black Zetsu gradually felt free of burden and continued to deceive Emi Yashiera. You can be your true self again, you can truly change this absurd world. I see. Emi Yashiera looked at Heiju and couldn't help but sigh, then nodded helplessly. Please read and vote monthly. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Udon and number 039, T want Kaguya to be disappointed. Chapter 32. You don't want Kaguya to be disappointed. Emi Yashiera finally agreed to learn how to lie. Black Zetsu felt completely relieved. He knew that as long as Emi Yashiera started to deceive and conceal things from others, he would definitely have to tell more lies to cover up the lies in the future. It's really awesome. Black Zetsu was somewhat looking forward to what Emi Yashiera would look like when he lied and concealed things, just like looking forward to seeing a beautiful thing fall into a puddle and get covered in mud. This feeling. It's so delightful. Wei Yuan. Black Zetsu was straightforward and immediately leaked all the information about Uchiha Madara, hoping that Masayoshi could make preparations early. Now, Uchiha Madara is eager to see you. Because Uchiha Madara tried to awaken the Samsara Eye based on the stone tablet left by the Six-Path Sage. The stone tablet mentioned that the interaction between positive and negative forces can create everything. The stone tablet refers to the chakras of Indra and Ajura. Uchiha Madara doesn't know that the all-seeing eye is the Samsara Eye. He tried to merge his chakra with that of Hashirama Senju, but he failed in the process of awakening the power of the all-seeing eye. So he wants to ask you some secrets of the ancient times. I see. Shiera Emiya nodded and reorganized the scrolls in his hand. The patients in Konoha Hospital will be treated soon. I will go to see him. Okay. Heizetsu felt a little helpless again. Because it knew that it could not change Emi Yashiera on this matter. Oh right, Black Zetsu. Shiera Emiya discovered that Black Zetsu seemed to have forgotten something important again, so he could only remind it again. Where is the method that the Six-Path Sage mentioned to revive the goddess of the rabbit? It's infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him to hide such a thing. He needed to continue to make up more lies around his own lies. The last message in the stone tablet left by the Six-Path Sage is the power of the infinite moon reading, which is the ultimate illusion that can cover the world. When the light of the infinite moonlight covers the earth, humans can immerse themselves in the dream world they desire most. The dream world can satisfy all human desires. Is that so? Emi Yashiera's brows seemed to be a little tangled. In other words, the infinite Tsukuyomi will allow humans to indulge in eternal dreams. The existence of the dream world can make people leave the pain of reality and satisfy their greed for desires. In this case, humanity may be destroyed by the infinite moon reading. But they can also find true peace in the last moments of their lives. Pity. In the end, Emi Yashiera shook his head. He couldn't make a choice that didn't suit his character in front of Black Zetsu. This is not the future we want. Good. Black Zetsu nodded, and couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't use the infinite Tsukuyomi to deceive Emi Yashiera. He just sighed softly. The real purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi is just to wake up Kaguya. This is the truth that the Six-Path Sage never told his descendants. When humans fall asleep, Kaguya's shadow will appear silently. When the chakras of all people come together, the ancestor of chakra can come back to this world. When mankind awakens from its sleep, the world will also enter into eternal peace under Kaguya's protection. Good. Shiera Emiya finally nodded contentedly. This is what we want. Under the protection of the goddess of Mao, the world can usher in eternal peace. Black Zetsu found it was not easy to deceive a good man like Emi Yashiera, because he had to find ways to tell lies that would satisfy Emi Yashiera. But for Madara, perhaps he would prefer infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu sighed, and had to remind Emi Yashiera not to reveal his flaws. Compared to you, you are more willing to spend more energy to let humans live in real peace, and it is easier for humans to enter the dream of infinite moon reading. For humans like Uchiha Madara who have experienced the suffering of war, the infinite Tsukuyomi is the means they want most. Humans are often unable to accept the hardships of creating a better future for themselves, and would rather indulge in beautiful dreams. I understand. Emi Yashiera seemed to understand what Black Zetsu meant, nodded, and said, so we have to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to deceive Uchiha Madara. Emi Yashiera's face was somewhat calm, as if he was somewhat disheartened and had to accept the reality that he would deceive others in the future. When I meet Uchiha Madara, I will tell him what he wants and guide him to join our plan. Black Zetsu was very satisfied with his results. At this time, Black Zetsu immediately expressed all his thoughts. We need Madara to awaken the Samsara Eye. Only the appearance of the Samsara Eye can start the plan. I named this plan the Eye of the Moon. According to the stone tablet of the Six Paths Sage, to perform the infinite Tsukuyomi requires quite a complicated procedure. Black Zetsu simply revealed the plan of infinite Tsukuyomi to Emi Yashiera, only by using the power of the Rinnegan to summon the body of the divine tree, using the body of the divine tree to collect the tailed beasts of the world to revive the divine tree, and then taking the divine tree into your body. When you truly gain the power of the sacred tree, approaching the moon will open the moon eye that can cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. At that moment, you can cast the infinite Tsukuyomi to calm the people of the entire world and awaken the goddess of the rabbit who has been hiding and protecting the world. Sound. Shiera Emiya frowned and raised his curiosity. This plan only requires the power of the Samsara Eye, and it doesn't seem to need me. It is enough for me to help Uchiha Madara awaken the Samsara Eye. Black Zetsu was immediately choked by Emi Yashiera. Good. This plan does not require Emi Yashiera. However, when Black Zetsu saw Emi Yashiera resurrected, he always thought of Emi Yashiera's terrifying execution ability in ancient times. He did not quite believe in Uchiha Madara's ability, and was more willing to believe in Emi Yashiera. After all, Uchiha Madara couldn't even defeat Hashirama Senju. Did Uchiha Madara have a chance to collect the tailed beasts when Hashirama Senju was alive? Emi Yashiera defeated Ashura and the ninja clan with his own hands. According to Black Zetsu's own idea, its original intention was to use Uchiha Madara's awakened Samsara Eye to directly control Uchiha Madara's body and let Uchiha Madara use Samsara Eye to completely revive Emi Yashiera. It knew that Emi Yashiera was not in the best condition. This kind of thing. Not related. As long as Shiera Emiya is truly resurrected and obtains the power of the Rinnegan, no matter how troublesome his Moon Eye plan is, Shiera Emiya will definitely be able to do it, and if Emi Yashiera is absent, I really feel sorry for the effort I put into deceiving him. Black Zetsu really didn't want to miss the moment when Emi Yashiera realized that he had been deceived and realized the truth, and how frustrated and regretful he would be. That joy. It always makes Black Zetsu a little intoxicated. Wei Yuan. You are the most suitable candidate for the Moon Eye. Black Zetsu became more and more excited when he thought of this, and kept persuading, you are the only one in this world who is most qualified to witness the changes in the world with your own eyes. Black Zetsu desperately hoped that Shiera Emiya would agree, no matter if it is Uchiha Madara or anyone else. No one can be more qualified than you to master the Moon Eye project. Only you. That's the person Kaguya wants to see the most. Wei Yuan. The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth smiled sinisterly, and a strange meaning appeared in his words. You don't want to be unhappy when you see the arrogant Uchiha Madara when the goddess you believe in is resurrected, right? Emi Yashiera fell silent. This guy Black Zetsu. He clearly wanted to be the sacrifice for Kaguya's resurrection, but he still acted as if he could really see Kaguya. Okay. Emi Yashiera sighed quietly and could only agree, I'm just worried that I haven't done well enough. If Kaguya-sama is not satisfied when she is resurrected, I hope that the two of us will not regret our decision at that time. How could be? Black Zetsu's face became excited again, and he quietly slipped into the ground. Then I'll go back and keep an eye on Uchiha Madara. Madara is near Konoha, looking for a chance to see you. Please continue reading and give me your monthly vote. I have to ask for Tuesday's catch-up reading. By the way, I want to get on the new book list, please give me double the monthly votes. There will be more updates in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, The Victory of the Boy Group. Chapter 33, The Victory of the Boy Group. Happy New Year! Lord Emiya will leave Konoha. The Konoha high-level officials have already determined that this will inevitably happen. However, no one could find a reason for the other party to stay in Konoha. Before leaving Konoha, Emi Yashiera had been concentrating on treating patients in the Konoha hospital, and left some valuable medical experience for the village, which even made the assistant who had been monitoring him feel a little ashamed. Of course, Senju Tobirama would definitely not have such emotions. Before the issue of Hashirama Senju's lifespan was resolved, Tobirama Senju knew that he had the responsibility of Konoha on his shoulders, and he would only choose plans that were beneficial to Konoha. Training Ground Number 3 of Konoha Village. 2 young boys stood on the training ground. It was the young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen and the young boy Shimura Danzo who stood out in the short-term special training of Senju Tobirama. These 2 boys, aged 14 or 15, became each other's final opponents, just like when they were in their ninja school. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his friend and sincerely advised, "Let's stop this fight. I don't want to hurt you. Do you think you will win?" The young boy Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, his face full of humiliation and anger. "Hiruzen, don't underestimate me. I won't lose to you this time. The outcome of this battle is still unknown. Is this bastard actually about to declare victory? In the past, I indeed lost more than I won. However, this time is different. For the final result of this special training, the young Danzo has worked harder than before, and he has also mastered more techniques." As Senju Tobirama gave the order to fight, the young boy Danzo immediately rushed forward, quickly drew out his ninja sword and slashed up. "You're still so anxious?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head, pulled out 2 shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them out. The angles at which the shurikens flew out were a bit tricky. 2 shurikens flew towards Danzo, one on the left and one on the right. However, the young boy Danzo swung his ninja sword and suddenly knocked one of the shurikens away, then he quickly raised the handle of the sword horizontally to block the other shuriken. The young Danzo had long been accustomed to how excellent Sarutobi Hiruzen's shuriken throwing skills were. He knew very well how accomplished Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the art of shuriken throwing. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, even the throwing of tiles and stones had been honed to perfection, everyone has to admit. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a true top student. Although everyone thinks that Sarutobi Hiruzen has a quirky personality, it must be admitted that he has excellent grades and a solid foundation in ninja. Whether it is the most basic chakra refining technique, the most basic physical technique, the most basic shuriken throwing technique, the most basic 3-body technique, or the most basic ninjutsu, this young man can practice them all with gusto, and he never even disdains the power of these basic combat skills. Clang, a crisp sound of metal clashing. Sarutobi Hiruzen hooked out a kunai with his fingers and waved it to block the ninja sword from the young boy Tuanzangzan. His attitude suddenly became serious. The young boy Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and he slashed 3 times with the ninja sword in his hand quickly, but was blocked by the kunai. "You also learned swordsmanship?" The young boy Tuanzang looked at his companions with hatred. "Just some basic swordplay." Sarutobi Hiruzen does not brag about himself. The short kunai can be turned around in his hands, and can also be used to fight against the sharp long sword. Obviously, this is a kind of humility. Because the swordsmanship that the young Danzo was so proud of was not able to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, he felt a little embarrassed and a sense of dissatisfaction suddenly arose in his heart. The young boy Tuanzang took a few quick steps with the ninja sword in his hand, and at that moment he forced Sarutobi Hiruzen back. He opened his mouth and spit out a sharp wind-style ninjutsu towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wind-style. Vacuum wave. This wind-style ninjutsu was released in an extremely insidious way, even though Sarutobi Hiruzen had anticipated this and quickly raised his head to avoid it. His hair was still cut off by the sharp and slender aura like a sickle. "This is too dangerous." The boy with glasses standing next to Senju Tobirama was a little scared, and watched their friends fighting anxiously. "We are companions. The monkey will surely be able to dodge it. Senju Tobirama disagreed with this and even felt that it was a bit of a fuss. The battle between ninjas has never been a gentle game of house. It is a battle where one mistake can lead to death. Of course. Senju Tobirama felt confident. If the two teenagers in the arena got really angry and even their lives were in danger, he was absolutely sure that he could stop the fight from continuing. After all, he is known as the fastest ninja in the ninja world. But Senju Tobirama also realized something in his heart. The fighting style of the young boy Danzo is indeed a bit extreme. He even used the insidious fighting methods he used against the enemies in his battles with his companions. If I were not here, and if my opponent was not the excellent Sarutobi Hiruzen, I would probably be severely injured by Shimura Danzo's insidious wind-style ninjutsu. Wind escape ninjutsu. It is indeed the technique that the young boy Danzo is best at. Wind release shuriken. A diamond-shaped shuriken appeared between the boy Tuanzang's fingers. He opened his mouth and sprayed wind-style chakra on the shuriken, and bounced the shuriken with a sharp whirlwind around it away. Earth escape. Earth flowing by. A solid stone wall blocked the shuriken. Cut. A hint of disdain appeared on the young boy Tuanzang's face. He grabbed his ninja sword and rushed forward at high speed, leaping over the stone wall and slashing at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was hiding behind the wall. Click. A piece of wood was cut in half with one knife. Substitution technique. The young boy Tuanzang recognized at a glance that this piece of wood was the prop used by the ninja to perform the most basic substitution technique, and his eyes quickly searched around for traces of his opponent. When was it? Bang! He got kicked in the wrist, the ninja sword in his hand slipped out unexpectedly. However, the young boy Tuanzang's body quickly retreated and stuck to the wall. He had already seen the opponent's figure. He raised his hands to grab the opponent's ankles, blocked a series of kicks, and swung his hands hard to throw the opponent's body out. That's unexpected, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled over and landed on the ground, but he was not discouraged. He smiled and praised his friend. Your reaction is much faster than before. I didn't waste the results of my special training. The young boy Tuanzang responded coldly and took out a kunao from his pocket. His chakra was not abundant, so he had to take this opportunity to force a close combat and also take this opportunity to perform his final move that would determine the outcome. Wind release vacuum sword. The young boy Danzo opened his mouth and spit out a ball of wind energy which fell into the kunao and gathered into an illusory wind sword. He raised the sword and attacked again. Hey, 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 this is cheating. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the long sword that was transformed by the wind-style technique with some surprise. He could only pull out a kunao in his hand and fly forward. The two young men started a new round of confrontation again. This confrontation was more intense than ever before, because their strength had greatly increased during this special training that Senju Tobirama had prepared for them. However, the final result of this battle seemed to be no different from past ninja battles. As the next generation ninja recognized by Konoha's high-level officials, Sarutobi Hiruzen crushed Danzo's last bit of fantasy with his superb physical and swordsmanship. At the end of the battle, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a lot of chakra left in his body, and his fist stopped in front of the young Danzo. It's over. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was mostly merciful to his companions and only used ninjutsu to defend against Danzo's attacks. In order to prevent the battle from getting out of control and hurting his friends, he insisted on using physical skills to decide the outcome. Hiruzen. The young boy raised his finger, looked at his opponent, and smiled contemptuously. Do you really think you won? Next moment, something unexpected happened. A black pattern appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm, and this pattern appeared simultaneously all over his body, restricting his ability to move. Self-Karma Curse Seal. When I touch the enemy during a break in battle, I place a spell seal on the enemy. When this spell seal is truly completed, the caster can trigger this spell at any time to immediately restrict all the enemy's actions. The voice of Senju Tobirama appeared in their ears. He introduced the curse seal technique used by the young Danzo with an expressionless face, and personally announced the winner and loser of the battle. Monkey, you lose. You underestimated the enemy in this battle. You two come with me, I will tell you about your next mission. This mission may very well change the future of Konoha and even the ninja world. There are many kinds of curses. Among them, Orochimaru's uses natural energy and even soul fragments. Shimura Danzo's cursed seal is a type of chakra sealing technique, but it is also called a seal, such as the seal of wiping out the root of the tongue, the seal of self-curse binding, etc. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Danzo, you come to solve Emi Yashiera's problem. Chapter 34 Danzo, you come to solve Emi Yashiera's problem. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to come out. There was an unusual excitement on the boy's face. Because Tobirama Senju told him a secret about the mysterious medical ninja he met in Konoha Hospital, and gave him an extremely special task. I thought my guess was already shocking. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fist and smashed it against the palm of his other hand. He couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. He was really shocked by the secret he learned. That person turned out to be the legendary medical ninja Emi Yashijin. During this time, the young man has always been curious about the other party's identity. Even when he asked his father Sarutobi Sasuke about the other party's identity at home, his father firmly refused to reveal the other party's identity. He also sternly warned his son not to be curious and not to explore the secret privately. It was enough to maintain the highest respect for that man. For a young man, the more mysterious it is, the more curious he is. He could only secretly guess that the other party might be the descendant of Emi Yashiera. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Emi Yashiera himself, and he was resurrected by Tobirama Senju through the impure world reincarnation. As for her special missions, naturally, it is to protect Emi Yashiera. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that his strength was not enough to protect a big shot like Emi Yashiera, Senju Tobirama still resolutely chose them. Lord Emiya's power does not require your protection. When Senju Tobirama mentioned this mission, his voice was very steady. Monkey, you and Danzo are the best new generation ninjas in Konoha. The process of this mission is far more important than the result. I hope that you two can gain the recognition of Lord Emiya during the mission, and make Lord Emiya willing to believe in the future of Konoha, and let him understand that in the future ninja world, only Konoha's ninjas are willing to shoulder the peace of the ninja world. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't quite understand. However, Senju Tobirama didn't say anything more. He drove the little guy out first and left the young boy Tenzo directly in the Hokage building. His words seemed to be reprimanding the young boy Tenzo for being too insidious and ruthless during the battle training with his companions. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to plead for his friend, Senju Tobirama's attitude was stern. He asked him to go home and be ready to carry out the mission at any time, and also asked him to consult his father Sarutobi Sasuke. Inside the Hokage building, Senju Tobirama sat calmly on the chair. The young boy Tuanzang stood in front of the desk somewhat anxiously. Danzo. Senju Tobirama's eyes were obviously a little cold, making him look a little majestic. Don't worry, I don't want to blame you for the problems in this battle. In reality, I should commend you on your quick wit. If you were an excellent ninja in the Warring States period, the wind escape technique you released was quite beautiful and almost killed the monkey. Even I can't find any fault with it. In order to win the battle, you should use whatever means necessary. The monkey's soft-heartedness will sooner or later become a fatal flaw. The young boy Tuanzang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he was a little surprised. Originally, the young man thought he would be scolded, but he didn't expect that the usually strict Senju Tobirama would take the initiative to praise him when he was frightened. But you should be gentler towards your companions. Senju Tobirama still reminded the young boy Tenzo, and said in a deep voice, "You and the monkey are companions who can trust each other with life and death, and have never been enemies of life and death." "Yes. Very good." Senju Tobirama nodded seriously and then got down to business. "You have heard the mission I just mentioned about protecting Lord Emiya?" "Yes." The young boy Tuanzang also became a little excited, because he knew that the matter concerning Emiya must be a top secret among the Konoha high-level officials. At the age of 14 or 15, he was chosen by Senju Tobirama to carry out such a top-secret mission. He couldn't help but feel that he was entrusted with a great responsibility. He had even been identified by Senju Tobirama as one of the future of Konoha. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. In that case, the future village's Hokage. A sudden ambition arose in the heart of the young man Tuanzang. All the children who grew up in Konoha have witnessed with their own eyes the respect the villagers have for the first Hokage. Who wouldn't want to become the Hokage of the village? Once upon a time. Naturally, I don't dare to have such ambitions. However, Senju Tobirama has designated him and Sarutobi Hiruzen as the future of Konoha, so when he grows up, he may be able to take on the position of Hokage, but you know the nature of monkeys. Senju Tobirama's expression gradually became more serious, and he ordered in a deep voice, "This mission requires you to carefully check for omissions and fill in the gaps." "Yes." The young boy Danzo quickly agreed loudly. "What does this mean?" "This clearly means that Mr. Tobirama values me more. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is a very outstanding guy, Tobirama-sensei is dissatisfied with his temper and obviously values himself more. Otherwise, why would you stay here specially? Danzo, the burden you bear will be heavy." Senju Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw through the excitement of the young man in front of him, but he didn't care about his ambition. "You should know that the big countries in the ninja world have established ninja villages one after another, and there is competition between ninja villages. Mr. Emiya, he is also an important figure that we need to compete with them for." Senju Tobirama thought about his elder brother's lifespan, and his face became even more serious. "For Konoha, Lord Emiya is an indispensable existence, especially since he also knows many of our Konoha's secrets, including the top secrets." That the young boy Danzo didn't quite understand and tried to ask Senju Tobirama, "Shouldn't we leave Mr. Emiya in Konoha now? At least for now. Konoha cannot control his will." Senju Tobirama could not say that the lifespan of Emiya and Senju Hashirama was at stake. He could only use some easy-to-understand words to explain Emiya's status. A great man like him who has made great contributions in the long history of the ninja world, Konoha cannot behave disrespectfully to him, and cannot take tough measures against him. However, Lord Emiya holds the secrets of the ancient times and even some powerful powers, so we cannot ignore his influence on the ninja world after he left Konoha. When Senju Tobirama said this, he stretched out his arm and showed the curse seal on his body. For example, the energy of Lord Emiya's curse seal can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of a ninja. An ordinary ninja who obtains it can quickly gain combat power comparable to that of a jonin. The young boy Tuanzang was startled. This moment, a hint of greed surged in the young man's heart. The young man quickly understood the value of this power and said in a deep voice, "This power must not fall into the hands of other ninja villages." "Good." Senju Tobirama nodded with satisfaction. "For Konoha, we can only take some other measures." Senju Tobirama hoped that the boy in front of him could understand what he wanted him to do. "Danzo, you and the monkey are only on the surface to carry out the mission of protecting Lord Emiya. You have only one real mission. No matter what means are used, we must stop that excellency from leaning towards other ninja villages. For this purpose, I will send an Anbu team to follow you and assist you. This Anbu team will help clean up some people who should not be there." "Yes." The young boy knelt on one knee. "Very good." Senju Tobirama's face finally calmed down. "Of course. nominally assisting Danzo. In the true sense, the Anbu are the ones responsible for execution. However, Senju Tobirama also had to place a suitable person next to Emi Yashiera. He wanted to place the assistant he had assigned to Emi Yashiera, but that assistant had been conquered by Emi Yashiera's noble character and might not be willing to carry out such a task. But Senju Tobirama also had other thoughts. This little thought must not be told to Danzo Shimura. In this mission to protect Emi Yashiera, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen is the trump card that Senju Tobirama really wants to use, because he and his elder brother are very optimistic about Sarutobi Hiruzen. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen masters 5 types of chakra and has a very high talent in learning ninjutsu. When encountering problems, he has a leadership temperament that can convince his companions. In a sense, being merciful is also a kind of compassion. Hasn't the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, always been merciful to others? Senju Tobirama believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the person who is most likely to be recognized by Emi Yashiera, and the young boy Danzo is just a hidden chess piece he planted to solve some troubles that should not have occurred in the dark. Of course, Tobirama Senju thought about the future of Danzo Shimura. Tobirama Senju noticed that Danzo Shimura was acting unscrupulously. He thought that this young man was similar to himself in some aspects, which was not a bad thing in his opinion. Because this style of behavior is exactly what you need when dealing with your enemies. Pity. This little guy's talent is not good enough. The young boy Danzo's training path has gone astray. He likes to practice powerful ninjutsu and always hopes to become powerful through shortcuts. At this point, Senju Tobirama had to admit that the other person was more like himself. His own talent was not that high, and he could never catch up with the strong men like his elder brother and Uchiha Madara who stood at the top of the ninja world. He did not have any excellent and powerful bloodline limit in his body, so he had to develop some weird and strange techniques to make up for the gap in talent. Correct. You seem to like using sealing seals in battle. Senju Tobirama looked down at the curse seal on his arm and told the young boy, I haven't researched the energy of this curse seal yet, but it is undoubtedly the most powerful human enhancement curse seal I have ever seen. If you can obtain this cursed energy from Lord Emiya during this mission, it will be a good thing for your future, and your future journey will be smoother. Happy New Year! The first day of 2025. I wish you all the best in the new year, everything goes well, and you will be promoted step by step. Today is almost 6,000 words again. During the new book season, I can shamelessly ask for monthly votes again. End of this chapter. Chapter 35. These are the future 3rd and 5th generation Hokage of Konoha. Chapter 35. These are the future 3rd Hokage and 5.5 Hokage of Konoha. Outside the Hokage Tower. The young boy was a little nervous when he left. Even when the young man left, he secretly glanced back at the Hokage building. Danzo. The figure of the young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly jumped out. The sudden appearance of his friend almost scared the young boy Tuanzang. Don't worry. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen did not go home. He was worried that Senju Tobirama would severely reprimand Shimura Danzo, so he stayed here and waited to comfort his friend. As a result, he saw that his friend was secretly looking back at the Hokage building when he left. Needless to say, he must have been scared. As a good friend, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen very loyally comforted the other party, don't pay attention to what Tobirama said, it is impossible to hurt me. In fact, the timing of using that seemingly dangerous wind-style ninjutsu during the battle was just right. The boy Tuanzang's forehead twitched. This sounds as if this bastard is the winner. It was obvious that I won the ninja training battle. Moreover, Sensei Tobirama didn't scold him at all. Instead, he praised him for his good performance in this ninja battle and even secretly gave him a very important task. Pity. You can't tell this guy. After all, I have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. The young boy Tenzo suddenly felt a sense of superiority in his heart. He was the real core of the mission to protect Lord Emiya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was just a decoy sent by Tobirama to cover up his important mission in secret. What a shame! This joy and pride cannot be shared. What's wrong with you, Danzo? The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand in front of Danzo, a little worried that his friend might have become a little stupid after being scolded by Senju Tobirama. I am fine. The young boy Tuanzang quickly pushed away the hand in front of him and said in a deep voice like an adult, "Let's go back and prepare first, the mission will start at any time." That's true. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his chin and nodded, muttering about the situation at Konoha Hospital. I heard that there are no more patients in the village hospital. There are no patients in Konoha Hospital. It seemed that Emi Yashiera had no reason to stay in Konoha any longer. As a great medical ninja, he couldn't stay in this village doing nothing. He would definitely practice medicine in the ninja world as the legends said about him. But the villagers didn't know this. The villagers of Konoha only knew that there was an excellent medical ninja in Konoha Hospital whose medical skills were superb enough to treat any disease, but they were more concerned about another thing. Move. The village of Konoha is gradually becoming lively. Because more and more people in the village started moving. As the planner of Konoha's internal relocation plan, Senju Tobirama did not expect that the plan could be implemented so smoothly. Even the clan leaders of various ninja clans quickly agreed with his idea after seeing the Senju clan take the initiative to make changes. Times have changed. Other countries have already established ninja villages. The ninja village system is the inevitable trend of the future. They can no longer be obsessed with the gains and losses of their families. Protecting Konoha is the future theme of these ninjas. One reason for this is certainly this, and on the other hand, these families were impressed by Hashirama Senju's magnanimity in the first place, especially when this plan was being implemented. They even saw that the Senju clan abandoned the Senju surname and allowed the clansmen to freely and completely integrate into Konoha. From now on, there will be no more fighting between ninja clans. Everyone will unite under the emblem of Konoha. The Konoha ninjas can rest assured and enjoy the shelter under this big tree. Their growth will also make the tree grow more luxuriantly. Senju Tobirama was very satisfied with his achievements during this period. He accompanied Emi Yashiera and Senju Hashirama on a tour of this thriving village, hoping that Emi Yashiera could see that the future of Konoha was more worth looking forward to than the ancient ninja clan. Even they sacrificed the Senju clan for this. The Senju clan will become the greatest nutrient for Konoha's prosperity. Many ninjas of the Senju clan will no longer be able to use the Senju surname from the next generation. They have to choose a new surname for their children. These ninjas will gradually become one with Konoha. The Senju family name will disappear from now on. Senju Tobirama recalled the origin of the Senju clan and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps I feel a little sorry for Lord Emiya who gave us our surname, but this is a necessary choice." At the beginning, the Sage of Six Paths did not allow his sons to use his surname, perhaps in order to allow other ninjas to integrate into the ninja clan. For the sake of Konoha, our next generation of clan members will no longer be allowed to continue using the Senju surname in the future. Everything about Senju will be integrated with Konoha. You guys really are. Shiera Emiya could only express his respect for this. The Six Path Sage did not allow his children to use the surname of Otsutsuki at the beginning, mainly because he was worried that people of that era would know the relationship between their family and Kagaya Otsutsuki, so as to prevent people from remembering the existence of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the goddess of the rabbit. Is Lord Emiya leaving? Senju Tobirama suddenly changed the subject and mentioned the issue he was most concerned about. He thanked him with a serious look. Over the past few days, Lord Emiya has been practicing medicine in Konoha Hospital. Konoha will always be grateful for Lord Emiya's kindness. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama wanted to stop his brother. I really want to see the world. Emi Yashiera did not deny that he had the idea of leaving Konoha, and even gave a suitable reason, I also want to go out and find a way to treat the first Hokage. There may be precious materials in the ninja world that can heal his body. At least, ancient times did exist. Senju Tobirama's mind was shaken. As it involved his elder brother, he couldn't help but be impatient. What materials? Where can I find them? The remains of the sacred tree. It must be the remains of a living sacred tree. The sacred tree is the origin of wood release, and even the origin of chakra. If we can find the remains of a living sacred tree, perhaps we can heal the first Hokage, and you won't have to worry about his longevity. Shiera Emiya did not hide the news, but just reminded, in ancient times, the Six-Path Sage and the ninja clan cleaned up all the remains of the sacred tree. I don't know if there are any remains of the sacred tree in this era. Senju Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. Well, another secret. Especially since this is a secret about wood release bloodline. Senju Tobirama secretly took note of the things about the remains of the sacred tree, and then he revealed his true intentions. Speaking of which, Lord Emiya still doesn't know enough about this era. As a token of gratitude to Lord Emiya, Konoha would like to send 2 genin to assist Lord Emiya. Theoretically, we should send out stronger ninjas. However, Lord Emiya does not like fighting. Konoha is the strongest ninja village of this era. 2 genin staying by Lord Emiya's side will not arouse the enemy's vigilance. This. Emiya Shiera hesitated. Actually, if Tobirama Senju didn't bring it up, Emiya Shiera also wanted to ask Konoha to send a ninja to stay by his side. This guy Black Zetsu always has bad intentions and wants to make himself a sacrifice to resurrect Kaguya. If there were always 2 Konoha ninjas watching him, Black Zetsu would not have rashly shown up to urge him to speed up the implementation of the Moon Eye plan in order to hide his identity and secrets. During this period, Black Zetsu, in order to help Uchiha Madara awaken the Rinnegan and to implement the Moon Eye project as quickly as possible, secretly frequented Emiya Shiera's residence in Konoha, urging Emiya Shiera to leave Konoha as soon as possible. What are you urging? I really thought I was a filial son. Reviving Kaguya Otsutsuki will only make everyone unhappy. Even though Emiya Shiera is a magnanimous person, he can't stand Black Zetsu's nagging. Just now, Senju Tobirama's arrangement can also prevent him from being constantly nagged by Black Zetsu. Monkey, Danzo. Senju Tobirama called out to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who he had arranged in advance. He pointed at the 2 young men who jumped out and introduced them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, these 2 little guys are the best new generation ninjas in Konoha. Emiya Shiera looked at Senju Tobirama hesitantly. No. Are you serious? Let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo come, these are the future 3rd and 5th and a half Hokage of Konoha. Let these 2 little guys stay with Lord Emiya, hoping that they will follow Lord Emiya and learn from him. Senju Tobirama was a little worried that Emiya Shiera would refuse, so he stroked the heads of the young boys Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo and explained sincerely, if they are lucky enough to receive the teachings of Lord Emiya and inherit the ninjutsu from Lord Emiya, they will be able to bring changes to the future of Konoha in the future. Mr. Emiya, Konoha hopes that the ninja world can always be at peace. Senju Tobirama relied on Emiya Shiera's kindness and once again used moral kidnapping on Emiya Shiera, but these next generation of children need guidance after all. Only in this way can the ideal of peace in the ninja world be passed on continuously. Happy New Year, Happy New Year! End of this chapter. Chapter 36. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows behind. Chapter 36. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows behind. Emiya Shiera agreed. Because in the face of Senju Tobirama's moral blackmail, Emiya Shiera could only choose to go with the flow. At least Senju Tobirama's arrangement was very beneficial to him. After all, excluding the Black Zetsu factor, the future identities of these 2 young men will also be extraordinary. Emi Yashiera lowered his eyes slightly and glanced at the two young men in front of him, especially the future of them who had a close relationship with the real backup plan he had arranged in advance. Please take good care of me. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled very happily. Please, take care of me. The young man couldn't force a smile on his face. Then get ready. Emi Yashiera showed a compassionate smile on his face and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's head gently. Accompany me to the village to buy some things today, and we will set off tomorrow. Yes. The two young men quickly agreed. After Emi Yashiera took the two little guys away, Senju Hashirama looked at Emi Yashiera's back with some reluctance on his face. What a pity. I didn't expect that the time to say goodbye would come so soon. It's just a short separation. Senju Tobirama's expression turned cold, and he mentioned another important matter that he wanted to use Emi Yashiera for. Brother, there is one more thing I must tell you in advance. What? About Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, revealing an extremely dangerous look. If it goes as expected, Madara will know that Lord Emiya has left Konoha and will definitely go to see him. Senju Hashirama suddenly fell silent. This is an opportunity for us. Senju Tobirama did not care about the friendship between his elder brother and Uchiha Madara, and reminded him in a deep voice, we have been secretly sending people to search for Madara's whereabouts, but we have not found his whereabouts. However, we all know that he must be lurking in the ninja world waiting for an opportunity. Now, this is his chance. Only if Lord Emiya helps him heal his blind Sharingan, will Madara be confident that he has enough power to attack Konoha. Senju Hashirama remained silent. Big brother. Can't miss this opportunity. Senju Tobirama knew what his elder brother was thinking, but he reminded him in a heavy voice that he must pay attention to one thing. If we can't kill Madara, Madara will destroy Konoha sooner or later. After your battle, he will hate Konoha even more. I see. Senju Hashirama sighed deeply, and had already accepted his brother's proposal in his heart. Don't worry, I won't let Madara escape this time. But... Senju Hashirama raised his objection again, somewhat unhappy. This behavior seems to be taking advantage of Lord Emiya. For Konoha, this is a necessary measure. Senju Tobirama is very good at persuading his elder brother. Brother, do you want someone like Lord Emiya to be deceived by that guy Madara? Senju Hashirama was really a little embarrassed. If his friend Uchiha Madara really deceived Emi Yashiera, it would undoubtedly make Hashirama Senju, who was already very ashamed of Emi Yashiera, feel even more guilty. It is good. Senju Hashirama no longer had any concerns about this. The next day, the entrance to Konoha village. A group of people gathered here to see them off. The only one missing here is the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The first Hokage is nowhere to be found. According to Tobirama Senju, his elder brother could not accept the separation and did not dare to show up to see Emi Yashiera off. This statement. It's really too lame. Even though Hashirama Senju was an emotionally rich Hokage, he would never choose to escape when faced with a problem. So how could he choose to escape when it came to seeing someone off? But no one cares. Because the real protagonists are Emi Yashiera and the two little guys. Hiruzen. Sarutobi Suzuki patted his son's shoulder and reminded him earnestly, you must take good care of Lord Emiya, don't make any mistakes. Do not worry. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his chest with a big promise, no need to worry. Emi Yashiera showed a kind smile on his face, looking at the two teenagers in front of him like an elder, and said to Sarutobi Suzuki and others with a smile, I will take good care of these two little guys. I'm so sorry. Sarutobi Suzuki smiled foolishly, feeling a little embarrassed. Senju Tobirama did not say much, but just looked at the two young men, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, seriously, hoping that they could carry out his plan well. Compared to Emi Yashiera's question, The other person's problem is what Senju Tobirama is most concerned about. Outside Konoha village, Hashirama Senju was carrying a huge sealing scroll on his back, wearing red armor, and standing on a tree fully armed, looking into the distance in the direction of the entrance of Konoha village. A group of ANBU ninjas stood on the other trees. These ANBU ninjas are responsible for two important tasks. The first task was to assist the first Hokage in searching for the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara. The second task was to secretly eliminate some ninjas from other ninja villages who tried to approach Emi Yashiera. Everything comes first. Uchiha Madara is the biggest threat to Konoha. The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Do not. It should be said that the cicada had long been aware of the danger posed by the mantis. Because Uchiha Madara has been hiding outside Konoha village, Uchiha Madara tried to find an opportunity to meet with Emi Yashiera, hoping to persuade Emi Yashiera to stand on his side and get the secrets about the ancient times from Emi Yashiera. That's why, when Hashirama Senju and the Anbu ninjas set out, Uchiha Madara had already noticed something unusual and he quietly hid around this group of Konoha ninjas. Under a big tree outside the forest, Uchiha Madara leaned lazily against the tree trunk, looking at the group of Konoha ninjas and their leader Senju Hashirama with contempt, as if he had anticipated their actions. Humph! This kind of scene. Hashirama! This doesn't look like your handwriting. That despicable guy Tobirama must have guessed that I wanted to meet this important person, so he asked you to take this opportunity to bring people out to surround and kill me. If this is what Hashirama Senju is thinking. Based on Uchiha Madara's understanding of his old friend, if Senju Hashirama wanted to kill him, he would definitely do it alone and would not bring this group of Anbu with him. Just as Senju Tobirama thought he had seen through Uchiha Madara's evil nature, Uchiha Madara was also well aware of Senju Tobirama's insidious behavior. He guessed that the actions of Senju Hashirama and the Anbu ninjas must have come from the instructions of Senju Tobirama. What a pity! The breeze blew Uchiha Madara's hair. The blind grey eye that had been hidden by messy hair was revealed, and this scene made the man look a little scary. It's a pity. Uchiha Madara felt a little regretful that he couldn't fight Senju Hashirama. Even if Uchiha Madara transplanted Hashirama's cells and gained wood release and powerful recovery ability, he would not be a match for Hashirama without a Sharingan, and there is even a high probability that he would be killed by Hashirama. So, let's use a little trick. Uchiha Madara raised his finger, and a strange light flashed in his remaining eyes. Hashirama, in the last battle, this eye didn't see through your wooden clone. Now let you try to see if you can see through my wooden clone. As Uchiha Madara formed seals with his fingers, the big tree behind him suddenly grew something, and a wooden clone slowly emerged from the trunk. This wooden clone looked exactly like Uchiha Madara's real body. It stood in front of Uchiha Madara with a cold expression, and there was murderous intent in its eyes. Go! Keep Hashirama away from that big shot. Uchiha Madara gave the order with a cold expression. After watching his wooden clone disappear in an instant, he had to think about a really tricky problem. Next. The trouble is how to convince that important person. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but frown. He must not use violence directly, because violence may not be able to solve the problem of Emi Yashiera. After all, the lesson from using illusion last time was too profound. The man's soul power was as huge as that of a god, and it instantly defeated his will, causing him to suffer an unprecedented mental backlash. Even the illusions he performed in his prime could not be his opponent. As for convincing Emi Yashiera, Uchiha Madara was also a little unsure. Because Uchiha Madara is very self-aware, he has never been good at preaching, and is often even the one being preached. Uchiha Madara turned his head and looked towards the entrance of Konoha village. He had already seen Emi Yashiera leaving Konoha and the two Konoha brats following him. I can only try to deceive the other party. Please read it. Asking for a monthly ticket. Uchiha Madara. Seems like he's really good at mocking people. Maybe he didn't take other people seriously. Although Uchiha Madara tried to persuade Hashirama Senju but never said it, considering the problems of Hashirama Senju and Uzumaki Naruto, who are the reincarnations of Ashura Chakra, it seems that his preaching is not too good. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Kakuzu, Go and Kill Emi Yashiera. Chapter 37 Kakuzu, Go and Kill Emi Yashiera, Fire Nation. Emi Yashiera set out on a journey with the two little ones. Senju Hashirama led a group of Anbu ninjas and followed them in the forest, quietly waiting for Uchiha Madara who might appear in front of Emi Yashiera. The strange thing is, Uchiha Madara never showed up. This made Hashirama Senju a little hesitant. He was a little worried that Uchiha Madara would take advantage of his absence to secretly attack Konoha. However, Tobirama Senju believed that Uchiha Madara had lost one of his Manjiki Sharingan, and there was also the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito with strong perception in Konoha village. Even if Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha, he would not gain any benefit, as the opponent would definitely give priority to Emi Yashiera. Could it be possible that Tobirama misjudged Madara's thoughts? Senju Hashirama led the Anbu ninjas all the way to the border of Taki country, but still found no trace of Uchiha Madara, which made him worry about Senju Tobirama's judgment. Compared to the nervous Senju Hashirama, there are people in the ninja world who are more anxious than him. It was Black Zetsu who had been hiding in the darkness underground. Black Zetsu has been following Uchiha Madara secretly. He vaguely guessed that after the last unpleasant conflict, Uchiha Madara might use some means to contact Emi Yashiera. But isn't this the method we should use? Because Black Zetsu watched Uchiha Madara quietly appear into Takigakure village, he used the Manjiki Sharingan to forcibly control the leader of Takigakure village, and controlled the leader of Takigakure village to order the Takigakure ninjas to attack and kill a team that was about to enter the land of water. Black Zetsu was completely dumbfounded. No. What are you doing? Just go and meet Emi Yashiera directly. Can we still count on these Takigakure ninjas to capture Shiera Emiya? All these little ninjas combined are not enough for Shiera Emiya to fight with one hand. However, Uchiha Madara is full of confidence. This made Black Zetsu a little confused about what Uchiha Madara was going to do. Could it be that Uchiha Madara could expect that when this group of Takigakure ninjas attacked Emi Yashiera and made him flee in panic, he would come to help at the critical moment? What a waste of time! Black Zetsu could only stare in amazement at Uchiha Madara's behavior. He wanted to remind Emi Yashiera, but he could not find a suitable opportunity. Because there are two Konoha brats beside Emi Yashiera, it doesn't want to expose its existence in front of others. The border of Taki country. Emi Yashiera remained calm as ever. The young boy Danzo was not worried at all, because he knew that he had a group of Anbu ninjas following him, so he didn't have to worry even if he was attacked by hostile ninjas. Only the young Sarutobi Hiruzen became noticeably more alert. Once they leave the land of fire, their team will lose the protection of the name of Konoha ninja and will have to rely on themselves to solve any troubles they encounter. Mr. Emiya. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was grilling fish with a branch, he asked Emi Yashiera about his plan. Why did we come to Taki no Kuni? It doesn't matter where we go. Emi Yashiera was still writing the medical records of a town he passed by. He said without raising his head, I just picked a direction. Maybe I'll meet a ninja who is suitable to inherit medical skills. Maybe he will have what I want. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. So when will our journey end? The young boy Tuanzang frowned subconsciously. He suddenly realized that this aimless journey would probably waste his time greatly. Within 10 years. Emi Yashiera responded without even looking up. As soon as these words were spoken, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo could no longer hold their breath. For the young men, this number seemed too long. Rest assured. Shiera Emiya put away the pen in his hand, carefully rolled up the medical record scroll, and comforted the two boys beside him. If you don't want to travel with me, you can go back at any time. I will send you back to Konoha safely. How could be? The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, took the scroll from Emi Yashiera's hand and put it into his backpack, then squeezed Danzo's shoulder with a giggle. No one else in this world is as lucky as us to be able to travel with Lord Emiya for such a long time. The young boy rolled his eyes at the other person. What's so happy about this? If it was just a trip of a few weeks or months, the young boy Danzo could accept it, but was he really going to waste 10 years accompanying Shiera Emiya? Peace of mind. Emiya Shiera reached out and took a blank scroll from the young Sarutobi Hiruzen, and continued, you don't have the talent of a medical ninja. Although I don't like fighting, ninja fights in this era are inevitable. If you want to maintain peace, you can't just rely on words. Only with enough power can you support your ideals. The boy Tuanzang's breathing suddenly became heavy. As expected of you, Lord Emiya. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly sat down next to Emiya Shiera and said without any hesitation, then I will be grateful for your guidance from now on, Lord Emiya. It's not the right word to teach. Emiya Shiera picked up the pen in his hand and tapped the young Sarutobi Hiruzen on the head, and said nonchalantly, I can't teach you any powerful techniques. I need to see your talents first before I can say anything else. I hope I won't disappoint you. The young boy Tuanzang suppressed his ambition. Because he knew that Emiya Shiera had what he wanted, the cursed seal that could instantly elevate the power of an ordinary ninja. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say something, his eyes suddenly tightened and he stared fixedly in one direction in the forest. Somebody is coming. How can it be? The young boy Danzo looked in disbelief at the group of Takigakuer ninjas filing out. There should be Konoha's Anbu ninjas guarding the periphery, how could there be ninjas from other ninja villages approaching here? Especially these Takigakuer ninjas look murderous. In the forest. The Anbu ninjas of Konoha are no longer here. Because they discovered the target they had been tracking 2 hours ago. Lord Hokage. One of the Anbu ninjas noticed a hint of red hidden under a big tree while taking a rest, and quickly pointed it over and signaled to Hashirama Senju. Spot! Senju Hashirama recognized the figure at a glance. As an old friend of many years, Hashirama Senju was very familiar with his old friend. He rushed forward without even waiting for the Anbu ninjas behind him. Lord Hokage! A group of Anbu ninjas followed behind him at high speed. When the figure wearing red plate armor appeared, everyone recognized the other party's identity. It was Uchiha Madara whom they had been looking for. However, when Uchiha Madara noticed that Hashirama Senju and a group of Anbu ninjas were chasing them, he just gave them a cold look and leaped away into the distance, apparently not wanting to fight with these Konoha ninjas. Spot! Senju Hashirama could only follow closely behind. A group of Anbu ninjas looked back at the area where Emiya Shiera was resting, and chose to catch up with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara first. Their first task was to assist the first Hokage in killing Uchiha Madara, who posed the greatest threat to Konoha. As for Emiya Shiera, the opponent's team includes ninjas planted by Konoha, and among them the young boy Danzo is their liaison. He also knows how to leave contact information for them, so there is no rush for them to come back and perform the second mission. And Emiya Shiera's power is not weak. According to what Tobirama Senju said, Emiya Shiera is strong enough to suppress the Nine Tails single-handedly, and there is no need to worry about that big shot being in danger. Mr. Emiya. It looks like he is up to no good. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed a kunao and looked tensely at the dozen or so tall and strong Takigakuer ninjas surrounding them. Shall we run away first? You shouldn't be able to escape. Emiya Shiera raised his eyes, without any panic on his face. He could sense that the Anbu ninjas of Konoha around him had been attracted by Uchiha Madara's wooden clone and had already left. But the real Uchiha Madara. He had already followed this group of Takigakuer ninjas and was hiding around them. This person. What do you want to do, Shiera Emiya didn't quite understand what Uchiha Madara meant. He could only guess that the appearance of this group of Takigakure ninjas must be related to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, this guy. You don't want to put on a bad show, do you? But Uchiha Madara is not important now. Emiya Shiera's eyes fell on this group of Takigakure ninjas, trying to find out from among them the purpose of his coming to Takigakure. Kakuzu, go! Captain Takigakure called out to his strongest subordinates to charge forward, saying, go kill that man, and we'll take care of these two brats. I quite like Kakuzu. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Kakuzu, go and kill Uchiha Madara. Chapter 38 Kakuzu, go and kill Uchiha Madara, Kakuzu. This name seems to have some kind of magic. At least this group of Takigakure ninjas stopped immediately after hearing the captain's call and watched a tall and strong teammate walk out. We are Konoha ninjas. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, hoping to use the name of Konoha to negotiate with these Takigakure ninjas. Konoha has no hostility towards Takigakure. Kill them. The ninjas of Takigakure village don't care about that. The Takigakure ninjas who have been living in the mountains for a long time don't care about what is called a big ninja village. All they have to do is to follow the orders of the leader of Takigakure village. They don't care even if they are asked to assassinate the Hokage of Konoha, let alone they are just two little brats of Konoha. A group of Takigakure ninjas rushed quickly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, but only Kakuzu, who was named, rushed towards Emiya Shiera. Nothing else. Kakuzu is the strongest in Takigakure village. Therefore, it has always been used by the top leaders of Takigakure village to deal with the most troublesome problems. Die. Kakuzu held a kunao in his hand. He was extremely fast and instantly rushed behind Emiya Shiera and suddenly stabbed at Emiya Shiera's heart. Lord Emiya! A sense of fear arose in the heart of the young Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even the young boy Tuanzang looked at this scene with some horror. Just kidding. Their mission had only just begun a few days ago. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo felt as if the sky was about to fall. They couldn't imagine how they would be questioned when they returned to the village when Emiya Shiera was killed. The young boys Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo tried desperately to rush forward, but they were blocked by a group of Takigakure ninjas, and they fought hard to get closer to Emiya Shiera. However, it was at this tense moment. There was no sign of panic on Emiya Shiera's face. He even tried to seize the time gap and accepted a refreshed mission commission on his ninja system panel. Time is tight. This commission came somewhat suddenly. There may not be such an opportunity in the future, and it just so happens that his state of reincarnation is very suitable for completing this commission, because the reward for this commission is likely to be true immortality. Unfulfilled requests, 3/3. S-rank commission, demonstrate the ability to be immortal in front of Kakuzu. When Emiya Shiera took on this task, his heart was pierced by the kunao in Kakuzu's hand. This scene instantly made many people's faces change suddenly. Wei Yuan, Heizetsu, who was hiding underground, couldn't believe that this was happening. Are you kidding me? Uchiha Madara, who was hiding in the forest, watched this scene with some surprise. He didn't believe that Emiya Shiera would be completely defenseless in front of this group of Takigakure ninjas. Mr. Emiya! Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo really felt like the sky was falling. What happened? Only Kakuzu, who had pierced Emiya Shiera's heart with his own strength, felt that something was not right. He had already seen the dust and debris swirling in Emiya Shiera's heart. Next moment, there was a loud explosion in the air. A figure wearing red plate armor fell from the sky. Go away! Uchiha Madara realized that there was no point in hiding any longer, so he kicked Kakuzu, who was trying to assassinate Emiya Shiera, away, and began to carefully observe Emiya Shiera's situation. When Uchiha Madara saw the dust and debris gathering again at Emiya Shiera's heart, he finally relaxed. It seemed that Emiya Shiera would not die. Uchiha Madara felt a little relieved. He even said a few words of contempt for Senju Tobirama in his heart. The magic tricks invented by that sinister villain are always so despicable. Once the dead are resurrected by this magic trick, they will be unable to live or die. That is Uchiha Madara. The voice of the young boy Tuanzang immediately exploded. When Uchiha Madara appeared in front of them, the two young men, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, really felt that the sky had fallen, even worse than the death of Emi Yashiera. Is that Uchiha Madara? Even the Takigakuer ninjas who were far away in the mountains remembered the famous figure of the Warring States period, and a look of fear appeared on everyone's face. Ever since Uchiha Madara appeared in Konoha, the news that Konoha was searching for his whereabouts spread throughout the ninja world. For the first time, Uchiha Madara was even defined as a traitor ninja of Konoha. The only difference was that Konoha did not issue a wanted order. Except for the first Hokage. I guess no one in the ninja world can kill Uchiha Madara. No matter what, it is impossible to cover up the fact that Uchiha Madara faked his death any longer. When the Takigakuer ninjas present saw Uchiha Madara appear, the fighting spirit in their hearts quickly dropped, and they even felt that something was wrong. What if this guy Uchiha Madara kills people at will? Kakuzu. Kill him. Captain Takigakuer pointed at Uchiha Madara and shouted to Kakuzu, then immediately led the other subordinates to retreat quickly. We will retreat first, the leader's mission is left to you, don't forget to kill these two teams. Abandoning your companions, isn't this too shameless? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned by the actions of the Takigakuer ninjas. Even the young Danzo was shocked by the shamelessness of the Takigakuer ninjas, as if he had seen such magical creatures for the first time in the ninja world. How could they abandon their teammates to die in order to cover their own retreat when they encountered danger? But it seems they should withdraw. The young boy Danzo hurriedly approached the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He suddenly realized why the Anbu ninjas on the periphery did not stop the group of Takigakuer ninjas. Perhaps the Anbu ninjas in those villages had been killed by Uchiha Madara. In this case, they couldn't possibly have any help. There is no way that he and Sarutobi Hiruzen could defeat Uchiha Madara. Even the first Hokage didn't kill Uchiha Madara, so what could the two Konoha genin do? They have already tried their best to protect Emi Yashiera, right? Hiruzen, it's time for us to retreat. The young boy Tenzo reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen in a low voice. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. However, while the two boys were hesitating, the abandoned Kakuzu had already grabbed his kunao in silence. The sturdy man looked at Uchiha Madara's figure and rushed towards him brazenly, as if he was willing to sacrifice his life for the village's order. You guy! Uchiha Madara was somewhat surprised at the behavior of the Takigakuer ninjas. He was even more surprised at Kakuzu, who bravely rushed towards him. Is your brain damaged? This guy? Is he a complete idiot? Didn't he see that his companions had abandoned him? Didn't he know that his captain had sent him to his death on purpose? Kakuzu's gaze remained firm, and he swung his kunao towards Uchiha Madara, but his wrist was instantly grabbed by Uchiha Madara with one hand. Click! Uchiha Madara broke Kakuzu's wrist. The kunao in Kakuzu's hand immediately fell to the ground. However, Kakuzu still refused to give up. He endured the pain and kicked Uchiha Madara without caring at all. Click! One leg was also kicked off. The gap between the two is too big. Whether it was the difference in strength or the difference in combat experience, Kakuzu was completely unable to fight back in front of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and grabbed Kakuzu's neck, and was about to kill Kakuzu on the spot. Exactly. It was at this time Emi Yashiera's voice interrupted Uchiha Madara's actions. Killing someone in front of a medical ninja is undoubtedly a blasphemy against our ninja code. Is there anything I can do to help you spare his life? Uchiha Madara looked at Emi Yashiera with some confusion. Kakuzu's eyes were even more puzzled than Uchiha Madara's, as if he was asking why the other party was still alive, and as if he was asking why the other party let him go. Lord Emiya. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen was delighted. Hiruzen. The young boy Danzo quickly grabbed his sleeve, hoping that his friend would calm down first. The two Konoha ninjas could be killed by Uchiha Madara at any time. Humph! Uchiha Madara disdainfully released Kakuzu's neck. To him, Kakuzu and Takigakure were just tools he used secretly to test Emi Yashiera's character, so the life or death of the tools naturally didn't matter to him. What's more, this person's life can also be exchanged for Emi Yashiera's promise. Uchiha Madara originally came here to get information from Emi Yashiera, so it couldn't be better that the other party was willing to make a promise for an unrelated guy. Kakuzu climbed up in a panic, without saying a word, and tried to leave limping. After all, having suffered such a humiliating battle and being abandoned by his companions, he didn't know what to say and didn't know the meaning of his life. Perhaps the meaning of being a ninja is to carry out missions for the leader. And many more. Emi Yashiera suddenly called out to Kakuzu. Everyone present looked at Emi Yashiera. Your injury. There was no expression on Emi Yashiera's face, and his face even looked a little dead because of his filthy body. However, Emi Yashiera's figure seemed particularly holy under the setting sun. It would be too inappropriate to let a wounded person leave with injuries in front of a medical ninja. Please continue reading and give me your monthly vote. Takigakure village is indeed a bit sorry for Kakuzu. It's like asking me to fight Taro. If I can't beat Taro, then I want to kill me. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 I won and number 039, T-Lie, please forgive me if I and number 039, am wrong. Chapter 39 I won't lie, please forgive me if I'm wrong. Why save me? Kakuzu sat quietly in front of Emi Yashiera. Because you are injured. Emi Yashiera's palms were filled with emerald green chakra as he watched Kakuzu's broken bones slowly reconnect. And I just happen to be a medical ninja. He will definitely be killed if he goes back. Uchiha Madara criticized Emi Yashiera's kindness and casually revealed the truth. Those losers in Takigakure village would never consider him as a companion. This guy's weak strength can only be regarded as a master in that small village. Uchiha Madara didn't think that Kakuzu could be compared with himself, but he couldn't help but think of his own experience, and snorted contemptuously, "Humph, those narrow-minded people in the ninja world don't like others to be more powerful than them. Such as the little man named Tobirama Senju. And that sinister villain, Tobirama Senju. And there is that sinister and despicable villain, Tobirama Senju." Shiera Emiya knew that Uchiha Madara must be slandering Senju Tobirama in secret, but he still felt like he was being stabbed in the back. Although I am definitely not a person who likes to kill innocent people indiscriminately, if a strong person who kills innocent people indiscriminately really appears, no one wants to be the innocent person who is killed indiscriminately. So they wanted to kill me. Kakuzu immediately understood what Uchiha Madara meant, but for a moment he couldn't find his direction. He said in a dull voice, "In this world, what else can ninjas like us do besides carrying out missions? Kill them, of course." Uchiha Madara glanced at Kakuzu, his face full of mockery. "What a complete idiot, to kowtow to the weak is to trample on your own life." Kakuzu began to think subconsciously. As a person who is usually taciturn and likes to think, Kakuzu's thinking has never been constrained, and he has no special respect for his superiors. If someone kills me, I will kill him. Uchiha Madara is definitely right. What a shitty captain, what a shitty senior executive, what a shitty leader. As long as the other party wants his life, he can also take the other party's life. But why did this medical ninja want to save himself? Is it just because the other party is a medical ninja? In this world full of deception and killing, Kakuzu, who has always been good at thinking, can't understand the other party. Try to survive. Shiera Emiya healed Kakuzu's wounds, patted his shoulder, and signaled that he could go. "Don't waste my chakra." Humph! Save his life. What a waste of mine and Lord Emiya's precious time. Uchihamadara hugged his arms and treated Kakuzu with great disdain. He even refused to look up and take a serious look at him when he was mocking Kakuzu. Thank you. Kakuzu clearly believed that he could not afford to offend Uchihamadara, so he just looked at Shiera Emiya in front of him and nodded his thanks, then asked in a deep voice, "May I know your name, Lord Emiya?" "Get out of here." Uchihamadara was furious and wanted to get angry. Obviously he didn't want to waste any more time. The scarlet color in his eyes suddenly lit up. If you haven't even heard of this famous person with this surname, you don't have to think about having a chance to meet Lord Emiya again in the future. I'm Emiya Shiera. Emiya Shiera's attitude is completely different. He is always very gentle when treating patients and doesn't care that Kakuzu is just a ninja from a small ninja village. Kakuzu's pupils suddenly contracted. The name? Just kidding. That's a legendary big shot. As a ninja, Kakuzu had heard the story of Emiya Shiera since he was a child. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he could hardly believe that the Emiya Shiera in front of him was the great man in the legend of Takikuni. According to legends left over from ancient times, when Takikuni was still a small village, a strange curse appeared on the land. People contracted strange diseases from the food they ate and the water they drank. The population of the village decreased year by year and would soon become extinct. It was not until the legendary medical ninja Emiya Shiera in the ninja world came to Takikuni that he cleared the curse on the land of Takikuni and cured the villagers suffering from the cursed disease, thus saving them from the crisis of village destruction. Later, the village continued to grow and develop and gradually established Takikuni. Since the legend of Emiya Shiera is spread all over the ninja world, perhaps Takikuni believes that they cannot be without the deeds of this medical ninja. The story that Emiya Shiera once saved people in Takikuni has been passed down from generation to generation. Is it really that Lord Emiya? Kakuzu, who always thought of himself as calm and collected, couldn't calm down. However, Uchihamadara, who stood beside Emiya Shiera, would definitely not lie. Even a strong man like Uchihamadara did not treat Emiya Shiera with such arrogance. Perhaps, only Lord Emiya had such a broad mind. The ninjas in the ninja world have long been accustomed to killing. Even in the ninja village era, fights are inevitable. Only the legendary Lord Emiya can be so kind. Except for the legendary Lord Emiya. Is there anyone else who can be so broad-minded and generous? Uchihamadara glanced at Kakuzu with a sneer. He had other requests for Emiya Shiera in his heart, and he didn't mind praising Emiya Shiera at this time. Go back early. Emiya Shiera waved at Kakuzu. Kakuzu stood there hesitantly. Because he still had a lot of confusion in his mind that he wanted to ask. For example, why did Lord Emiya appear in this era? Why did he survive after his own kunai pierced his heart? Why did his body look so strange, like dust and debris without any vitality? How? Uchihamadara frowned, as if he was very dissatisfied that the recovered Kakuzu still wanted to waste his time. Isn't it enough to spare your life today? Maybe he's lost his way in life. Emiya Shiera looked at Kakuzu and smiled, thinking that Kakuzu's life was lost, and gave him an idea. If you are really ostracized by your own village and have nothing to do, you might as well find something to focus on in life. What can I rely on? Kakuzu shook his head, unable to remember. Shiera Emiya stopped the angry Uchihamadara and casually suggested, why not try to save those who are in pain? Kakuzu was silent for a while. The man walked away without looking back, as if he had made some kind of decision. Kakuzu still wanted to go back to the village first to test whether what Uchihamadara said was true, because he had always been an honest and obedient subordinate. If they really wanted to kill themselves, just kill those senior executives who are just sitting there doing nothing. As for life after killing the high-ranking officials, perhaps what Lord Emiya Shiera said is right. A noble man like him will definitely not be wrong. Only, I don't know any medical ninjutsu. It would be nice if I could follow Lord Emiya. However, as a ninja from a small village, Kakuzu couldn't help feeling a little ashamed of himself. He didn't think he was qualified to follow such a big shot. Perhaps there is another life. Kakuzu remembered the essence of being a ninja. Ninjas receive bounties by entrusting others with tasks, and they may be able to find ways to earn money to help those in need, which is probably a wonderful life. It's too slow to make money just by relying on task entrustment. As a ninja from Takigakure village, they received very few high-level commissions from the village, and they made little money all year round. Moreover, after he fell out with the village and became a wandering rebel ninja, it would probably be even harder for him to make money, so he had to find a way to do so. How boring! Uchiha Madara looked at Kakuzu's departing back and asked nonchalantly, with Lord Emiya's status, is it worth wasting your time on that kind of idiot? It's worth it to me, right? The fingertips of Emiya Shiera twitched slightly, and a black blood vessel was quietly collected by him. This black blood vessel was exactly a reward for the commission he received. S-rank commission, show your immortality in front of Kakuzu and you will be rewarded with the Earth Blade, a unique chakra creation. The Earth Blade can be used to release powerful ninjutsu, or to seize the enemy's heart to gain immortality. It can also change the enemy's chakra properties, up to 5 basic properties of fire, wind, earth, water, and thunder. In battle, the Earth Blade with different hearts can be split out to participate in the battle. What a pity! If he had obtained the power of the Earth's resentment in ancient times, he could have found a way to gain eternal life and wouldn't have to spend so much time and effort making so many backup plans. But it's not too late to gain this power now. If my luck is bad in the future and I need to experience eternal life again, this power may be my last resort. All right. Emiya Shiera collected his thoughts and looked at Uchiha Madara intently. His words seemed a little hesitant. Speaking of which, I'm not very good at lying. If there is anything wrong with what I said, please forgive me. The earth is too ugly. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Those eyes are the Rinnegan. Chapter 40. Those eyes are the eyes of samsara. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please read on. No. What on earth is Emiya Shiera talking about? What on earth am I doing? Why do you believe that Emiya Shiera has learned to lie? Black Zetsu, hiding underground, heard the conversation between Emiya Shiera and Uchiha Madara, and felt like his brain was going crazy. What do you mean I won't lie, and please forgive me if I'm wrong? Saying this kind of thing proactively, isn't it telling Uchiha Madara that I'm going to start lying? How can I get Uchiha Madara's trust like this? Uchiha Madara's expression was slightly weird. Emiya Shiera, are you talking human language? What do you mean I won't lie, and please forgive me if I'm wrong? Did this great man from ancient times actually want to deceive himself with lies? What a crude lie this is. Mr. Emiya. Uchiha Madara's face turned slightly ugly, thinking that Shiera Emiya was playing a trick on him, but when he saw Shiera Emiya's sincere face, he suddenly remembered the village where Shiera Emiya had lived before, and immediately found the source of Shiera Emiya's lie. Humph! If I'm not wrong. Uchiha Madara sneered, mocking the guy he hated the most. It must be Senju Tobirama who told you that you can lie to me when you meet me, is that right? No. Emiya Shiera hesitated and told the truth. Humph, it must be him. Uchiha Madara became more certain of his thoughts, and sneered, that despicable guy, Tobirama Senju, is as sinister as ever. Okay. Emiya Shiera could only sigh helplessly, as if he was regretting that he could not restore Senju Tobirama's reputation, so he had to continue. Tobirama once mentioned that you came to me to ask me to help you heal your blind eye. A hint of shock appeared in Uchiha Madara's pupils. No wonder Senju Tobirama had the audacity to induce such a big shot to lie. Uchiha Madara suddenly realized the terrifying value of Emiya Shiera, and his palm subconsciously stroked his blind eye. It turns out, Even your own blind eyes can be healed. This was the price he paid for performing the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Due to the powerful effect of that forbidden technique, Uchiha Madara never expected that his eye could regain its sight. But can Emi Yashiera actually heal this eye? If Emi Yashiera can help me heal my blind eye, I will have enough strength to start a new battle with Senju Hashirama. Mr. Emi Ya. Uchiha Madara pushed aside his messy long hair, revealing his grey eye, and asked in a deep voice, "Can this blind eye really be cured?" Emi Yashiera hesitated again, as if he was stuck in some kind of deadlock and couldn't make a decision. Should I be able to heal, or not? Uchiha Madara became even more angry, a great medical ninja. How could you not be confident about your own medical skills? Such hesitation must be the work of that despicable villain, Tobirama Senju, who was trying to stop Emi Yashiera from healing his eyes by tempting such a great medical ninja to deceive and conceal the truth. Fortunately, this great man from ancient times was not good at lying. Even when he lies, he is as flawless as a novice. Uchiha Madara felt both happy and annoyed. He knew that Emi Yashiera could definitely heal his eyes. It would be a huge surprise to be able to let his eye see the light again. This is possible. Uchiha Madara raised an evil smile and persuaded Emi Yashiera, "Mr. Emi Ya, you don't have to listen to the lies of Senju Tobirama. That despicable and sinister villain used dangerous forbidden techniques to disturb the peace of your soul, seduced and deceived you into lying to your own patients, and blasphemed your noble character. Do you still think that what he said is correct?" Emi Yashiera felt a little sad. From an adjective used by Uchiha Madara, he deeply felt Uchiha Madara's hostility towards Senju Tobirama, and he really had no way to stop Uchiha Madara from slandering Senju Tobirama's reputation. Anyone can testify. These are all Uchiha Madara's own imagination. I never mentioned Senju Tobirama at all, and I even took the initiative to defend Senju Tobirama, but Uchiha Madara just refused to believe it. Never mind. I can help you with that eye. Emi Yashiera could only give up the idea of helping Senju Tobirama restore his reputation, and sighed, "But I hope you can promise one thing, don't do as Tobirama told me, that you will not start a new fight in the ninja world after regaining your power." It sure is him. Uchiha Madara's hatred for Senju Tobirama grew even stronger. However, Uchiha Madara also knew Emi Yashiera's style of doing things. He did not intend to continue to start a new war. He even chuckled and promised, "Don't worry, if my eyes can be healed, I will only use this power to realize the true peace of this world. I hope you won't lie to me." Emi Yashiera nodded, carefully examined Uchiha Madara's blind eye, and revealed the reason for the blindness of this eye in one sentence. "This is permanent blindness of the Sharingan. You used a strange technique that used the Sharingan as the activation technique, which caused this eye to become completely blind." Good. Uchiha Madara did not doubt that the other party could see through his use of Izanagi, because in his heart he already secretly believed in Emi Yashiera's omnipotence in medical skills. "Theoretically, I do have a way to cure it." Shiera Emi Ya frowned, as if he was in some kind of dilemma. "If it were in ancient times, I could use the power of yin to forcibly enhance its pupil power, and this method would allow it to regain its light." "Oh, right. That's really strange. To heal Hashirama Senju, you need yang power, which is the extreme of yang attribute chakra. To heal your eyes, you need yin power, which is the extreme of yin attribute chakra." Yang power? Yin power? Uchiha Madara's heart skipped a beat, and he remembered the original intention of coming to see Emi Yashiera. He remembered the words on the stone tablet. Wait, that is to say, our Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan may still have the possibility of improving its pupil power. This statement, it undoubtedly corresponds to the contents of the Uchiha clan's stele. The power of Yang and the power of Yin mentioned by Emi Yashiera are the extremes of Yang attribute chakra and Yin attribute chakra. The power of yin and the power of yang can act on himself and Senju Hashirama respectively. The forces of positive and negative. Countless thoughts emerged in Uchiha Madara's mind. Really come to the right, this trip was really the right one. This medical ninja from ancient times revealed countless information with just a few words, making many of his inner thoughts suddenly clear, but I can't do that in my current state. Emi Yashiera shook his head and shattered Uchiha Madara's fantasy with one sentence, in this state of impure world reincarnation, I cannot use the ultimate yin power. Uchiha Madara's face immediately darkened. Although coming here to meet Emi Yashiera and healing his blind eye was not part of his plan, it was still hard not to feel depressed knowing that the hope of regaining sight in this eye was lost in an instant. But don't worry. Emi Yashiera's words made Uchiha Madara's heart nervous again, and his eyes became extremely sharp, as if he could see through everything inside Uchiha Madara's body. This blind eye has recently been affected by a powerful chakra. Under the nourishment of this chakra, it will gradually recover and regain its eye power. Uchiha Madara's expression slowly changed. Other side. See it. As expected of a great figure of the ancient times, he could even tell in such a short time that he had obtained Hashirama Senju's chakra. Not only that. When it's bright again, the power of your eyes will become even stronger. Emi Yashiera stared at Uchiha Madara's eyes, his voice gradually lowered, as if he was telling a story that made Uchiha Madara immersed in his mind. These eyes will become a pair of eyes that can communicate yin and yang, life and death as their pupil power rises. In ancient times, this kind of eyes once appeared in a person who was worshipped as a god by the ninjas of your time. I once got those eyes. Those eyes integrated all the changes in the nature of chakra and contained the power of all things. Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly dilated. Everything is happening. This is the power of everything in the universe. This is the power of all things recorded on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. This moment. The problem that has been bothering me has been answered. This moment. Uchiha Madara's confusion was completely resolved by Emi Yashiera's words. He already knew what the Senro Wangxiang recorded on the stone tablet meant. The name of those eyes is. Emi Yashiera's gaze seemed to be able to see the past through Uchiha Madara's eyes, and seemed to be able to see the future slowly emerging amidst conspiracy and deception. Reincarnation eye. Lightly dress up. Please vote for me, please Red. I want to stabilize the new book list. While the big guys haven't started a new book yet, I'll stay one more day, and today I've written nearly 6,000 words. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Lies Without Lies. Chapter 41 Lies Without Lies. Everything is so clear, the hidden truth of the world is revealed. Uchiha Madara realized that he was gradually understanding everything. The information he got from Emi Yashiera's words was enough to decipher the secrets on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, and even to know the final outcome of the Sharingan's evolution. The forces of positive and negative. It does refer to the power of Uchiha and Senju. Positive and negative forces interact with each other. It refers to the chakra of Hashirama Senju, which can promote the power of the Uchiha clan's highest bloodline, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, to be sublimated again, and finally promoted to the Rinnegan that represents the power of everything in the universe. The Eye of Reincarnation. I remember it was the eyes of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Madara remembered the legend about the Rinnegan. There has always been a legend about the three major eye techniques circulating in the ninja world, the Rinnegan of the Six Paths Sage, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Samsara Eye represents the power of the Six Paths Sage. Uchiha Madara also understood why the Uchiha clan's stone tablet was left behind by the Six Paths Sage. The road on the stone tablet was the guidance of the Six Paths Sage to their clan. Just now, I finally got the answer. My eyes are slowly evolving into the Rinnegan. Good. The Rinnegan is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Emi Yashiera did not hide the truth and explained the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Six Paths Sage. the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan ends at the Samsara Eye, because their source, the Six-Path Sage, is the father of Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara remembered something Emi Yashiera mentioned. Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, fought against Emi Yashiera, but ended up in a miserable defeat. The result was probably similar to when he challenged Emi Yashiera. Speaking of which, the answer I got was more complete. It is precisely because the Uchiha clan is the descendant of the Six-Path Sage that the Six-Path Sage left the stone tablet to the Uchiha clan, leaving information on it that can only be read by the Sharingan. Thank you. Uchiha Madara hugged his arms, thanked him with a haughty look, and expressed his satisfaction that his confusion was answered. It's okay. At that time, these things were known to everyone. After Emi Yashiera finished speaking, he took the initiative to explain, I don't know if it would be troublesome to talk too much in your era. After all, Tobirama told me that I shouldn't talk about these things in ancient times. For example, the ancestors of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were brothers, and both of your clans are descendants of the Six-Path Sage. Humph! No wonder. Uchiha Madara snorted contemptuously, having understood Senju Tobirama's little thoughts. Senju Tobirama has always been afraid of the power of the Uchiha clan. It seems that he is worried that his reasons for suppressing the Uchiha clan in Konoha will be rejected by Hashirama, so he is unwilling to let the Uchiha clan have anything to do with their Senju clan. He is just a narrow-minded and shameless villain. What a narrow-minded person! Even such things cannot be tolerated. Uchiha Madara knew very well that if this secret from ancient times was leaked, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan would definitely be greatly eased. Pity. It was too late after all. This kind of relationship might have made himself and Senju Hashirama very happy when Konoha was first established, because they found the true justice of the two clans uniting. However, it's no longer needed. Because he had once again completely broken off with Hashirama Senju, and was abandoned by the Uchiha clan when he broke off and left Konoha, he was left alone with only his lonely ideals. Now, I only have one question left. Uchiha Madara no longer cared about the past secrets of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. He looked at Emi Yashiera with burning eyes, hoping to know the answer to his last question from Emi Yashiera's mouth. Mr. Emi, I believe you can see that the peace of this era is just a dark tide. I want to know if the Six-Path Sage has left any means for the ninja world to achieve permanent peace. Uchiha Madara did not ask about the Uchiha clan's steel. He knew that after he awakened the Rinnegan in the future, he would know everything on the steel. And the secret on the stone tablet. Perhaps Emi Yashiera also knew nothing about it. Now Uchiha Madara plans to directly ask the story of the Six-Path Sage from the mouth of the great man Emi Yashiera. He believes that a man with a kind heart like Emi Yashiera will definitely not hide anything, and the secrets revealed can also be used for his reference. However, Uchiha Madara was disappointed after all. Because Emi Yashiera hesitated again. Even Emi Yashiera seemed to be afraid that Uchiha Madara would slander Senju Tobirama's reputation again, and he told a clumsy lie in front of Uchiha Madara and while Black Zetsu was eavesdropping. Feel sorry. I can't tell you the whole answer. Please don't misunderstand, this is not a reminder from Tobirama. Because Tobirama doesn't know how hard the people of ancient times worked to prevent chakra from being used by humans to fight, and he can't possibly know the thoughts of the Six-Path Sage. Humph! Uchiha Madara did not reduce his dislike for Senju Tobirama because of this, and he was even a little dissatisfied with Emi Yashiera for defending Senju Tobirama. Don't I have the ability to distinguish, although I have always disliked and even hated Senju Tobirama, would I blame all my mistakes on that sinister villain for no reason, if I scolded Tobirama? It must be his fault first, but... Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, thinking about the deep meaning of Emiya's original words. Why can't Lord Emiya tell me all the answers? I already said that. Because I'm not very good at lying. Emi Yashiera's attitude was somewhat serious, and what he said still stunned Uchiha Madara, and even made Black Zetsu hiding underground a little confused. There's no need to lie about this, right? Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and felt that his mentality was not very good. Is there a secret that we, the people of later generations, cannot know? Have. Emi Yashiera's eyes were somewhat obscure, and his voice drooped a little. The last person who possessed the Rinnegan, voluntarily gave up his means of relying on power to achieve permanent peace, because others convinced him that humans can understand each other. As long as humans understand each other, there will be no more fighting in this world. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara laughed loudly, mocking the people in Emi Yashiera's story. It is too naive to expect humans to understand each other. He is as powerful as a god, but his will is too fragile. Uchiha Madara believed that Emi Yashiera was talking about the Six Paths Sage. In ancient times, only the Six Paths Sage possessed the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara thought that Emi Yashiera wanted to use a clumsy lie to cover up the mistakes made by the Sage of Six Paths, but his lie was full of loopholes. Only Black Zetsu, who was hiding underground, was feeling a little depressed. Because Black Zetsu knew that Emi Yashiera was sad about his own past, this sadness undoubtedly made Uchiha Madara's mockery particularly unpleasant. Emi Yashiera. I'm really not a good liar. Perhaps I shouldn't have forced Emi Yashiera to learn how to lie. Humans are always like this. The world of mankind is full of myriad things, and the fate of mankind is a cycle of reincarnation. Emi Yashiera's voice remained calm as he recounted the story from ancient times. The gods who once tried to use a technique that could completely change the fate of mankind ultimately fell into the hands of the weak in the ninja world who wanted to control their own fate. Okay. A technique to change the world. Uchiha Madara only heard the first half of the key element. The man suddenly understood something, and he looked at Shiera Emiya in front of him as if he understood everything. He said, that technique that can change the world is the technique that the Sage of Six Paths used to try to achieve permanent peace in the ninja world, right? Shiera Emiya shook his head slightly, with some regret in his voice. That technique is the worst choice for mankind. So. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up. He already knew all the answers. The current ninja world has reached the worst era. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Hashirama, are you worthy of being someone like Lord Emiya? Chapter 42, Hashirama, are you worthy of being someone like Lord Emiya? Uchiha Madara took the bait, right? Black Zetsu, who was hiding underground, felt a little confused. Emi Yashiera's lie was so poorly told that it was really heartbreaking to hide it underground, but Uchiha Madara seemed to have been fooled as expected. In fact, Uchiha Madara didn't feel like he was fooled at all. Even Uchiha Madara felt that he had gotten a great deal. Getting such important information from Emi Yashiera also gave him hope of realizing his dream. What do you want to do? As if he had seen through Uchiha Madara's thoughts, Emi Yashiera asked earnestly, after awakening the samsara eye, do you want to use that technique that can change the world? It's a given. Uchiha Madara's face became arrogant again, as if he had become the arrogant and lone ninja again. If you know the answer to the question but choose to do nothing, you will be ashamed of your life. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he looked at Emi Yashiera again, wanting to invite him to join, because he knew that as long as Emi Yashiera was willing to join, it would definitely be a strong help to his future, just to show the way. It's enough to make Uchiha Madara want to invite Emi Yashiera. After all, Shiera Emiya knows many secrets about the Sage of Six Paths, and he can definitely guide him to use the technique left by the Sage of Six Paths to change the world. Mr. Emiya. Uchiha Madara sincerely intends to invite Emi Yashiera to act with him. Don't you think this era is not bad enough? Come with me to change the ninja world. In the future I will have the Rinnegan. You also possess the wisdom of ancient times. Uchiha Madara stretched out his hand and sneered, as long as we can work together, we will be able to make this world go back to normal? Hey! Uchiha Madara frowned, as if he had sensed something unexpected was happening, causing the words he was about to say to come to an abrupt halt. Distance. In a valley. The valley was surrounded by Konoha Anbu ninjas. In this valley, Hashirama Senju wielded a ninja sword and cut in half the indifferent Uchiha Madara in front of him, and watched helplessly as the other party turned into wood. This is the wooden clone. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Hashirama Senju's forehead. Because this wooden clone of Uchiha Madara reminded him of the last battle, he used the wooden clone that was so realistic that he deceived and thought he had killed Uchiha Madara. Just now, Uchiha Madara's wooden clone also made him run around in circles. Wrong. This guy. When did wood release awaken? When Hashirama Senju was still subconsciously thinking about how powerful Uchiha Madara would become after obtaining the wood release, he suddenly realized that now was not the time to worry about the wood clone. Oh no! I've been fooled. Madara is with Lord Emiya. Senju Hashirama immediately noticed the problem. I was fooled, that guy Madara used the wooden clone to lure himself here. His real purpose was to meet Emi Yashiera. This was his strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Senju Hashirama didn't dare to stay any longer and loudly ordered all the Anbu ninjas to turn around immediately. They had to rush back along the way they came and get to Emi Yashiera as soon as possible. It's not just Emi Yashiera who's in trouble. And there are two of the best new generation ninjas in Konoha. It seems that my plan has been discovered by Hashirama. When Uchiha Madara's wooden clone was killed, he realized that Senju Hashirama would definitely discover his plan, and he couldn't help but sneer, the action to kill me is still so fierce, Hashirama. Plan. Emi Yashiera frowned. A little trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Uchiha Madara chuckled and mocked Konoha. Didn't Lord Emiya realize that someone has been following you secretly all the way? That sinister villain, Tobirama Senju, had long guessed that I wanted to meet with Lord Emiya, and secretly had Hashirama lead a team of Anbu to follow Lord Emiya the whole time. They thought Lord Emiya was a trap to lure me out. Mr. Emiya, don't be deceived by false words. Uchiha Madara spread his hands and invited Emi Yashiera again in a deep voice, come with me to change the world. Emi Yashiera was silent for a while. This great man from ancient times slowly looked into the distance, where there were two young men who were tied up, blindfolded and had their ears blocked. It was the young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen and the young boy Danzo. Although Shiera Emiya didn't mind the two little guys sitting in, Uchiha Madara was very concerned about the two little brats. If Uchiha Madara wasn't worried that killing people in front of Emi Yashiera would make him unhappy, he wouldn't mind killing them in order to keep the secret entrusted by others. I still want to find the materials to treat Hashirama first. Emi Yashiera sighed, as if he cherished his promise very much, and said softly, it will take quite a while before you can get the Rinnegan. During this time, only Hashirama can maintain peace in this world. Uchiha Madara was convinced by Emi Yashiera's words. This reason, even he couldn't refute it. Even Uchiha Madara didn't think of refutation. Although Uchiha Madara thought that he no longer cared about his past friendship with Senju Hashirama, he did not mind letting that destined opponent survive. He wanted to prove in front of Senju Hashirama that his ideal path was the most correct. Actually, you're not the first person to persuade me to join this era, but I've thought about it many times, but I think every generation will have its own story. My story should probably have ended long ago. Emi Yashiera's attitude was more serious than ever. A leaf was floating in his hand, swaying in the wind. The only thing I can do now is to become a wisp of breeze that lingers on in this era. The power of a wisp of breeze can only barely make the leaves of this era sway. The one that can really change the world. There is only wind that blows the windmills. Mr. Emiya. What a respectable person. Uchiha Madara looked at Emi Yashiera and let out a long sigh. Because he realized that he could not convince Emi Yashiera, he also understood how broad-minded Emi Yashiera was and why he had been called great by humans for thousands of years. Emi Yashiera. A person who deserves no excessive respect. Even Uchiha Madara, who was aloof by nature, had to admit the other party's greatness. Only Black Zetsu, who was hiding underground, felt sad. Black Zetsu finally figured out why Emi Yashiera refused and wanted Uchiha Madara to carry out the Moon Eye project. Was this what he was thinking in his heart? Hashirama is coming. Uchiha Madara knew that he couldn't stay any longer, so he could only leave with regret. It seems that I can only come back next time to listen to your wisdom. At this point, Uchiha Madara's expression gradually became serious, and he said in a deep voice, I know that Lord Emiya is not good at deceiving and concealing, but I still hope that all our exchanges today can be kept as confidential as possible, especially about that technique. I understand. Emi Yashiera nodded towards Uchiha Madara, sighed softly and said, you and Senju Hashirama are on different paths, but the destination you want to reach is the same, just the way you are traveling is different. Maybe. Uchiha Madara snorted contemptuously. Although Uchiha Madara said it a little awkwardly, he actually agreed with Emi Yashiera's words in his heart. He and Senju Hashirama were just using different means to achieve peace. Speaking of which, there was something comforting about being able to chat with such a big shot. Whether it is the wisdom learned from Emi Yashiera's conversation, or the secrets learned from Emi Yashiera's mouth, even just a few words of casual chat can be so insightful. Snort. That idiot Hashirama. Uchiha Madara recalled his encounter with Senju Hashirama. Since he was a child, Hashirama Senju has idolized Shiera Emiya. Later, he claimed that Shiera Emiya's ninja way could not save the world. It was obvious that the idiot's brain was not working well. That idiot. Are you worthy enough to despise Lord Emiya's ninja way? That idiot will never be able to become someone like Lord Emiya in his lifetime. Then I'll take my leave first. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, his figure instantly appeared next to the two young men in the distance. He raised his hand and took off the black cloths on the heads of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the young boy Danzo. Uchiha Madara. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was a little nervous. There was even a hint of fear on the boy Tuanzang's face. Humph. Is this the child that idiot Hashirama wanted to protect? Uchiha Madara looked at the two boys with contempt, and said in a cold voice, Kid, remember to go back and tell Hashirama that as a thank you to Lord Emiya, I will not start any war with him during this period of time. Please read it. Please give me a monthly ticket. Does anyone still remember what fruit to steam when you have a sore throat? End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Agreement. Chapter 43 Agreement. Uchiha Madara left in a very cool manner. Uchiha Madara is now truly free and easy, because he has found his own path, and this path is even enough for him to put aside everything in the past. But the Konoha ninjas were in a bad mood. For example, for the two teenagers who were frightened by Uchiha Madara, for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, this was the closest they had ever been to death. So much so that when Emi Yashiera helped to untie the ropes that bound them, he could even see that their bodies were still shaking with nervousness. Today's events. We must report this to Hokage-sama. The young boy Sarutobi Hiruzen's face slowly calmed down. The young man remembered that his father had been seriously injured by Uchiha Madara, and he understood why his father Sarutobi Sasuke was defeated by Uchiha Madara. In front of that man, even trying to keep calm is a luxury. Even if Uchiha Madara did not release his chakra or even reveal any aura, just seeing his figure would make people feel uneasy. Not to mention, I still have to fight that man with this mentality. Back to the village. Report today's events, to Lord Tobirama. The young boy Tenzo's face was a little nervous, but when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm expression, he forced himself to suppress his panic and remain calm. If the boy's palm was not unable to even hold the ninja sword, perhaps it would not be obvious that he was just trying to show off his strength in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is normal. The Konoha ninjas have always been afraid of Uchiha Madara. Even when Uchiha Madara was the founder of Konoha, the children of Konoha were very afraid of that face that always looked ferocious and indifferent. What's more, he became Konoha's most terrifying enemy, and even the first Hokage couldn't kill him. After losing the sight in one eye, this guy Uchiha Madara looks even more terrifying. You don't have to worry. Shiera Emiya comforted the two boys casually, his eyes looking into the distance. If nothing goes wrong, the ninjas from Konoha should be here soon. When Emiya Shiera said this, he seemed to know nothing about the Senju Hashirama and the Konoha Anbu ninjas who had been following them. He sighed softly and said, Banara told me that when we left Konoha, a group of Konoha ninjas followed us. The boy Tuanzang's heart suddenly became nervous again. Not good. Lord Tobirama's plan has been discovered. In this case, how can they carry out the plan? And many more. What this means is that didn't Uchiha Madara kill those Anbu ninjas? However, even so, the Anbu ninjas would definitely not be able to continue to follow Emiya Shiera, and he would definitely encounter danger if he carried out this mission by himself. Even if there was no Uchiha Madara, there were still small ninja villages like Takigakura that sent people to attack them. The power of the medical ninja Emiya Shiera seemed unreliable, and the ninja from Takigakura actually pierced his heart with one blow. But choose to stay or choose to leave, the young boy Tuanzang was a little hesitant. He was worried that he might die in this mission, and he was also worried that he would appear too cowardly if he went back. Fortunately, the young boy Tuanzang will soon no longer have to worry about it. Because Hashirama Senju led a group of Anbu ninjas over, he had no say at all and could only wait quietly for orders from the Hokage. When Hashirama Senju saw that the two little guys, Emiya Shiera, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo, were safe and sound, he finally calmed down. Only Senju Hashirama's mood could only calm down for a short while. It was not until Senju Hashirama learned from the two little guys that Uchiha Madara had indeed been there and left a promise that he would not start another war for the time being. Will there be no war during this period? Senju Hashirama was somewhat puzzled by Uchiha Madara's promise. Although he was very happy that Uchiha Madara was willing to continue to maintain peace, it seemed that Uchiha Madara only wanted to maintain peace temporarily. This peaceful time, it should be before Madara's eyes recover. Emiya Shiera reminded Hashirama Senju and told him the truth, it will take some time for Madara's blind eye to recover. This is not good. Senju Hashirama's heart was in his throat again. If Madara's eyes are restored, he will regain the strength of his peak period, and even surpass his peak period, because Madara has also awakened the wood-release Kekii, that time. Uchiha Madara once again set off a war to destroy Konoha. Even if Uchiha Madara did not have the help of the Nine Tails, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but feel a little worried. Only he clearly understood how powerful Uchiha Madara was, no need to worry. Emiya Shiera noticed Senju Hashirama's mood and quickly comforted his patient. Actually, the situation is not that bad. Oh. Hashirama Senju's inner anxiety eased slightly. Do not worry. If that blind eye wants to recover, it will probably take at least 20 years. Emiya Shiera patted Senju Hashirama's shoulder, signaling him not to worry too much. If I don't find a way to cure you, you only have 10 years left to live. Even if he wants to start a war, it will be after you die. What? Senju Hashirama's already anxious heart finally died. This kind of comfort is of no help at all, it even made Hashirama Senju more worried about the future of Konoha. Senju Hashirama thought that Emiya Shiera would come up with some solution, but he actually comforted him and told him not to worry about the aftermath. How could you not be worried? Although Senju Hashirama always respected others, he was also very aware of the situation of the strong in the ninja world. If he died in 10 years, the entire leaf. No, there may not be anyone in the entire ninja world who can stop Madara. I'm going to track down Madara's whereabouts. Senju Hashirama raised his hand to support his forehead, his fingers inserted into his hair, worried about the future fate of Konoha. No matter what, I must find Madara within 10 years, and I must take this opportunity to kill him once and for all. This is the only chance. Hashirama Senju firmly believes that future generations will be able to protect Konoha. The only trouble is Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama didn't believe that future generations would be able to solve the problem. The first Hokage of Konoha had no choice but to embark on a journey to track down Uchiha Madara. He had to use the last 10 years of his stay in the ninja world to find out the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara and stop him from restarting the war. Let's go back to Konoha first. Senju Hashirama and the Anbu ninjas immediately planned to return to Konoha. He wanted to discuss with Senju Tobirama everything that would happen after leaving Konoha. These two little guys. Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Shiera Emiya's eyes also fell on them, and he sighed softly. I thought that this era would at least maintain respect for medical ninjas, but it seems that the ninjas of this era act without scruples. I am worried that the future journey will be very dangerous. I will work hard to become stronger and protect Lord Emiya. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with great energy, and even squeezed his companions beside him. Danzo, do you want to go back with the Hokage? You don't need to tell me. The boy Danzo's face immediately turned angry, and he retorted fiercely, my mission is not completed yet. I will also work hard to become stronger and protect Lord Emiya. Although the young boy Danzo has not made up his mind. But the bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen selfishly announced that he would stay. Was he going to admit that he was afraid of danger and cowardly chose to return to Konoha? What good kids they are! Senju Hashirama rubbed their heads, his expression became particularly serious. Then I will ask Lord Emiya to take care of these two little guys in the future. Within 10 years. Emiya Shiera nodded and agreed seriously, if I can't find a solution to your lifespan within 10 years, I will take them back to Konoha. 10-year agreement. Start time method. End of this chapter. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, 10 years, please read and vote. 10 years. This is a long time. During this period of time, a lot happened in the ninja world. After the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, led the Anbu back to Konoha, no one knew what Tobirama Senju discussed with him, but Hashirama Senju immediately made his first big move. Capture the tailed beast. There are a total of 9 tailed beasts in the ninja world. Except for the one-tailed beast captured by the Sand Village and the 9-tailed beast sealed in Uzumaki Mito by Konoha, all the other tailed beasts in the entire ninja world were captured by Senju Hashirama. Soon, the first 5-cage conference is held. Hashirama Senju sold the tailed beasts to the major ninja villages in the ninja world at a suitable price, ostensibly to ensure the balance of power among the major ninja villages in the ninja world. When Emiya Shiera accidentally met Senju Hashirama during his journey, he also got the answer from Senju Hashirama why the tailed beasts were distributed. This is Tobirama's idea. Relying solely on Konoha's power may not be enough to stop Madara. Now that the 9 tails is sealed in Mito's body, Madara may target the power of other tailed beasts, so Tobirama proposed to distribute the tailed beasts to other villages so that everyone can protect the tailed beasts together. Konoha has no way to keep all the tailed beasts. After all, the power of the tailed beasts is extremely strong. Even if one of the tailed beasts goes berserk and Konoha's high-ranking officials are unable to react in time, it will cause heavy losses to Konoha. Exactly. During this operation to capture the tailed beasts, Tobirama Senju also discovered that the power of the other tailed beasts was far from being able to compete with the strongest 9 tails. There was no need to worry about those ninja villages that had obtained the tailed beasts and would be able to use the tailed beasts to fight against Konoha's 9 tails in the future. Of course, the tailed beasts aren't really the point. Senju Tobirama's real idea was to take the opportunity to drag other ninja villages into the water. Except for Konoha, no other ninja village dares to provoke Uchiha Madara. Even if Uchiha Madara destroys Konoha in the future, it will be impossible to attract help from other ninja villages. But to protect their tailed beasts, the Nine Tails is sealed in Uzumaki Mito's body, making it impossible for Uchiha Madara to borrow the power of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara may not have the confidence to fight against Senju Hashirama. If Uchiha Madara wanted to fight against Senju Hashirama, he would definitely find a way to obtain other tailed beasts in the ninja world. At that time, he would inevitably come into conflict with other ninja villages that possessed tailed beasts. In this way, the major ninja villages in the ninja world can naturally unite to fight against the threat of Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama's methods are quite insidious. After Konoha obtained the power of the Nine Tails, the other ninja villages would not sit idly by and watch the gap between them and Konoha grow wider and wider, and they would definitely be tempted by the power of the tailed beasts. Since ancient times, humans have never given up on seizing the power of the tailed beasts. Because the tailed beasts symbolize endless chakra and powerful means of attack, their burst of combat power is enough to compete with a ninja army. Tobirama Senju never expected to get help from other ninja villages. He just took this opportunity to trap other ninja villages in the ninja world into the same trap. Now Uchiha Madara is still blind in one eye. In order to avoid the trouble of Hashirama Senju chasing him, if he cannot get the Nine Tails, he will most likely sneak into other ninja villages to control a tailed beast. This will create hatred between Uchiha Madara and other ninja villages. From the results, Senju Tobirama's idea was quite effective. The first village to suffer from the tailed beasts was the Hidden Cloud village. At the first 5-Cage conference, the first Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village was wealthy and powerful, so he spent a lot of money to buy 2 tailed beasts, the 2-tail and the 8-tail. This also brought disaster to the Hidden Cloud village. When Uchiha Madara was being tracked down by Hashirama Senju, he lost the power of one eye. His strength was temporarily unable to compete with Hashirama Senju, so he took the opportunity to escape by controlling the 8 tails of the Hidden Cloud village, and even made the relationship between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud village closer. Unfortunately, this doesn't solve anything. Uchiha Madara had to continue hiding from Hashirama Senju in the ninja world. Hashirama Senju had to continue tracking down Uchiha Madara in the ninja world. When Emi Yashiera was traveling with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they would often encounter Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who was chasing them. Long time no see, Lord Emiya. Uchiha Madara could only say hello, without any tension from being hunted down, and even had a mocking smirk on his face as he left. But I have to go first, that Hashirama guy is about to catch up with us again. Uchiha Madara just left. Senju Hashirama came over right after. I'm going to track down Madara's whereabouts. Senju Hashirama, who came, did not dare to relax and continue chatting with them. He had to seize every opportunity to catch Uchiha Madara. The only thing he could leave behind were a few words of encouragement to the younger generation. Monkey, Danzo. You two have grown up. Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who had grown a lot taller every time he met them, and he would praise their growth. You are finally going to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Konoha. Senju Hashirama patted their shoulders, feeling somewhat depressed and heavy-hearted, for he knew that his lifespan was slowly approaching its limit. Maybe the road ahead is a bit difficult. However, the future of Konoha has to be entrusted to the young people. 10 years. This is really a long enough time. For Shiera Emiya, he was already accustomed to this kind of journey. For Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, 10 years was enough time for them to grow from often ignorant teenagers to young men who knew the ways of the world. They have been through a lot of stories. For example, Kakuzu, whom they had met before. It is said that after Kakuzu returned to Takigakuer, he killed all the high-level ninjas of Takigakure and stole the treasure of Takigakure, forcing Takigakure to surrender to Konoha and spend all their wealth to buy a tailed beast from Konoha to ensure their own military strength. Later, Kakuzu is wanted by Takigakure village as an S-rank traitor. And later, Emi Yashiera and others also heard news about Kakuzu from the first Hokage, but Kakuzu's current situation was a bit outrageous. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, received news about his younger brother, Tobirama Senju, and asked him to kill Kakuzu, the S-rank rebel ninja from the Takigakure village, while tracking down Uchiha Madara, in order to establish the image that Konoha values its allies and attract other villages to join Konoha. As a result, when Hashirama Senju met Kakuzu, he saw that Kakuzu was actually making money as a killer. Hashirama Senju captured Kakuzu with one move, but he heard that Kakuzu's last words were to donate his money to an orphanage. Senju Hashirama discovered that Kakuzu was working hard to earn money in order to donate it to the orphanage and had been helping some elderly people in need. He chose to let Kakuzu go and even followed Kakuzu in donating a little. This is not just outrageous. I don't believe that a man like that would betray his village for the sake of so-called power. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but sigh at the complexity of a ninja like Kakuzu. That man didn't care about his own life when he was fighting, and he tried hard to use the money he earned from killing people to help the weak, which made me feel a little ashamed of myself. You mean Kakuzu is donating money? Emi Yashiera was a little confused about Kakuzu's change, and he could only sigh. Well, even in ancient times, people who are willing to care for the weak are worthy of respect. Yes. Actually, I thought tracking down Madara would be a hard journey. However, in order to track down Madara's whereabouts, I met many people on the road and heard many interesting stories. Senju Hashirama recalled the many stories he encountered during his travels and praised them out loud. Even in some small countries, there are many young people who are worthy of praise. The ninja world is very small. But it also contains too many outstanding people. Emi Yashiera's eyes are very sharp, and he seems to always be able to see the good side of human beings. Such as the Rain Country now. When Emi Yashiera was returning to Konoha with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they passed through the land of rain and met a young rain ninja who came to ask for help, hoping that Emi Yashiera could help relieve his suffering. The name of this young rain ninja is Hanzo. His swordsmanship is very powerful. He was able to beat Danzo Shimura, who thought he was good at swordsmanship, so badly that he couldn't even raise his head. But Hanzo's most powerful ability is poison. Since Hanzo was forced to have a highly toxic salamander venom sac transplanted into his body since he was young, he is also able to use this horrific salamander venom gas to fight, and even his breath carries the poison. Same. Due to the torture of the poison, Hanzo had to wear a mask, and even faced the danger of the poison sacs in his body rupturing and being poisoned to death at any time. This is exactly why Hanzo asked for help. Unfortunately, Hanzo's request was a bit too outrageous. The young ninja hoped that Emi Yashiera would allow him to continue using his poisonous power without his life being threatened by the salamander poison sac in his body. I can only help you remove the poison sac. Shiera Emiya is confident in this tricky and dangerous operation, but he is not yet able to change human genes. Although it is very troublesome to remove the poison sac transplanted into the respiratory function, and even if you are not careful, the poison sac may shatter and the patient and the doctor may be poisoned to death, but Shiera Emiya's medical skills are advanced enough to ensure that he will not make any mistakes. Then I won't be able to use the power of poison gas anymore. The young Hanzo was unable to give up this power that tortured him. He knew how strong the poison gas of the salamander was, which was enough to ensure that he would be invincible in the Rain Country. Your swordsmanship is already very strong. The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen praised his swordsmanship sincerely. Even when we traveled with Lord Emiya to the Iron Country, which is famous for its swordsmanship, we didn't meet anyone with better swordsmanship than you. Humph! The young Danzo was somewhat dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. He had to admit that his attainments in swordsmanship were not as good as Hanzo's. Perhaps apart from Lord Emiya, there is indeed no one in the ninja world who has better swordsmanship than you. This was one of their major discoveries. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo believed that Emiya Shiera's powerful power was only the curse seal. As a result, they encountered trouble when traveling in the Iron Kingdom. Someone suspected that Shimura Danzo assassinated a samurai in the Iron Kingdom. Iron Country. That is the land of warriors. The Iron Kingdom is also a neutral country recognized by the ninja world. For the sake of Konoha's reputation, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo decided to act in the style of the Iron Kingdom when they encountered trouble. Danzo had a sword duel with the samurai of the Iron Kingdom, and as a result, Shimura Danzo was defeated by a young samurai. Finally, it was Emiya Shiera who took the initiative. Emiya Shiera, holding the scabbard in his hand, duels with the general of the Iron Kingdom. When the general of the Iron Country raised his samurai sword to stab, Emiya Shiera casually stretched out the scabbard in his hand, put the samurai sword in the general's hand into the sheath, and easily took away the opponent's sword. The Iron Kingdom general was impressed by Emiya Shiera's swordsmanship skills. Although the Iron Kingdom samurai suspected that Shimura Danzo had killed a samurai, the general decided to let Emiya Shiera and others leave. Don't mention those unhappy things. Emiya Shiera frowned, seeming unhappy about what happened to them in the Iron Kingdom. Hanzo, who originally wanted to challenge Emiya Shiera verbally, had to give up. He finally decided to give up the surgery to cut the poison sac. If even Danzo Shimura thought that his strength was not top-notch, he believed that his strength was not enough to protect his country. At least the poison sac in his body could ensure that he would die together with the enemy who invaded the country at the critical moment. Hanzo is gone. This is a man who was born in a small country but has great ambitions. This guy might be stronger than me. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hanzo's departing back, his expression becoming particularly serious. I didn't expect that in a small country like the Land of Rain, there would be such a person. He has a lot of combat experience, and his chakra is also very strong. The young Danzo suddenly felt less humiliated by his defeat at the hands of Hanzo, but his mouth remained as stubborn as ever. Humph, I just lost to him in a swordsmanship contest. If I could use chakra and ninjutsu, I would definitely be able to defeat him with Lord Emiya's cursed seal. Danzo, you always like to fight. Emiya Shiera couldn't help but sigh, as if he regretted that he couldn't change Danzo's mind. I passed on the power of the seal to you not for you to use to fight with others, but just hope that you can use the seal to protect your companions and the important things in your heart. The young man frowned and looked at his arm. This happened during their journey, when they repeatedly encountered ninjas from other countries who came to assassinate them. Danzo Shimura lied to deceive Shiera Emiya into obtaining the power of the curse seal. But I finally mastered the curse seal. Don't I use the power of the seal to fight, but just use the seal's pattern as decoration. Sooner or later you'll understand. The seal I taught you is not for fighting. Emiya Shiera shook his head and said nothing more, just packed up the medical record scroll. Mr. Emiya. The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the problem and immediately asked about the matter. Are we going back to Konoha tomorrow? Ah. We're going back to Konoha. Emiya Shiera nodded and looked up at the cloudy sky of the rain country. This country is always shrouded in dark clouds. I haven't heard any news about Hashirama being active in the ninja world recently. I'm worried that his time is up. The whereabouts of the remains of the sacred tree have not been found in 10 years. Perhaps another treatment method is needed. Today is more than 7,000 words. Please read and vote monthly. 10 years of Dafa have passed. It is now the 15th year of Konoha. Orochimaru has been born and is 5 years old and can go to school. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Jiraiya. Chapter 45 Jiraiya. Konoha Village. A tall wooden wall enveloped Konoha. The whole village has changed a lot in the past 10 years. 10 years can make people's hometowns become unrecognizable, with only some iconic buildings and scenery showing the outline of their past. Is this really Konoha? The young man Danzo widened his eyes in disbelief. Because he grew up in Konoha when he was a child, in his impression Konoha has always been a simple village, but now it has become a prosperous and wealthy town. The gate of Konoha village was also built very tall. 2 uniformed Konoha chunins were sitting at a table next to the gate with a registration form on the table, watching Emi Yashiera and his group coming over. Welcome to Konoha. One of the chunins welcomed them in warmly and invited them to come over to register their information. You need to register your information to enter the village. We are the ninjas of the village. The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately came over, took the initiative to register his own name and Shimura Danzo's name, and gave a big smile to the 2 chunins. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the village's genin. Are you Sarutobi senpai? This change is too big. If you don't look closely, you can't recognize that it's my former senior. The chunin in charge of the guard looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief, and remembered that he was a senior student who was often praised by teachers when he was in the ninja school, so he quickly introduced himself. Sarutobi Senior, I am Kanzuki Kumo. The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head, his eyes widened involuntarily. You are a kid who just entered school when we graduated, are you already a chunin? The chunin immediately patted his chunin uniform with satisfaction and said, 2 years ago, I luckily passed the village's assessment, and I was 1 step faster than Sarutobi senpai. Ha 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 ha, really excellent. The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and praised his juniors, then sighed with some regret. It seems that we have to finish the exams as soon as possible after returning. Humph. The young man Danzo came over, his face clearly showing some dissatisfaction with his backwardness. We just wasted 10 years traveling around the ninja world. Otherwise, we would have been promoted to the village's jonin by now. How can this be considered a waste of time? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly poked the young man Danzo's shoulder. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that it was the 10 years that delayed their promotion, he believed that traveling during those 10 years could not be a waste of time. 10 years of travel. It gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a broader vision. This young man would never play and frolic like he did in his childhood again. He even tried to learn to stand in the shoes of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju and think about what the future of Konoha should look like and what kind of relationship they should maintain with other major ninja villages. The most important is, their strength has also made great progress. During these 10 years, Danzo Shimura also acquired the combat power of a jonin. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has mastered the changes in the properties of 5 types of chakra, only achieved a qualitative leap in strength after he obtained the curse seal of natural energy, because Emi Yashiera's curse seal greatly enhances the power of the technique. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen even has the confidence to defeat his father Sarutobi Suzuki. It's really a waste of time. However, the chunin in charge of guarding the gate agreed with the words of the young Danzo, and mentioned several of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's contemporaries. Tatsune Akatsuki and Mito Kato En Senpai have long been promoted to jonin, and even Mariboshi Kasuke Senpai was once a jonin. But Mariboshi Kasuke Senpai made a mistake before. The chunin guarding the gate knew a lot of gossip and whispered a story about their time together. Now it seems that he was demoted and became a genin again. He also refused to take part in the chunin exam and has been a genin in the village. Guji. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not plan to ask too many questions for the time being. After registering the information, he planned to accompany Emi Yashiera to the Hokage building to report. This person hasn't registered yet. Another chunin blocked their way, pointed at Emi Yashiera, who looked about the same age as them, and asked curiously, is he also a ninja in the village? Do not This excellency is an honored guest in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head seriously, registered a false name on it, and introduced it again in a deep voice. He is a more distinguished guest than anyone else. Then you can take your guests on a tour of the village. After checking the ninja registration books carried by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the Chunin sighed softly, your information and photos should also be updated. If we weren't here, we might not be able to recognize other unfamiliar Chunin seniors. Speaking of which, perhaps after you enter the village, you may not recognize it as the former Konoha. The village has changed a lot over the years. Compared to the periphery, the changes in Konoha village were even greater. The houses on the streets of Konoha were no longer so simple and sloppy, and even the architectural style had changed a bit. The colors of the walls were no longer the simple light green and brown, but were painted in a variety of colors. More and more shops began to be built along the streets. If it looks like, the scenery of Konoha can be described as brightly colored and beautiful. Surrounded by a group of low mountains, dense green trees are interspersed near colorful houses. On the neat streets, you can see the red Hokage building and the rock wall statue of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, carved behind the Hokage building. Compared to when Konoha was first built 10 years ago, today's Konoha is more like a truly great ninja village, and can even be called a small city-state. It is impossible to imagine how simple it was in the past. If one had grown up in Konoha, one might not have noticed this change. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had been away from Konoha for 10 years, and they could not help but be shocked by the changes in the scenery of their hometown. Unbelievable! The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped onto a tall water well tower and looked out over the scenery of Konoha. Konoha has changed so much in the past 10 years. The young man Tuanzang couldn't help but nod. Time flies so fast. Shiera Emiya seemed to see the baptism of time from the changes in Konoha. He knew that Konoha in the future would be more prosperous than it is now. Compared to the change of scenery, there seemed to be more and more people in the village. Perhaps because of Konoha's reputation, many people moved to Konoha and became villagers of Konoha village, and there were more children in the village. The streets were full of children running and playing, and there was even a little white-haired kid who came recklessly and was about to bump into Emiya Shiera. However, Emiya Shiera stretched out his hand slightly, and a breeze enveloped the little guy's body, allowing the reckless kid to stay safely in place. Is this a ninjutsu? The little white-haired guy stroked the breeze around him with some curiosity. He looked up at Emiya Shiera who was standing in front of him. Are you the ninja senior in the village? No. Emiya Shiera shook his head. There are ninjas outside breaking in. The little white-haired fellow immediately shouted to his friends behind him, completely ignoring the fact that he was still under their control, and shouted, "Go call the seniors in the village, I found an enemy who has sneaked into the village." A group of little guys started shouting in panic. Emiya Shiera's expression fell silent. Bang! The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped down, tapped the white-haired kid on the head with his fingers, and chuckled, "Haha, you have poor eyesight, you actually picked someone who looks the least like an enemy." What the hell? The white-haired kid pouted unhappily. Does this gentleman look like a bad person? The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the little guy on the head and motioned him to get to know Emiya Shiera in front of him. "Little boy, the one standing in front of you is the greatest man in the ninja world. Even if we only look at your face, he can't be a bad guy. If we talk about appearance, the young man standing next to him, Tuanzang, looks more like a bad guy. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looks very friendly, cannot compare to Emiya Shiera, because he thinks he does not have the compassionate temperament that Emiya Shiera exudes." "What tribe are you from? What's your name?" The young Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked the little guy's white hair curiously. Emiya Shiera's eyes dropped slightly. With his white hair and red marks on his face under his eyes, this little guy vaguely looks like an old friend from the future. The white-haired brat put on an extremely arrogant attitude, clenched his fist and raised his thumb with it pointing backwards towards himself, and gave himself a series of lame adjectives. I am the one who has charmed countless beauties in the ninja world. The most handsome, generous, free, talented, and gifted young genius in the ninja world, the future #1 in Konoha Ninja School, and the most powerful ninja in Konoha. Jiraiya too. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Because he had never seen such a shameless little guy. Even when I was a teenager, I was also a hot-tempered person, but I could never be as narcissistic as this kid. However, Emi Yashiera was silent for a while, and one sentence angered this arrogant and narcissistic white-haired brat. After talking so much, the child's mouth will be dry, right? Like. Jiraiya was very narcissistic when he saw Tsunade. There is no reserve at all. When she saw Tsunade, she just said, "Give me the love letter later." Is it true that he has a lot of admirers in the ninja school? End of this chapter. Chapter 46, The Secret of Shiera Emiya. Chapter 46, The Secret of Shiera Emiya, asking for monthly ticket, no. What does it mean to have a dry mouth? Now it's your own business whether to do what you want with your mouth. When little Jiraiya tried to protest loudly, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to press down his head, and even took him and a group of little guys to the store to buy a glass of chestnut juice. Okay. I'm the village's ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked little Jiraiya's white hair and handed him chestnut juice with a gentle look. He chatted with the children. It sounds like you haven't gone to the village ninja school yet, so you are not yet 5 years old. I'm 5 years old. Little Jiraiya held the chestnut juice in his arms and shouted loudly in dissatisfaction, "You can enter school this year, and you will definitely pass the entrance exam." Have to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a good affinity. No, it should be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not arrogant. He was willing to put aside his airs and mingle with these kids. He quickly won their respect. Especially when these children heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a ninja who had traveled abroad for 10 years, their eyes were full of admiration. Humph! The young Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disdain. What they need to do now is to hurry to the Hokage building to report instead of wasting time here with these kids. Ninjas are not meant to play house with kids, fortunately. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't waste too much time. Sarutobi Hiruzen just took the opportunity to ask these little guys about the changes in the village. It seemed that Konoha was preparing to elect the second-generation Hokage in recent times. It seems. The first Hokage's physical condition is indeed not good. Exactly. The people who came to greet them also arrived. After learning the news that Emi Yashiera and his group had returned to Konoha, Senju Tobirama immediately sent people to greet them, but he was also well aware of what Emi Yashiera and his group had gained, because Senju Tobirama would often send people to communicate news with Emi Yashiera and others. Really? Even if it's Lord Emiya? Hasn't the remains of the sacred tree been found either? When Tobirama Senju met Emi Yashiera, there was no sign of disappointment on his face, because he had also secretly sent people to search for the remains of the sacred tree in the past 10 years. All the Anbu ninjas in Konoha have been asked to carry out the task of searching for the remains of the sacred tree, but they never knew what the remains of the sacred tree were. The things they found were often rather strange, and they usually tried to transport back some strange flowers and trees. Pity. After all, they are not the remains of the sacred tree. When a person has been disappointed too many times, he really can no longer have any hope for the future, and even someone like Senju Tobirama is no exception. It seems that the remains of the sacred tree have been cleaned up by the ninja clan. Emi Yashiera sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed that his journey had been fruitless, even though the most important goal of his 10-year journey had been achieved. So, is there no other way? Senju Tobirama frowned and waved his hand for everyone else to leave. A rare hint of heaviness appeared on his face. Mr. Emiya, my brother's physical condition has become unusually active recently, He looks full of life, but I am worried that his life is on the verge of death, because this year he will not leave Konoha to look for Madara's whereabouts. As usual, Hashirama Senju never stayed in Konoha for too long. He was always in the ninja world tracking down the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara, and he rarely came back even when his successors were born. However, this year, Hashirama Senju's behavior has become very strange. Since he returned to Konoha, he has no longer gone out. Not only does he like gambling, he even takes his granddaughter to gamble every day. This is not normal. Anyone could sense the weirdness of the situation. His body is like a tree. Emi Yashiera had anticipated Senju Hashirama's condition and said softly, "On the surface, he always looks full of life, even every leaf is lush green. However, the tree drained its own vitality to remain evergreen, and his power has remained at its peak ever since. That's why he can never return to his normal state. His unparalleled self-healing ability makes it impossible to kill him. His cells grow and divide without limit, consuming his lifespan, carrying him to the end of his life with great power. A tree of longevity. It is normal for a year to be filled with decline and prosperity. People are like trees. They can never stay lush and green. As I said before, whether it is the remains of the sacred tree or the power of Yang, they are all external forces that forcibly make up for his lifespan and continue to maintain this vigorous state of life. Is there really no other way?" Senju Tobirama's eyes dimmed slightly. Senju Tobirama did a lot in 10 years to ensure that Konoha would continue to survive after the death of his eldest brother. But his eldest brother has been taking care of and protecting him since he was a child, so even a cold-hearted person like Senju Tobirama is unable to bear the pain of losing a loved one. Emi Yashiera fell silent. However, Emi Yashiera's silence made Senju Tobirama realize something, because he knew that if Emi Yashiera was truly powerless, he would definitely confess it frankly. "Lord Emi Senju Tobirama wanted to ask Emi Yashiera in a deep voice. He even had some guesses in his heart. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. "You must have a way to save my brother's life, right?" "Unconfirmed. Because this is not a medical procedure." Emi Yashiera did not speak directly, and was even unwilling to tell Senju Tobirama, "This is the last resort, and there is a high probability that it will fail. I cannot tell you because it is a top secret of the Pure Land of the underworld. This is a secret about the dead." Senju Tobirama's expression suddenly changed. As a person who developed the technique of impure world reincarnation, Senju Tobirama also knew the destination of the souls of the dead. He knew that the souls of the dead would generally return to the underworld. But the underworld is not just for the dead. This news about the underworld comes from the Uzumaki clan. As distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan have very close exchanges and have always been allies who rely on each other. Tobirama Senju spent his entire life studying mysterious techniques, and naturally he also studied the forbidden techniques of the Uzumaki clan. From those forbidden techniques, he learned that there were strange gods of death in the underworld. Tobirama Senju also knew that the strong men of the Uzumaki clan could borrow the power of the god of death and use their own souls as a cost to perform a strange demon seal technique that could seal powerful enemies into the body of the god of death. This technique of sealing the world of corpses is also the nemesis of the technique of impure world reincarnation, because it will seal a person's soul in the body of the god of death. In this case, naturally, the impure world reincarnation cannot summon the sealed souls through spiritual communication. As the founder of the impure world reincarnation technique, Tobirama Senju knows some of the mysteries about the dead, and he is as curious about the Pure Land in the underworld as anyone else. The power of Tobirama Senju cannot reach the underworld, but he hopes to know more secrets of the underworld. This is due to his personality that likes to keep everything within his control. "I think I can still help." Senju Tobirama frowned slightly, and said casually, "If it is the Pure Land of the underworld, at least I have some understanding of it. For example, I can revive Lord Emiya because I can communicate with Lord Emiya's soul, because Lord Emiya's soul returned to the Pure Land of the underworld after his death. Some of the souls of the dead are not in the Pure Land, but in the bodies of the gods of death in the underworld. Their souls are sealed in the bodies of the gods of death and can never return. There was a slight movement in Emiya Shiera's eyes. How dare this guy, Tobirama Senju, say such a thing? Is it a good thing to disturb the peace of the dead soul? Does he think that the impure world reincarnation technique can be maintained forever without harming the souls of the dead? If his soul power was not strong enough, perhaps other people who were reborn from the impure world reincarnation would have been sealed in a coffin and put to sleep long ago to avoid problems with their souls. But this guy is truly a genius. I've actually already studied the god of death in the underworld. Unfortunately, the last resort does not come from the god of death. Shiera Emiya doesn't care about the god of death that humans fear. Thanks to the power of the six paths, Shiera Emiya's soul and chakra are not always imprisoned in the underworld, and even his soul can move freely. Naturally, you will come into contact with death. The god of death who is supposed to be in charge of souls has no sanity at all. This god of death from the underworld doesn't even know how to harvest souls. He would rush over when he occasionally sees the ghost of Shiera Emiya, and would instinctively run away after being beaten. The next time he sees Shiera Emiya, he would rush over without knowing anything. No wonder. This mindless existence. This often results in the power of the god of death being used by ninjas in the living world. Even though it is used by ninjas, it is also a rare time when it enjoys reaping souls. But its lack of intelligence is indeed its fatal flaw. There are so many geniuses in the ninja world. Sooner or later, someone will figure out a way to escape from the god of death. It is estimated that soon someone will learn how to use the god of death to escape perfectly. You even know about the existence of the god of death in the underworld. Shiera Emiya sighed and said softly, but the god of death will not save lives. Isn't it the god of death? Could it be? Senju Tobirama's curiosity grew even stronger. Don't try to find secrets from me. Shiera Emiya frowned, and his expression gradually became serious. In the past 10 years of this era, I have seen too much deception and concealment. There are some secrets that cannot be told no matter what. I'll just tell Hashirama. It could only be Hashirama who was on the verge of death. There's no way I could tell the other living people anyway. Because this is my last attempt. Emiya Shiera's eyes were somewhat dead. This was his last test of the god who was between life and death. Please continue reading and give me your monthly vote. Yes. Shiera Emiya can defeat the ninja world's death god. Not only can he beat them, he even beat. There is another one about the impure world reincarnation. I think that when the body of the impure world reincarnation is sealed in the coffin, the soul is always asleep. Another 6,000 words today. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Play or Not. Play or Not. Chapter 47, Play or Not. Play or Not, Between Life and Death. Between the pure land of the underworld and the ninja world of the present world. There are many strange souls in this area. Some souls still have regrets in this world that they have not been freed from, and some souls have not entrusted their last words to the people who bound them in this world. These souls exist here for various reasons and have never been liberated, nor can they return to the human world. Only when they are spiritually liberated will they be willing to go to the underworld. These souls are waiting in this gap for those in the world who can free them to die and ascend to heaven. They stay lonely in their respective areas like dim candlelight. These souls seem to be very close to each other, but they seem to be separated by the sky and can never get close to each other. They will never know that there are many souls like them. Of course. In this gap between life and death, there was only a faintly glowing figure floating above. This figure sat in the void with his eyes closed. He was wearing a white ninja robe and carrying a monk's staff on his back. 9 pitch-black spheres were floating underneath him. 6 paths immortal. In other words, this is the residual chakra of the 6 paths sage. As a legendary god from ancient times, the 6 paths sage, who inherited part of the Otsutsuki bloodline, truly possesses godlike power. Even if his life comes to an end, the chakra in his body can still drift in the world in this form, still stubbornly guarding this ninja world. It is precisely because of the existence of the residual chakra of the 6 paths sage that Emi Yashiera has been cautious and vigilant, guarding against the possibility that the other party might appear in the world and destroy his plans. In ancient times, Emi Yashiera chose to disguise himself as a truly kind and wise man and establish a medical ninja way that was greater than the slogan of the ninja clan. This was how he needed to deceive the 6 paths sage by using his righteousness. After all, the 6 paths sage cannot be judged by common sense. Before Emi Yashiera was truly sure that he could contend with the sage of 6 paths, he would never choose to make contact with him rashly. He had never even seen the sage of 6 paths. The 6 paths sage always wanted to meet Emi Yashiera during his lifetime. However, Shiera Emiya had never appeared in front of him. Even when Gamamaru, the friend of the 6 paths sage, took the initiative to invite him, Shiera Emiya refused on the grounds of curing illnesses and saving lives. It was not until the death of the 6 paths sage that Emi Yashiera chose to take the risk and steal his body. This was the only contact between Emi Yashiera and the 6 paths sage. Even Emi Yashiera took action without hesitation to resolve the future troubles. He destroyed the shinobi clan for the sake of the world, and then chose to repent and revive the shinobi clan because of Ashura's words. This was certainly to deceive Black Zetsu, but even more so to deceive the 6 paths sage. Emi Yashiera is dead. After Emi Yashiera's death, his chakra became strong enough to allow his soul to wander freely between the pure land of the underworld and the gap between life and death. Emi Yashiera's soul has observed the residual chakra of the 6 paths sage drifting between life and death more than once, but he has never chosen to get close to it, and is even worried about being noticed. Occasionally, he will take the initiative to help the souls troubled here to be freed and return to the underworld. Sometimes, Emi Yashiera felt that he was a good person. From ancient times to this era, facing anyone's questioning, Emi Yashiera could say with a clear conscience that he had never done a bad thing. Even the good deeds done by the 6 paths sage and his descendants combined were far less than what he had done. Sometimes killing someone. It just plays the role of punishing evil when order is in chaos. After all, Shiera Emiya doesn't think of himself as a good person. When some evil people jump on his face, they must be dissatisfied with their life and want to be reborn as a human being. For any reason, what Emi Yashiera did should not arouse the 6 paths sage's vigilance, but he still needed to be extra careful. After all, Shi Emiya was originally a time traveler. As a time traveler, in this strange world, it is never too careful. He needs to think of a way to test the 6 paths sage one last time to see if he would be worried about an ancient man like him doing something trivial 1,000 years later. Between 1,000 arms pillars. This person whose life is about to come to an end. He is also the most suitable person to test the 6 paths sage's intentions. If the sage of 6 paths was worried about himself, a person who possessed the power of the 6 paths, and intervened in the real world, he would definitely save Hashirama Senju when he was on the verge of death. If the sage of 6 paths was indifferent to everything in the real world and only focused on the resurrection of Kagaya Tsutsuki, then Hashirama Senju would just die of old age. Of course. Judging from the condition of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konoha is still full of energy and does not look like he is at the end of his life at all. When Shijin Emiya arrived at Hashirama Senju's house, he saw Hashirama Senju playing dice with a white and fat little girl. There were mets on the ground. Senju Hashirama sat cross-legged very straight. The first Hokage looked serious, even more serious than when he fought Uchiha Madara, and he held a pair of dice tightly in his hands. Tsunade, should I press the big one or the small one? Well, The little girl sitting opposite Hashirama Senju was also very serious. She bit her fingers with her little teeth and looked conflicted before she took her New Year's money aside. Big. Then I'll open it. Senju Hashirama opened the dice cup with one hand. There is only one dot on the 3 dice below the dice cup. 3 to 1, little one. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he was very satisfied to win against the kid. Ha 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 ha. Tsuna, you lost again. Grandpa cheated. The little girl pouted in dissatisfaction. Grandpa didn't cheat. Senju Hashirama spread out his hands, indicating that he had done nothing, and rubbed her forehead with a giggle. Xiao Gang, as long as you are at the gambling table, you have to accept any result, because we chose to gamble, and if we lose, we can only accept the loss. But I never won once. The little girl looked a little angry, and was very dissatisfied with Senju Hashirama's gambling skills. I have been learning for a long time, and the sound of the dice is obviously small, so why do I still lose? Maybe it's a matter of luck. There was a look of great satisfaction on Hashirama Senju's face. Because Hashirama Senju knew that he did not cheat, when he gambled with his little granddaughter, he found that his luck was always unusually good. For a person who loves gambling, there is nothing more joyful than encountering an opponent with extremely bad luck. But little Tsunade, who had extremely bad luck, seemed to be in a bad mood too. Senju Hashirama knew his granddaughter very well. He picked up a stack of money on the mat and handed it to little Tsunade. He said with a smile, "This is the money that Grandpa lends you. I won't charge you any interest. Now that you have money, do you want to continue playing?" "Play." Little Tsunade immediately started counting the money with a smile on her face. When Senju Tobirama saw this scene, his expression changed unpredictably, sometimes becoming very ugly, and sometimes becoming somewhat relieved. As the brother whom he has admired since childhood, Senju Tobirama does not want to see his eldest brother being so dishonest when taking care of the children. However, Senju Tobirama also knows that his eldest brother's life is coming to an end, and he does not want to disturb his eldest brother's only pleasure. Okay. When Hashirama Senju noticed someone appearing, he turned around and saw Tobirama Senju and Shiera Emiya, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Is Lord Emiya back?" Senju Hashirama was quite happy when he saw Emiya Shiera. They had often met in various places in the ninja world in the past 10 years and were old friends who knew each other well. Senju Hashirama quickly called Emiya Shiera to sit over and introduced the little girl sitting opposite him. "This is Tsunade, my granddaughter." Senju Hashirama secretly looked at Tsunade, who was still counting money, and whispered in Emiya Shiera's ear, "Tsunade has bad luck. If you gamble with her, you will definitely win." After saying this, Hashirama Senju enthusiastically invited Shiera Emiya to join the gambling game. "Mr. Emiya, would you like to gamble? You will be very happy if you win money." "Brother." Senju Tobirama looked at his elder brother helplessly. "This kind of thing. Just think about it and you will know that it is impossible. How could a big shot like Emiya Shiera gamble?" According to the information that Tobirama Senju secretly received over the years, Emiya Shiera only did 3 things during his travels in the ninja world: searching for the remains of the sacred tree, curing illnesses and saving lives, and writing medical records. This kind of people. How could he develop such a bad habit? Finally, after making dumplings for more than 40 chapters, I can finally dip them in vinegar. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Little Tsunade meets Emiya Shiera for the first time. Chapter 48, Little Tsunade meets Emiya Shiera for the first time. Feel sorry. I'm not interested in that. Just as Senju Tobirama expected, Emiya Shiera rejected Senju Hashirama and even refused to accept a task that was refreshed on his task list. D-rank commission, win against Tsunade once at the gambling table. Shiera Emiya's commission list is always in the status of uncompleted commissions, 2/3, and he can only accept 1 more commission at most. In order to avoid mistakes, Emi Yashiera never dared to accept any commissions randomly, such as a commission to let Shimura Danzo take the blame. When he was in the Land of Iron, Emi Yashiera tried to take on a commission and let Shimura Danzo take the blame as a punishment for Shimura Danzo deceiving him. As a result, it took a lot of time to complete, which forced Emi Yashiera to be cautious. Of course. The most important is, Emi Yashiera didn't quite believe in his luck either. As a time traveler, his luck was so bad that he traveled to the ancient times more than 1,000 years ago. He tried every possible means to use the Six-Path Sage and Black Zetsu to carve out a way to rebirth. What if I can't defeat Tsunade and have to stay in the ninja world for a D-rank commission? That would be really fun. What if I win against Tsunade when I try to play, and then I take a D-rank commission, and then I lose all the time at the gambling table, and I still can't win against Tsunade until I defeat Kagaya Otsutsuki? That would be even more fun. A mastermind planned for 1,000 years just to complete a commission and leave the ninja world, but it was ultimately destroyed by 3 small dice. If this happened, it would be devastating. After counting the money, Tsunade-chan looked at Shiera Emiya curiously. "You're not interested in gambling?" "Because there are more interesting things to do in this world." Shiera Emiya's gaze fell on little Tsunade. His eyes were still dead, but even this dead silence could not conceal the brilliance in him. When anyone sees Shiera Emiya, it seems that they can see compassion and kindness on his face from every angle. This kind of brilliance cannot be concealed even by the body of reincarnation. "Xiao Gang, let me introduce you." Senju Hashirama put away the dice cup, chuckled and asked his little granddaughter, "Do you still remember the stories that Grandpa and Grandma told you every bedtime?" The story of Lord Emi Yashiera. A light suddenly appeared in Tsunade's eyes. As a child who has not yet grown up, she is most interested in bedtime stories, especially the stories told by Hashirama Senju, which are very much to her liking. How could a 5-year-old girl not like a fairy tale like happy and perfect ending, especially when little Tsunade is feeling sad because the relatives of the people in the bedtime story have fallen seriously ill and passed away one after another, and the remaining people are also becoming ill and dying and can only struggle in pain and wait for death. The real protagonist of the story, Shiera Emiya, will appear to save people from the painful diseases and save one village after another that is heading for destruction. Of course. Hashirama Senju's bedtime story is relatively simple. For little Tsunade, it can only be considered a bedtime dessert. In comparison, the story told by Uzumaki Mito is more complex and more fascinating. Because the stories of Uzumaki Mito are often mixed with some strange things, and even the image of Emi Yashiera is more three-dimensional than the story of Senju Hashirama, and the content of the story is also extremely real. Even when someone in the story questions Emi Yashiera's medical skills, it will cause little Tsunade's anger. Undoubtedly. This kind of story is also more attractive. In particular, the protagonist of the Uzumaki Mito story, Emi Yashiera, would have a slug-like slug hanging from his shoulder, and would descend on a suffering village like a god in a cart pulled by a 9-tailed fox larger than their house. A humble young man with excellent medical skills. A cute little slug who is always helpful. A 9-tailed fox that is sometimes well-behaved and sometimes angry, just like a pet. The little girl listened with gusto to the story of the strange and cute team's journey in the ninja world. Even when the 9-tailed fox was worried that its size would scare the patients and wanted to be sealed up, Emi Yashiera thought that this would restrict its freedom and gave up. In the end, the 9-tailed fox had to leave the team, and this incident made her sad for a long time. This kind of story, which implies truth, goodness, and beauty and is also interesting, is perfect for coaxing a naive 5-year-old girl. It also makes the little girl very envious. The protagonist of the story, Emi Yashiera, is highly admirable. The little girl also dreams of becoming a medical ninja like Emi Yashiera. We tell her stories about Lord Emiya every day. Senju Hashirama recalled his childhood and said with a smile, "Tsuna is just like me when I was a child." After listening to Lord Emiya's story, he also wanted to become a medical ninja. And she has begun to refine chakra. Your chakra control is even better than when I was a kid. Senju Hashirama was very happy to praise his granddaughter in front of Emiya Shiera, imagining that his childhood dream would come true in his younger generation. Maybe Tsuna is better than me, and may really become an excellent medical ninja in the future. I will. Tsunade stood up angrily. She thought her great-grandfather was looking down on her. She didn't even care that the money in her arms was scattered all over the floor. I won't give up like my great-grandfather. I will become the most powerful medical ninja, like Lord Emiya Shiera. Endure the pain that the world can't endure, and work hard to save the world's people who can't get rid of pain. Shiera Emiya was silent for a while, staring at the little guy in front of him, and suddenly said, I will stay in Konoha during this time. If you have anything you want to ask, you can come and ask me. What? Senju Hashirama looked at Emiya Shiera with some surprise. Senju Tobirama was not surprised by this. Because Senju Tobirama understands Emiya Shiera's character. This ancient medical ninja never cared about teaching his medical knowledge to the world. He would carefully summarize all the cases and treatment plans. Even Emiya Shiera's treatment plans are all available to ordinary medical ninjas. Over the course of 10 years, whenever Senju Tobirama sent people to contact them, the people who came back would bring back a pile of case scrolls. Those case scrolls filled up an entire secret room, and they were all the precious treasures he wanted to leave to the world. Such a pity. These case scrolls are not of interest to Senju Tobirama. Shiera Emiya would only take the initiative to share knowledge about medical ninjas, but was never willing to share knowledge that could be used to improve ninja combat effectiveness. I'm Emiya Shiera. Emiya Shiera introduced himself, stood up in front of Tsunade's stunned eyes, and stretched out his hand to the little guy seriously, I'm a medical ninja. Little Tsunade stared with her big eyes in disbelief. This moment. It turns out that Emiya is so serious and solemn. This made little Tsunade so slow that she didn't know how to react. She could only stare blankly at Emiya Shiera's appearance and stretch out her chubby little hand like him. My name is Tsunade. There was still some confusion and shock on Tsunade's face. She still couldn't believe that the person she saw was Shigenori Emiya, the protagonist of her daily bedtime story. Senju Hashirama's expression also became extremely serious. Even the usually indifferent and casual Senju Tobirama couldn't help but become serious. This scene. Maybe they will never forget it. In their eyes, they witnessed with their own eyes a great man who founded the medical ninja system 1,000 years ago. After 1,000 years across life and death and time, he sincerely recognized a child's dream and passed on his beliefs and will to the future. Of course. They wouldn't know anyway. Whether it is the crystal coffin of the Senju clan or the spare crystal coffin of the wet bone forest, they have actually always been prepared for Tsunade. This little girl. He has always been the only person who could enter the crystal coffin into the ninja world. If Tobirama Senju had not risked using the impure world reincarnation technique to summon Shiera Emiya in advance, Tsunade would have been the one destined to unveil Shiera Emiya's crystal coffin to the world. Even at this moment. The person who holds the second crystal coffin. It's still her. Please read it. Asking for a monthly ticket. Thanks to Manon. Without the reward from the big guys, I can't type that word. I saw someone said it was a typo. Both imitation and copying can be used. I changed my computer and used the built-in input method. The computer automatically inputs all the information as if. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Orochimaru. Chapter 49 Orochimaru. Little Tsunade doesn't understand the future. Now little Tsunade just feels very happy. Because she really likes medicine. There are things in the world that are as enjoyable as gambling. Although the appearance of Shiera Emiya reduced the time she spent gambling with her great-grandfather, his appearance made her childhood happier. After Shiera Emiya returned to Konoha, he would come to check on Hashirama Senju's health every day. Little Tsunade could see Shiera Emiya every day. She liked to sneak behind Shiera Emiya and follow him to Konoha Hospital, and stroll around the streets of Konoha to buy chestnut juice together. End. Emiya Shiera is the same as the protagonist of the story, even more attractive than the protagonist in my great-grandfather's stories. After all, compared to Hashirama Senju, who is always unreliable in front of his little granddaughter, Emiya Shiera's image is really too likable for children. Emiya Shiera is very serious when it comes to treating patients. He doesn't look approachable, but his words always show his consideration for the patients. If the patient does not understand what he says, Shiera Emiya will try his best to make the patient understand as much as possible when describing the disease. Even though Shiera Emiya's attitude towards the ninjas was very cold, and he looked like he didn't like this era, he inadvertently revealed that he had a warm heart, especially towards children. He was gentle in a way that ordinary people could hardly imagine. On the way to Konoha Hospital, little Tsunade moved her short legs to keep up with Emiya Shiera's deliberately slow pace, muttering about how the journey between her home and the Konoha Hospital was too long for a child. It feels so far away today. Emiya Shiera lowered his eyes and glanced at her. I'm not tired, I can still walk. Little Tsunade felt that Emiya Shiera's expression was a little cold. She was afraid that this medical ninja whom she admired would think that her will was not strong enough and would hate her. She was so scared that she tried to wave her little hands to indicate that she could continue walking. Emiya Shiera silently stretched out his hands to lift up the little girl's body, and let her sit on his shoulders in front of little Tsunade's surprised gaze. Little Tsunade was somewhat surprised to find that she could see farther when sitting on Emiya Shiera's shoulders. Master Emiya, this place is so high. Is this where the slug in the story sat? Ah! Emiya Shiera was always serious. He just nodded calmly. When the slug can't keep up, it will sit on your shoulders. Little Tsunade touched her chubby face and couldn't help but think of the future. I want to raise a slug in the future. Ah! Emiya Shiera just hummed. Little Tsunade curiously discovered that Emiya Shiera's walking speed had increased, and the gentle breeze made her blink her eyes. Can I learn a lot today too? Ah! Can I have sweet grape juice today? No. That's for the sick. Shiera Emiya rejected the little guy's suggestion, but made another suggestion. After studying today, you can drink some chestnut juice. Well. Tsunade puffed her lips. When Emiya Shiera brought little Tsunade to the Konoha Hospital, it no longer aroused the patient's curiosity. Both the medical ninjas and the patients thought that Emiya Shiera was teaching students. So similar. They are so much like teacher and student. The 5-year-old Tsunade has already mastered some medical ninjutsu and can help treat some simple scrapes and bumps from time to time. Of course. Little Tsunade still has a lot to learn. This little guy always stays by Shiera Emiya's side, watching him talk to his patients and explain the distressing illnesses in a way that everyone can understand. Your own resistance is more useful than any medicine. This disease will cause your body to produce corresponding antibodies, and you will not be attacked by this disease in the future. Some diseases that occur in people are like an emergency fire in the house. In order to put out the fire in the house, we will try to put out the fire with water. From now on, we will always have a water tank at home to prevent fires. Antibodies are like a water tank full of water prepared for firefighting. We don't have to worry about being troubled by this disease in the future. So handsome. There were stars in little Tsunade's eyes. Although she didn't quite understand what antibodies and diseases were, she already understood that the relationship between the two was as contradictory as water and fire. It was not until the sun went down that Tsunade felt hungry and grabbed Emiya Shiera's sleeve. Master Emiya, when can we go eat? I want to drink some thick and sweet chestnut juice. Emiya Shiera reached out and rubbed her head. This man seems to be a little taciturn in his spare time, but he always keeps his word and never goes back on his word when he promised Tsunade. Only, there was a little incident when they left the hospital. A handsome little boy with long hair was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The reason for treatment was food poisoning and the situation seemed somewhat critical. Only, this situation is a minor problem for Konoha Hospital. After all, if it can't even solve such a small problem, this Konoha Hospital probably won't have to continue operating. A medical ninja from Konoha Hospital quickly induced vomiting in the little boy, saving him from the brink of pain. Emi Yashiera led Tsunade calmly past the nervous parents, and heard the voice of the long-haired little boy. Just regular beans and green peppers. Can it make the body so weak? Really? The little boy's mother seemed helpless with her child. Orochimaru, you can't always do these weird experiments secretly in the kitchen. Okay. The little boy's father was also a little helpless. He would not scold his child, but just made a suggestion: let's add a new poisonous recipe to the kitchen. Kidney beans and green peppers cannot be mixed together. Emi Yashiera stopped, squatted down and said a few words to little Tsunade. Just as the medical ninja who was participating in the first aid in the corridor was recording that kidney beans and green peppers mixed together were poisonous, little Tsunade suddenly ran in. It's not because of the mixture of kidney beans and green peppers. It must be because the beans were not cooked. If beans and vegetables are not cooked, some strange things will accumulate in the dishes, which will cause food poisoning. A group of people looked at the chubby little girl in surprise. Especially the weak little boy lying on the chair, looking at the chubby little girl running out, a hint of surprise flashed in his narrow eyes. There are people who know more than him. Even this person is about the same age as him. As a child who has been very curious about unknown things since childhood, Orochimaru was accidentally admitted to the hospital along with his family due to his mother's dark cooking. From that day on, he discovered that there was something in the world that could make him as weak as adults who were taller and stronger than him, and the little guy's curiosity was aroused. This stuff is amazing. It is possible for a child to defeat an adult. Orochimaru was very curious about how many such things existed in the world that could make a 5-year-old like himself and a group of adults as weak. Children are exposed to very few things, and the first food poisoning came from the dark cuisine in the kitchen, so some vegetables in the kitchen undoubtedly became the first batch of experimental materials, so Orochimaru tried to cook by himself. If the experiment fails, it proves that there is no problem with the food, and Orochimaru can use it to serve the meal to his parents, in exchange for their praise and compliments. If the experiment is successful, Orochimaru had to go to the hospital. However, Orochimaru discovered another possibility on Tsunade today. The experimental results of making poisonous food may not be completely accurate. There is also a kind of knowledge in the world that can find out what is poisonous more quickly and directly. Unfortunately, the little boy didn't have time to say a word. The little boy watched the chubby blonde girl walk out of the crowd and leave the hospital holding the hand of a young man. Tsunade-chan can even remember this kind of knowledge. A medical ninja quickly modified the medical record scroll in his hand and praised Tsunade's intelligence. She is worthy of being taught by Lord Emiya himself. Tsunade-chan? Lord Emiya? Orochimaru raised his eyes slightly. These two somewhat unfamiliar names appeared in his world for the first time. He looked at the backs of little Tsunade and the young man as they left. That young man. The setting sun casts a dark shadow. It also left the first dark and rich ink color in the little boy's heart. I have to say this up front. I like Orochimaru and Sasuke. And the group. Because whenever I torture Danzo-sama, the reader will always be very interested. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Tsunade wins the bet. Chapter 50 Tsunade wins the bet. Master Emiya is amazing. Little Tsunade was still praising Emiya Shiera's rich knowledge. Shiera Emiya did not answer, nor did he ask Tsunade anything. He did not even look back when he took Tsunade out of Konoha Hospital. Orochimaru. This truly chosen one. Before Orochimaru was born, In his previous life, Emi Yashiera, who knew the history of the ninja world, had already chosen him. If Tsunade is the person chosen by Shiera Emiya to take charge of the crystal coffin, then Orochimaru is the person chosen by Shiera Emiya to make use of the crystal coffin in the end. Orochimaru is a true genius. Even though Orochimaru was only a 5-year-old boy in Konoha during this period, he had already shown his terrifying potential. At the age of 5, this little guy has already begun to try to defeat adults by using toxic substances produced by food without any guidance. Obvious. This child has a very clear logical thinking and is very curious about knowledge. In the future he will try to master the complicated Konoha forbidden techniques. The art of reincarnation from dirty soil. It will definitely be within Orochimaru's target. When Orochimaru masters the impure world reincarnation technique, it will also be the moment when the crystal coffin left behind by Emi Yashiera 1,000 years ago reaches its destination. Even the crystal coffin in the wet bone forest is very special. That was carefully designed by Shiera Emiya to suit Orochimaru. If the crystal coffin of the Senju clan is just the bait left by Shiera Emiya in the ninja world, then the crystal coffin in the wet bone forest will be the last hope for Shiera Emiya's resurrection. Same. Orochimaru is too smart. Shiyuan Emiya did not want to appear in front of Orochimaru. If he communicated too much with Orochimaru, it would inevitably arouse Orochimaru's suspicion when he grew up. Emi Yashiera will not have any direct contact with Orochimaru to prevent the grown-up Orochimaru from realizing that his resurrection is a huge conspiracy. Even though Emi Yashiera was resurrected through the impure world reincarnation in this era and lived a prosperous life in this era, he would not think that he was safe. He still needed to leave a backup plan for his true resurrection on Orochimaru. Tsunade, Danzo Shimura, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those people who will have a bond with Orochimaru in the future will have a deep impression of him in this era and will remember his kindness to them. When the genius Orochimaru truly grows up, these people will be strung together into a long thread of fate, surrounding Orochimaru at all times and influencing his life. That guy is so stupid. Little Tsunade had no idea that she would come into contact with Orochimaru again in the future. She kept on talking about Orochimaru's past. When I came here with my grandfather before, I saw him come to the hospital because he ate something wrong. Tsunade. Shiera Emiya patted little Tsunade's head and taught her, if we don't like someone, we should tell him in person instead of saying bad things about him behind his back. Is that so? Tsunade nodded and then whispered back, but I don't think that guy is bad. He's just a little stupid. He's always sent to the hospital because of food poisoning. Emi Yashiera fell silent for a moment. Should I get her eyesight checked? In this ninja world, everyone can say that Orochimaru is particularly bad, or even that he is a bit of a loser, but it is impossible to say that Orochimaru is stupid. Ugh! I heard he's pretty much the same as me. Little Tsunade couldn't help but sigh at a young age, worrying about her future classmates. I will also go to school this year. Will he be my classmate? I hope he will become smarter in the future, otherwise he will definitely be bullied, and I may have to protect him. Emiya originally thought that there was something wrong with the impure world body's hearing. Could Orochimaru be so stupid as to be fooled? It would take me 1,000 years to deceive Orochimaru. Who else in the ninja world can deceive Orochimaru? If Orochimaru doesn't deceive people in the future, he will be a man of high moral character. But kindness is to be encouraged. It just so happens that little Tsunade won't be hurt by this kindness. Shiera Emiya picked up little Tsunade and placed her on his shoulder, taking her all the way to Konoha's commercial street. He did not discourage little Tsunade's mood. Today you can choose to drink a glass of sugarcane juice, which is sweeter than chestnut juice. Why? Little Tsunade touched her own baby teeth curiously. Remember to clean your teeth after drinking. Emi Yashiera's voice remained calm, as if he was just acting casually, and he did not answer why he rewarded this little guy. Emi Yasama is the best. Little Tsunade cheered and hugged Emi Yashiera's forehead. Emi Yashiera pulled away the small hand that was blocking his view and asked again, "Are you going to gamble with Hashirama again after we go back today?" Bet. Tsunade's attitude was very firm. This little guy has been led astray by the unreliable elders in the family. Although Emi Yashiera's teaching is her favorite part of life, for little Tsunade, gambling with her grandfather is also the most comfortable entertainment. When Emi Yashiera was taking little Tsunade home after buying sugarcane juice, he suddenly saw the little Jiraiya he had seen when he returned to Konoha, smiling and happily chatting with an adult woman who was at least 20 years older than him. The little guy's smile was so happy that it was a little strange. It seems. Maybe it's a talent. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. In Emi Yashiera's past life, the famous Konoha Sunin were truly gifted, and they all chose their favorite paths so early. I will definitely beat Grandpa today. Little Tsunade clenched her little fists with confidence. As a gambling genius, she had mastered various gambling methods at the age of 5, from the simplest dice size to the most troublesome gambling card methods. Little Tsunade was thinking about changing the method today. She felt that she would definitely win today. Emi Yashiera just sighed. He really didn't know what to say about Tsunade's luck. At Hashirama Senju's house, little Tsunade immediately wanted to reopen the gambling game ambitiously. "Grandpa, I must win today." "Ha ha ha ha, okay, I believe it." Senju Hashirama laughed and took his little granddaughter off Emi Yashiera's shoulders, but he took out a pendant from his hand first. But Senju Hashirama's palms suddenly clenched into fists as if performing magic, and then suddenly opened their palms. "Grandpa wants to give you a gift first." As he spoke, a pendant suddenly appeared in the palm of Senju Hashirama's hand. On it was a crystal clear emerald green gem, which did not look like an ordinary object. Little Tsunade watched as Hashirama Senju hung the pendant around her neck and held the gem on the pendant with joy. "This is so beautiful, is it for me?" "Of course it's for Tsuna." Senju Hashirama patted her head with a smile, and told the little girl to spread the mat and start gambling. "Go and get ready, I have prepared a lot of money today." "It is good." Little Tsunade excitedly set up the mat and prepared to start gambling. However, something is strange in the yard today. The always very busy Senju Tobirama was also here, as were Uzumaki Mito and their children, and everyone looked a little worried. Around this house, in addition to the Hokage guards who were always in charge of guarding, there were many more Enbu ninjas inside and outside. It seems. Emi Yashiuan glanced at Senju Hashirama meaningfully, then looked at Senju Tobirama who had a heavy expression on his face. "We will stay here as guests tonight." Senju Tobirama turned his head away with an unpleasant look on his face, and his usually indifferent voice was mixed with a hint of uneasiness and pain. "I only hope I can still come to visit Big Brother tomorrow. The time is almost up." Hashirama Senju's life is finally coming to an end. However, there was no sign of dying on the face of the first Hokage. He was still walking around the gambling table with full of energy. The table was piled with all his savings. He was still shouting at little Tsunade to open the market. 4, 6, 6, big. Xiao Gang, I lost again. 3, 1, 1, small. Xiao Gang, I win again. Hateful. The amount of money in front of little Tsunade kept decreasing, and the little guy's mouth bulged and pouted higher and higher, as if he was about to explode by his own gambling luck. Xiao Gang. This is the last one. As long as you can win this time, all the debts you owed will be written off, and all the money here will belong to you. Really? Greedy stars immediately popped up in little Tsunade's eyes. If she wins this time, she can make a lot of money, and she won't have to worry about the gambling money when she and her great-grandfather gamble in the future. Maybe I can even proudly lend money to my great-grandfather. But well, interest rates still need to be considered. Little Tsunade already understood that interest can make money. She touched her chin and imagined what kind of arrogant posture she would put on when she won the bet. When she counted the money, her wrist accidentally touched the gem on her chest. Okay. For the sake of the gift. She can also choose not to charge interest from her great-grandfather. Wow! The dice in the dice cup kept ringing. Little Tsunade blinked her eyes, staring closely at Hashirama Senju's movements, and listened to the sound of the dice, fearing that she would miss out on a huge sum of wealth. Small. Little Tsunade has chosen the side she is betting on. Okay, okay. Then I can only choose the big one. Senju Hashirama nodded with a smile and opened the dice cup. 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. The dice in the dice cup show 3 decimals. Ha 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 ha, I win. Tsunade arrogantly grabbed the coins on the gambling table and counted the bills in her hand unscrupulously. Even her posture of counting money looked particularly skillful. Senju Hashirama watched his little granddaughter counting money with a smile, but at this moment his body slowly fell down and fell on the mat in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Grandpa! Grandpa! Little Tsunade looked on in shock as Hashirama Senju fell down. The great-grandfather who had protected her like a god was in an unprecedented state of distress, and her small mind couldn't even figure out what was happening at that moment. Finally! It has started. Today is almost 6,000 words again. After all, I have to bid farewell to the first generation. Please continue reading and give me your monthly vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 The Secret of the Pure Land in the Underworld. Chapter 51 The Secret of the Pure Land in the Underworld. Big Brother. Hashirama. Father. Great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. The people present were all somewhat frightened and panicked. Even though they had anticipated this, they were still distressed when they saw Hashirama Senju fall down, and they rushed forward to lift his body. The only one who was closest to her was little Tsunade, who was completely frightened by the sudden fall of her elder. She stared blankly with tears in her eyes as everyone lifted up their great-grandfather. Don't be afraid, Tsuna. Senju Hashirama could feel that the fire of his life was about to go out, but he still had that kind and gentle smile on his face as he comforted his most beloved granddaughter. I played for too long today and I'm a little sleepy, so I want to take a nap. Tsunade. This is his favorite child. Even inherited his childhood dream. Ever since Hashirama Senju returned to Konoha to take care of the child, he has been with the little guy. During this time, he has been spending a lot of time and effort trying to give the little guy a gift, hoping that the gift will be able to accompany the little guy instead of himself in the future. The gemstone on the pendant. It contains the wood-style chakra of Hashirama Senju. Take her away. Emi Yashiera gave the order in a calm voice. I do not go. Little Tsunade tried hard to hold on to Hashirama Senju's arm, crying in her throat, Master Emi, please don't chase me away, I want to accompany my great-grandfather. Little Tsunade vaguely understood something. There must be something wrong with my great-grandfather's health. Because at this time, Emi Yashiera's attitude was like rescuing dying patients in Konoha Hospital. His great-grandfather was a dying patient. Although Lord Emiya is the most powerful medical ninja. Lord Emiya can cure all diseases in this world. But Lord Emiya cannot save everyone. Little Tsunade has seen some elderly people on their deathbed and heard the sorrowful cries of their family members. She still doesn't understand why Lord Emiya didn't save them. She couldn't understand Lord Emiya's answer, because their lives were coming to an end and heading towards death. Death. It was never a disease. No matter how skilled a person is at medicine, it is impossible to keep a person alive forever. Witnessing the death of a human being is something a medical ninja must get used to. But little Tsunade still couldn't understand. The only thing Tsunade could understand was the family members who cried so hard in Konoha Hospital. She finally knew why those people cried so sadly. Little Tsunade cried and hugged Senju Hashirama's arms tightly. Even though her little face was dirty from crying, she refused to leave and even struggled desperately when Uzumaki Mito picked her up. "I won't leave, I won't leave. Mr. Emiya." Senju Tobirama clenched his fists, suppressing his inner sadness. He dug his fingers into his flesh to let his reason always prevail. He said in a deep voice, "Let Tsunade stay. If Big Brother really does, at least there is someone to accompany him. After all, my eldest brother loves her the most. Maybe I want to talk to Tsunade." When Senju Tobirama said this, his brows were tightly furrowed, because he also learned the last words that Senju Hashirama left for them in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Senju Hashirama called his family. The first Hokage told them his last words, hoping that everyone could accept his death calmly, but he omitted little Tsunade, who was taken away by Emi Yashiera. Because Hashirama Senju believed that he could still live until the evening, he wanted to spend his last moments with his most beloved child. In the afternoon, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama also reached an agreement. When Hashirama Senju was on the verge of death, only Emi Yashiera stayed by his side, telling him the secret of the Pure Land in the underworld and trying to make a final effort. Hashirama Senju had already accepted the fact that he would die, but was ultimately persuaded by his younger brother. At this moment, Senju Tobirama suddenly found an opportunity. He realized that perhaps he could take the opportunity to let little Tsunade stay with Emi Yashiera and Senju Hashirama, so as to obtain the secret of the Pure Land of the underworld. As long as I know this secret, maybe it can be used to save my brother's life. Even in the worst-case scenario, I can study more forbidden techniques from the secrets of the netherworld to fight against Uchiha Madara, who may come back at any time. No. Shiera Emiya was silent for a while, looked at the crying little Tsunade, and calmly said a lie, "Tsunade is the least suitable person to stay." To Emi Yashiera, "Perhaps little Tsunade is the best person to stay. Once Tsunade learns the secret of the Pure Land of the underworld, she will most likely become a chess piece in his hands, and may even become a chess piece of Black Zetsu in the future." However, for a child, the truth of the world is very cruel. The worldview that has not yet grown will completely collapse, and the future will most likely move towards extreme darkness. I want to stay and accompany my great-grandfather. Little Tsunade was still crying and refused to leave. She held on to Hashirama Senju's arm and refused to let go. She even sobbed, "Lord Emiya, don't chase me away. I won't disturb you from saving Grandpa. Mr. Emiya." There was a hint of pleading in Hashirama Senju's eyes. At the last moment of his life, he couldn't bear to see his little granddaughter crying like this, and he also couldn't bear that this was really the last time he saw her. "Then let her stay." Emi Yashiera was silent for a while, then raised his finger and a pitch-black curse seal fell on her forehead, which turned into a small diamond. The natural energy within this curse seal was so enormous that it overflowed, causing little Tsunade to be unable to bear it and fall into a deep sleep. "Tsunade is fine." Senju Tobirama stopped a group of people. Senju Tobirama knew that Emi Yashiera would never harm anyone, let alone a child. He even knew that Emi Yashiera's cursed seal energy would be more beneficial to Tsunade's future growth. "Isn't Tsunade suitable?" Senju Tobirama's brows furrowed even more tightly, a light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly asked back, "Then who is the most suitable person to stay? If you can bear it." Emi Yashiera thought for less than a second, and as if he understood what Senju Tobirama meant, his eyes slowly dropped, "You can also stay with us." Senju Tobirama finally nodded with satisfaction. "Sister-in-law." Senju Tobirama's gaze fell on Uzumaki Mito, and an apologetic look appeared on his face. "I'll leave the rest to you." "I understand." Uzumaki Mito nodded with a heavy expression. As Uzumaki Mito raised her finger, a ball of golden chakra light suddenly emerged from her body and enveloped her entire body, and she entered the Nine Tails chakra mode. This was discussed by Tobirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki. In order to prevent other people from knowing the news, the Konoha sensing team, led by Uzumaki Mito, who has the strongest perception ability, will guard the area around this house. For a wife, it is undoubtedly a painful thing to be unable to stay by her husband's bedside before his death. However, Hashirama Senju also had to say goodbye to Uzumaki Mito in advance because of this. Everyone in the house was out. Only Hashirama Senju was lying on the bed, Tobirama Senju was standing beside the bed, and Tsunade was sleeping soundly while holding Hashirama's arm. This is the greatest secret in the Pure Land of the Underworld. Emi Yashiera looked at Senju Hashirama and said in a dull voice, if other people knew about this, perhaps they would no longer be in awe of death, nor would they respect their own short lives. It seems that ninjas rarely fear death. Senju Hashirama replied with a smile. He thought this theory was a bit strange. But what if they no longer value relationships? Emi Yashiera's words suddenly changed Senju Hashirama's expression. If they no longer cherish everything in this world, no longer cherish their relatives in this world, because the existence of the Pure Land of the Underworld has turned all the people in the ninja world into monsters who completely choose to ignore time, life, and emotions, then is there any meaning for the world to exist? Senju Hashirama's expression suddenly changed. The Pure Land of the Underworld is a special existence. Emi Yashiera raised his fingers, his voice was somewhat calm and indifferent, as if he was recalling the past of his soul in the underworld. It's a world of nothingness out there. No matter how much a person's soul does in the netherworld after death, no trace will be left. The human soul can only remain constant at the same time forever. Perhaps the human soul has spent a long time in the Pure Land, but it is only a moment. Perhaps the human soul has only been in the Pure Land for a moment, but it may have already spent 1,000 years. But the human soul is imperceptible. Time. This is a luxury concept in the Pure Land. Only those beings with extremely strong power can have the concept of time, and can truly perceive the eternal meaning of the underworld in death. This existence. It has transcended the concepts of life and death. So it's not an exaggeration to call him a god in the legend. 6 Paths Immortal. Senju Tobirama said the name with a heavy expression. Because in Emi Yashiera's words, only one person's image fits Emi Yashiera's description, the 6 Paths sage who was once hailed as a god. The reincarnation of the impure world. Only when you come to this world do you have a sense of how much time has passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 You are not worth mentioning in front of the 6 immortals. Chapter 52 You are nothing in front of the sage of 6 paths. Emi Yashiera did not answer. Because this is the answer that anyone can think of. But if Senju Tobirama could react in time, this intelligent ninja must have noticed another thing. Shiera Emiya, who was once in the Pure Land of the Underworld, knew the concept of time. Emi Yashiera. He also possesses godlike powers. However, in Emi Yashiera's description, he was like a bystander explaining the 6 Paths sage, which made Senju Tobirama unaware for a while, because Senju Tobirama was also trying to decipher the secret of the Pure Land of the Underworld. I do not quite understand. Senju Hashirama didn't quite understand what Emi Yashiera said. Because the concept of whether time exists is too profound for him, he believes that only his younger brother, Tobirama Senju, can understand it. Then let me put it another way. Emi Yashiera shook his head and stopped talking about time. Except for time. Space is also a luxury concept. After death, human souls are often alone. These souls will never know how much space they occupy in the netherworld, and they don't even know where they are. In the Pure Land of the Underworld, their obsessions at the time of death will be liberated, and they will be able to trace the souls that resonate with each other, but they will never know which area of the underworld they are in, and will never think about these issues. Emi Yashiera paused, but no longer mentioned the secret of how the two souls came into contact in the Pure Land of the Underworld. Instead, he changed the subject and mentioned another direction. Same. Only beings like gods have the concept of space. Only God knows where he is. Only God knows where every soul belongs. He can summon a soul in the netherworld to meet him at any time, and can even use the power of a soul before it died. Tobirama Senju realized the horror of the Pure Land of the underworld. Although the souls of ordinary humans are in the Pure Land of the underworld after death, the humans there are in a daze and have no concept of time and space. What is the point? Wrong. It seems I was wrong. Because death itself is indeed a matter of losing the meaning of existence. Perhaps eternity is peace. Wrong. This is not right either. Senju Tobirama suddenly realized the problem. For ordinary people, death is certainly meaningless. So for the six-path sage who still has the concept of time and space in the Pure Land of the underworld, isn't this equivalent to the six-path sage having gained eternal life in the Pure Land of the underworld, nature? Emi Yashiera interrupted Senju Tobirama's reverie, his voice becoming somewhat deep and abyssal. God can also prevent a person's soul from entering the Pure Land of the underworld. I still don't quite understand. Senju Hashirama quickly indicated that he still didn't quite understand. Because in Senju Hashirama's view, how could a person not know where he is? How could he not find the soul of another person? Brother, shut up. Senju Tobirama interrupted his elder brother somewhat anxiously, because he already understood what Emi Yashiera meant by what he said. It was only after Senju Tobirama finished speaking that he realized that his elder brother was about to die, so he had to take the initiative to explain. Never mind. Let me explain. Senju Tobirama's eyes fell on Emi Yashiera, and he explained in a deep voice, if the six-path sage can prevent a person's soul from entering the Pure Land, then this means that the six-path sage can prevent that person from dying in this world. That's it. Shiera Emiya nodded, and raised his palm to emit a stream of emerald green chakra. For that god, as long as he can prevent a person's soul from entering the Pure Land of the underworld, then it will be very easy to prevent a person's death. For example, the gods can grant Hashirama's soul a special power. This power can allow Hashirama's soul to return to a body that is not truly dead. The power of Yang. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes and remembered the power that Emi Yashiera mentioned. I kind of understand. Senju Hashirama finally nodded. He also understood what Emi Yashiera meant. In other words, if I get the favor of the six-path sage, the six-path sage can prevent my death, and I can continue to live, right? Senju Tobirama's tense mood finally relaxed a little. The sage of six paths. After all, he is the ancestor of their clan. However, Senju Tobirama became nervous again. If the god six-path sage really exists, he even has the ability to interfere in worldly affairs. Why has he never appeared? The Senju clan. The Uchiha clan. These two major ninja clans and the small ninja clans that surrendered to them experienced a war that lasted for 1,000 years. The entire ninja world suffered heavy casualties during the Warring States period. The Sage of Six Paths. Why didn't he stop all this from happening? The Sage of Six Paths can obviously do a lot of things. He can prevent humans from dying, bring people back to life, and he will definitely bring peace to the ninja world. But the god did not make any move. However, Senju Tobirama only thought for a while and quickly found the answer for the six-path sage. If gods favor humans too easily, it might make humans lazy. Because if we get God's favor, human efforts will become a joke. When gods really exist in the world, their power can change everything. It seems that humans can get everything as long as they get the favor of gods. Naturally, they will no longer work hard. In the end, everything will only depend on gods. The funny thing is, at this moment, they still have to rely on the favor of God. The Sage of Six Paths will come to my rescue, right? Senju Tobirama raised his head and looked at Emi Yashiera, hoping that the other party would give him an answer that would not make him feel depressed. I do not know. Emi Yashiera shook his head and said calmly, "That's why I said this is the last resort to save Hashirama, because no one knows what the six-path sage is thinking. Perhaps for him, the short-lived peace you created is meaningless." Senju Tobirama slammed his fist on the wall. This kind of contempt coming from the high and mighty god really made him feel unhappy. Even though he knew that the six-path sage was the ancestor of their clan, even though he originally believed that gods should not favor humans. Should say. Gods shouldn't exist in this world. Because gods sound like beings that cannot be controlled by human power. If what Emi Yashiera said was true, then the lives of ordinary people like them, the lives of the villagers of Konoha, and the hard-earned peace since the Warring States period were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the six-path sage. This moment, Senju Tobirama somewhat hoped that Emi Yashiuan was lying. However, Tobirama Senju knew that Emi Yashiera would never lie. He knew that the other party might have learned to conceal things, but he would definitely not cheat. Perhaps only a ninja like Hashirama Senju who reveres the Sage of Six Paths would acknowledge the existence of the Sage of Six Paths. The first generation Hokage actually laughed calmly. "Ha ha ha ha! Didn't the Sage of Six Paths notice us?" "It seems to be true." Senju Hashirama struggled to sit up. He was careful not to disturb little Tsunade, and whispered to comfort his brother, "Tobirama, don't blame the Six-Path Sage, maybe we didn't do well enough." "Brother." Senju Tobirama was speechless about this. "So all I can say is, this is a plan with a very low probability of success. For you, Hashirama needs to survive, because he is needed to solve the crisis brought by Madara." Emi Yashiera's expression was somewhat normal, and he didn't care about their dispute at all. However, for a god like the Sage of Six Paths, the crisis caused by the power that Madara currently possesses is not enough for him to take a second look. Even now Uchiha Madara. There are beings who are far inferior to himself and are more worthy of the Six-Path Sage's attention. This is also the reason why Shiera Emiya hoped to use Hashirama Senju to test the Six-Path Sage. "Try it." Senju Hashirama's attitude was very frank. He smiled and said, "I would really like to meet the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Anyway, the worst outcome is just death." "Do not." Emi Yashiera shook his head, hoping that Senju Hashirama could understand the importance of this in advance. The situation may be more terrifying than death. Your soul may not be able to return to the Pure Land, but may be lost in the gap between life and death with enough obsession. Your death. It's hard to attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths. Only by letting your soul fall into the gap between life and death can you truly have a chance to gain the favor of the Sage of Six Paths. Please read it. Hitaki Kakashi's father is waiting for him between life and death. If I return to the underworld, I won't be able to see Kakashi anymore, so I'll just wait for Kakashi there. I think. If Uchiha Madara died, Senju Hashirama might not care about it anymore. Uchiha Madara is still alive. Still want to continue to destroy Konoha. I guess Hashirama Senju's obsession should be enough to stay between life and death. He has to wait until Uchiha Madara dies. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. 6 Deo Zionran asked me to bring you a chapter. Chapter 53. The Sage of Six Paths asked me to bring you a message. The gap between life and death. Senju Tobirama's expression changed, and he suddenly thought of a question: what is the gap between life and death? Could it be that the souls of the dead appear somewhere else besides returning to the Pure Land or being swallowed by the god of death? The gap between life and death is the gap between the underworld and the living world. Emi Yashiera stared at Senju Tobirama and continued softly, in that area, the souls cannot be liberated because they have obsessions in their hearts that cannot be resolved. It is an existence more desolate than the Pure Land of the underworld. Senju Tobirama frowned and fell into thought. As the developer of the Impure World reincarnation technique, Tobirama Senju vaguely understood the difference between the gap between life and death and the pure land of the underworld. He could understand what it meant for a soul to be lost and unable to be freed. Come to think of it, only the pure land is the final resting place for the dead. The gap between life and death is a worse place than the pure land. If the obsession of a dead soul cannot be relieved, it is like the most basic human desires cannot be satisfied, like the body is always in a state of hunger. It must be very painful in the interval between life and death, right? It should be an area that his impure world reincarnation technique cannot reach, because the impure world reincarnation technique can only summon the souls of the dead from the underworld. The gap between life and death. Emi Yashiera's gaze fell on Senju Hashirama's face, and he talked about the truly important point: this is also the space where the Six Paths Sage exists. It would be interesting to meet the Sage of Six Paths. A smile appeared on Senju Hashirama's face, and he made a decision without caring whether his soul would be lost. I really want to go and see the Sage of Six Paths. I want to remind you. If the plan fails, your soul will forever be between life and death. Emi Yashiera looked at Senju Hashirama and advised him earnestly, when a person dies, his obsession cannot be resolved, and his soul will become lonely and painful. It seems to be connected to both the living world and the underworld, but it is an isolated island between life and death. There is no time, no space, no past, no future. You never even know what you are doing. At that time, your soul had only one thought: to satisfy the obsession at the time of death. Only when the obsession at the time of death is satisfied, your soul will wake up. Only when the obsession is resolved can you return to the underworld as a soul of the dead. Only when you return to the pure land of the underworld can your soul be satisfied. Big brother. Senju Tobirama suddenly felt a little regretful and said in a deep voice, if it is the gap between life and death, even the impure world reincarnation technique may not be able to summon your soul. Senju Hashirama started thinking subconsciously. He ignored Senju Tobirama's persuasion and was actually thinking about what the obsession that was bothering him was. My obsession. It should be spotted, right? Senju Tobirama's expression quickly turned ugly. Big brother. What the hell are you talking about? Now that he's almost dead, why are you thinking about Uchiha Madara again? Isn't it enough to hate that guy after 10 years of hunting him down? Just talk and scold. Uchiha Madara is indeed in big trouble. Although Senju Tobirama was in a bad mood, he could only understand his elder brother's feelings. The living Uchiha Madara was his elder brother's only concern. After all, the friendship between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha was deep, having weathered the test of the Warring States period, the disintegration of going on different paths, the life and death of former best friends, and ultimately a long 10-year pursuit. So, Senju Hashirama didn't quite understand, but he knew what he should do. Now I just need to die with my obsession with Madara. Good. Emi Yashiera nodded gently and continued in a deep voice, allowing the will of the dead soul to appear in the underworld is the easiest way to contact the Sage of Six Paths. Before this, Emi Yashiera raised his palm and explained, before your life ends, before your soul leaves your body, I will place your body at the boundary between life and death, and make your consciousness appear between life and death. In short, you can die, or you can live. Your life will temporarily be in a strange state, just like the vegetative state that was once sent to Konoha Hospital, until your body actually dies. This time will be very short. Because your body is about to reach the end. Emi Yashiera frowned, hoping that Hashirama Senju would understand the brevity of the life window. If the Six Paths Sage had not chosen to take action, your body would have truly died within a few minutes. We will wait for your soul to return within these few minutes. It turned out that I only lost a few minutes of life. Senju Hashirama suddenly chuckled, and lay down nonchalantly, his face softer than ever before. I hope my luck will be better. Then go to death with your obsession with Madara. Emi Yashiera narrowed his eyes slightly, and his palm fell on Senju Hashirama's body. He felt the life of Senju Hashirama slipping away. Die with this obsession, and pray that you can see God on the edge of life and death. Just say a few words. Because this might be the last chance. The chakra in Emi Yashiera's palm penetrated into the acupuncture points of Hashirama Senju's body like a sharp thorn, and he gently reminded his patient. I see. Senju Hashirama nodded, glanced at the still sleeping little Tsunade, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he raised his head and looked at Emi Yashiera again. Thank you very much. Lord Emiya. I'm really sorry for all the trouble you've been having these years. As he spoke, Hashirama Senju's voice became completely weak, and his gaze finally rested on the younger brother with whom he grew up. Tobirama. The future of Konoha. I'm going to leave it to you. I see, brother. Senju Tobirama nodded with a heavy look in his eyes. During this period of time, Tobirama Senju had been publicly nominated as the second Hokage in the Konoha village election, and he was ready to take on his responsibilities. In fact, Tobirama Senju has always been shouldering this responsibility, inheriting Hashirama Senju's will to protect Konoha. He will not allow Konoha, which was established by his elder brother, to collapse. If Big Brother really died, Senju Tobirama has also made all the preparations. That's good, that's good. Hashirama Senju's eyelids slowly closed, his chakra seemed to be peeling off from his body, and he murmured the name of the best friend he had been chasing all his life. Bana. Senju Tobirama no longer looked angry, but he watched with a gloomy look as he watched his brother walk towards his death while reciting the name of his former best friend. The whole room became completely silent. The body of Hashirama Senju was still lying quietly on the bed. Strands of emerald green chakra pierced into his body like long needles, barely maintaining a little bit of his vitality and allowing his body to still exist. The consciousness of the first Hokage had completely disappeared. He lay there quietly as if he was heading towards death forever. The first Hokage who once dominated the Warring States period was no longer able to make any movement. Is this a success? A failure? Senju Tobirama quickly looked at Emi Yashiera, then at his brother who was in a strange state, and asked repeatedly, Sir Emiya, when can we judge that our plan is successful? When can we judge that our plan has failed? Perhaps it failed. Emi Yashiera shook his head, his voice became somewhat silent. If the Six-Path Sage is willing to save him, he will do it when his life is on the verge of life and death, allowing his soul to return to his living body with power between life and death. We can only wait until his body dies completely to know the result. But Shiera Emiya suddenly reached out and picked up little Tsunade who was still sleeping, holding onto Hashirama Senju's arm, and turned around to leave. It's better to help Hashirama prepare for his funeral in advance. Senju Tobirama's expression looked a little ugly. Although Tobirama Senju had anticipated this, and even anticipated that his elder brother would die when he chose to trust Emi Yashiera as a last resort, his heart was still filled with suppressed pain. Big brother. Maybe he's really dead. Even the last hope was shattered. Why is the Six-Path Sage unwilling to take action? Senju Tobirama stared at his brother's body, looking at the brother he admired as he did in the past, and asked softly, is it really like what Lord Emiya said, that the era of peace we have established is not worth mentioning to that high and mighty God? For him. Emi Yashiera stretched out his hand to hold the little one in his arms, allowing her to sleep more comfortably, and then he calmly replied, perhaps there really is no one worth paying attention to in this era. No matter who it is, they are not worthy of his attention. Even if your brother and Uchiha Madara were brilliant enough in the long history, in front of the gods who illuminate the world with the light of the sun and the moon, they are just a candlelight that lights up the darkness of this house. For the gods, this little bit of light may only be a flash in the pan over a long period of time, and it is not worth him to look at it anymore. Even me too. Even though this is not bad news for Shiera Emiya. As time passed, Shiera Emiya thought that his test on the six-path sage had yielded results. When he was about to take little Tsunade away, Hashirama Senju, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Senju Hashirama woke up. Big brother. Senju Tobirama's face lit up with joy, and he even hurriedly urged Emiya Shiera to come over. Sir Emiya, my brother is awake. Emiya Shiera's heart tightened. Because the awakening of Hashirama Senju can only mean one thing. Is the Sage of Six Paths finally going to choose to interfere in the human world? How much power does the legendary god have left? I'm sorry, Tobirama. Maybe I'm going to disappoint you. This may just be a brief reunion. Because my life seems to be really not worth mentioning in the long history, ha ha ha. There was a hint of relief in Senju Hashirama's tone as he smiled. His gaze swept across Senju Tobirama and stopped on Emiya Shiera. An unprecedented respect and admiration appeared on his face. But in this world, there is still a radiance of life that even gods must respect. The Sage of Six Paths asked me to apologize to Lord Emiya. Cheating a person is wrong. If you cheat someone, you have to cheat the whole family. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, The Apology of the Sixth Immortal. Chapter 54, The Six Paths Sage's Apology. Last moment. Between life and death. This is the gap between the underworld and the real world. When Hashirama Senju's soul left his body, his death attracted the attention of the Six Paths Sage, because the Six Paths Sage noticed the chakra on Hashirama Senju's body. Are we going to start again? The remaining chakra of the Six Paths Sage stared at the chakra of Hashirama Senju, as if he could see the oath his second son had made in the past, is Ashura's chakra, going back to the pure land of the underworld, to follow his brother and wait for the next reincarnation. This is the story of the reincarnation of chakra. The Six Paths Sage had seen this many times over the past 1,000 years and had long been completely accustomed to it. He could only hope that the two children's chakras would be reconciled one day. But this time there seems to be an exception. Because Hashirama Senju's soul carrying Ashura's chakra seeds did not return to the pure land of the underworld, but instead remained between life and death due to some obsession. There is something wrong with the reincarnated chakra bearer. The Six Paths Sage realized the trouble at the first moment. This situation had never happened before because Ashura's chakra had been reincarnating constantly to solve the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. How could he choose to stay between life and death? The Six Paths Sage frowned and could only think of one possibility. Could it be because the reincarnated carrier of Indra's chakra has not died yet? But this doesn't help either. Even if a soul is trapped between life and death due to obsession, it may not be able to be liberated, because it needs other souls to be willing to respond to its obsession. Even if the reincarnation of Indra's chakra dies. Nor might they be willing to respond to Ashura's chakra reincarnation. Even the chakra left by the arrogant eldest son might choose to return to the pure land of the underworld without mercy, and would not care about the Ashura chakra trapped in the cracks, and would continue to start the next round of reincarnation without any hesitation. Although it's not a real crisis in the ninja world. The remaining chakra of the Six Paths Sage sighed, and his figure quietly fell towards that area, but fortunately, this is not the real world, but the gap between life and death. This remaining chakra does not need a medium to descend. The gap between life and death. The soul of Hashirama Senju sat beside a fire. Just as Hashirama Senju's soul was looking around in confusion, he only saw endless darkness, which made a terrifying loneliness rise in his heart. This loneliness without light. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can endure. Fortunately, Hashirama Senju is not an ordinary person, and his will is very strong. His soul is thinking about a question that makes him very obsessed. When can he meet Madara? That's not the case. I came here to seek an audience with the Sage of Six Paths. However, Hashirama Senju's soul immediately wanted to put this thought behind him. His obsession to see Uchiha Madara enveloped his soul, making him subconsciously not want to see the six-path sage. He only wanted to see Uchiha Madara here. This idea is somewhat rude. It is really inappropriate that I want to see the dead man as soon as possible just because I am dying. But this idea cannot go away. Senju Hashirama realized that in this lonely area, he really wanted to meet Uchiha Madara and have a good chat with the dead Uchiha Madara. There is no time here. I should be able to meet Uchiha Madara soon. There is no time here. Maybe it will take 1,000 years before we can see Uchiha Madara. Just when Hashirama Senju was feeling a little ashamed and wished to meet Uchiha Madara as soon as possible, an old monk with a strange appearance walked out of the darkness. He stopped like a traveler who had traveled for many years, and looked at Hashirama Senju with a kind face. "Newcomer. Can I rest here for a while?" "Of course can." Senju Hashirama had a kind soul. He thought that the old man must be cold walking out of the darkness, and he even deliberately made room for him, indicating that he could sit down. However, when the old monk actually sat down, Hashirama Senju suddenly realized that something was wrong. Isn't this right? Didn't Emi Yashiera say that there was only loneliness here? Why can we see a traveling monk here? Would you like to chat with me, a former monk? The old monk sat down slowly, carrying his Zen staff on his back, and started talking. "Why do you want to stay here? Who are you, Excellency?" A hint of vigilance even appeared on the face of Senju Hashirama's soul. He recalled Emi Yashiera's instructions and asked carefully, "In this place, except for one's own obsession, souls should not be able to meet." "Newcomer. Then can you tell me first? Who told you about the situation here?" The old monk raised his eyes slightly, revealing a pair of eyes that looked like strange tree rings. Those strange eyes seemed to have completely captivated Hashirama Senju. This is the gap between the underworld and the living world. Even the dead should not be able to obtain information here. That is the Eye of Reincarnation. Senju Hashirama recognized the legendary eyes at a glance. Samsara Eye, the legendary Rinnegan in the ninja world, the eyes of the legendary six-path sage, which look like tree rings, are listed as the three major eye techniques along with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Your Excellency is Six Paths Immortal. Senju Hashirama actually felt a little regretful at the first moment. Because before he died, he seemed to have forgotten to ask what the six-path sage Emi Yashiera looked like, so he was unable to determine the other party's identity at all. But there should only be the six-path sage, right? After all, the existence that can travel between life and death must be a legendary god, not an ordinary person. So their plan succeeded. I really didn't expect. The six-path sage closed his eyes slightly and sighed softly. There are still people in this world who remember me, a former monk. Is this really the legendary sage of six paths? Senju Hashirama was a little delighted at the first sight, and took the opportunity to express his obsession. Sorry, I stayed here just to see my old friend Madara. After the six-path sage raised his finger, he could only express that he was powerless. Your friend should still be alive. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Senju Hashirama tried to control his obsession, but he couldn't do it no matter what. He could only try to tell the other party the story of himself and Uchiha Madara. Ban and I have been friends for many years. Senju Hashirama could only tell his past, talking about his first meeting with Uchiha Madara, how he and Uchiha Madara were forced by their parents to sever their friendship, and how he and Uchiha Madara confronted each other after they grew up and became clan leaders. I have never forgotten my friendship with Madara. Even though my father forced me to sever my relationship with Madara, I still hope that Madara and I can be friends. Even if we have to become enemies due to family hatred when we grow up, I still hope to be friends with Madara so that we can join hands to quell the chaotic times. The six-path sage nodded slightly after hearing this. Because this story is very consistent with the characteristics of the reincarnated carriers of Ashura Chakra. They are kind and sincere, and hope to unite all the forces around them. Later, I finally did it. I joined forces with Madara to establish Konoha. The soul of Senju Hashirama missed that time a little, but he had to face the reality that their friendship had fallen apart, but in the end, Madara and I still had a quarrel. Madara left Konoha and wanted to destroy the village we built together. We have restarted the war. The soul of Senju Hashirama was in a heavy mood, and spoke with some pain and struggle. In order to protect Konoha, I had to hunt down Madara for 10 years before I died. Until I died, I had not solved the problem of Madara, and he might still endanger Konoha. It's not your fault. The Sage of Six Paths shook his head slightly. Because he knew that Uchiha Madara was the carrier of the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, and people who carried Indra's chakra would often begin to worship extreme power. To be honest, this generation of Ashura chakra reincarnations is doing very well. Because he pacified the chaotic wars since the Warring States period, the Six-Path Sage also highly recognized his achievements. The only pity was that he did not end the war with the reincarnation of Indra. So, will your former friends become your obsession? The Six-Path Sage sighed, as if he understood Hashirama Senju's obsession. Good. I want to return to the real world. Senju Hashirama's eyes gradually became firm, and he pleaded sincerely, my life is about to run out. Lord Emiya told me that only the Sage of Six Paths can allow me to return to the world after death. He asked me to come here between life and death to seek an audience. Emiya. The Six Paths Sage repeated this surname, his eyes lapsed into long contemplation, searching for this surname and a name matching this surname from thousands of years of memory. Emiya. Shieradano. Correct. A hint of surprise flashed across Hashirama Senju's face. Mr. Emiya. A trace of doubt flashed across the face of the Six-Path Sage, and he suddenly raised his finger to find the whereabouts of Emiya Shiera. I remember that Lord Emiya Shiera has died a long time ago. Even after his death, Emiya Shiera was still a good person. Because he sometimes saw Emiya Shiera's soul often appear in this area from the underworld to save those lost souls, which made him feel a little ashamed. Senju Hashirama was a little embarrassed and could only tell him that his brother had used the impure world reincarnation to revive Emiya Shiera. In order to heal my body, my brother used a forbidden technique to bring Lord Emiya's soul back to the world. The corner of the Six-Path Sage's eye twitched. No. The descendants of Ashura are also not worry-free. How dare you disturb Emiya Shiera's peace? If the souls in the underworld knew about this, and if the souls in the pure land of the underworld could communicate with each other, the caster who desecrated Shijin Emiya's soul would be beaten to death by other souls when he came to the pure land of the underworld after his death. You guys really are audacious in the extreme. The Sage of Six Paths showed a bitter smile on his face and couldn't help but sigh, how can we disturb the peace of his soul? He is a medical saint revered by all humans in ancient times. He is also revered by the dead in the netherworld. Even I am far inferior to him. Using forbidden techniques to summon his soul is a bit disrespectful to him. Senju Hashirama scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Fortunately, Mr. Emiya Shiera is a generous person with a kind heart. He has chosen not to argue with you. The Six-Path Sage sighed again, and said with some shame, I really never thought that he would actually hope that I could help you. Although I feel honored, I may have to apologize to him. I can't do what he did, to save the suffering people in the world. Now I am. Only the remaining chakra is left. These remaining chakras are needed to guard against the real crisis in the ninja world, a crisis that is enough to destroy the ninja world. Please read it. Available on the 15ST. Today is nearly 7,000 words. According to the ending, after the Six-Path Sage gave Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke Chakra, they needed to summon the shadows of the other 5 major ninja villages to work together to drag Team 7 out of the space in aim no-go. The Six-Path Sage should not have much chakra left. Even the matter of dealing with Sasuke can only be left to Uzumaki Naruto. He really couldn't waste it. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, S-Level Commission, Obtaining Hashirama Cells. Chapter 55, S-Level Commission, Obtaining Hashirama Cells. The Six-Path Sage is very sincere. He even specially arranged for Hashirama Senju to return to the human world to apologize. In the eyes of the Six-Path Sage, Emi Yashiera's status and character are worthy of serious consideration. Emi Yashiera's action was to hope that he could take action to save Hashirama Senju's life, but he had to refuse for the safety of the ninja world, so the Six-Path Sage wanted to apologize. The Sage of Six Paths told me, "There are indeed crises in this world that are more terrifying than Madara." Senju Hashirama believed the words of the Six-Path Sage, and didn't even care that he wasn't saved. It's just that the Six-Path Sage couldn't come to the human world, so in order to apologize to Lord Emiya, he allowed me to stay in the human world for a while. That is to say, the Sage of Six Paths really exists. We are really insignificant to him. Senju Tobirama looked at his lively brother, then looked at Emi Yashiera who was holding little Tsunade, and his expression turned ugly again. If it weren't for Lord Emiya, perhaps it would be a luxury for us to even know of his existence. This kind of thing. This made Senju Tobirama feel particularly uneasy. Although Senju Tobirama had already believed that Emi Yashiera would not lie about this matter, his brother's resurrection even brought back news about the Six-Path Sage. When this scene actually happened, it still shocked Senju Tobirama's heart. Gods really still exist in this world. But that God cannot come to this world. Even that God can't be omnipotent. What worries Senju Tobirama is that there is actually a greater danger in the ninja world than Uchiha Madara. What's more troublesome than Madara? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but ask. This is an unspeakable secret. Senju Hashirama shook his head and said in a deep voice, as the Six-Path Sage said, "We will only know when the crisis really comes. So my brother will still die." Senju Tobirama recalled the reason why his brother came back from the dead, and said in a deep voice, "Is it just to apologize to Lord Emiya that the Six-Path Sage is willing to give you a little more time?" Good. Senju Hashirama nodded slowly. Even the Sage of Six Paths respects Emi Yashiera very much. People always think that the legendary god should be high and mighty, but they never thought that the Sage of Six Paths is also approachable, and even very close to him, and even respects a great man like Emi Yashiera like they, the younger generations. Tobirama, don't let this secret out. Senju Hashirama glanced at his brother, then looked at Emi Yashiera. The Six-Path Sage also hopes that Lord Emiya can keep the secret about him and the underworld. I got it. Emi Yashiera frowned and took the initiative to speak. I have learned to conceal in this era, don't worry. That really makes us ashamed, ha 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 ha. Senju Hashirama smiled a little embarrassedly. This kind of thing. I'm really sorry. Because the Six-Path Sage also told some stories about Emi Yashiera, even including the dispute between Emi Yashiera and the Six-Path Sage over chakra. In the end, Emi Yashiera chose to believe Ashura, the heir of the ninja clan, but did not bring a good result to the ninja world. Speaking of this, Hashirama Senju remembered that when the Six-Path Sage mentioned these things, his gaze seemed to stay on him for a long time, but Hashirama Senju couldn't figure it out. That Ashura is indeed sorry to Emi Yashiera. I feel like I should feel a little sorry for Emi Yashiera. After all, his younger brother, Tobirama Senju, disturbed the peace of Emi Yashiera's soul, and this mistake should be borne by himself as the elder brother. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama stretched out his hand and placed it on Senju Tobirama's body, and earnestly instructed, "You must send Lord Emiya's soul back to the underworld, and you are not allowed to use this evil forbidden technique to disturb Lord Emiya's peace." "Yes, sir." Senju Tobirama nodded dully and agreed. Although he did not truly unearth the treasure in Emi Yashiera's body, Konoha also benefited a lot from Emi Yashiera's medical skills. Anyway, when the impure world reincarnation Emi Yashiera, it was just to let him treat his elder brother. It does not matter. Shiera Emiya didn't care. He gently held Tsunade's head with his palm to make the little girl sleep more comfortably. If I wanted to return to the underworld, I could have cancelled this spell myself a long time ago, but... When Emi Yashiera said this, he looked at the little Tsunade with a round face in front of him. I have now found the hope of inheriting the medical ninja in the ninja world. Tsuna-chan. A smile appeared on the corner of Senju Hashirama's mouth, and he couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Tsuna's luck is really enviable. All right. I'm leaving. Senju Hashirama patted his brother's shoulder and said something good with a smile. Speaking of which, you don't have to worry about what happens after I die. The Six-Path Sage will lead my soul to the pure land of the underworld, so that I won't be trapped between life and death because of my obsession with Madara. Senju Tobirama's mood immediately improved a lot. If his brother could find peace after his death, it would be good news for him and would alleviate a lot of the guilt in Senju Tobirama's heart. All along, Senju Tobirama has been forcing his brother to make a painful choice with the responsibility of protecting Konoha, and even forcing his brother to survive no matter what. From now on, it will never be needed again. When Senju Tobirama wanted to say a few more words, he felt the hand on his shoulder suddenly loosen, and his elder brother fell down again. Senju Tobirama reached out and supported his brother's body. This body will never wake up again. Obviously their plan had been successful, and they even succeeded in allowing the eldest brother to see the Sage of Six Paths, but in the end it still didn't change anything. I'll take Tsunade first. Emi Yashiera was also feeling uneasy. It seems that what he has been doing has been successfully concealed from the Six-Path Sage, and he has even successfully judged the Six-Path Sage's state. That godlike existence. There was no interference with his thoughts of staying in this world. There is no real power that can easily interfere with the real world. Perhaps just as he had guessed in his previous life, the remaining chakra of the Six-Path Sage was not strong enough, which made him feel at ease. This time the test. The goal was barely achieved. If the Six-Path Sage does not intend to intervene through Hashirama Senju this time, he can only rely on the next reincarnation of Ashura Chakra and Indra Chakra in the future. Those two reincarnations. This is exactly the goal that I have been planning for over 1,000 years. Uzumaki Naruto. Suzuki Uchiha. Next. Just use this incident to influence Black Zetsu. He just took advantage of the existence of the Six-Path Sage to lure and force Black Zetsu to give up and become the sacrifice for Kagaya's resurrection. While thinking, Shiera Emiya carried little Tsunade and left here. For a child, it is too cruel to let her experience the separation of life and death. It would be better to wait until the dust of Hashirama Senju's funeral is settled before letting her face it. But a new commission has been refreshed in the task list. S-level commission, obtain Hashirama's cells. Emi Yashiera accepted the request without any concern. Uncompleted commission, 3/3. Emi Yashiera looked at the little guy in his arms and had no intention of desecrating the body of Hashirama Senju, because the ninja world already had another channel to obtain Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara also has Hashirama cells in his body. For Shiera Emiya, it was very easy to obtain Hashirama cells from Uchiha Madara. Even Uchiha Madara himself was cultivating Hashirama cells. Of course, there are other possibilities for completing the task. For example, Konoha may not be willing to give up the power of Hashirama's cells. At least Emi Yashiera knew one thing, that Tobirama Senju had already collected Hashirama Senju's cells and sealed them in a laboratory. Mr. Emiya. When Uzumaki Mito saw Emi Yashiera and little Tsunade walking out of the house, she realized what had happened, and even the noise inside was not hidden from her. This red-haired woman had an extremely strong will. She did not rush into the room to clean up her husband's body. Instead, she bowed seriously to Emi Yashiera. "Sorry, my condolences." Emi Yashiera lowered his head slightly. "Thank you, Lord Emiya, for taking care of my husband." Uzumaki Mito slowly raised her head, her brows furrowed somewhat seriously, to prevent herself from being affected by the sadness that filled her heart and shedding tears rudely. There was a rare hint of apology on Emi Yashiera's face. "My plan still failed. Do not. I can sense the changes in Hashirama." Uzumaki Mito shook his head sincerely, and was grateful to Emi Yashiera for his sincerity. "This is not Lord Emiya's fault. Kurama has already told me everything. It guessed Lord Emiya's plan." Yes. Uzumaki Mito has a strong sense of perception. This strong-willed woman sensed a strange and terrifying chakra appearing in Hashirama Senju's body. Although the Nine Tails also hated Hashirama Senju in the past, it had a good relationship with Uzumaki Mito, so it naturally told Uzumaki Mito the source of that chakra. That strand of chakra, derived from the legendary god Six-Path Sage. Not even the gods could save her husband. Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito looked at the little Tsunade sleeping soundly in Emi Yashiera's arms, reached out and stroked the little girl's hair, and asked in a low voice, "Please take care of me for a few days, Lord Emiya." End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Uchihamadara comes to see him off. Chapter 56 Uchihamadara comes to see him off. Senju Hashirama is dead. The whole of Konoha was shrouded in sadness. For the villagers of this village, the existence of Hashirama Senju is like their pillar. Because of Hashirama Senju, they have a place to live. At the funeral of Hashirama Senju, almost all the villagers of Konoha attended as a group. Ninjas from all clans came to the cemetery. People wore black clothes and placed white flowers on the tombstone of the first Hokage. "I miss my great-grandfather." Little Tsunade wiped the tears from her little face. Death is not the end of life. Emi Yashiera held the little one's hand and stood at the front. He stared at the photo frame covered with white flowers and said calmly, "As long as Konoha still exists, Hashirama's name will always live in the hearts of these people. They will remember the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who ended the Warring States period. Their descendants will also remember the founder of Konoha. Human life is always very short. In order to live longer, humans will subconsciously make a lot of efforts. Some humans try every means to extend their lifespan or even achieve immortality, while some humans choose to let something more precious survive in their place. For example, a child who continues the bloodline. For example, the will of spiritual inheritance." Emi Yashiera's voice was calm and solemn, and his voice echoed in the ears of the people around him. "As long as there are people who still remember his name, as long as there are people who still remember his achievements in pacifying the Warring States period, Hashirama is not truly dead, he is still alive in this world. I will always remember my great-grandfather." Little Tsunade clenched her little milk teeth, her big eyes became firm and strong, and her little hands tightly grasped Emi Yashiera's cold fingers. A group of Konoha ninjas couldn't help but shed tears after listening to this. Senju Tobirama stood in the middle of the group of Konoha ninjas, his arms still folded across his chest, looking at the portrait surrounded by white flowers with a gloomy expression. "Your Excellency Emiya is right." Senju Tobirama suppressed his grief, his voice became somewhat cold and inhuman, but he still stubbornly persuaded everyone loudly, "As long as the will of the first generation to protect Konoha is still passed on to us, he will never die." The funeral is over. Raindrops began to fall from the sky. Senju Tobirama led a group of ninjas away. After the death of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju took over the position of the second Hokage as expected by everyone, and he still had a lot of work to do. In the past, many tough policies could not be implemented due to the obstruction of Hashirama Senju. Now Tobirama Senju can finally stabilize the situation within Konoha according to his own ideas. He also needs to think about how to protect Konoha after losing his brother's protection as soon as possible. Little Tsunade was the only one left in front of the tombstone who didn't want to leave. Emi Yashiera held a large leaf in his hand to block the raindrops from the sky for the little guy. Because there is no one else. Little Tsunade's mind began to wander. Master Emiya. Is it because I won that my great-grandfather died? Tsunade's face was a little tearful. She was still blaming herself for winning against Hashirama Senju in the last bet. It must be because I won against him in the last bet. It's not your fault. Shiera Emiya frowned. He sensed someone nearby. Tsunade, we should go. There are others who want to pay tribute to Hashirama. You don't have to hide from me, Lord Emiya. A familiar arrogant voice appeared in Emiya Shiera's ears. Uchiha Madara. Only Uchiha Madara would appear at this time. However, Uchiha Madara didn't seem to care about being discovered by Emiya Shiera and little Tsunade, nor was he worried that Uzumaki Mito would sense his arrival, nor was he afraid of the Konoha village that had lost the protection of Senju Hashirama. As a man who was once both an enemy and a friend of Senju Hashirama, after experiencing a breakup and pursuit with Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara learned of the death of Senju Hashirama, and finally chose to see his old friend off today. Of course. Also coming along is Black Zetsu, who was hiding underground. Over the years, Black Zetsu has been following Uchiha Madara, secretly helping Uchiha Madara find a way to escape from Senju Hashirama's pursuit. In the rain, Uchiha Madara walked over step by step. The man didn't care that his hair was wet from the rain. Uchiha Madara also held a bouquet of white flowers in his hand. He presented the flowers in front of the tombstone and looked at the photo of Senju Hashirama with some complicated feelings. I was thinking. Let Hashirama see the future that I will control. Little Tsunade hid behind Emiya Shiera in fear. Although Uchiha Madara is very tall and looks very handsome with his long hair covering half of his face, he always gives a ferocious feeling to children. This little devil. When Uchiha Madara looked back, he saw Tsunade's actions. Suddenly some bad memories came to his mind and he couldn't help but frowned. Have you been kind enough, this little devil? What are you afraid of? Did I really look that scary? This is Hashirama's granddaughter. Shiera Emiya squatted down and handed the leaf in his hand to little Tsunade, letting her hold the leaf and leave. Tsunade, you go back first. Master Emiya. Little Tsunade was very stubborn and wanted to stay. Obedient. There was a serious look on Emiya Shiera's face, which made Tsunade subconsciously retreat immediately. She couldn't hold on to the leaves at all and hurried out against the raindrops. I won't embarrass a little kid. Uchiha Madara sneered, and seemed to be a little curious. It seems that Lord Emiya likes that brat very much. She is the child with the highest talent for learning medical ninjutsu. Shiera Emiya stared at little Tsunade's back as she staggered and ran. So that's it. Uchiha Madara understood Emiya Shiera's thoughts very well. After nodding, he brought up the business. Hashirama is dead. If nothing unexpected happens, the peace and order he once left behind will soon collapse. Emiya Shiera remained silent. This kind of thing. Many people can see that. The entire ninja world is eyeing the fire country occupied by Konoha. When there is any kind of hierarchy in the world, there will be people who want to compete for the first place. Konoha, where Hashirama Senju is located, is the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. Now his death indicates that the powerful Konoha is no longer an existence that cannot be peeped at. Maybe it has nothing to do with me. I should return to the underworld. Shiera Emiya didn't want to discuss the war, he just said something that shocked Uchiha Madara and the hidden Black Zetsu. Hashirama is dead. Emiya Shiera looked up at the rain falling from the sky, then looked down at the portrait of Senju Hashirama, and said to himself, the patient died during the treatment, so the doctor who was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation is naturally useless. This is a waste of Lord Emiya's talent. Uchiha Madara raised his eyes and stared at Emiya Shiera like a hungry wolf. He hoped to obtain more secrets from Emiya Shiera. Emiya is a treasure. Senju Tobirama is not the only one who realizes this. Uchiha Madara believed that he would awaken the Rinnegan in the future, and with the guidance of Emiya Shiera, he would be able to master the power of the Rinnegan more quickly, and thus implement the peace plan left by the Six-Path Sage for this world more quickly. Compared to Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu hiding underground was obviously a little panicked, because he was more dependent on Emiya Shiera. Leave early. Mito's perception is very strong. Perhaps she has noticed your presence. Emiya Shiera didn't seem to intend to talk much with Uchiha Madara. He just tried to persuade him a few words, hoping that the other party would not stay here too long and also not wanting Uchiha Madara to go to war with Konoha. Hashirama has just left this world. I think if you start a war with Konoha at this time, it will make him feel less at ease. It will also allow me to spend my last peaceful time. Rest assured. Uchiha Madara chuckled. He would not waste his strength at this time. Before I get the Samsara I will not make any extra moves. What's more? Uchiha Madara turned back to look at the portrait again. He looked at the still gentle Senju Hashirama in the portrait and said, I came to Konoha today just to see Hashirama off. That would be perfect. Emiya Shiera nodded gently and said casually, as a thank you, before I leave this world, if you have any questions, you can come to me again. Hashirama is dead, and you also carry another hope for peace in the ninja world. Compared to answering questions, Uchiha Madara laughed. He was not satisfied with Emiya Shiera's promise. I would rather get guidance from Lord Emiya. Think about it carefully. Mr. Emiya, you will soon find out. Uchiha Madara's voice disappeared along with his figure, and his words were still that arrogant and confident, this world will soon fall into war again. The path that Hashirama wants to take is destined to be wrong. The path I want to take is the right one. Black Zetsu did not leave quietly. Even shortly after Uchiha Madara left, Black Zetsu's figure hurriedly appeared in front of Emiya Shiera. However, Emiya Shiera didn't even wait for Black Zetsu to speak. Just a few words completely confused Black Zetsu's mind. He had already mastered the technique of deceiving Black Zetsu to perfection. When Emiya Shiera looked at Black Zetsu, a smile appeared on his face, as if he wanted to tell Black Zetsu some great news. Black Zetsu. I found the Sage of Six Paths. As long as we can get the help of the Six Path Sage, our Moon Eye plan to revive Kaguya-sama will definitely go more smoothly. Black Zetsu remained silent, just cursing in his heart. Otsutsuki Hago Romo, you. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Black Zetsu feels like cursing. Chapter 57 Black Zetsu feels like cursing. Black Zetsu's feelings are easy to understand. If Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki Hago Romo didn't have the same mother, it would definitely curse the Six-Path Sage severely, asking how come he hasn't died cleanly after being dead for more than 1,000 years. For Black Zetsu, the appearance of the Six-Path Sage was not great news at all. It was news that made Black Zetsu feel like the sky was falling. The Sage of Six Paths was the mastermind behind the sealing of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu knows what kind of person his mother Kaguya Otsutsuki is, and he doesn't believe that the Six-Path Sage would be willing to help resurrect Kaguya. He must be on guard against Kaguya's resurrection. Let the Six-Path Sage join in. What kind of damn Moon Eye plan can I execute? Black Zetsu wanted to hide in panic. He couldn't even figure out what went wrong and where did Emiya Shiera find the Six-Path Sage. It clearly saw with its own eyes that Emiya Shiera stole the body of the Six-Path Sage. However, Black Zetsu looked at the smile on Emiya Shiera's face, suppressed his inner fear and anxiety, and carefully asked the truth, Emiya Shiera, didn't the Six-Path Sage die a long time ago? After finishing speaking, Black Zetsu hurriedly added, Wei Yuan, you are the only one who is suitable to carry out the Moon Eye plan. No one in this world can replace you. Even if the Six Paths Sage really lived in this world, it would be impossible. If you can, it would be great if the Six Paths Sage could roll as far away as possible. Black Zetsu doesn't want to come into contact with the Sage of Six Paths at all, and doesn't even want Emi Yashiera to come into contact with the Sage of Six Paths. Death does not mean the death of the soul. When Emi Yashiera deceived Black Zetsu, he did it very easily, casually adapting the story of what happened to Hashirama Senju. When Hashirama died, he died with his obsession with Madara, so his soul could not be freed and returned to the underworld. Black Zetsu's mood immediately became tense. This situation. It's really easy to understand. Black Zetsu knew very well that this situation was very likely to happen, because the bond between Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara could be traced back thousands of years, and Hashirama Senju's obsession with Uchiha Madara might really prevent his soul from returning to the underworld. So, the Sage of Six Paths has appeared. Black Zetsu's mind was a little confused, and he kept asking, can the long-dead Six Paths Sage still influence the world after his death? It should be okay. Emi Yashiera nodded and continued softly, when Hashirama Senju was on the verge of life and death, he met the Sage of Six Paths, and with the help of the Sage's power, he briefly returned to the world of the living. He told me not to stay in the world of the living and to return to the pure land of the underworld as soon as possible. Black Zetsu was in some pain. That unfilial son! Why won't you just stop calming down even after death? What greater crisis could there be in the ninja world? What greater crisis could there be than its mother Kaguya? Did the Six Paths Sage realize its plot? Did he realize that it wanted to use Emi Yashiera's power? If Emi Yashiera returns to the underworld, who can he rely on? Can he still rely on Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara looks arrogant and a little unreliable. And after Emi Yashiera returned to the underworld, will the Six Paths Sage tell Emi Yashiera the story of Kaguya Tsutsuki? After hearing Kaguya's story, will Emi Yashiera still be willing to continue to trust himself, and many more? A big question mark appeared in Black Zetsu's mind. If so, will he lose Emi Yashiera as a chess piece again? Although Uchiha Madara is a little less reliable than Emi Yashiera, there is no guarantee what will happen after Emi Yashiera meets the Sage of Six Paths, because this guy is always easily deceived. Wrong. We must not lose Emi Yashiera. It also needs to find a way to bring Shiera Emiya back to the world after he returns to the underworld. It also needs to do everything it can to regain Shiera Emiya's trust when he is resurrected for the second time. Because he still needs to get information about the Six Paths Sage from Emi Yashiera, to at least know how the Six Paths Sage can influence the real world, how much power the Six Paths Sage still has, and whether he will still pose a threat to the resurrection of his mother Kaguya. That's too bad. The situation is not just bad. Black Zetsu must find out the information about the Six Paths Sage for Kaguya. The only person who can help it provide information about the Six Paths Sage in the underworld is Shiera Emiya, who is about to return to the underworld. It also needs to find a way to revive Shiera Emiya for the second time. If it weren't for the impure world reincarnation technique studied by Senju Tobirama, which had provided a clue, Black Zetsu would have been in despair. Black Zetsu had a vague idea that he must get the other half of Emi Yashiera's body as soon as possible and revive Emi Yashiera after he returned to the underworld. The Six Paths Sage is really disgusting. It was obvious that he and Emi Yashiera were companions who trusted each other, but after the Six Paths Sage intervened, he needed to find a way to regain Emi Yashiera's trust. Black Zetsu could not help but gnashing his teeth at the Six Paths Sage when he thought of this. It took him a lot of effort to convince Shiera Emiya to agree to the Moon Eye project, it took him a lot of effort to teach Shiera Emiya how to cheat, it took him a lot of effort to see the hope of reviving Kaguya again. Result: that unfilial son wanted to take Emi Yashiera away with just a wave of his hand. However, in order to get information about that unfilial son, I could only watch all this happen, watch Emi Yashiera leave me, watch Emi Yashiera throw himself towards the Sage of Six Paths. This is Emi Yashiera, my favorite chess piece since ancient times. They originally thought that this reunion across 1,000 years would make their plans go smoothly, but the appearance of the Six Path Sage forced them to separate again, and they might even lose trust in each other. It can only watch. He even wants to persuade Shiera Emiya to meet the Sage of Six Paths. After all, only Emiya Shiera can bring back the information about the Six Path Sage and ensure that there will be no problems with Kagaya's resurrection. That rascal! The rage that surged in Black Zetsu's heart was beyond description. If the emotion towards the Sage of Six Paths could be described simply as hatred, that emotion would be too mild. What's wrong? Black Zetsu. There was a hint of surprise on Emi Yashiera's face, as if he had no idea of Black Zetsu's fear and worry, had no idea of the painful problems he had thrown at Black Zetsu, and didn't care at all about the brainstorming session that Black Zetsu had initiated to solve these problems. I'm just a little uneasy. What if the Sage of Six Paths regrets? Besides, there is a gap between the human world and the underworld. Even if the Six Path Sage is really willing to help, all plans must be carried out in the human world after all. Black Zetsu gnashed his teeth and spoke of the Six Path Sage, and said in a deep voice, if something unusual happens in the future, only Madara can execute the Moon Eye plan. You have also seen that Madara has become arrogant before he awakened the Samsara Eye. I am worried that he will let the Moon Eye plan get out of control. This is pure black. Uchiha Madara's arrogance is innate. When Hashirama Senju was alive, Uchiha Madara didn't take other people seriously. After Hashirama Senju died, there was no one in this world worthy of his respect. Then what should we do? Shiera Emiya frowned and thought about it. He ignored the success of Uchiha Madara's execution of the Moon Eye in his previous life, and said casually, then the next time I see him, I will tell him about your existence. If something unexpected really happens, you can guide Madara to execute the plan. Black Zetsu was also thinking about this question. In order to avoid arousing Uchiha Madara's suspicion, Black Zetsu never appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. It only helped Uchiha Madara secretly. Black Zetsu has always hoped that Emi Yashiera would stand in front and guide Uchiha Madara, while he would hide behind the scenes and wait for Kagaya to be resurrected. Only once Emi Yashiera leaves, then all that's left for me to do is guide Uchiha Madara. Although Black Zetsu had already thought about the specific idea of how he could guide Uchiha Madara, such as pretending to be Uchiha Madara's will when Uchiha Madara awakens his Samsara Eye. But you can't do that now. Because Emi Yashiera knew his true identity. If I pretend to be Uchiha Madara's will, this outrageous lie will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. Even if Emi Yashiera reveals a little bit that he and he have known each other since ancient times, Uchiha Madara will probably realize that this is a scam immediately. It was even more impossible for him to claim that it was Kagaya's will. I can't tell Madara that I am Kagaya's will. Because Madara is arrogant, he will never allow a god to rule over him. He may choose to destroy our Moon Eye project. Wei Yuan. The only one Madara can accept, is you. Black Zetsu looked at Emi Yashiera, wanting to use Emi Yashiera's reputation. Only with your identity will Madara be willing to accept my guidance. Only with your existence will Madara approve of our peace plan. Yes. Only Emi Yashiera. Because Shiera Emiya is the most trustworthy person in the entire ninja world, no one would doubt Shiera Emiya's compassionate and kind heart. Even the Sage of Six Paths. He is also far inferior to Emi Yashiera. Even someone like Uchiha Madara doesn't think that Emi Yashiera is a bad person, and he even always hopes to be able to associate with Emi Yashiera. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 The 1th Ninja War. Chapter 58 The First Ninja War. Black Zetsu's plan went very smoothly. The only problem is that the execution is not very smooth. Because it is not realistic to let Uchiha Madara and Emi Yashiera meet in Konoha, Uzumaki Mito's powerful perception ability will definitely prevent Uchiha Madara from setting foot rashly. Such as, when Uzumaki Mito saw little Tsunade returning alone, she realized that Uchiha Madara had appeared, and the entire Konoha was frightened. People were worried that Uchiha Madara would attack Konoha again. Without the protection of Hashirama Senju, no one in Konoha had enough confidence to resist Uchiha Madara except the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito. It was not until Emi Yashiera returned to the village and informed them of Uchiha Madara's sacrifice to Senju Hashirama, and guaranteed with his credibility that there was no problem, that everyone felt somewhat relieved. Humph! That bastard killed my brother. You actually have the nerve to come to Konoha to pay homage. Senju Tobirama was very unhappy when he heard the news, but he could do nothing about Uchiha Madara. Now there was no one in Konoha who could hunt down Uchiha Madara. Instead of hunting down Uchiha Madara, it would be better to integrate the power within Konoha as soon as possible. Because Senju Tobirama smelled the smell of gunpowder from more and more border reports, especially the ninjas from the Sand Village in the neighboring Wind Country began to frequently enter the Fire Country to spy on intelligence. The war is approaching. There is not much time left for Konoha. The villagers of Konoha gradually recovered from the grief of the death of the first Hokage, and watched with great interest the large-scale reforms of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama Senju reformed almost all institutions within Konoha village. He set up a department in Konoha Hospital to train medical ninjas, reformed the curriculum of Konoha Ninja School, and expanded the personnel structure of Konoha Anbu. Other than that, there is also the most troublesome ninja clan, Uchiha family. Because Uchiha Madara is still alive, the danger of the Uchiha clan has greatly increased in the mind of Senju Tobirama, because they may become the internal response of Uchiha Madara to attack Konoha. However, it was impossible for Tobirama Senju to destroy the Uchiha clan. He could only cultivate people who were inclined towards Konoha within the Uchiha clan, such as promoting an outstanding ninja named Uchiha Kagami into his own Hokage guard. Other than that, the surveillance plan that had been prepared long ago also began. Senju Tobirama ordered the Uchiha clan to live separately instead of splitting up, and to form a Konoha police force independent of the Konoha armed forces, consisting of their own personnel, to guard the prisons outside Konoha and resolve disputes among villagers within the village. Obviously, this kind of exclusion is a bit too eye-catching. Strange noises were heard within the Uchiha clan. Some people think that this kind of exclusion is too eye-catching, while others think that it at least shows that their Uchiha clan is currently the most powerful ninja clan in Konoha. After all, the Senju clan has been split up and disappeared. Some of them tried to oppose Senju Tobirama's policies and were quickly arrested and sent to prison. The establishment of the Konoha police force by the Uchiha clan was a foregone conclusion. It's all for Konoha. Senju Tobirama dismissed everything with one sentence. His attitude was a bit tough. At this time, Konoha cannot allow any more chaos to occur. War is inevitable. The war came quickly. Even faster than Senju Tobirama expected. The ninjas of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind gathered together and crossed the small country of River Country, all the way across the border of the Land of Fire, and took the initiative to provoke a war against Konoha. Even the scale of the war is expanding faster than expected. At first, people just thought that this was the ninjas of the Sand Village being dissatisfied with living in a barren land, and they wanted to invade the rich land of the Fire Country. Quickly, the entire ninja world is plunged into war. After several other ninja villages discovered the conflict between Konoha and the Sand Village, they immediately and quickly assembled ninja troops to follow up, hoping to seize the fruits of victory in the war. Ninja villages from big countries such as the Uegakure village in the Land of Earth and the Kumagakure village in the Land of Lightning joined the war one after another. The Mist village in the Land of Water far overseas also chose to join. The entire ninja world was filled with smoke of gunpowder. Even the small country of Uzumaki far away on the seaside was forced to be involved in the war. Senju Tobirama had already anticipated the war, and his strategy was very simple: attack the weak and defend the strong. The Konoha ninja troops first eliminated the weakest sand village in the Wind Country, and after forcing the sand village to surrender, they marched north to defend against the ninja armies of the Uegakure village and the Cloud village. As for the south, it will be temporarily handed over to the Uzushio village in the Whirlpool Country. Because the leader of Uzushio village is the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. As a distant relative of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan ruled Uzushio village and Konoha continued their alliance, and Konoha even made the covenant of the Uzushio country into Konoha's ninja symbol. If nothing else, as long as the stalemate lasts for a while, there is no way that peace can be guaranteed between the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Stone village. Because compared to the locations of Konoha and the Land of Fire, the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Uegakure village, which are both located in the north of the ninja world, are more prone to disputes. Sooner or later, more serious conflicts will break out between them in their efforts to seize control of nearby small countries. Senju Tobirama was somewhat optimistic about the situation. Therefore, Senju Tobirama did not interrupt the normal operation of Konoha. The children of Konoha Ninja School are still attending classes as normal. But the ninja teachers who were responsible for teaching the students have been replaced by chunins, and the ninjutsu courses they teach are no longer tailored to the students' abilities, but have become the most basic ninja courses. The previous teacher went to the battlefield. I heard that many people died in the war in the village. I also heard that there was a nerdy guy in the class next door whose parents died in the war. There have been a lot of injured people sent to the village hospital recently. Little Tsunade also entered the ninja school. She went to the ninja school during the day and would sneak into the Konoha hospital at night to continue studying medicine with Emi Yashiera. Due to the problem of wounded soldiers on the front line, many medical ninjas were sent to the logistics department, and the staff of Konoha Hospital became short of manpower. Many wounded soldiers were even sent back to the village, including some seriously injured soldiers who could not be treated. In fact, this is an order from Tobirama Senju. After the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, inspected a battlefield first aid situation, he immediately thought of Emi Yashiera, who had been idle in Konoha village, and followed the principle of bullying good people. Senju Tobirama simply ordered Konoha's medical ninjas to save chakra when treating the seriously injured, and only perform the simplest first aid on them. He then sent troops to send the wounded directly back to Konoha, and let Emi Yashiera, who had more advanced medical skills, provide rescue. This is a very smart move. At least the lives of many seriously injured people were saved. Especially since the injuries of some seriously injured soldiers are beyond the ability of field medical ninjas to treat, Senju Tobirama does not think that Emi Yashiera will choose to give up, because Emi Yashiera is a good man recognized by the Six Paths Sage. Konoha Hospital. Emi Yashiera was indeed saving people. Many seriously injured soldiers survived in his hands. Emi Yashiera's palm was glowing with emerald green chakra. He held the patient's heart tightly to maintain the beating of the patient's body. Finally, he turned the emerald green chakra on his fingertips into silk threads to sew up the tiny wounds on the heart and blood vessels. Tsunade. Shiera Emiya heard that Tsunade-chan had come to the hospital, and asked her to stay away from him. Go sit in the next room for a while, the operation will be completed soon. I'm not afraid, Lord Emiya. Little Tsunade even came closer, her hands glowing with emerald green chakra, and she said with a serious face, I can help, too. Then listen to me. These chakra lines can help his wounds heal. While performing the surgery, Shiera Emiya taught Tsunade, when you encounter this kind of surgery inside a patient's body, you need to control the yang attribute chakra used in the medical treatment and turn it into chakra lines. In the future, you don't have to remove the stitches after the patient recovers. These chakras will disappear after his wounds are healed, and will not affect his life. Little Tsunade carefully handed over a piece of gauze. Thanks a lot. While holding gauze to absorb the blood from the patient's wound, Emi Yashiera chatted with Tsunade. It seems that more and more injured people have been sent here during this period. Emi Yasama has a harder time. Little Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little sad. Master Emiya, how can we save more people? If there is only one Master Emiya, how can we save so many people? More advanced medical skills. More extensive surgical experience. More determined mental qualities. Emi Yashiera waved his hand to signal the assistant beside him to push the patient away. A splash of water appeared on his palm to wash his palm clean. His voice lowered slightly, and even Tsunade couldn't hear it clearly. Most importantly, more power. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Hitaki Sakumo is targeted. Chapter 59, Hitaki Sakumo is targeted. There are quite a lot of injured people in Konoha Hospital. Even Tsunade, who was responsible for passing the gauze to the side, looked a little tired. Until late at night, Emi Yashiera's operation had not stopped yet. Tsunade covered her mouth with her hand and yawned loudly. Tsunade, go rest next door. Emi Yashiera called out to Tsunade-chan and instructed his assistant, send this patient to the ward and bring the next patient in. I'm not sleepy yet. Little Tsunade quickly waved her little hands. Hitaki kid, come and help. The assistant's loud shouts echoed in the hospital corridors. A white-haired young genin walked in. He was wearing a tight combat suit and a Konoha ninja forehead protector. He looked not much older than Tsunade. There was a severe shortage of manpower due to the war. So much so that the personnel who were responsible for guarding Konoha Hospital were replaced by genin. These genin who were in charge of guarding the hospital had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and were not even adults yet, but they were also sent out to perform tasks in the village. Master Emiya. The white-haired boy nodded earnestly towards Emi Yashiera. Because of the boy's excellent academic performance, he was directly approved to graduate early. He was also assigned the task of guarding Konoha Hospital and patrolling the village. Go! Emi Yashiera waved his hand to signal the white-haired boy and his assistant to push the patient away, and watched them hurriedly push the next patient into the operating room. Hitaki. It seems to be our senior Hitaki Sakumo. Little Tsunade looked at the figure of the white-haired boy curiously and couldn't help but say, I heard that Hitaki-senpai was very famous in school before. He was the most powerful genius in the graduating class. Is it? Emi Yashiera didn't seem to comment on this, and didn't even look up. He suddenly asked casually, your name is Hitaki Sakumo? Yes, Lord Emiya. Hitaki Sakumo quickly settled the patient and said sincerely, if there is anything you need me to do, please just tell me. Then do me a favor. Shiera Emiya continued to perform the surgery, and calmly gave the order, there is a box of glucose in my office. I'll just drink one bottle. Little Tsunade quickly raised her hand to indicate her little milk teeth. She knew that Shiera Emiya would definitely give it to her, and Shiera Emiya didn't need to drink any food or water. Give Tsunade a bottle. Emi Yashiera waved his hand, indicating that he could go, distribute the remaining glucose to the genin on duty tonight to replenish your energy. Yes. Hitaki Sakumo agreed seriously. In the impression of a teenager. Shiera Emiya is a medical ninja with a very arrogant attitude but extremely advanced medical skills. Although there has never been a smile on Emi Yashiera's face, there are no wounded people who cannot be saved in Emi Yashiera's hands. In fact, this gentleman has a kind and warm heart under his cold appearance, but he has to hide his inner feelings because his identity is too mysterious. Yes. How could it not be, a doctor who cures illnesses and saves lives? Hundreds of seriously injured people in Konoha have survived from his hands. How could such a person not have a kind heart? As a Konoha genin, Hitaki Sakumo was not qualified to know the exact identity of Emi Yashiera. He was only qualified to know some basic information about Emi Yashiera. A young medical ninja with excellent medical skills. This medical ninja always has a strong aura of death. The elders in the village all respected the identity of this medical ninja, and the higher UPS were always very secretive about his identity, but it seemed that there was no way to hide it. After all, Emi Yashiera would not lie. Many people in the hospital knew his true identity. Shiera Emiya thought he had learned how to conceal things, but his novice hiding methods always seemed a little clumsy, and he would often accidentally leave his real name on the case scrolls he wrote or even when signing for the medical ninjas who admired him in the hospital. No wonder. The people in the village will hide. No wonder. There has been a rumor in the village that there is a miracle doctor in the hospital, and only that legendary figure could possess such superb medical skills. Until the early hours of the morning, Emi Yashiera treated 17 seriously injured people overnight. Hitaki Sakumo, who was originally in charge of guarding the hospital, was feeling a little sleepy. The white-haired boy looked at Shiera Emiya curiously. It seemed that Shiera Emiya's spirit would never be tired. He saved 17 dying patients overnight and then sat in the corridor of the hospital, writing today's case scroll. Little Tsunade opened her sleepy eyes drowsily, and fell asleep again on the bench next to Emi Yashiera, with the white coat draped over her. While writing today's case, Shiera Emiya helped her cover her with her white coat from time to time. This man who never needed a rest looked a little sad. Emi Yashiera seemed to have noticed Hitaki Sakumo's gaze, and he reached out to cover Tsunade's ears and said, "You've worked hard, you should go back and rest too. Emi Yasama has it harder." Hitaki Sakumo shook his head with all his might. "I am a body of the impure world reincarnation. This body has no feelings." Emi Yashiera's expression was calm, and he did not hide his secret at all. "A body without feeling will not feel tired, so you don't have to worry about me being tired." After he finished speaking, Shiera Emiya seemed to remember something and said, "This matter is no secret in Konoha Hospital. You have been guarding Konoha Hospital for a long time and you will not be surprised by my condition. People here basically know that I was summoned back to the world from the underworld by Tobirama. But try not to leak it to the outside world." Hitaki Sakumo's expression changed slightly. Of course he wouldn't reveal these secrets. As a human with extraordinary observation skills, Hitaki Sakumo had long been suspicious of Emi Yashiera's condition. Isn't an unconscious body no different from a dead person? This situation. It sounds like just a tool to cure diseases and save lives. Won't you get tired of it, Emi Yasama? Hitaki Sakumo couldn't help but ask one more question. You will never get bored if you do what you love. Shiera Emiya shook his head, his dead eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. If I don't save them, their families will have to endure the pain of losing their loved ones and companions. That kind of pain is enough to make an innocent and lovely child become silent, fill a gentle and sunny boy's heart with darkness, and make a strong and unyielding man collapse in pain. It is precisely because I want to prevent people in this world from suffering the heart-wrenching pain of losing their loved ones that I started to study medicine. There should be people in this world who can save people from suffering. It is the emergence of this will. The profession of medical ninja was born in the world. Hitaki Sakumo believes that he will never be qualified to evaluate the greatness of Emi Yashiera, and no matter how powerful he becomes, he will always feel inferior to him. This man is worthy of being the greatest medical ninja in the world. His heart is filled with supreme love. In comparison, his own will to become stronger and protect his companions seems so petty that even Hitaki Sakumo feels a little ashamed. I'm really ashamed. Hitaki Sakumo couldn't help but lower his head and speak out his true feelings. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Emi Yashiera's voice was very calm and gentle, as if it could pass through people's hearts like a breeze. In our time, when chakra had just appeared, I actually hated people who used chakra for fighting, because I always thought that sooner or later, humans would go to war because of this. Hitaki Sakumo felt even more ashamed. But after 10 years of traveling in this era, even if I still disagree with this trend, I can understand the actions of some of you. Shiera Emiya lowered his eyes and spoke casually. Some people practice to use chakra to gain benefits, but some people practice to protect their friends, companions, and relatives. Hitaki Sakumo's eyes suddenly lit up. After this conversation, the relationship between Emiya Shiera and Hitaki Sakumo became noticeably closer. The white-haired boy became more and more fond of performing the mission of guarding the hospital, and the topics they often chatted about became more and more extensive. Even Hitaki Sakumo can occasionally serve as an assistant. After all, Hitaki Sakumo's swordsmanship is quite excellent. He can act as an assistant to quickly make the surgical incision for the seriously injured, allowing Emiya Shiera to directly engage in surgical treatment. And Hitaki Sakumo also knows a little bit of lightning release. When Emiya Shiera was treating a seriously injured soldier, the soldier's heart rhythm suddenly became irregular. He could only give first aid to the wound while using the electric current of lightning to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the patient. He was a little overwhelmed for a while. Exactly. Hitaki Sakumo had seen this a lot, and had mastered the use of the electric current of lightning chakra to treat arrhythmias, which made him feel that the experience was doubly amazing. Lightning escape can actually be used to treat patients. Yes, thank you for your help today. Emiya Shiera thanked Hitaki Sakumo very earnestly and sighed softly. In fact, there are many ways to use lightning release to treat patients, such as combining the chakra of lightning and water into the human body, allowing tiny lightning to flow in the human body like water, which can treat nerve atrophy in the patient's body and stimulate the patient's body's nerves to gradually awaken. There are more and more patients in the hospital. Yesterday, a patient fell into a vegetative state. This treatment is very useful for stimulating vegetative patients to wake up. Emiya Shiera looked at the sweaty Hitaki Sakumo, and finally showed his little tail. Are you interested in learning these little tricks and becoming my assistant? Certainly. Hitaki Sakumo wiped the sweat from his forehead and even felt a little honored in his heart, because he knew that such opportunities were rare. Perhaps I can't use this little trick of the medical ninja myself. But for his life, being able to become the assistant of a great man like Emiya Shiera has already added a lot of brilliance to his life. However, in the end, Hitaki Sakumo underestimated his own gains. When Emiya Shiera taught Hitaki Sakumo how to learn these little tricks of the medical ninja, he realized what a precious gift he had received. I will guide you to combine the changes in the nature of lightning chakra and water chakra, so that the lightning escape will have the characteristics of water. Yes. After Hitaki Sakumo agreed, he realized that something was wrong. Because the changes in the nature of the two chakras merged together seems to be called blood inheritance limits. This ability is named so because once a ninja has cultivated this special ability, it can often be passed down to future generations through bloodline. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Forcing Emiya Shiera to truly join the war. Chapter 60 Forcing Emiya Shiera to truly join the war. Thunder attribute and water attribute. The fusion of these two chakra properties will become a new ability, Storm Release Bloodline Limit. Legend has it that this kind of bloodline limit is circulated in the Land of Lightning, which can make the straightforward lightning-style ninjutsu turn at incredible angles like water. Hitaki Sakumo is a genius. However, this white-haired boy is too young after all, and his chakra energy is also limited by his age and body. He usually prefers to practice swordsmanship, and he is a little at a loss when he encounters the practice of changing the nature of chakra. Fortunately, Shijin Emiya was a good teacher. As a ninja who is proficient in the changes of chakra properties of all attributes and even has a glimpse into the essence of chakra, it is relatively easy for him to guide someone to master the changes of lightning and water attribute chakra properties. Compared to the teaching methods of other ninja teachers, Emiya Shiera can directly guide Hitaki Sakumo step by step to get used to the two changes in chakra properties through chakra transmission. There are huge risks in this way of teaching. Generally speaking, chakra often gets out of control and injures the human body, and it is child's play for Shiera Emiya to solve these minor problems. Hitaki Sakumo's training progressed rapidly, but unfortunately the bloodline limit was not so easy to integrate. However, he mastered the changes in the properties of lightning and water chakras during this period, which was already genius enough, because he often received unhappy looks from little Tsunade when she came back from school. Unhappy? Tsunade was furious as she watched Hitaki Sakumo train. She was still stuck in the training course of trying to master the Yang attribute chakra. Why can't I be as talented as Hitaki-senpai? The requirements to become a medical ninja in this world are very harsh, but that doesn't prevent those who can't become medical ninjas from becoming excellent people. Shiera Emiya noticed that little Tsunade was unhappy, and he was a little harsh when educating her. Tsunade, as the best medical ninja in the world in the future, your talent is already high enough. Really? Ha 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 ha. Little Tsunade smiled as happily as Hashirama Senju. Hitaki Sakumo thought that Emiya Shiera was a little too indulgent towards Tsunade and a little too discriminatory towards ordinary ninjas like them. Late at night, there were a lot of seriously injured people sent in that day. It was not until a ray of early morning sunlight fell on the hospital corridor that Emiya Shiera was finally able to sit on a chair in the corridor and began to write today's case scroll with a serious look. Good news came from the front today. Hitaki Sakumo talked about the victory report from the front line, and his face was even a little excited. The second Hokage led the ninjas in the village to defeat the army of the Sand Village and forced them to sign a peace treaty. The war was gradually turning in Konoha's favor. Senju Tobirama's victory over the Sand Village greatly boosted the confidence of the Konoha ninjas, especially their lightning-fast defeat of the Sand Village ninjas, proving that they are still the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, even though the first Hokage has passed away. The Konoha ninjas can still inherit his will and protect the village where they live. If you're not too tired. Emiya Shiera seemed uninterested in the news of the war. He looked at the scroll full of medical records in his hand, glanced at the little Tsunade sleeping soundly on the bench, and whispered to the white-haired boy, "Go and get me a few more blank scrolls, don't wake up Tsunade." Yes. Hitaki Sakumo quickly left. But he was still in an excited mood. Everyone in Konoha was excited about the good news. Compared to the ordinary ninjas in the village whose fighting spirit is becoming more and more excited, Senju Tobirama's fighting spirit is gradually weakening. The ninjas in the village only need to obey the orders of their superiors and fight for their lives. However, the Hokage, as the person with the highest authority in the village, has to consider more. As the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju encountered the First Ninja World War when he first took over. He was under tremendous pressure, and defeating the Sand Village only relieved his pressure a little. After the second Hokage of Konoha led the Konoha ninja army all the way to force the Sand Village to sign a peace treaty, he rushed to the northern part of the Land of Fire with his Hokage guard. He also handled military affairs along the way and saw the recovery rate of the seriously injured. In order to help Konoha avoid losses and win the war at the lowest possible cost, Senju Tobirama, despite his busy schedule of commanding the war, still took time out to look through intelligence from various places. If you can. I really want to send Lord Emiya to the front lines. When Senju Tobirama saw the data sent by Konoha Hospital, he finally felt able to relax. Senju Tobirama realized the great role that terrifying medical ninja like Emiya Shiera played in the war, and even felt a little regretful. Perhaps I should have researched the impure world reincarnation technique during the Warring States period and brought Shiera Emiya back to the impure world. In that case, the casualty rate of the Senju clan during the Warring States period could have been greatly reduced. How terrifying, especially Emiya Shiera in the impure world body form, who does not need any rest at all. He can rescue the wounded continuously for 24 hours. He can even complete an operation in almost half an hour and rescue a seriously injured person from danger. Although I feel a little ashamed to say this. But Senju Tobirama had long believed that in order to protect Konoha, which his elder brother founded, he would do whatever it took, and he could abandon his own limited conscience. As expected of Lord Emiya. You actually saved so many people in the rear. But Lord Emiya probably won't be willing to come to the front lines. The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head and said softly, I heard that when the war broke out, Lord Emiya was in a bad mood. He never liked fighting between ninjas. It may not work. The young man Tuanzang immediately sang a different tune. The young man Danzo had made many achievements in this war. With the power of the curse seal given to him by Emi Yashiera, he even rushed around on the battlefield. In everyone's observation, he was even able to truly compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen. What Lord Emiya saw in the rear were only some of the seriously injured. If Lord Emiya saw the bodies of ninjas who died on the front lines, even those he had rescued, and saw how tragic this great war in the ninja world that surpassed all the wars in the Warring States period was. When the young man Danzo said this, his eyes fell on the curse seal on his arm. If we can persuade him a little and make him willing to help, we will definitely be able to win this war faster. The power of the curse is really strong. When the chakra is exhausted during the battle, the curse seal can also convert natural energy into chakra and provide it to the host, allowing the youth group hiding in the sand village to stand out in the war. Of course. In comparison, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen gained greater benefits from the curse seal because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew better than Shimura Danzo how to use the natural energy in the curse seal to amplify ninjutsu. In this war, Sarutobi Hiruzen relied on his terrifyingly powerful 5 elements techniques. His techniques were so powerful that he could often suppress an area single-handedly, and he almost crushed the older generation of ninjas in the sand village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige increased even more. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to observe the shortcomings of the battle situation and always provide just the right support for the difficult areas on the battlefield. His powerful large-scale techniques always quickly alleviated the crisis. Naturally, the arguments between the young men Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen became more and more frequent. The young Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were rivals, but the relationship had eased when they followed Emi Yashiera on his travels. However, after returning to Konoha, his status quickly improved. The second Hokage valued him and Sarutobi Hiruzen more and more, and seemed to entrust their future to them. As a result, the young Danzo gradually intensified the competition between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and sometimes even opposed for the sake of opposing. Hiruzen, we can get more. Danzo, we have gained enough benefits. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen hopes that Danzo Shimura can consider the issue of stabilizing the situation to avoid worse consequences. For example, he hopes to maintain the current situation. Now Konoha has stabilized and has achieved some victory. Konoha has received a lot of help from Emi Yashiera in this war. Now there is no need to use more extreme means to destroy the relationship between Konoha and Emi Yashiera. You obviously know. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head and tried to persuade Shimura Danzo, Lord Emiya doesn't like his power being used in the war. We shouldn't force people who help Konoha. Lord Emiya won't care so much. The young man Danzo snorted contemptuously and refuted Sarutobi Hiruzen bluntly. Now he has saved the lives of hundreds of seriously injured people. If his power can be obtained by the ninjas in the village, it can at least reduce the loss of hundreds of teams for us. When the young man Danzo said this, his attitude suddenly became tough. If we fight in the name of peace, we will definitely be able to convince him to use his power completely for Konoha. All this is for Konoha's victory. Besides, we have already decided to win this war at all costs. This will blaspheme Lord Emiya's reputation. The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He knew that what the young man Danzo said made a lot of sense. The other party's approach was beneficial to Konoha and might even make many people tempted. But Konoha has not reached such a dangerous moment yet. Why do we have to resort to such extreme measures now? However, these two young men are only members of the Hokage Guard, and they cannot make a decision on this matter. Because the only one who truly has the power to decide on this matter is Tobirama Senju. Let's take a look at this first. Senju Tobirama picked up a battle report in his hand. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip. His face looked a little ugly. According to the information sent by the perception team, the opposite Iwagakure village has assembled at least more than 4,000 troops on our side. How can there be so many people? Mito Kato-en, a member of the Hokage's guard team, widened his eyes in disbelief. Konoha tried its best to gather less than 1,000 troops on the northern border. How could they fight against such a multiple difference in numbers? Especially since the enemy's ninja troops might be more numerous than the battle report, it was a bit frightening to hear. This is normal. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen had expected this, and sincerely talked about what he found when he followed Emi Yashiera to travel around the ninja world. The land of Earth has many mountains and rivers, and rarely experienced wars during the Warring States period. It has a vast territory and a large population. The complex terrain of the land of Earth also means they don't have to waste too much military power on defense. They have at least 5,000 ninja troops that can be used to participate in foreign wars. I heard that they also have a special force composed of bloodline limit ninjas. The people in the tent fell silent. Obviously, the enemy's troops are too numerous. Unless the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, is still alive, it would not be easy for them to win the war with the Land of Earth based on their words alone. Besides, the ninjas of the Land of Earth are not bad. In this kind of battle situation, a Konoha ninja needs to be able to fight against at least a ninja team from the Land of Earth. This is a bit too much to ask of a Konoha ninja. The young man Danzo seemed to have found support and shouted, "For Konoha, we can let more people get the power of Lord Emiya. Only in this way can we win the war. That's one way to do it. But we ultimately need to gain Lord Emiya's approval of Konoha's will for peace, rather than resorting to some dark means." The young Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senju Tobirama and made a better suggestion. When Danzo and I followed Lord Emiya, the people of the Iwagakure village owed Lord Emiya a big favor. Can we ask Lord Emiya to use this favor to help us reach a peace agreement with the other party? This can also avoid more sacrifices. It doesn't matter if I fail. At least let Lord Emiya see that we have worked hard for peace. He who loves peace deeply will also recognize our attitude towards peace. End of this chapter.